A very warm welcome back. Day 2 of the Chinese qualifiers here at Elite League. Winter and Sneeze bring you the action. Yesterday, the games were pretty quick, you know. It felt like some of the breaks were kind of longer, and I guess that's normal for the first day of a lot of these type of qualifiers. You know, you sort of put a lot of the weaker teams back down to the lower bracket, and maybe they get a chance to prove themselves. But we're still starting out with the upper bracket here today. We'll be kicking things off with Team Zero up against what seemed like a pretty decent Team Eagle.
Yeah, Team Eagle, they managed to do quite good yesterday. They beat Team Bright 2-0, straightforward games. And Team Bright is not like a random new team. You know, they're like some players that already played around. They've been playing around for some time. You know, like XWY, Red Panda. Those are like the two prominent ones, and Ulu. So it's definitely a very good result for Open Qualifier team to do this well.
Yeah, for
I mean, they do have like a fellow Malaysian in their roster, so I'll be wishing him the best secretly. Yeah, and hopefully he does well today.
Actually, I'm not. Are you referring to Xiao Yu?
Yeah.
Because we're not, based on what I saw yesterday, unless he's playing on a different account, I'm not sure whether that's him.
Oh, that's not him? Oh.
Yeah, that's the thing, because it lists here that it's someone called MDR. So unless that's what he goes by now, it might not actually be. It's all Chinese stack from what I'm aware of. So we'll take a quick look at the brackets before we go any further into the lineup. So yesterday we had quite quick results. Team Zero go along. The entire series lasted, like half an hour. So Team Zero very clearly thundering ahead. One of our other favorites that we watched as well, Kev, one of the invited teams, of course, going through Magyolo. That one was a bit closer, but we didn't get to watch Team Bright versus Eagle, which is the match Winter just mentioned, as well as The Goal of All Life is Death, which is a hilarious team name, by the way, up against Dark Horse 2-1 there. So we have our upper bracket team secured, and Team Bright and Dark Horse unfortunately have to sort of wait in the low bracket, and we already have our first two eliminated teams in Go Along and Magyolo. So a bit of an unfortunate result, but it is what it is. We truck on here. There's only one slot available for China, and the remaining of these 6 teams will be fighting for that. So, I mean, expectations-wise, this is kind of how I think we all expected it would play out for the most part, at least in the upper bracket.
Yeah, pretty much very, very straightforward like overall, but I have a feeling today's games are going to be a little bit more complicated than yesterday. And hopefully we'll get some really good quality games. And yeah, teams are going to just fight it all, give it all to fight for the last slot, you know, on one slot, the only slot that they have here in China.
Yeah. It's kind of a bit of a proving ground as well, because we mentioned this yesterday already. In the main event for Elite League, of course, there are already the big 3 Chinese teams invited. You got Extreme Gaming, you got AR, and you got LGD, of course. So to be able to stand on that equal footing and get that international exposure is not something a lot of other Chinese teams have the privilege of. We'll see whether that's something one of them can live up to the expectation of, as we'll get into the game shortly. But I guess as we talk about Team Zero and Eagle moving into this first series of the day, do you have any expectations? You said that things will be a bit more complicated. Is it a result of these players knowing each other, or sort of being more old heads in the scene, or just some strategies that you've seen them bring out so far?
Probably just because they have more experience. I think that's the main thing. Like, both these teams have more experienced players. They have much better, I guess, pick order. The way they're drafting makes a lot more sense from a competitive point of view. Just overall, I feel like they are more evenly matched, you know, compared to some of the games yesterday. So we're probably gonna see more complicated games. And I mean, like I said, you know, it's only one slot. People are just gonna try to give it their all and try to make sure they secure the slot as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think the key thing for me when you mentioned experience on the Eagle lineup, a few of them, of course, a bit more experienced, significantly more experienced than the others. In particular, I'm looking at their position 5 outsider. It says outside here. Some places it's listed outside. But everyone might actually know him better as Victoria. Yes, that Victoria. That player who made it all the way up to a pretty high placing at TI. I believe it was TI 7. They went 4th in LGD up against, of course, eventually losing to Liquid there. But it's been a while since he's been on a big stage. You know, he's always in these qualifiers, always with different sort of stacks here and there. So it'll be really cool to see whether he's able to, you know, make it there as well. I mean, Xiao Yu is listed here as the player, so maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe MDR is Xiao Yu, but we're not entirely sure. Hey, you're friends with him, right? Maybe you can drop him a little message halfway through and be like, hey, you playing?
Just let me see. Yeah, you're definitely right. It's not his. It's not his account.
Yeah, maybe he's just playing on it. Like maybe
Yeah,
he's got fresh slate, rebrand. Some players like to do that. I mean, even Faith Beyond did it with Bach, right?
yeah. Some players they have an alternate account when they're playing tournament games. I've known a few
Yeah,
special
just
accounts.
try to basically smoke you so you can't see their Dota buff, what they've been practicing, all that stuff. I think it's especially common in like other esports like StarCraft, right? Because the biggest thing back in the day, StarCraft, all these players on ladder, they would just make their names barcodes so you couldn't track them. I'm not sure
Oh, I didn't know you're a SC2 fan.
Dude, SC2 is what I grew up on. I'm so sad that Artosis and Tasteless are not like a duo anymore because that was my jam. But yeah, I think that's what comes to mind. I think Dota players usually are a bit more brazen though. They don't really care if you're gonna track their stats. They just sure, ban my stuff. I don't care. It's more pick
I
priority
mean,
in the draft.
StarCraft is a lot about the build order, right? You don't want people
Yeah,
to know your build order, so I can understand that. In Dota, I mean, you kind of have like a different item built for a different hero, but everything
yeah,
is more accessible, I would say, in Dota. Even if
yeah,
you block out your account, there are always going to be like huge stats website that
yeah,
gives you a pretty good picture of what's working with a particular hero and what's not working. So
yeah,
I think it's maybe not as important. I mean, to a
yeah,
certain degree, it probably it's still better for players to hide, what they're doing, what they're practicing. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, I don't think it matters as much as something like in StarCraft, because Dota is 5v5. StarCraft
yeah.
is
True.
1v1, so it matters a lot more there.
Yeah, every little timing matters a lot more in StarCraft, but we'll see exactly what these teams are going to bring to the table. Really, the only sense of privacy that you get in Dota is like if you're really doing private lobby scrims and stuff like that. Maybe there's some secret strategies that Team Zero haven't shown us just yet, but we have a draft ready, so we'll hop right in very shortly. Eagle as well. Some of these accounts, we haven't really had a lot of professional data on them, like tagged to their name. You go look at the esports profiles, you go look at what they've brought out. I mean, hell, MDR, the offlaner for Eagle, only has 2 pro games listed, and those are the 2 games that he played in the qualifying for this event. So, still beating Team Bright, I think, is a very significant feat. Like you mentioned, a lot of major names on there. So I know Team Bright will be waiting in the lower bracket for a little bit of revenge. But as you can see here, we have a draft already. First bans from Eagle, Timbersaw, Tiny, and Pango, showing some respect over to both 7E as well as I guess technically Pondo can play it as well. And on the flip side, Team Zero, they choose to take out the Storm, Naga, Mars, and Kanka. Specifically, the Storm and Naga are favorites of some of the Eagles players. Of course, their position 1 is who literally first picked this Naga. That's how confident they were in it. And of course, the Storm Spirit is something that their mid laner likes to play as well.
Yeah, on the other hand, Shell Demon is an up-and-coming support right now. Very, very highly rated among the pros because of the fact that you can dispel the Wind Waker, which is something that, I mean, it's later in the game, not like early mid-game, but it's very useful for that. And obviously, stacking is also kind of important for position 4.
Yeah.
This hero stacks rather easily with Shadow Poison and Disruption, which is a very useful setup for Mirana as well, because we see a lot of Miranas being picked in the current meta. Not this game, it's banned, but just a hero that feels like it suddenly got a lot of attention from teams despite not really getting any direct buffs to the hero.
I think, of course, not just the stacking, right? But I don't know about you, Winter. Sometimes I get a little greedy with it. Sometimes I like to, I stack myself, and then, if none of my cores can farm, I'll pop a Shadow Poison, couple of stacks on there, and get that gold. It's a hero that can use that gold very well, right? Any sort of survivability tool you have, repositioning tool, and later down the line, you get an Aghanims. It straight up walls up some of these
But
cores.
why are you clearing the stacks yourself? I see a support stacking and clearing on their own. If they're not buying a dagger,
You're reporting me.
You're stealing from the team. Do you not know that if you let your teammate clear,
sorry.
you're getting gold too? So if you clear it yourself, the overall picture is the whole team is getting less gold.
I've just exposed myself to Winter. This is a disaster.
What
Okay,
the hell are you doing?
sometimes the games get a little rough. I need my money somehow. But okay, there's a reason why I'm not in these pro teams and I'm not ranked highly on the leaderboard like yourself, right? They will go for the techies though, a pretty solid combo. I think you talked extensively about this already. It's a hero that just is default the biggest lane winner in the entirety of the game right now.
Yeah, for I guess for position 4, position 5, and maybe techies can also be considered position 5. I think apart from Chen and Chantress, those are the 2 other ones that are really good at securing a lane. Yeah, I mean, Takis is just very, very solid. Like, he
Yeah.
pairs well with a lot of the offlaners. And if you think about what are the offlaners being picked right now, they're mostly like Dragon Knight, Mars, Centaur, Doom. You know, Takis just works with all these heroes in the lane, and Kanka as well. You know, if you play Kanka offlane, he
Yeah.
just
So
allows the kill lane to be very, very deadly to the carry, because he provides you with a lot of trading long range attacks, and you have
yeah.
a lot of damage from your sticky bomb and your blast off.
Yeah, just yesterday actually Eagle ran this exact support duo, except they put the Techies 5. So I believe it was Outside who basically played this as a bodyguard instead for the Naga Siren, and Shadow Demon was actually played by Hara, who brought it to the top side up again, up
Yeah.
along with the Razor. So
Like I said, you know, you kind of like want to stack on SD, so it's better
mm,
on a position 4. But at the same time, Takis is I feel like this hero fits better on a 4 too, because
yeah,
he
makes
wants to
sense.
play with the strong lane. Like, he
Yeah,
doesn't want to. How do I put this? He doesn't want to play with like a Terrorblade, you know, for example, or Faces Void,
understand.
because you can't kill that lane, right? You're just merely in the lane to protect him. Takis wants to be able to kill the enemy carry. He wants to be with like a Centaur here, you know, and you pressure the enemy carry. And on
Oh,
the flip side, Shadow Demon kind of is okay, even if he's not really stacking on the side. But
mm,
he's okay playing with the carry, where you're in a defensive lane, you push the
mm.
wave out, and you make sure you pull and you get levels. You know, I think Shadow Demon's okay with that.
Yeah. Speaking of Shadow Demon being okay, he's gonna be very happy about this Centaur War Runner pick. Just a disruption into Storm combo can really threaten any of these position ones Team Zero is looking to pick up. The Lifestealer as well, we saw it used to great effect just yesterday by Fly, going for a bit of an unorthodox build. And Winter, I saw at the end, as soon as the last series ended, you went into demo mode with the Lifestealer, so I'm sure you have a bit of information for us there. But the Aghanims is such a unique pickup, especially against these tanky heroes. I think we heard quite a lot of
Yeah.
analysts talk about Lifestealer, saying that you almost need this immense reaction spell to him. That's why we saw the Black Hole picked yesterday. But with the eggs, it kind of feels like it doesn't even matter.
The axe is like a very, very just useful item on this hero. He can't really be kited against some of the counter picks. You know, I think it's very good against, like you said, you know, the Enigma. It's very good in that kind of situation. It's very good. I guess it's very good against probably any like hero that you can't man fight as lifesteal.
Yeah.
Maybe like some Terrorblade or something that you can't really right click head on. So you just get the axe and you, I guess you kite him, or
Yeah.
or you, or you
It's
I,
weird.
I don't know what
It's
you
kind
call
of
it, but you just run around. You just run around and then you damage him and he can't hit you.
yeah.
It's just very annoying for the opponent to deal with. And I kind of also feel like Lifesteal is one of the, I don't want to say strongest, but he's definitely up there right now after the Sage buff. I just feel this hero just feels very safe in the game now, right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's strong in the lane, and he deals with a lot of the core heroes. And his bad matchups are like not really that bad anymore. You know, his bad matchups are usually what, Morphling, Faces Void. I mean, called carry the carry matchup I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Razor and all these heroes, Terrorblade, and all these heroes I feel like can be kind of dealt with by buying Aghanims, you know.
Yeah.
And you go inside them. And then
Yeah,
what?
it's so weird because we always think about Lifestealer as like this man fighting hero, and then in the bad matchups where he can't man fight, now he has an item to allow him to play dishonest and hide inside you.
You know what? Probably the hardest counter is just Doom now, because you Doom him and he can't
Yeah.
lifesteal, and he can't use his Aghanims to get out. So I
Yeah,
guess
the-
that's probably the only one. But
The
then Doom is
crazy-
terrible against lifesteal in the lane.
Yeah, so it doesn't even feel that good, but they might still go for it here, Team Zero, because they could always flip things around, go for a Dragon Knight carry. That's something that we did see in previous patches. I know, especially with some of the nerfs to the key items that he gets, and those timings, specifically Mage Slayer, may not necessarily be that good, especially into a Shadow Demon who can just make illusions of you. But still an option, still pretty decently, decent pairing with the Lion. Seems like Eagle, they're missing a mid laner to go up against 7E's signature Queen of Pain here. I've seen him do mad work on this hero, and not a lot of major control other than the chain stun from the center and the techies.
Yeah. I mean, the Shadow Demon, like you said, he's gonna be looking to make copies of that juicy blue dragon or black dragon, in the team fights, and it's just gonna be very annoying for you to deal with. I mean, on the other hand, they have Lion, so he can just manage train the illusion.
Yeah.
So I guess they kind of have some ways to deal with it.
Yeah, I want to picking the Queen of Pain so just blind here. Is that any concern to you as they last pick up the Slada? So I guess it's going to be a Dragonite carry and Slada off lane here, if I had to guess.
Probably. If you have, I think if you have MP as your position 5, you kind of wish that he's paired with something like a DK that doesn't really need a babysitter, you know? So you
That's
can
true.
TP around and kill people.
Yeah.
Like if you're laning with like a weak laner, for example, like a PA, you know, and then you TP away, you feel bad, you know? You know that
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a
yeah.
baby at home crying, you know, and then you have to TP back.
She's like, please come back, please, I can't
Yeah,
farm.
with Dragonite, you're kind of like, he's gonna be fine, you know, Dragon Blood, you know, he's not
Yeah.
gonna die.
He already got his showcase and feature in the anime. He'll be fine like in the dark for a little bit, right? Who cares? Okay, Eagle, last pick here up against the Queen of Pain. Some pretty bursty heroes from what I can see from the Team Zero side. Is there any sort of pick that screams out to you at this current moment?
Shadowfiend.
Shadow Oh,
Nah,
oh,
I'm
that's
thinking
full
of
ego. That's full ego. Like, oh, I'm gonna 1v1 crushing
I'm
with lane.
thinking
Damn.
of Winter Wyvern actually. Kind of like Wyvern
okay.
against Slada. But I don't know if the hero is still good right now with the
Yeah.
nerfs to Mage Slayer. I think he's kind of still fine, you know, but we're probably not gonna see it. They're gonna need like some. I think they need like a semi carry because Lifestealer probably won't be able to do everything on his own this game.
Okay.
Yeah, so OD,
Woo.
another carry. Maybe another
Yeah.
core, you know, it's not like a rotating hero. Centaur is probably gonna be doing the brunt of the rotating, but at the same time, I also feel like Centaur is not. He's not someone that doesn't really need gold. You know, he's still gonna take some of the
Yeah.
resource on the map. You know, he's not like gonna just run around. Oh, I got blink. Bye. I'm just gonna run around gank and just I don't farm anymore.
We saw kind of what happens, and you mentioned a bit about the Centaur War Runner's typical item build up as well. If you rush the blink, it feels like this huge investment, and then if you get the veil, the blink gets slowed down if you're not able to get any meaningful connections.
Game, probably, I feel like Veil's kind of okay because you need the armor.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice with Tekis and the
Yeah.
OD, so you buff their damage, and you can probably delay your Shivas. I mean, the Shivas is gonna be good no matter what because it's against Dragonite and Slada, so you kind of want Shivas against those heroes. So I think eventually you're gonna think about getting those items, and maybe Halberd can be useful this game.
Yeah.
Against the Slada, but usually you don't see Santos get that unless it's like
pretty
absolute
late and it's a
absolute
situation, right?
necessary to get it to disable one of the cores, then you get it. Otherwise, you generally don't get it. So his job here is to basically try to help the OD succeed and maybe, you know, carry some lifestealer bombs around the map, get some kills with the techies. And eventually,
I was kind of thinking, I thought for sure that Eagle would go for something like a Spirit so the Lifestealer bombs could get involved a bit earlier, but they go for your option instead with a bit of a semi-carry, the OD.
Yeah.
I'm pretty worried though, because isn't OD's major weakness just being jumped? Like, they have Slada, they have DK, they have Queen of Pain and Lion. I feel like if they spot him out and he's not positioned well, yes, you have a save on the Shadow Demon, but does he just get bursted 100-0 and then the fight's over?
Lifestealer is also a save, my friend.
That's true.
He has two saves, and if you count Stampede, that's 3 saves. You know?
That's true. Reactive Taser Shot, that's 4 saves. I'm okay, they stacked it up then. This actually, the Lifestealer isn't even the carry. It's actually OD, and he's a master tier. So.
Whenever you pick OD kind of he's the boss, you know.
Yeah.
Everything else that you pick before that just becomes the
his
sauce.
servant.
The sauce, you know, the seasoning, you know, the salt and the pepper. Everything doesn't matter as much.
OD is the main dish, yeah. And you got all your entrees, your desserts waiting on the side just for him to make his appearance. And this is something that I think Eagle picked yesterday as well, with which they crushed their opponent's Team Bright, of course. So. How do you feel about this OD versus Queen of Pain matchup though? Because I'm not too familiar with mid lane. Seems pretty safe.
It used to be difficult for OD. I remember when I was watching it. I mean, it was some time ago. So co-op, you would max the dagger and you just don't try and last hit. You just try to make both heroes poor, if that makes sense. So you just try to you just try to mess his game, even though you have to mess your own game.
Yeah.
Because
bar for bar, right?
A poor OD compared to a poor Queen of Pain, the poor Queen of Pain will be more useful than the poor OD.
True. True. OD is a hero that really needs his net worth and his levels. We'll see whether 7E actually not on the Queen of Pain. Interesting stuff. It's a pause 1 Queen of Pain,
Huh?
and they're putting the Dragon Knight in the mid. What the hell?
Dragon Knight against OD.
Yeah, I mean, look, okay, I get it, right? Yesterday, we saw 70, we're like, oh, he's gonna lose lane versus the Wind Ranger against the Tiny, but he'll be fine. He crushes the Wind Ranger, so maybe he's just a bad matchup king.
He knows something we don't. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure. This guy's got some secret strats. I'm not really sure how they're gonna pan out, but of course, Zhang Jiamin did play the DK himself yesterday to pretty decent effect up against the Storm. So, I mean, DK I feel like is a hero that most mid laners are quite familiar with, so they should be quite clear on what the strengths and weaknesses
This lane
are.
is okay in the early levels, but once the OD gets more points in his Arcane Orb, I'm not sure. I think you should probably max Arcane Orb in this lane. I'm not sure if you actually max Imprisonment. I think if you want to win the lane, you get more points in the Orb and you just, op the DK down eventually. You won't be able to sustain. Even if you get...
Yeah, I don't know what this is. I mean, Erika's just gonna die in the top side. That was so easy. I mean, now that I'm looking at it, maybe what they're thinking is the Queen of Pain can blink out of that setup, but it still feels like such a weak selection. Maybe
but
they're thinking double range.
You're
I
weak
don't know.
you're weak at level 1. You're very weak, and that's how they got abused, Like you said, disrupt
Yeah.
into Centaur stun, and that's it, you die.
Yeah, I don't really. I
And
mean,
our friend Nature's Prophet,
yeah,
I think
it's-
everyone's happy to see Nature's Prophet dying. Enough of this.
Yeah.
Mad
What is
man.
this sprout? God, actual garbage spell. Like, how did Ice Frog allow this to happen? He's already so annoying. We already spent so many years suffering from Nature's Prophet TP jungling. Do you remember that? Like, they just go up to the cliff, get a gloves of haste, and just AFK for 4 minutes just to get mediocre EXP and gold. It was the worst. I'm glad those times are over though.
I miss the Tinker Ancient stack farming at level 1.
Oh my gosh. don't
I used to be
remind
one
me.
of those.
Oh, dude, I didn't know I was casting with a degenerate. What the heck? Tinker Ancient. I mean, March
what
of the
can I say?
Machines.
Like, you
Rest
win
in
2
peace.
games. You think it's like a big grief, but back in the days you can actually win games with that.
No, that's true. That's true. Dota was very, very different back then.
Yeah.
I mean, some prophets, especially with better farming patterns, jungling wasn't even that bad, right? You come out of the jungle with a decent time orchid and stuff, and then you just start ganking. It could be something look. I don't think this game in particular. I'm a little worried because coming into this game after the draft, I'm thinking, wow, the Eagle lineup is so greedy, right? You already mentioned the Centaur, he wants gold, OD wants gold. Lifestealer, he can operate with an armlet, but you'd ideally want a few more items.
I'll tell you it's not as greedy as some of the drafts I've seen here, so I'll give it a pass.
Okay, you're willing to close one eye. It's fine. It's greedy, but not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. And if they win their lanes like this, the Centaur is doing so well at top, and maybe it'll be fun, because you always say that whenever you win your lane, it doesn't matter how greedy your drafts get, you
True.
probably can get away with it.
Yeah.
And they do have some strong lanes. Yeah, both their side lanes on the Centaur and the Lifestealer, they're doing very well. Yeah, DK is also winning mid against the OD right now.
Yeah.
So maybe I actually don't know the matchup.
Yeah, I thought that OD would be fine here as well, but I guess it's a situation where even if you max out your Arcane Orb, the DK will always be able to regen through that, and he doesn't really care that you're taking away his int with the Arcane. I guess the Imprison as well. It doesn't really concern him. 2-0 on the board after those first 2 kills, and they haven't really been able to find the Queen of Pain again because of that blink, and going for a Bracer herself, as we see. Bot side, Paulo just on a little excursion here. He wants to see this new nice little well that they built in this corner, and he's probably just gonna try and TP.
Oh no.
He's fine. He's fine.
Oh my god.
That was close. That was close though. That was close. I mean, honestly, even if he dies or even if he gets interrupted, it's a lot of time that's wasted for this.
But then he'll be so upset, You have to walk all the way back to the lane. There's no way.
True.
No way it was worth it for him. It was so risky, but he got out. That's all that matters. And disruption. Another storm incoming. Oh, he decides otherwise.
Okay.
But that wasn't a very far blink. Alright, he has stick charges.
Yeah, he's dead. One more double edge. Oh, okay, no, infused raindrops. I'm high. I didn't see the edge, and actually the Centaur's dead himself. ZZQ's got a TP in, so great itemization from Erika. And that's gonna net them 2 kills, it seems like. A couple more auto attacks and they turn things around, so evening the score right now.
Raindrops, lifesaver. Never
Yeah, insane item.
never skip your raindrops. You always get it as soon as possible. I mean, maybe not as soon as possible, but whenever you can, you know, on the lane. Especially against the Centaur. Just so much value on the lane.
Polo in the spot side just gets run down by the tag team duo of and outside, so just taking advantage of the slows between the both of them to work down the Lion. Probably stepped a bit far out of position though, because I don't really see how else that happens. But I don't think Beyond's too sad about that, right? He's doing so well in the net worth and CS.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Slaughter against Lifestealer. This matchup is pretty good for Slaughter. Any melee hero, you're gonna you know, have a good time as a Slaughter. 6-minute loaders and power rune spawning, arcane rune. Ponlo is gonna say, yep, this is mine. Thank you, sir. Dragons don't need runes.
Yeah, whatever lah. You know, you're even though you can get a lower cooldown on your dragon form, who cares? You can just use it anyway, and we'll just get this tower, get a free kill onto Hara as well, taking advantage of the Nature's Prophet ability to rotate. And maybe that's the game plan, right? Because even though the Dragon Knight goes even with the OD, at least from what we see so far, you can always rely on the Nature's Prophet maybe TPing in one Sprout, and it's going to be very hard for OD to operate. They're swarming around this area now, trying to look for more and aggress upon Zhang Jiamin, or at least maybe just put on some tower pressure. Now ZZQ is a bit too far forward, runs straight into a Hara who TPs back into the lane, and looks to be getting a bit of revenge there. Last Arcane Orb, they'll find the Nature's Prophet, so they push away this aggressive force of Team Zero, and looks like 7E has to back up.
Yeah, very important time in the game against the Dragon Knight. Catapult wave, Dragon Form, you have to bring heroes to defend the tower. I mean, sometimes you even see like the carries or the offlanes rotating in to defend this tower. I mean, it still took like a what 1.1k damage or something like that.
Yeah,
still a lot.
Dragon Knight things, right? What a silly hero. Just a couple auto attacks and it's more than enough. You can imagine that once that Dragon Form comes up again, he'll be calling for his allies to come back mid and just get the job done. Once you open that area up in the mid lane up against the OD, it becomes pretty hard for him because he doesn't have anywhere to play around. Now, Honlo, on a warding excursion or de-warding excursion, gets caught out by both MDR and Hara. ZZQ TP in to try and help him out, but now he's in the middle of 3 heroes. His ally's already dead, and a bit of Save Your Buddy syndrome. Trying to come through. Huge Sonic Wave, though, interrupting that blast off, and beautiful start from Erica to pressure back the attackers of Eagle. He'll get imprisoned up, but he's at least able to get both supports, and 7E has shown up as well, along with Zhang Jiamin, but they aren't really able to contribute much to the fight. That was a Sanity's Eclipse used for really not much. ZZQ is able to just walk it off.
Yeah, and ZE picks up the haste rune to continue his unfinished business previously. Probably gonna be able to secure a tower. Tower's gonna drop really low, but they're bringing more heroes. They have to bring more heroes to deal with this DK now. There's a big wave coming in.
Yeah. Well,
and Taki's is making his way over.
Yeah, they're just both gonna get timed out. Like, they're like, oh, no, we don't want to deal with you. Face the wall for a little bit. Think about what you've done. But what he's doing is getting the tower. Good try on the deny there from Zhang Jiamin, but it's just not enough, right? The damage coming out from the DK is too significant. 5 for 5 here, pretty even game overall. I mean, at this current game state, it seems like the Dragon Knight is surging ahead. So screw us and what we think about the lane matchup. 7E clearly has a different idea.
Yeah, I think DK just somehow does. I'm gonna change my opinion. My information has been very outdated, unfortunately. I mean, I swear I remember seeing this lane and I was like, the DK getting.
Yeah, right. I can't help but feel like the DK gets bodied, but maybe just great mechanics coming out from 7E to, you know.
I mean, the thing is, like, so much has changed, you know, with how people play the lane.
That's true.
And how certain, you know, small little interactions would affect certain specific matchups. And
yeah,
I mean, that's why we are not mid players, you know, we're just the lowly ward buyers, you know.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think especially with how Dota has evolved, people
Disruption.
Yeah, up to the top side. Set out with 3 as well.
It's
in
tanky.
with the chain stun, but still able to blink away. They stampede forward. Erica's actually turning around, trying to get a kill.
That was
pretty
okay for
Chan
the
move. I don't think it's that bad, the fact that you get that Centaur.
That was okay. If he had actually a little bit more mana, he might have been able to just burst the Centaur with another spell. And maybe she doesn't die.
Yeah, but I mean, no one was in the area to really help her out. They're just busy on this Dragon Knight whirlwind ride here.
Nature's prophet, where are you? You know.
Yeah, that's why you ping teleport off cooldown and you're like, oh, this guy's. Look at him now. Literally look at the Nature's prophet. This guy's hitting creeps. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. It could have Seeds of Serenity there. You know, it could have TP'd in, planted some seeds at his feet.
You
try to
have
help him
Brave
out.
Band, come and tank some damage, bro.
Yeah, you help me out, man. It's ZZQ trying to become a core. This is the classic
I mean,
Southeast Asia.
this is
all-chat
why
line.
I don't like to play Nature's prophet in
Yeah.
pubs.
You just get flamed, regardless of what you do. It's okay lah. Nature's prophet. You know, if you pick Nature's prophet, you kind of deserve it. I'm not gonna lie. CCQ. He's already done a pretty good job in terms of rotating, and even with that death, it doesn't seem like Erika has been derailed at all in terms of the net worth. Still sitting on the top of that, able to farm up very well. I'm pretty interested to see what the
which
build
blade?
is. For now, it seems like a Witch Blade.
Which blade is here?
Mm-hmm. Good bit of armor. Looking to go blow for blow with the OD, perhaps, who is also building up a Witch Blade of his own. So going less for just kind of the Astro focus build, which I think is just completely dead now with the changes to Meteor Hammer, and just going right click OD.
It's gonna be a very slow build up overall for them. I mean, Lifesteal is getting. Don't know if you get Radiance this game. I kind of feel like you have to buy Armlet into SNY.
Yeah, I mean,
Or maybe Helper can be nice too this game actually.
I guess just for the mischance, right? But I'm
Yeah, I
just
guess
a
the
bit worried
starter
that you get minus armored, and there's so much.
Yeah, that's why you get the SNY to help you out. You have higher move speed.
Yeah,
And you can run around, because if you're building up in the Radiance doesn't really, help you as much.
do anything, right? Like in terms of rounding out your hero.
I mean, if you're having a very, very good game, I guess maybe, but I guess it's tough minus armor. Like, I just feel like you want to get Armlet. I mean, the thing is like you want to get AC as well, as soon as possible.
Yeah, they you running around here.
Yep, the 3-man squad.
Yeah.
Centaur is looking to party here.
Oh, MDR actually gets spotted out through the tree lines. They think there's some vision in the area, but that's the blink reveal coming out from 7E. They're trying to put him under, trying to save him, but they realize this is a lost cause. One final flailing TP away from the Centaur doesn't connect, or doesn't go through rather, and they get the kill on MDR.
That's what you call a dead horse, That's
They are,
yeah.
and they are absolutely beating that guy up for sure. They say don't do it, but it looks pretty good, right? Kill off the off laner, 2k gold lead, put him further down.
And you look at his skill build. If you die when you have this type of skill build on Centaur, it's not fun, No bueno, we say.
Yeah,
You have 3 points in retaliate. You have you don't have a lot of points in your double edge and Ghost Storm. Dying like this doesn't feel good.
Yeah. Oh,
Because whenever you get your
spot out
dagger, you're not that useful for your team.
Yeah, I mean, but you talk about dagger. 7E is making it look shiny and sparkly. Rushes it as a first item and puts it to work already with 2 very high value kills. They seem to have seen the Lifestealer walk down here, whether it's that ward near the entrance.
Kind of
of the
surprised that
jungle.
he's not getting like the Orchid build on DK. He's
On
going
DK?
for dagger BKB. Just
Okay.
very safe. I felt like the Orchid would have been useful this game against. I mean, all their calls, like Lifesteal doesn't want to build a Dispel or BKB. Or same goes for OD.
True. I mean, even to a certain extent against the supports, right? Being able to prevent them from throwing any of their saves or shenanigans into the mix. They're able to burst down the backline without much
And
repercussions.
Dota players, they don't like to change. They don't like to, jumble up that item sequence. When they want to go this build, they are going this build. So when you get Orchid, you force them to mix things up.
Yeah.
And some people
It's
get
like-
annoyed.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about StarCraft 2. You have to mess up your perfectly planned, calculated build order and really, really grinds your gears.
Yeah, because this guy called Maru always proxies some barracks, so you get annoyed.
What can you even do? Like, suddenly there's a photon cannon rush. Like, you're like, damn, okay, I was trying to go for mass bio. Guess I'll have to invest in static defense. Feels stupid. But for now, Team Zero, regardless of what they're investing in, it seems like it's working out, right? 3k gold lead, even though it's an unorthodox laning setup, they seem to have come out on top. And now beyond, with that Blink Dagger Echo Saber, he's got past the initial road bump that most Lada's face, and he's ready to get going. Looking for some sort of smoke move, but everyone on the side of Eagle, they're playing very safe because it seems like they have an idea this is happening.
I mean, they don't really see a lot. So I mean, they have one ward in bottom high ground. So they don't see anything there. It's hard, for them to pinpoint. So they're just playing really safe. They're gonna counter smoke because now they know the jig is up. Everyone's top. Santa's hoping to get a multi-hero stun.
Oh no, the instant hex puts a stop to it. Paulo finger on the money there. He prevents certain disaster. It feels like ZZQ might be the one to pay the price for it. Looks like Beyond still wants to fight, eats a Sanity's Eclipse for his trouble, but it's a huge sonic wave. Can they actually follow up on it? Doesn't seem like it for now. They'll try and focus down the lifestealer, and with the Finger of Death, he'll go down. MDR was trying to hold back 70 on the front lines, but the rest of the squad of Zero just collapsed upon their carry, who was just a bit too far forward. Now the OD is just spotted out by the Corrosive Haze. They have full vision on him, and they just crush him under their feet, dominating on this DK now, and we're talking about this mid matchup, the last pick and all that. None of that matters when you just gap the mid anyway.
Dragon Knight is too strong, apparently.
Yeah.
Too darn strong.
I mean, they first picked it.
He's the stronger dragon.
True. Does OD count as a dragon? I don't know.
They call him in Mandarin. They call him the Blackbird. So I don't know. Well, you kind of.
Wait. Can you say it in Mandarin?
What? Hey Niao, just call it. Hey
Actually, like hey Niao.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I guess. I mean, technically, dragons have wings, birds have wings. Same thing, right? We're masters of ecology here.
And
He's looking a little rough. I don't think this is the only game that we expected. So far, the couple of fights he's been involved in hasn't really been able to arcane orb as much as he's liked.
Once wise man told me, be slow to judge. Give people time.
Okay. I give him time. That's what happened with the DK, right? We were so quick to judge, and then now we look like fools.
Yeah, OD still has 10 minutes to farm, bro.
Okay, you give him 10 minutes, then you're ready to assess him again. Is that
what is actually the build this game? You get your Hurricane Pike with Witchblade, and then you're probably gonna need BKB this game. But it feels bad to buy BKB on this hero.
Yeah. Especially against the Slada, who is always going to be able to bash.
The thing is, there's a lion, so you're gonna just hope that your team saves you against the lion every time.
We did mention there's 4 saves as we see ZZQ go down here in this bot side, but all things considered, the fact that the only kills Eagle are getting are on the supports, I don't think ZZQ's too mad about it. He's still doing good time on his own items with the Vlad's complete already and working towards his shot.
Yeah, I mean the Vlads is always nice, on supports. Give especially the melee heroes lifesteal. Those that don't want to buy lifesteal, especially like Sada, you don't want to buy like a Master Madness, I mean sometimes it can be good, but right now I rarely see people go for that build. It used to be the go-to build on Sada when Amma kind of popularized it.
Yeah. But now we very clearly know that, I guess the big problem for Amma and I guess to an extension the Falcons is that their playstyle, you can't really copy it because you don't play the heroes the same way, and I think that's what people realized as well. The Mask of Madness just is a very, very specific way of trying to utilize Slada's strengths that not everyone can pull off. I mean, Beyond, he's done a great job so far in terms of keeping up in net worth. He's looking at that BKB already, just one component away. So, gotta imagine that once that's online, they might just hit straight in for a Roche and start pushing the issue even more.
Double BKB Gleipnir sounds like a very scary timing for them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they just probably not gonna finish it. Because the shot is gonna be huge. It's always huge on this hero.
Yeah.
Lion's gonna be like, I wish I get my shot too, but
he needs to. He bought Blink and he's buying 4 staff, so he's he's like begging ZZQ, please finish your shot manually so I can get it with the top.
Dude, even if he gets it, it's like a 50-50. It will be between him and the DK. Yeah, the DK.
Which is, I mean, the DK shot isn't too bad, right? It does quite a decent amount of damage in the fights, especially with the
but Lion's like, no way yours is better than mine. He's already making his case in front of the court.
Yeah. He has his whole the whole set of documents listed here. The main document that he has is a printout of that Reddit shitpost about how the line with the plate mail and 4k HP just
and DK is bringing his counter argument. Did you not see the last patch?
Yeah.
Did you not see?
Yeah. Hello? I was literally the top banned and contested hero. Like you're cute and all on the position 4, but I can play everything. And it's a tough case in the court here. We'll have to see how that concludes in the 20.
Oh no.
OD. Getting caught out here. Where's the save from Hara? Not in position, but has that 4-staff away. They're trying to find him with the Corrosive Haze. They'll settle for outside instead. And it doesn't seem like they'll be able to finish him off. No, the blink forward from Erica and the Gleipnir finds his mark. Looks like Chang
Oh no, he's tracked.
Yeah, I mean, they see him.
Save
the rest
the
of the
dragon.
TPs need to come in. Alright, help that little blackbird. He needs to fly free. Nice disruption. And they buy back. They want to stand their ground and fight with Sonic Wave right on top of him. They're trying desperately to finish off this OD, but he's able to imprison himself. And now 7E's in some trouble. Doesn't manage to get the TP out despite the BKB. They will get their initial target, but oh, the blast off from outside. That's the buyback coming into play there. And will get himself a double kill. So decent hold, but it does cost Eagle quite a bit. That feels like such a panicked reaction. And they don't save their OD in the end.
He will give their lifesteal radiant, so I mean, he's happy. He's Donkey one happy.
Yeah.
He's like, shit, I got radiance, guys. Don't worry, don't worry. This blackbird seems like he's not gonna carry the game. I'll have to do everything on my own, you know. I have to do everything myself, you know. Saves the lifesteal.
It's funny because at the start of the game we were saying like, oh, you know, a Lifestealer, now that the OD is picked, he's the boss now. And it's almost like the Lifestealer's very happy that this is conveniently happening, right? Like in that fight, he could have had the option of maybe infesting his OD there, but he just decides, no, I get the kills, I get my Radiance. Oh man, it's so sad that you died. Guess I have to carry now. So sad. He's smiling. He's pleased. Reactive Taser shot for outside. And one additional save, but it's not gonna stop them. They know everything at the kitchen sink was used in that fight from Eagle, so they just hit straight into the Roche now.
So who's getting this? Who is gonna get this?
Is it between the Lion and the DK again, or are we? They're in court. They also want
wish.
custody of the Aegis. It's gonna be Erica. Okay, boring.
Yeah,
boring,
Erica
but-
is showing his team. Do you not see the role IQ in his game? Carry.
Yeah. Hello? I might be playing Quap. Don't forget who your carry is. And just because DK is having such a good time. So he now is going back for the Orchid. Which is a bit of a late one and interesting. I guess the heroes still don't want to buy any sort of Dispel. And they still don't have any.
Yeah, but at the same time, I always view Orchid as an item where you try to get this item as soon as possible. Like as early as possible before all the Dispels come out, you know. But I guess maybe like what you're pointing out, the enemy doesn't really look like that they're going for any of these defensive items. So, I mean, Bloodthorn is always nice.
Yeah.
It's a very good late game item. I think late game you kind of always want to have Bloodthorn. You kind of always want to have like Wind Wakers nowadays, and the Brooch in some games. In Dota has evolved so much. You know, if you watch games like 2-3 months ago, he'll be like surprised.
Storm forward. They find 7E. They were tracing him all over the map with a giant move from mid all the way to top. And they're able to find their mark. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think everything has changed so much. Even these lane matchups, right? It all comes down to the individual mechanics. But yeah, so that was... I don't know how they sort of had that persistence to just chase all the way up there to get that DK. But I'm not really sure whether they can make anything happen from it.
Probably just a kill. I mean, you're behind 7-8k. I guess kill is like a kill is a kill. You know, you're just trying to get whatever you can on the map. I mean, if you look at item timings, I think it's mostly about the OD. Whether he can actually get his next. I don't know if he actually wants to get Hex or Aghanim's next. You know, because if you feel like you might die, then you should get Aghanim's. But if you feel like you just need damage and you want to catch them and kill them in your combo, then you get Hex.
Is there a world where he gets his BKB here, or do you feel like that's like just a rough
I
item?
feel like he's probably not going to get it already. I mean, at this point, he's going to have to rely on his team to save him.
Oh,
You're
spotting them through the trees.
Nice telling Hara, please buy a shot. Please. You're not getting tormented. Please, sir.
Yeah. Please cleanse me. Please cleanse me. For now, they will clean the techies off the top side. Nice bit of vision placed by ZZQ and dewarding that area as well.
They scan. They know he's around.
Uh-oh. Oh no, not the OD. He can't die like this. He needs his next item, whatever it is, but he'll be slowed down even more. It's Team Zero's time to be a bit of a hunting party here. They've just left their Queen of Pain with Aegis down here on this bot side to solo push the tower while they're scouring across the map and getting these pickoffs. I think Erica's just going to come in here, auto-attack the tower a few more times and just get that done. Just literally one. Yeah, the answer is gonna blink in.
Stardust
in
like,
done.
nope, it's my...
Yeah, you waited too long. I gave you your 10 seconds.
No, it's tax money. I've been
Ah.
running around the map setting up
Yeah,
kills
yeah,
for
yeah.
you, so this is what I get in return, you know.
Yeah,
It's
his
not in
big
the
spin. He need like commission or something.
it's
from
not in
Crusade.
contract, but I'm just taking it regardless, you know. Disruption, nice one.
Yeah. Saving the centaur for now, but ZZQ has TP'd in. He will get stomped up and focused down by Mundo. But in comes Erica with a giant sonic wave onto 3. Can't finish the job on the centaur though, and now he's in trouble.
Oh,
A bit
no.
too deep, first life lost. Still has the BKB and the backup of
Blast
the
off.
rest of his squad. Can they come through and help him out here? He needs to get out. Beyond is gonna come through with his own BKB, but there's the infest. So all the saves
What the
from
hell?
Eagle.
He went into the creep instead of the OD. That tells you how much he hates the OD.
Yeah, he does it. They're in fierce competition for who the carry is this game. They don't care at all. It's an internal rivalry. But they lose the
Dude.
Aegis. Yeah, it was pretty funny, right? He had
was
a
so
very clear
funny.
option.
He was
Maybe he
next to
panicked.
him.
I don't know. Maybe he panicked and he's just like click the nearest thing.
Yeah, OD is definitely like fuming right there. Couldn't you have just given me move speed so I can chase them down?
Yeah. I mean, I know I'm full HP, but like, you know, you could amp me up a little. Like, what happened to sort of supporting the homies?
I told you not to pick OD and you pick OD.
Yeah.
That was his
Some,
explanation.
Yeah, there's some Pegro comments coming out in the team Discord right now for sure. And they are in a bit of a rough spot. Hara, I guess in a way, with the way the map has sort of evolved now, every place that Eagle might take a fight, it's a lot easier for Hara to be in position to save, right? We've seen this disruption come through and help them out. So Team Zero, it can only get harder and harder for them to
where's his shot,
forward.
bro?
You see, if he stacked some ancients and cleared it, he might have the gold for it, right? See, that's why you need to do a little bit of farming sometimes.
Well, you're not wrong about that. Sometimes you need to know when you need to farm creeps on a support. It's a skill that would give you instant 1000 MMR if you
That's
know when
true.
you need to farm and when you shouldn't farm.
Yeah, I mean, this game, you look at your cores, none of them want to buy dispels. You're like, okay, well, I have no choice then, right?
I have no choice. So convenient.
I have no choice. So
choice.
convenient. Everything in this game is so convenient. It don't infest the OD. Oh, lane ward catches up Porno outside with the setup and the bombs, but there's a 4-staff away. Oh, beautiful blink from Porno just to get himself into the trees. And even though they see him with the sticky bomb, I don't think they feel confident enough because they're not clear where the rest of Team Zero are. True enough, even though they're spread out across the map, they're only now showing on vision. So looks to be gearing up to try and push this tier 2, and that's where Eagle decide to position themselves as well.
Yep, Wisdom Rune time. Time to fight. They know Porno's not around.
Okay, they'll make the go onto Beyond. He comes in really far forward, forced upon the VKB, but he's just gonna get worked down. Very over-ambitious positioning from that Slardar, thinking that he was basically free to just get that Watcher. Ends up paying with his life. So yeah, as quickly as the push gets assembled, it just gets dismantled.
Too cocky, you know? I mean, sometimes you're having too good of a game. I mean, I wouldn't say he's like having the best time of his life. He's having a good game for sure, but you know, you have to respect that your opponents can have enough damage to kill you.
Yeah, the one thing
And
about
the
Slardar-
matter is the fact that the Lion showed bottom, you know, when he was running away from the Takis, so the enemy knew that no matter what, there won't be any, there won't be like a 5 hero
Yeah.
showing up, you know, in the top side of the map anytime
Yeah.
soon.
Oh, we talk about the dispels this game. Looks like the Centaur is actually going to bite the bullet and get one for his team. The Lotus Orb being queued up right now. But it
Yeah,
feels
it's
like
it's a fine item for Centaur armor.
Yeah.
You want armor.
it's great this game too against the Lion, Queen of Pain, and the Dragon Knight. I mean, you turn around
But
Corrosive
you know
Haze.
what you truly want as Centaur? The shard, the heart, the
Yeah.
eternal shroud.
But that feels like a grief sometimes, you know, when you go for the MDR. He's gonna play for the team instead. Get those
What
key
team?
utility
He's
items.
like, what team? What team?
Ah.
What team? I am my own team, you know.
All these players in Eagle just having a civil war, just trying to fend for themselves here and get a good game. They gotta rack up the stats, you know.
You can only have one person in a team that actually looks at the stats, you know, or prioritizes the stats, and usually it's the carry player.
True, yeah.
Oh, I just had a perfect game, guys. 0 deaths.
Yeah,
And everyone is looking at him with disdain, you know.
yeah.
Do
yeah.
you
It's
not
because-
know how many times I died for you, sir?
I like the
tanked
vengeful
the
spirit with
smoke.
12 deaths is like every single swat was just to save you from stupid positioning. What are you on about? It is what it is. Position 5 struggles. This is what happens when you put two position 5 casters together. There's just rampant disrespect for carry play.
Every time those discussions ensue, he will go
Yeah.
like, the carries will go, don't you even say a word.
Yeah.
The matter of fact is you're 0-12, so
Yeah. Oh, haha,
Sleep over
KDA. Oh, shut. It's actually insufferable. But even though it's a 12k gold lead now, the kill score being even and whatnot, it doesn't feel like Team Zero really feel comfortable pushing the issue without a Brosh or Aegis. Maybe that's what they were waiting for and they'll just head straight into the pit now. Yeah, I mean, immediately in as soon as they realize it's respawned. They don't care that they lost their tier 1. They're just gonna get that second objective.
yeah, it's tough to go high ground. You have to wait for DK to have Aghanims and Manta, which is gonna take a while. I think he has, does he have one of those? He bought something,
the DK?
right? Oh yeah, he bought
he
Aghanim.
has the eggs now, I believe. It's coming to him on the courier.
Yeah, once you have Axe and Manta, you're gonna slowly be a Naga Siren with the dragon skill chipping down towers.
I'm honestly surprised that because we talked about the okay. Yeah, up here on this top side, Sonic Wave, it's a lot of damage and he's just gonna go down, so Erica gets it done by himself.
Oh no, there's a big fish, I can't TP.
Oh yeah,
There's a big fish.
There's
Run!
a
Oh
fish.
now he goes into the Odin. Now he goes he needs a right to run away.
Help! Please! Sorry for bullying you and making you die a couple of fights ago. The Glypnia's gonna stop that TP out. I mean, that's probably why we see that itemization, but with that Orchid, not even needed. 70 comes in and cleans up. Aegis for the quad now as she's feeling confident to start roaming around the map and
Where's the shard? On the SD, he needs the shard.
he needs it. He needs it so bad. He's still trying to save up for Aether Lens instead. He has 1.7k gold banked up. 1.700 gold banked up. Oh, OD up here without the save from the Shadow Demon. They're dead right now. It's a 3v5 situation and it's not looking good. You've already taken down the techies and once this OD comes out of his prison, he will be sent to death. I mean, that is just... That looks so easy.
What kind of madman puts himself into prison?
Yeah, I don't know. He basically turned himself in there. He was like, yeah, I see 5 heroes in front of me. Let me just give them some time to really think about how they want to kick my ass. And that's literally what happens. Eagle, it feels like in this past 1 minute, they weren't expecting how aggressive Team Zero were going to be. And now they're knocking on your high ground. Aegis timing for Beyond. 7E as well with his Aghanims. I mean, they're just... These racks are going down real quick. Sure, you have a couple of glyphs, but you don't have your OD for another 30 seconds. And it's gonna be easy pickings. There isn't really anything that you can really do, huh? I mean, there isn't a creep wave, sure, but it's coming shortly.
There is something you can do, my friend.
What is it? Buy shot?
Watch.
Okay.
Just wait in your fountain and watch.
Yeah, that's all you can do. They still are trying to go out and maybe make something happen though. MDR setting up in the corner, maybe waiting for a straggler.
I mean, it's an Aegis still. 3 minutes.
Straight up
Oh,
onto
he's jumping
a
in.
target. They found a double
Beyond.
stomp. It's pretty nice, but he can't do enough damage. And now Erica's jumping forward, straight on the Centaur, pressuring him out as well. ZZQ seems to be taking the damage from the OD, but again, he's in trouble. Finally, the disruption helps him out for a little bit, but again, it's just prison. What kind of friend sends you to prison? The one that wants you dead, clearly. Breathe fire, 70 high ground. This big black dragon can't be beaten down. He has his BKB. Starting to lay into him here, but the last bits of damage, they're not enough. No, they'll be able to burst him down with the poison, but it's not before an ultra kill from Erica. The only thing stopping him is his mana pool, and even that's not really holding him back. He's just standing his ground, punching away, and only now he'll blink away. With the buyback from Hara and outside, they'll at least be able to hold and just get one kill on the Dragon Knight. Oh, that's gotta feel bad for Eagle.
Yeah, they still have the Aegis for 2 minutes, so he's gonna just go back, refill, and come back again. And then what do? You won't have your buyback this time. And finally, the shot goes to... Wait, what?
What?
Why did
Wait, Paulo still doesn't have his shot.
Why did the Queen of Pain... What?
What?
Everyone
Hold
else
on.
got
Wait.
shot?
No,
Oh yeah,
he's-
everyone. It's between the Queen of Pain and Lion.
Oh, Paulo lost the 50-50. That's right. That's unfortunate. It is what it is, though. I mean, Queen of Pain is an absolute beast. This
I
game.
mean, at least this game, there's no illusion here, so you don't really need the shot
Yeah.
as much.
Yeah.
It's gone from the obnoxious shot that you just want to buy to not only remove the illusions, but to just destroy the team fight. And now
Yeah.
it's a situational thing.
It almost looks like a bit of a crazy ritual, the way he stands there and there's just like blue lines circling around him. And no matter where you go, they're like following you. It's pretty strange. One final smoke out here. It feels like Team Zero, they are just an inch away from
Oh,
taking
Hara
out
got the
this game
shot,
in
by
one.
the way.
Thank God, finally we can be clean. But is it too late? That's the question. 25k gold lead now. And they're using Erica as bait, as they have very successfully this entire game. 70, he'll be a lot more careful about just blinking onto this high ground now, knowing that, you know, the Life Stealer does have a good amount of damage if you give him the time to work into you with his basher now. But no, he's down here trying to clear creeps by himself. Where's the save? Where's the team? Let him infest. Get an OD in the picture for now. It's disruption. They've learned their lesson. They put it on the DK instead, but he comes out with a BKB. Breeze fire and fireballs onto all of them. Winding up that Sonic Wave. Just a bit of a pump fake, but oh, this is a bit of missed timing. It's not going to matter. MDR going to go down anyway. Even though they reflect that Earth Spike, it doesn't end up mattering. They still take down the Centaur. Quite a lot of resources used on both sides and BKBs as well, though. And with that Aegis running out, we'll see whether the Queen of Pain still feels comfortable trying to breach up on this base.
5v4, sure, you know. Bring it on.
Perhaps. Especially the puddle already set up. ZZQ actually TPing in onto the back side, but just get this OD, you'll disrupt him. But again, that's just gonna let Beyond narrowly miss out on the crush. They take down the line on the front lines. He's still unaddressed. This Lifestealer is looking like a bit of a problem if you can't really deal with him. He's starting to get to that stage, and at the very least, he'll be able to beat them back for now.
I mean, this corp with the Sonic Wave talents and Octarine Core, he just has like Sonic Wave all the time. 26-second cooldown.
Yeah.
Every time your Lifestealer is like running in, trying to right-click someone.
Yeah, just scream at him.
Scream.
Yeah. Leave my friends alone! And then he just like flies back.
Pretty sure that's not how Queen of Pain sounds.
Okay, can you give me your best Queen of Pain impression, Winter?
No. I'm not gonna
just give it a
embarrass
try,
myself. No.
It's for the people. I'm sure people would love to hear it.
Nope.
Oh, I thought you were preparing to do a scream. It just hit me with the delayed note. That's crazy. That hurts. Either way, I mean,
You gotta know when to say no.
okay, that's fair. Yeah, stand your ground, which is what Queen of Pain has been doing this entire game very successfully. This safe lane Queen of Pain has really worked out for them, even though it's a bit of a different paced draft.
Instantly trying it later.
Are you
in my
actually?
It looks legit.
Oh
Looks
man,
actually not just that, it just looks fun.
Yeah, right. I'm surprised how successful of a lane that Erica managed to get actually on this Queen of Pain, especially after that
She died
first death.
twice, right?
Yeah,
in the
but
lane or something.
after that was like the level 1-ish, level 3 duration, and then after that it was fine. Not too bad overall. Considering that Queen of Pain's like early laning stage is probably the roughest when you're not putting her in the mid lane. Okay, well, it's clear that
why is this hero back to the carry role? Why?
Wait, which hero? Like Queen of Pain?
Queen of Pain. Yeah, why?
I don't think it's back to the carry role. As a wise man once said, you know, you can't be too quick to judge. So this is just one game. You know what I mean?
I copyrighted that.
You copy? Okay, you're. Are you calling yourself a wise man? Anyway, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Okay, wise man, give me your decree. Okay, around 15-20 minutes ago, we said let's give this OD some time to, you know, come online, maybe prove himself.
Wow, you have good memory.
Yeah, hasn't really been the case so far. All he has is a Lincoln's, and that kind of feels like it's just to survive against like a Dragon Tail or like a Lion Hex, but he's still just getting hunted down and chased down to the ends of the earth every single fight. I don't know. This OD pick hasn't really looked convincing, and he didn't even go for the eggs in the end.
Well, what can you do, you know?
True.
You're far behind.
That's true.
You can't go for defensive items. But I mean, Lincoln's kind of defensive.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's going to be
Okay,
good enough.
Lincoln's kind of like a half and half because the stats
Sure.
and everything is nice for being on the offensive.
Yeah. Grouping up for this potential Roche spawn again. They are getting ready for it to be daytime, and it's going to sort of go through the twin gates and be down here, or rather spawn down here. Which is why both teams just circling around this area. The ward is set.
Oh no,
Is
outside.
seen. Oh, reactive
Outside.
taser. You
Run,
will-
my friend.
Yeah, get the hell out of there. I mean, they are baiting for MDR. The smoke will run out, but they have this high ground position. How many fights have we seen in this position go so wrong for the Radiant? That's because they're trying to come out in the lanes and just get caught out beyond. He'll start slithering in with his Trickster Cloak. Tier 4 items, of course, already being claimed by most of the players in this game. Let's have a quick look at what is available. We have Timeless Relic for Queen of Pain, just additional spell damage. Lion as well with that. Very nice stuff. The Lifestealer, Trickster Cloak, and the Mindbreaker coming out from OD might actually play a big part here in these fights. If you're able to silence up the Queen of Pain when she's not expecting it, maybe you can get that kill, maybe? I don't know. Meanwhile, front side, speaking of the Queen of Pain, just gets squared up upon, but a beautiful double stun from Hondo holds you back, and again, it's this Centaur War Runner who has to give his life away for the initiation, and there's nothing else to be found.
Nothing but death remains.
Nothing but death. Yeah. Let's get a nice little chop him up, you know. This literally beating a dead horse. That's the story of this game for Eagle so far. MDI, he's had a rough one. I don't even think it's his fault. It's just like once you commit in like that into this Team Zero lineup, you're basically dead, right? They need to save all the safe spells for your OD and your Lifestealer, so you're like bottom priority.
Life of the offlaner, I guess.
True.
I mean, don't talk about bottom priority on the offlaner. He's not there yet.
Yeah.
Supports are the true bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, man. I mean, the supports in this particular case, they're standing so far back.
Even
in
when
the
you
fight.
click your glimmer on yourself, your core is like looking at you. Did you actually just buy the item for yourself? Did you? Just tell me.
Why you even buy a glimmer if you're only going to use it on yourself? That's illegal. Hey, even the glimmer doesn't feel so good this game just because of the Slada, which is why they probably didn't go for it. I mean, both these supports actually didn't get any team-based items, like nothing like a 4-star or stuff like that. Just
Solar Crest team base.
I guess. But it gives him armor as well. Unbelievable. Selfish support. All you should buy is like 20 selves perpetually. This is a pretty insane minefield though. It's going to be quite hard for Team Zero to push up to here unless they use ZZQ's Minesweepers in the treants. But for now, another smoke up back to the mid lane. They want to push the issue here.
Dragon can just pop his form and just tank everything, run in.
I think so, but I mean, we've already seen from the previous fights that 7E is pretty susceptible to being killed off, but they've jumped the Lifestealer for now. Astral Imprisonment holding him in place for now, but 7E, he's jumped the backline straight onto Hara. This Shadow Demon doesn't have any way to come back in the fight. He has to buy back, but they've already taken out outside. It's a lot of mines that blow up Erika in one fell swoop, and now ZZQ, he's TP'd a bit far in. They still won't be able to collapse upon the OD though, as Erika, he only has his last life remaining. He needs to BKB blink out of here and tries for the TP. He should be fine. Great recognition there, and the rest of the team retreating as well. They only lose the supports and the Aegis, and not much else. Looks like the Gem of True Sight got picked up as well. Is it the Centaur who snagged it?
They cleared out a bunch of mines, so they're happy.
I guess
Next
so.
push is gonna be a lot easier.
I mean, this is a lot of time for...
I feel like you can just use like the Manta. I mean, okay, he doesn't have a Manta, right?
Yeah, the Dragon Knight's not going for it, which is pretty surprising. I was gonna say, you know, he's prioritizing this Bloodthorn over it, which, you know, you think maybe you run it with illusions, but I guess the idea is that you're giving the Shadow Demon free illusions to use, just to disrupt and turn that against you. I would love to find a Team Zero hero here, just perched around the area, looking for a pick-off, start getting the bleed going, but Team Zero, ever disciplined. They know that that's the only way they give out that bigger advantage. And they keep very, very tightly wound around their towers. Well, they get to tier 2. It's not too bad, right? And we didn't mention anything about this Lifestealer throughout most of this game, but slowly but sneakily, he's been able to farm himself out both an Aghanims as well as an Abyssal. So being able to tuck himself into either the Queen of Pain or maybe even, hell, who knows, even 7E or beyond, that's going to be a great tool for him to use. For now, 39k gold lead is pretty insane though, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I didn't even realize it got to this stage. That's pretty insane. Well, we'll see whether things still whether Eagle can actually find any opportunities here, because we're seeing again and again Team Zero, the high ground push, it requires them to commit so many resources. It's a bit tough to, just run into that minefield, into the full force of Eagle, especially when you're not really able to kill anymore. Just use the dragons, right? I mean, maybe the Manta as well. If you eventually want to get it, doesn't seem like it's on the horizon for 7E though.
Probably not. Like he's gonna just keep his build and just try to go in, initiate. They have to initiate and kill. Like you need to take out the SD and I guess the OD too, so they can't save each other.
Yeah. I mean, the most important thing is, like you mentioned, with the buybacks already used from the previous fight, this high ground push is going to get easier. There's still a lot of mines that the Techies was able to put down. Have to be wary about that, jumping forward, trying to bait a reaction. MDR will come in, beautiful double stun, and the Sonic Wave onto them as well. But there's the Imprisons that we talked about, keeping the Centaur alive, but only momentarily. The Slada's all over him. They've abyssaled up the Queen of Pain. It's a 1v1 situation that the Queen of Pain can't win, and you need to back up now. Hold your distance. Coming through with the Stomp, there is a Glimmer available, and the Sentry plays down. Ponlo's in trouble. The Sonic Wave, it'll allow him to survive, and they just wipe through the cause entirely! Oh, that was what they were waiting for. The real bait was Ponlo all along, and GG is called. Just like that. No more buybacks, no more hope. And they held out to the best of their abilities there, Eagle, but it just wasn't enough. Erica, Queen of Pain, position 1, a bit too strong. And that Sonic Wave just ripped them apart.
Time to go to your pubs and try it out.
Yeah.
Looks fun, Queen of Pain carry. I guess it's very specific to player, what they like to do in the game, how do they like to play the game. Because Queen of Pain carry, I feel like if you don't get like a lot of kills in the early game, then the hero won't feel the same.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of similar to a mid Queen of Pain. If you don't snowball very hard, then the hero doesn't feel well. It doesn't feel good, But I kind of like his build this game. He went for the Witchblade into Glamnia, which gives him kind of like a lot of survivability, a lot of HP, armor, and catch. Kind of solves a lot of Queen of Pain's problems, and he was able to always, land his spells in a very, very good fashion because he's tanky. He's not afraid to blink in, and obviously having the DK and Stala makes the team fight a lot easier for the Queen of Pain too. So you have to give credit to the other two heroes, especially the DK for winning his lane against the OD, and Stala doing Stala things against a lifestealer in the lane.
Yeah, I think Team Zero, even though this Slada ended up being a last pick, it feels like the draft was constructed pretty nicely around the Queen of Pain carry, right? Because you mentioned the Queen of Pain needing to snowball. You have the DK who can push these early objectives, and you can Slada who can just push the issue early on with some key item timings. All around, really good stuff from Team Zero. Eagle, they tried their best there. The OD last pick, it really felt like it was more on the run than being able to contribute in these fights, unfortunately.
Yeah, but at the same time, I also felt like the lifestealer didn't really follow the script. I felt like the script was supposed to be lifestealer playing for the OD, which is you armlet into probably SNY, and I'm not sure if you get Radiance first. I feel like you need AC, armlet SNY AC. Maybe that would have been ideal because you're playing against a Slala, so you need an armor item. Because going Radiance against like Slala, DK means, and Queen of Pain means that you're going to be forfeiting a lot of your early game momentum. So you're dodging them. You're basically going to dodge them. And if the lifestealer is dodging and OD needs to farm as well, then who is actually fighting? So Centaur was the only one you saw in the game. He was trying to actively run around to play with the two supports, But unfortunately, neither of their big cores, they are ready to join. They're just like trying to farm their timings. That's when I felt like there wasn't this balance in the game, where you see one person farming, one person fighting, so that your teammates have something to play for, So I just feel like they need to sort that out, and hopefully in game 2 it doesn't happen again.
Yeah. I mean, even though the OD pick ended up being pretty good on paper, it's just not really aligning on the same idea of who's the boss now, right? We saw a couple of times both of them wrestling for that. What feels like that carry priority didn't really end up happening that way. And just like that, Eagle, they're one game down. Keep in mind, everybody, that this is the upper bracket. So both these teams, they've done well just yesterday to make it to this spot. And they would hate to drop down and be at risk of losing just in one day alone, right? But of course, we'll find out whether they're able to regroup, put up a good fight up against Team Zero, or whether it'll be another 2-0 to start our day off right after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Sneeze and Winter here. Game number 2 of Team Zero up against Eagle in the upper bracket of the closed qualifiers of Elite League China. The game number 1, it was pretty close altogether, but it felt like Team Zero, they always had that advantage, even though they went for a bit more of an unorthodox pick in that Queen of Pain position 1 that I know, Winter, you just kind of noted it down. You're going to try that in your pubs later on. We'll see what they can bring into game number 2, though.
So far, I'm seeing like a weird hero already. Like Elk overall first pick.
Yeah.
Probably means this Elk is like some flex hero or something weird is going on here with this Elk. I mean,
Yeah.
Zero responds with a Doom right away to counter it. With you stop the healing with the Doom, so no chemical rage regen for you.
They already banned out some pretty strong supports in terms of techies as well as the... Though actually that ends up being their own supports that they take out of the picture. That's going to lead the way open for a Mirana pick as well. One of the strongest, most highly contested, standard stable supports that we've seen. So look, I was doing a bit of looking, Winter, and I can tell you exactly what is up with this Alchemist. So in the games that they played in the open qualifiers, Eagle actually ran this first pick as well in the off lane twice. So this is something that they're very comfortable with. They kind of...
I see.
Yeah, so I don't really know whether it's still good, especially with a Doom in the picture.
It's like 33 out.
Yeah.
Liquid has been doing it for a couple of games. I think like 2 months ago, something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you think of this offlane out? Because for me personally, I don't know whether I'm too convinced about it.
Feels the same as the carry out. You're just on a different lane or the same lane for that matter. Depends on where you're looking at.
True. I mean, they were successful with it, other open qualifiers opponents, but of course this is no open qualifier opponent. This is Team Zero, and they're threatening to send you to the lower bracket right now, especially with the Doom Mirana, a very strong duo already. Picking up their Grimstroke, this is an Eagle favorite here. They've snapped this up, I think a good maybe 60-70% of their games that we've seen
kill
this
lane
so far. Yeah.
Grim out, double stun, stroke of fate.
Yeah, in a way you
Makes
kind of
kinda
deny
nice.
the double Doom potential coming out from Team Zero, because Grimstroke could have definitely been a pick for them, and the Venge swap just to save someone from that tricky situation. So pretty decent tools already. I mean, later down the line, if you get something like the Venge shot and then you soul bind quadruple magic missile on unstable concoction, kind of crazy.
Then you get refresher on the bench.
Oh my god. Dude, everyone's gonna be magic missile. It's over. That thing does a lot of damage, man. Good things come in pairs, they say. I mean, for now, it still is unclear whether it's going to be a Venge outlane or Grimstroke outlane. Either way, the double stuns should be pretty strong.
Yep, minus armor too. A lot of minus armor.
Oh, yeah, true. That's good. Lead the way for early Roche if they have a good sort of carry for it. But Team Zero, they'll go for the Erika favorite here in the Luna. Double Priestess of the Moon. Okay, technically Luna's not the priestess, right? She's kind of just like part of that
Get your
entire...
laws right.
Yeah,
Mike.
my bad. Okay, what is it exactly? Is she like a warmonger or something like that?
No idea.
Okay, thank you. Either way, Moon affiliated ladies. Okay, that's what we can go with here. Pretty good tempo carry, and maybe trying to outpace the L in the...
So are they all afraid of Slug?
I guess that would make the most sense. Slug is still in the pool. I think it could be a pretty decent pickup here. I don't know whether you'd still try and get that against the Doom, but a Tiny taken in as well. We've seen Pondo play it, we've seen 7E play it, both to pretty great success. I'm inclined to think this is actually a pause 4 because I can't imagine why they would last pick a support.
I mean, kind of Doom be pause 4 as well. When you put
That's true.
Tiny,
That's true.
Tiny on the core. Pause 4 Doom, pause 5 Mirana.
Fair. Medusa comes out here for Eagle.
One of the better carries against Doom. I mean, you don't really
why
care
is
about the
that?
regen. you don't care about HP regen, dude. You're Medusa.
Does it affect your mana regen at all?
No, I don't think so. Your mana still regens,
So
so you don't care. That's why you don't
it
care.
literally doesn't matter. Alright, you're gonna stop me from regenerating my 700 HP. Cool. Very nice. Also, just pretty good because you have two supports, and I mean this whole team already from Eagle. What I'm seeing is that there's gonna be a lot of stacks going on, right? And it's gonna be up to Team Zero to see whether they can invade those areas, pressure the Medusa and the out from just power farming up. If not, might be a bit troublesome.
I mean, they do have like very aggressive heroes like Tiny, Luna. I mean, Luna you can kind of maybe steal it because Luna is like also a hero that I feel like nobody farms faster than Luna if you. Maybe Medusa can keep up. Like if you give her a good start in the lane, nobody comes close. You know, Luna farms because jungle the fastest.
True.
I mean, you have Tiny and Mirana to come over to fight and snatch your stacks with the Luna if they get a good start. I feel like when you talk about stacks, it's not about how efficient you farm it. You know, it's also sometimes about how well you can protect it so that the opponents don't really just walk up and steal it for themselves. You know.
Yeah. The Doom's not really going to be able to contribute a lot in that regard, other than, you know, if you toss out the ultimate, then
Scorch Earth, dude, he's gonna steal some farm, you know.
okay, but I mean, I just kind of feel like if you're running into a triangle as a Doom and you're up against Grimstroke bench out, they're just gonna reduce your armor all the way and eat you up. That's what
And
I'm
then you have
worried
to
about.
remember you're playing for the Luna, you know.
Oh, true. You give your life for the Luna. Is that what that is?
5 seconds.
Offlane things. Just
Do you know who?
sacrifice
Do you
yourself.
know who's the carry in the game? Luna
I mean,
asks.
true. But now it's clear, right? It's Luna, and I think hopefully Eagle, they you know, we're joking about it, obviously, just to preface everyone watching. This is a joke, but we did sort of jab a little bit at Eagle last game because it wasn't very clear whether the OD was supposed to be the big boss or whether it was the Lifestealer. Now you have Alchemist trying to get that position from Medusa as well. Hopefully they settle their differences, get the priorities straight of who gets what resource and whatnot. And they can.
They are
navigate this.
vying for the top spot in the team. Everybody wants to be that center important person on the team.
They want the spotlight, man. Can't blame them. This is.
You need to have like a right balance in the draft to actually accommodate. Like if you have 3 core players that kind of always want to like, be a part of the shining star, you know, then you have to adjust your draft to accommodate everybody because you have to keep everyone happy at the end of the day.
That's true. Very important.
Oh
They
my
take the-
god!
What is this? The Queen of Pain for themselves here, Eagle. They're gonna steal it.
Steal? Question mark.
Is it good, this game? I
Borrow.
don't know.
Borrow.
Yeah,
And
up
they
again?
kind of needed just some more damage with the double stun with Soulbind. I don't know. It feels a bit wonky that draft.
Yeah, I mean, I get it because it's a hero that can snowball, which would go pretty well with the out. You know, you run
I
around,
mean,
add
it's
a
good
bit of extra
against the
damage.
tiny mid if they are expecting tiny is gonna be mid and Doom support, and they're gonna overall last pick some Darkseer to counter the Medusa. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh my god, Darkseer. I feel like I haven't seen that hero in ages. Yeah, like you mentioned, it still could very much be a Doom position 4 here if Ponlo wants to swing it that way. And I think the Darkseer would do really well against...
Razor? Maybe a Razor. I think Doom possible with a Razor.
True.
Or Visage, actually. Visage Luna. I think that would be reasonable.
Visage, yeah, I mean, haven't seen that hero in a while. We'll see what Beyond chooses to pick up. We've seen some offlane Razors already to some decent success here. In fact, I think it was literally played by MDR alongside a Shadow Demon just yesterday. So maybe something that they're thinking about. We can't really lock down the Queen of Pain though, which may be a bit of a problem. But I guess you're going to rely on your other allies for that. Maybe you want something to mana burn. You could go Tiny offlane, Tiny 4 Doom offlane, and Pango mid still available. Oh no, Pango was first banned out, of course. Team Zero take it out. What other options do you have? It seems like
You
the
kind of
Rookie
wish
might
that
be
you
a-
turn back the patch and you get the old mana burn back on Nyx, you know? Diffusal hero.
Wind Ranger coming up likely in that mid lane. Oh, it's actually the off lane Wind Ranger. Huh. So yeah, you were right here where it's going to be Ponlo playing that Doom position 4, but it's 70 Tiny and Beyond Wind Ranger.
Mid Tiny against Corp sounds like a hard lane, but you know, what do I know? The last game I thought DK against OD was hard. And then DK was like, oh, easy lane. Sure, I'm just going to show up to this lane.
Yeah,
Last
he,
hit.
he literally wasn't bothered at all. Okay, Wind Ranger against Medusa. I guess Vengeful Spirit though. What were we thinking with this last pick, Wind Ranger offlane? Is there any merit to it? Do you feel like there's some sort of game
Diffuser
plan that you're
hero.
trying to- That's it?
Yeah, Diffusal hero. You can pressure the
Okay.
Medusa, and it's a pretty good lane. Wind Ranger Doom. I feel like he's gonna. Is it gonna be Avenge or okay?
It's,
be
I think it's
Grim-
Avenge, because Hara was the pause 4 from
Yeah,
last game.
Avenge Medusa. Maybe they can kind of hope for
Yeah.
the push and pull. Terra, use Mystic Snake, you push the wave out, make sure you can pull. Because if the lane is static, it's gonna benefit the Wind Ranger Doom, and
Yeah.
they're gonna be able to kill the Medusa easily.
Maybe we'll see the Doom have to sort of resort to some of the shenanigans that Paulo was pulling off last game as well with the Lion, just running all the way back, double waving up, forcing
Yeah,
that
just
push and
wait
pull like
till
you
the
said.
Doom gets the mana burn creep. Then that's the true
Ooh.
GG.
Oh yeah,
in the lane.
dude, that could be a thing. I was thinking about the Harpy Stormcrafter, like the Fog Lightning, but like that mana burn will be disgusting as well if he's able to find it. But this is game number 2 between both these teams. Team Zero showing a lot of promise as one of the, I think we thought, favorites coming into this entire tournament, or at least this qualifier. I guess the only other one that we, at this present moment, feels like they could stand up against Team Zero is Kev, who are playing. In unfortunately, it's not being streamed, but that game is ongoing. Want to maintain their spot here in the upper bracket, continue the smooth cruise that they've been having so far. Another 2-0 would be nice to add to their resume, but that's not if Eagle has something to say about it.
First blood action soon.
Yeah, smoke up both sides. I think level 1 spells, especially on Eagle, are pretty scary if you're not able to land the Mirana arrow. You got like what, Inkswell, Stroke of Fate, you got Magic Missile and Stable Concoction. It's
Heads up.
pretty
30
nasty
seconds.
stuff.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
I
This is a
don't
good
think they'll be
opportunity
trying
to
to
learn.
tempt fate here. Just play it a bit safe, no reason to sort of give that up. And I think I've well, was it you who told me this? If you're the team that has the late game, the last thing you want is to or you feel like you have the late game, you don't really want to involve yourself in early fights.
Was it me?
I don't know, but that's what I've heard. Essentially, it feels like these late game teams who, because these rune fights can just really ruin the entire tempo of the game or the game plan.
Offense of the Ancients.
Yep, kind of ruined already. Triple runes for Team Zero.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to get a bit more on that Alchemist, especially with the inherent Grievel's Greed, but just superior positioning and Eagle not really wanting to rock the boat. We'll get things going here. Team Zero. I think, with this Luna pick, I'm always thinking about the 25-minute, maybe first, second Aegis timing. 25 to 30 minutes. Is that the timing you think Team Zero try and go for? Is there anything stopping them?
Probably the butterfly timing, butterfly manta timing. I think those are the very clear timings for Luna, especially.
Right.
And you're gonna be trying to, I would say, finish the game before you are gonna deal with a dark portrait from the Grimstroke.
Oh, that's true.
Which is gonna be very annoying for the Luna.
Yeah, we'll see whether that ends up being the case. Of course, this Grimstroke.
I mean,
Yeah,
imagine
but-
if the elk just farms the eggs and gives it.
Oh, that'll be...
Sure, Grim, you can just have this.
Oh, you're giving him an axe over the Queen of Pain axe? That's cruel, man. That's a real man. We just hate our OD. Okay.
Ain't nobody likes her.
Yeah. She actually, everyone just doesn't even want her in the team. They're just quietly being as Pagro as possible. Chang Xiaomin's just in there, like thinking he's just playing a regular game of Dota.
Oh, you want a bottle refill? I'm TPing top.
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
so
I
sorry.
misclicked. Oh no,
Yeah.
sorry. Very very sad.
I mean, looking at the top lane now, they are dragging the wave back towards the tower. So it's very important for the Wind Ranger lane to actually get quick recruitment so they can pressure the Dusa.
Yeah. It's all about how many auto attacks you can land. It's so annoying.
Chain lightning.
Yeah.
There's the chain lightning now.
Does he have it? Oh, that's gonna be so annoying. I mean, he can just rush their arcane boots and just start putting the pressure out, right? I don't think an outside can actually stand in this lane, as long as he has mana.
But what can you do? You can't really jungle at this point, He has to send more regen to the lane.
I mean, the awkward thing is, even if you kill him, it's not like he loses the creep skill, so he's just gonna come back with full
So
resources.
do you think he should lose it? Like an Ange? You
Yeah,
die.
actually, I was thinking about that. Like, if you die on Doom, why do you get to keep your skill?
Yeah, just why?
Yeah,
Good question.
yeah. Ice Frog, if you're listening, that's a free suggestion for you. It's kind of illegal because, I mean, it puts outside in such a weird spot, right? Because you want to pressure the Doom and maybe try and force him out of position, get a kill, but even then he's gonna come back and he's just gonna harass you even more.
Yeah, Rubik loses his spell when he dies.
Yeah.
Alright, Medusa is gonna lose her life soon.
Yeah. It's just a slow little wind up. They just need to find her in the tree, starting to burn away already because of that scorched earth. There isn't really anywhere for her to run. She's just gonna melt. Very sad. Last auto attack goes the way of Beyond. And this Wind Ranger lane is off to a great start.
Early diffuser incoming.
Oh,
He
yo.
means sad Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, this Medusa's not gonna... This is one of those games where actually maybe Chang Xiamin or MDR in the mid and off lane go like, okay. You know you're having too rough
I mean,
a game. I'm
look at the
carrying now.
CS. Look at the CS, man.
Oh,
Medusa has 7.
yikes. What the heck?
Wind Ranger has 17.
Oh, more than doubling up. What can you do? This is rough. I mean, do you just kind of bum rush the win? I'm looking at the items now, and I guess you know he's going for the power threats first. So just making sure there's enough stats. It's not so crazy that he needs to rush it as the first item. We see some Pangos skip these smaller items immediately just for the diffusal timing.
I mean, this Dusa is gonna have a hard time for sure. You know, now the creep is near his the off lane tower. He's gonna have to play really careful. Doom feels like he can leave and try to steal the rune. Quad blinks in.
Doesn't manage to steal the rune away per se, but applies a bit of pressure on the Jiang Jianmin. Outside is here as well. And so, I mean, it's a full fiesta. It's only the 4 minutes. It hasn't even reached the power room yet, but should be able to get a kill onto Paulo. Just right-click him down. The slows coming out from the long-range stroke of fate will get the job done. Good moves
no
here from
boots.
Eagle.
No escape for Ponlo.
Well, 70 is tanking a lot of damage in this mid lane. I mean, this is he's still keeping up in terms of CS with that superior attack damage from the tree grab, I guess, but has to make the walk back to base for that additional resource.
Yeah, you kind of just want to last hit with your tree grab for tiny mid. It's hard for you to pressure and try to kill your opponents in the lane initially, especially against a quad. And generally, you see like the tiny players just tend to focus on denying their range creep and just securing creeps.
Yeah.
Oh, with the arrow, it's a different matter.
Yeah,
It's not gonna land.
narrowly surviving there. Chang Xiamin. So there's the blink available and quite a few wand charges as well. He's just hanging on to those resources. I did want to say that even though the Tiny was struggling a little bit, I was surprised that Ponlo actually TP'd to the top side instead of maybe coming mid for a bottle refill post-death, but I guess he had other matters to attend to. Was just trying to
Wind
get...
Ranger can't be left alone.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a hero that you want to be left alone.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, Dusa is slowly stacking jungle and farming her way back into the game. Slowly.
It's I mean, you can't exist in this lane, especially with Ponlo with that lightning, right? It just... And he has the mana burn creep now too. So this Medusa is just... Like, literally you can't be here. If not, you're just dead.
Maybe occasionally come out to spam a Mystic Snake.
Yeah, I don't
Get
know.
one last hit. Go back
It's a bit
jungle.
tricky. Converging in
I
the
mean,
mid lane.
his support can't help him as well.
Yeah, I did just decide to give up. Hara will secure the illusion rune, which means that Tiny is not going to be able to pick that one up, but they aren't really able to convert it into anything. Outside will just TP up here. Looking to be dead. Beautiful shackle. Started the chase down as well. This Vengeful Spirit not long for this world. The Medusa not even bothering trying to auto attack them.
Yeah,
Just
they
trying to
just
get
trying
whatever
to clear,
creeps he can.
clear the creeps. Kill the catapult.
Yeah.
I mean, that was actually a good move, I think. Good sacrifice by the bench.
It's not that bad, right? You just want to relieve as much pressure from your carry and your tower as possible, and
Yep.
I guess we succeed. Oof.
Yep, talking about knowing when you need to die in the lane. Sonic
Okay.
Wave.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, clearing the... Really
Creeps.
relieving the pressure, I guess. I guess his thought is that he's not going to have any opportunity to use it because these side lanes aren't exactly gankable if the situation the calls are in. The Alchemist, he's just trying his best to power farm up. At the very least, they will be able to secure their own Wisdom Rune, so not losing any further than that. It's not much of a significant lead, but can't help but feel like just watching the state of affairs this game. It feels like Team Zero are ahead in terms of momentum, but you gotta imagine that the Elk, being at the top of the CS like that, his net worth's gotta be booming.
Dyer's top tower is really taking a beat.
That Dusa is like so poor though. So I mean, we'll have to see whether the Elk can actually he needs to do a lot on this Elk because the other two cores are not having a very good time.
Yeah.
But Elk needs to get his items too. He's not like, oh, I'm gonna get a blink, you know, like Santa, and just gonna help. You know, he's gonna finish his radiance, then get his blink, and then he's gonna need BKB because there's so much spell damage. You know.
Yeah.
thing is standing on its last brick.
It's kind of one of those tough lineups to run
I
into
mean,
as
Dusa's dead.
Oh, Dusa.
Focus
Yeah.
fire. GG.
It's just so easy. Honlo, it's scary as hell as well because they've already cleared the tier 1. There's no help in the area, and I mean, at any point in time, Beyond can just come up here and finish the job, and that's exactly what happens. This Medusa is on the struggle bus right now.
If you're in the vicinity of Dyer's top tower, I'd put on a hard hat. That baby is coming down.
And they have to find some moves with the Queen of Pain soon when he has his Sonic Wave up again. I know it's tough, you know. It's looking tough for Team Eagles right now. They don't have a lot of options with the way they set up the draft. I mean, they just can't afford to have the lanes go so bad, you know, on with their draft.
Yeah. I feel like this is a concept that we've been talking about time and time again where, you know, just as a byproduct of the draft already, it's you're kind of putting yourself in a bit of a deadlock situation, and when your early
Yeah, I
games
mean,
go like this.
some drafts are like, all right, you fall behind, you have options, you know, oh, you can do this, you can do that, but this is not that type of draft. You know, this is the type of draft where when you fall behind, everything is just going to be very, very difficult to move around, you know, or to, like, especially for your supports. Like, people don't have any core to play with,
Yeah.
so they don't really have much to do in the map apart from stacking and just hopefully breaking smokes for your Dusa.
Yeah.
I mean, Corp has a Sonic Wave up again, you know, so... But then again, I just feel like you can't really force something to happen with the Sonic Wave at this stage, you know. It's more like you have to just be ready. If they dive your Dusa or your Elk, then you have to rotate with your Corp.
Yeah. Just got to be quick with that response there. For now, it doesn't seem like Eagle are too pressed about making any moves, though. They are starting to trail in terms of net worth, despite the Alchemist rampantly farming up. Some nice sentries placed in the triangle are going to slow his roll on MDR just a little bit. He'll just ping that out maybe to his supports in due time, or maybe just get a sentry of his own. But in the same vein, Eagle, as much as they're farming, they haven't really been able to stop Erika from doing the same. And you mentioned already about this Luna. If she's unbothered, she can ramp up at an insane pace.
Yeah, even has the Master of Madness ready to just speed up the farm. Shackle shot, bench, diffuser ready.
Ooh, Queen of Pain bodies that arrow, but is gonna wish he didn't. Ponlo comes in with a free Doom, and perfectly set up by the side of Team Zero to start pressuring out this tier 1 now. After that Queen of Pain kill, no more Sonic Wave in the picture.
Looking good for Team Zero.
Yeah,
Looking really good.
everything's
Mid
coming
tower
together.
down, top tower down. I mean, they're gonna finally invade the Ancient, so Elk is not gonna have this safe haven for far too long.
Yeah. MDR, he just has to enjoy it while it lasts here, because it's not going to last very much longer. 5k gold lead, continuing to ramp. This doesn't really feel slow and insidious. This feels like a very, very aggressive push. They're just going by the checklist, right? You take the top tower, take the mid tower, and then suddenly this entire area opens up. You control that. Eagle have no place to farm. It's all very textbook right now. And Zero, they're looking like A-star students. Still,
Flushing the rats out, you know.
yeah. Kind of a sad way to put it, like just kind of, you know, deal with the pests for now.
The rats are trying to put up a resistance right now.
Yeah,
The last-
kill all the rats. Unbelievable. Can't let them survive here. There's a smoke up. They are on the low
Oh,
ground
they
though,
might
and it
find
is
Erika.
daytime. Yeah, if they find Erika, it will be huge. This Luna value pickup is... I mean, she's essentially borderline top of net worth. They will find her, but a swap not available means that they have to set out with the Queen of Pain instead. Moonlight Shadow will help her out. There is an Eclipse as well as a Sentry. Sonic Wave onto her, but she's not dead just yet. She's fine for now, and she will finally go down to the final scream, but they just get wiped off this tier 1 tower bot. It's
Space. It's space.
I guess. I mean, MDR.
The
you'll
Elk
be-
and Dusa are happy. I kid you not, it's actually decent.
Okay, I mean, this slowing down this Luna is integral, and I guess they get that done, right? So they aren't too sad about that.
I mean, they kind of wish that maybe the corp somehow gets out, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I feel like if they don't do anything, the map is just gonna close down on them.
Yeah. Would have been a very different situation if the Venge actually had a level 6, right? Being able to swap the Luna in instead of having to blink the
Yeah,
Pain
that's
on the
true.
tower. It's,
I mean, the Elk is gonna have Radiance thanks to that. So regardless, he's gonna be happy. He's like, okay, thank you guys. I'm gonna try to carry you, but I'm gonna need another few minutes of that.
Oh, no Chemical Rage. MDR gets tossed up. A little bit of a butt clencher there, but no one in the area to really follow up. So MDR will be fine. Keep on farming here. I do have to wonder though, even when he gets his Radiance, which he's just picked up, is that going to mean that he's ready to fight, or does he just farm up even more
he
smoke
needs
up?
to farm Blink BKB.
That's so far away.
Radiance. Yeah. I mean, you pick an offlane out, you know, what do you
True.
expect? It literally means you have 2 carries in the game.
Oh, Sentry. They'll find the Tiny again in this mid lane, but similar situation where there isn't a swap, you can't reposition him. He'll turn around with a huge avalanche as well as the backup Doom from Ponlo. He still will go down here. The arrow, bodied by the Vengeful Spirit, and the rest of the
Medusa's
team
here.
is coming in. They swapped in Ponlo, and they should be able to kill him. Like you mentioned, the Medusa in the mix now, and able to contribute quite a decent chunk of damage thanks to that Mystic Snake. Zhang Xiaomin feeling confident, feeling strong. Gonna blink forward and get the setup of the ZZQ. No more
Good
leaps
moves.
away, and they'll make it happen for themselves, killing off 3 and preserving their Queen of Pain despite the Doom being used. Overall, pretty good stuff. And beyond, it seems like he tried for a solo setup in the bot side against the Alp, but just wasn't able to finish the job, which is why you see Tip come out.
Yeah, that's a very good trade in the end for Team Eagles right there in the mid lane. Like they've kind of forced out the Doom. They got what 3 kills in the end, so felt like you can't ask for a better trade. And then Dusa did a good job rotating over to help her team, and now they are back here. But Quab is like, no way I'm dying here. I'm just gonna toy with you guys. Dusa is farming, Elk is farming. I mean, this is actually very, very good right now for Team Eagles.
Yeah.
Whatever that has happened in the last 2 minutes.
It feels like as long as they can continue doing stuff like this, getting high value pickoffs and keeping the Medusa alive.
Yeah, one more time. It needs to happen one more time.
For Eagle, you think?
Yeah.
And it's just good enough for now. It seems like Team Zero are very aware about this requirement. They don't want to let it happen. 7E
Oh,
will blink
Tiny.
under the tier 2. It's caught up by a silence though.
I mean, they are alone, 2 heroes alone here.
I mean, Queen of Pain will join up now, and now 7E is in trouble. So, I mean, you talk about it needing to happen a third time. It's fine if the Tiny just donates his body in like that. 5 heroes converge on him. And I do have to ask, it feels like Beyond, he's trying to work his way towards the BKB, which I think is a great item timing. But it feels like Team Zero are moving preemptively before that. They've just been punished by it 3 times now.
I mean, the Tiny is just like, he's just too thirsty for blood, right? He saw the support showing, and then he just wants to go for a solo kill. But then none of his teammates are like nearby. He only had like, I think the Mirana next to
Yeah.
him. That was it.
Yeah, the Mirana, the second that Mirana arrow doesn't land, it's time to retreat. But great move from Eagle to capitalize on that over-aggression. And suddenly, even though it's a 5k gold lead and you want your Alchemist to be a lot farther ahead, it's not too bad, like you say. The Medusa
I mean,
metric.
it's Dusa, Elk, they have literally two carries.
Yeah.
If you're in the
It's not even
vicinity
a
of Dyer's
debate
top
this
tower,
time. It's
high
genuinely
ground
2
line.
carries.
Baby is coming
It's
down.
I mean, if the Queen of Pain plays like Erika did last game, it's gonna be a similar situation. Well, she is queuing up that Aghanim Scepter though on Zhang Xiaomin, so just relying on that immense magical output that she can put out as a hero to maybe pressure back some of these Team Zero counterparts. Okay. Components are
For now,
coming
they
in
are just gonna have to just shove the lanes and like push out lanes. Get to your Butterfly and Dusa.
Oh, easy kill.
I mean, they're gonna want to play like a long game.
Yeah.
Quap is gonna be able to get out.
And
Seems
for
like
now,
she's
Beyond's
fine.
looking for a shackle shot, but the blink just in time, and the Sonic Wave
Oh, another
scaring
defensive
them
Sonic
back.
Wave.
But oh, the
Nice
toss
silence.
up into the power shot. Perfect. The silence won't be enough. MDR, he wants to capitalize on this with an unstable. Will blink forward, get the double stun out, but it doesn't matter because Beyond, that's his BKB reveal. Swap back gets MDR back to safety, and Stone Gaze means that this fight is over. Team Zero will back up to safety for
Nope,
now,
it's
but
not
oh,
over.
a little bit of an awkward move.
Dyer's top
The voice line comes up from Paulo as well. 7E ends up tossing back his own ally instead. MDR was somehow able to burn out the Medusa on the sidelines. So it's a 1-for-1. It's not an even one, but for the amount of ultimates thrown from both sides, I think it's fine because Alk is alive, Medusa is alive. We talked about this already. It's fine.
Can Team Zero capitalize? Get Roche or something? I mean, they have to be able to get something, otherwise it just feels bad when your enemy use all their ultimates and you're not getting anything done on the map.
I mean, right now, they might be the
lane.
ones getting gone on. MDR will blink in with an Inkswell and a stun. It's more than enough magic damage. And they'll take down that Wind Ranger easy. Beyond.
Yeah, this elk is just showing up right now
Yeah.
to help his team get stuff done. Time to pay back to your team, after they have the space that they made for you.
Yeah. Give them that return of investment. Turn around with the Doom, stopping that concoction from coming to fruition. It's a nice swap away as well as the Inkswell. Getting him out of trouble. I believe that was the shard as well. And the Soulbind gonna hold both Doom and Mirana in place. But 70, he's ready to start fighting. Jumps in with the Avalanche, and with the back out of the Eclipse, they just narrowly missed the kill on the Queen of Pain. They've already killed off both supports, and now Erika's in a little bit of trouble. Nice Manta to get out of dodge on that Shadow Strike. But now it's all Eagle. They are the ones sort of in control here, being able to take the advantage in these fights. And 7E being traced down by MDR. Turn around with a bit of a avalanche here, but still can spot the Tiny. Can't connect on the stun, unfortunately. But Stroke of Fate just tags him. He doesn't even have a TP. He'll have to pop that regen rune, and they'll give up on that chase for now.
Yeah, things are definitely not looking good the past couple of minutes for Team Zero. I mean, they are fumbling. They're definitely not playing together as a unit. I mean, with the BKB on Wind Ranger, I felt like it was on cooldown, so they needed to play around that she died. It was on cooldown. Then they sort of went in again to try to, abuse the Doom. And then they lost another fight, so they just have to try to regroup and get everyone together. Just go with the smoke, wait for your spells, and just try to play as a team more. I think right now they are very, very split up, I think that's the consequences of having a mid-tiny and an off-lane Wind Ranger, They don't really exactly interact a lot among each other, the Tiny and the Wind Ranger, and with their item timing. So they kind of they're just both playing their own game on the map, and as a result, they're just getting picked off, Unlike Team Eagle, they're kind of always huddling together with the Elk. The two supports are following the Elk or the Quap, and Dusa is also trying to connect to the fights, as you see.
This Elk has really worked out for them, with the Veil now working towards the Shiva. It's going to be a very, very significant piece of the puzzle. For now, Ponlo will just walk away, surviving that initial burst. Moonlight Shadow as well. Looks like Team Zero, they want to fight in this area and defend the tower. They're bringing in the forces. In comes a huge avalanche, and the Shackle as well. Beyond holds them in place, and there isn't a swap available. Outside can't come through. The Venge will go down as well for her sins. Not able to save her ally. And Hara looking like in trouble as well. One last Lucent Beam will clean him up. And as quickly as Eagle were able to put together some sort of advantage for the first time this game, it just gets smacked down the drain. The Rats get flushed away. And they're into Roche now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they just didn't really expect the Moonlight Shadow. They forgot about it. They got caught out. They weren't ready with the sentries, not ready with the dust. Tiny got a really, really good jump onto two of the cores, the stun and the toss, and that was it, Eclipse on top of that, and that was your team fight.
Yeah.
It's good execution by Team Zero, trying to get things back on track after the last couple of minutes that went really, really poorly, and now they're trying to steal the Wisdom Rune on 21 minutes. Let's see if they can actually make it happen here. 10 seconds to Wisdom Rune.
Ooh, I mean, regardless, it seems like they'll get themselves a kill on the outside if he accidentally shows his face up a little. Running forward, they see the Wave of Terror. In with the Avalanche, in with the Steel, and furthering that advantage. If they wanted to, they can even commit on the Tormentor. No one in the area to really stop them. Yeah, they'll just do the tower first. Specialist Array on Erika. What a convenient item for Luna to get. Especially trying to move up into high ground early on. Cute play from the Medusa, using the Manta to try and drag the creep wave away. It will be somewhat successful, just derailing that path. Like some time for the bench to come back, but I mean, that entire fight is just, it's almost like you were saying, okay, both this Tiny and the Wind Ranger, they have different item timings and they can't really work well together. It kind of feels like Mom grabbed them both by the collars and said, okay, look, I don't know how you're gonna do it, but you're gonna have to play nice with each other, okay? And they're just like, okay, I guess I'll Avalanche and then I'll run in with a two-man Shackle. It's high execution, but they make it work, and if they can keep doing that same thing in the fights, it's gonna be very successful for them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, if you're getting those initiations, you're going to win the fights. But when it comes to the high ground, it's going to be like a completely different beast. You're not going to get the luxury of landing those type of shackle shots easily.
True. Or
the stun and toss back, so it's going to be different when they are pushing the high ground later against this Venge swap. Then you have the Grim Soulbind into double stun. It's going to be a lot of things that you have to worry about.
Look, I know we've already kind of half-jokingly said that the Eagle lineup has two carries, right? You got the Medusa, you got the Alchemist, but I'm quite surprised.
Is Grim the third carry?
Maybe.
He gets Axe?
I think so, because right now, net worth-wise, both
Oh,
mid
there goes one
laners-
of your carries.
Oh, yeah,
Alright.
well, okay, perfect setup.
Minus
in the mid
one.
lane. MDR will come through with a double concoction. It's pretty nice. Can Sonic Wave on top of that as well. With the Soulbind, a lot of magic damage with the double magic missile. You'll get the first life of the Luna and kill off the Tiny. This fight's a little troublesome now, but Beyond and Ponlo coming through with the Doom, holding the Alchemist back. And now Erica's back at full force. They can chase down the rest of this lineup. Looks like the Alch doesn't stand a chance, especially with the healing just cancellation. They're able to get the better of that fight regardless. Starts out with a great Medusa pickoff and looks to be a killer response from Eagle, but it just gets shut down.
Yep, finally they're playing much better together. Playing off each other. The Tiny just being the punching back there in that team fight is going down first, but enabling his team. I kind of felt like the soul bind into Sonic Wave kind of looked like it was enough, but with the Aegis and Luna just coming back, just cleans the fight, after that.
Yeah. And not to mention the rest of the Team Zero heroes other than the Tiny, they were basically full resources, full HP as well. They were just running in and using their ultimates after the initial slew of spells from Eagle was already used. A bit too much to deal with, and I mean, if Beyond can continue finding these opportunities in the fight to pick off the back line and be this nuisance, it'll be very hard for them to deal with. Head back for their own tormentor now. Get the shard for ZZQ, one of the most useless shards in the game, I must say.
If you're in the vicinity of Dire's top
On
tower,
Mirana?
Yeah.
Dude, this is good.
Is it? How so?
Yeah, it's good. It's good, it's good. Its damage is most
I mean, it's just the secondary Starstorm thing, right? Is what you're
yeah,
saying?
it's not like I'm sure there are worse ones than this.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, fine. I personally didn't rate it very highly because I think it's a bit of a farce.
yeah, but it's definitely not the worst ones. The worst one.
At top 10, would you say?
Top 10 worst one.
Yeah.
in the vicinity of Dire's top tower,
Bottom 5. I think the Skyra one is pretty useless.
It gives him armor, man. That's just stats. No, not convinced?
Disruptor shot. Have you
Okay,
not
no,
heard of it?
Disruptor is like top 3 worst ones, I must say. Zhang Xiaomin hunting for Ponlo here, but he's already stuck his way through the trees and TP'd out to safety as a BKB for himself now, so should be able to maneuver the fights a lot better in the face of all these stuns and silences.
All I'm saying is there are worse ones. That's it.
Okay, I can accept that. I can accept that. I think I mean, it also depends on whether your core is support, right? I think assessing shards has to be on that metric as well.
So I'm not qualified to shit talk on a mid hero shot or a carry shot, right? That's what
Actually,
you're
I don't know. I feel like no, because I'm looking at what the other options for shards were. I mean, realistically speaking, the good shards this game for Team Zero are the Luna and maybe
saying. Luna
the
is
Wind
insane.
Ranger.
Luna shot is so insane.
Luna shard is literally so insane. I think that's gonna be like she's gonna buy it manually after the BKB.
Like how does Luna get this type of shot? And then
Yeah,
you look
that's
at some poor hero, get some useless shot.
No, but we're unfortunately not gonna get the Luna shard. We'll get Ponlo shard instead, which is gonna heal him from the Scorcher.
For what?
Yeah, who even cares, right? Honestly.
Who cares?
That's a real... No, that's my issue. Okay, maybe I rephrased it wrongly. I wasn't trying to say Mirada shard is necessarily the worst, but it's such a who cares shard. Like, you get this Tormentor, cool. Whatever. Doesn't really feel that impactful.
Yeah, not like oh my god, Phoenix has shot. The next team fight is gonna be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, this next team fight is going to be difficult if your Medusa just dies. Nice Manta. Ponlo doesn't raise the hands up in time, but still finds the correct target. Him and Beyond tag teaming up to finish off this carry. And you're one less. Even though MDR is still alive, I don't think you're too happy about that situation. This lead has just become 12k now.
Just you wait. Agonyms for Grim.
I'm
buying
waiting.
the-
I am. I just don't know because he's
Dude,
still...
the strat is you buy the Agonyms for Grim and you buy the Agonyms for Bench. You give it to the supports.
Oh, that's true. I mean, MDR, he is basically, what, 70 gold off that? And... Oh, yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, you could totally do that.
Let's see.
Let's see.
If
Let's
my
see.
boy
Oh, that's true.
MDR
Yeah.
is gonna be
Is he
donating some ads.
Yeah, is he a man of the people? Is he a charity worker? Let's see. I mean, it ends up helping him as well. In the same way that real charity helps you get tax returns. Oh, right now they'll find themselves a Queen of Pain. Just melt her down. Too much burst damage, and 70 wasn't able to do a thing. A nice Heaven's Halberd, buddy. Does absolutely nothing in that situation. MDR will come through with a concoction. Looks like he's given an axe away, but we don't even have time to talk
Grim.
about that swap
Grim
back to
has it.
safety. Yeah, Grim. He has that tiny, actually, Dark Portrait coming through.
There goes the Dark Portrait.
Yeah, it just dies instantaneously. You'll come out with a stone gaze, turn the rock into a stone. I don't know how impactful that is. When your Medusas just die, you're forced to buy back on outside. But it's far too late. The Medusa's dead, and so is MDR. Just too much damage coming out from Erica at this stage in the game. And you might have created a portrait of him, but they just trash it. They don't care about your art. They're taking your buildings.
They care about turning your stone into stone, you know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
how does that?
Yeah,
Tiny
then-
should be immune to the Medusa.
Yeah,
outburst or
like law-wise, right? It shouldn't even affect him. He's already a stone. What do you mean, stone form? Like that's some BS right there. But it's not gonna stop them from barreling onto the high ground and taking quite a bit of an advantage in terms of at least clearing out the majority of HP on that tower. But it doesn't really make them feel comfortable enough to finish the job. So they'll back up, just play a little safe, play a bit more conservative, and bide their time here.
Wait for the next Aghanins for the bench.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Roche is up, so maybe that's kind of what they were waiting for, as Erica will see it spawn and just make quick work of it. Has the shard that he picked up by himself, so a lot more damage potential and damage mitigation for this Luna. So I don't know about you, Winter, but I still feel like late game, like late game, it feels
How late?
like
How late? Be
uh,
specific.
45 minutes,
late?
50 minutes.
Uh-huh.
I feel like Eagle have a pretty good advantage, right? Their support scale really well. The Queen of Pain, Alk, and Dusa are going to be big problems. Or do you feel like Team Zero have a good shot here, even if it goes later?
Grimstroke, he's the late game carry. He's the late game carry. Oh, but he's gonna die. Nope, they see him.
ZZQ, yeah, they're on the Hara, but immediately Duma onto MDR. That's the target they were looking for. He's gonna go down. Paulo taking actually a lot of damage from that Dark Portrait, but it's not gonna matter because outside just gets cleaned up. Gem picked up as well. 7E will finish off Hara. And they try to... I'm not really sure what they were trying to do in this area, but whatever it is, it fails. They just get cleaned up.
Probably just trying to, shove out the wave and just get out, but just got caught with their pants down. I mean, this is like Moonlight Shadow thing, like you have to just always think about it.
Yeah.
Oh, they might be Moonlight, we can't really afford to do this. But sentries are out of stock, you just can't sentry everywhere. You just can't, it's not
Yeah.
2018 where you can just sentry everywhere.
Yeah, ever since they put a stock limit on that, the game's definitely been a lot harder on supports. You try and put them down.
You used to see very little Invis heroes. Nobody buying Shadowblade, in pro games because of there's too many sentries in the game.
Yeah. Invis actually a good mechanic now, as beating on the high ground is side of Team Zero. Remember the
Double
setup, it's a
shackle.
nice shackle shot. Sonic Wave as a return though. Xiaomin wants to get a bit of revenge. In comes MDR with the stun as well, but it's into 2 BKBs. He just gets tossed up like a damn chew toy. Just biting all over him. Luna in some trouble, finally pops the BKB herself. And this... the Queen of Pain can't stand her ground and fight. You're stone gazing on the backside as the Medusa, but it does absolutely nothing. 70 will jump back in, find you, toss you back into the squad, and you don't have any help. Outside will try her best with a stun, but they just have too much control, too much damage, and you're already working through the Queen of Pain's second life. That's a buyback. She needs to get out of here, able to limp away as Erica. Able to stand on that high ground and still survive on that first life. Somebody
Arrow.
kill this Luna, my god! The arrow's just gonna find the Medusa. And in the 2v5 situation, this is looking dire. GG's just called. They realize they don't stand a chance in this game. And Team Zero just overpower their opponents.
What a topsy-turvy game, we thought that this game is going to be pretty straightforward after the start, and there's a couple of like mistakes here and there. But eventually they regain their composure. They're just like sort everything together. Okay, we're going to play together. Wind Ranger, Tiny, stop arguing, let's
Yeah.
let's move to the team fight together. We hold hands, we go in, stun, toss, shackle, we kill some heroes, and we end the game.
Yeah. It's literally like, hey everyone, can we just come together and use our spells, please? Everybody, Erica's like desperately paging, hey guys, try to win the game here, try to win the series, and that's exactly what they do. They come out on top. And it's just a bit unfortunate because I think if you look at the kill score and you look at the scoreboard at the end, it doesn't really tell the full story. There were some moments where Eagle were able to show their stuff, but for me personally, it felt like this Dusa just didn't hit the mark, right? Like, she had quite a bit of time to work. It didn't really result in anything, though.
She got burned by
True.
Doom.
True.
Mana burned.
The
whole
Porno, the
early
Porno
game.
Doom too good, man.
Yeah, I mean, he just knew what he needed to do. Just annoyed the Dusa the whole time, slowing her down and making sure that your other cores are just ahead. I mean, especially the Wind Ranger, she was like kind of the richest hero in the early game, and with that, pre-time minute diffusal just totally destroyed and disrupted the Medusa's game entirely. And after that, he just like took over the map. You know, they took tower after tower. Just a couple of moments of when sometimes when you're far ahead, you lose track of things, and then you feel like, oh, the enemy can't do anything. You know, so they overestimated how strong they are, and then the Elk got a couple of very key kills, and the game suddenly just felt like, oh my god, the double carry meta is back. You know, they're back in business. The two carries are farming up, and I just props, you know, to the other three heroes on Eagle, the Grim, the Venge, and the Corp just running around, just like making space. Even though I think the move that actually kind of sort of made the game balance again was with the move where they went down and killed the Luna, but they all died, but they kind of made space for the Elk and Dusa to farm. And that was the start of like good things, you know, happening for Team Eagle. But it was just not enough because they needed it to happen one more time.
Yeah, it felt like it was really reliant on Team Zero sort of positioning and, in a way, lack of response. We saw some of the successful initiations from Eagle result from Beyond either not having a TP or maybe, let's say, 7E or Porno not in position to respond.
Yeah, the Tiny jumping in before his team arrived and, you know, stuff like that.
But at the end of the day, when it feels like these kind of initiative is out of your hands, it's really only a matter of time whether Team Zero can find that composure, and they absolutely did. Came together, put it to a rest here, another 2-0, and that's kind of all we've been getting this entire Chinese qualifier so far. But that means we know what our next matchup will be. It'll be a rematch between Team Eagle and Team Bright. So again, this happened yesterday already. It was a pretty clean 2-0 from Eagle, so we'll see whether Team Bright can get their revenge. But for now, we'll be going for a break, so don't go anywhere. We should be back pretty soon for our next series. Stay tuned. A warm welcome back to the Elite League Chinese Close Qualifiers here. Purposely, as well as Winter, bring you the action. We're day 2 into the mix, and we are down to the lower bracket trying to figure out which one of these teams will be eliminated. Look, I know earlier on I said we're following Team Bright. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Instead, we'll be watching Dark Horse go up against Team Eagle. So Dark Horse, of course, a team that started out in the upper bracket. First round, unfortunately, lost out to Goal of All Life is Death, which is still a hilarious team name, by the way. 2-1. Pretty evenly matched, but now they will be facing off against Eagle, which we saw just now, 2-0, but still pretty close games, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, for Eagle, they have to try to come back, from that tough loss and just try to figure out how to play, like what they have to do. I mean, Dark Horse, they're like fresh, they're just waiting and chilling, and right now they're gonna be able to play fresh. Whereas for Eagles, they're gonna have to figure out how to fix the issues in the previous series and try to solve the problem ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle, we're looking at that lineup again. I think specifically, now we don't know whether it's Xiao Yu who's actually playing or whether it's MDR, which is what we saw, but either way, they definitely ran into some issues. Maybe trying to put too many cooks in the kitchen, right? I think overall, it always felt like where they were struggling is they didn't have enough heroes to make things happen. And the heroes that had to make things happen ended up suffering as a result. Hopefully, they can sort of pick a few more sort of tempo setters and leave the carrying to the carries, or at least identify one person who's responsible for that. Still, it's very clear that they have the skills, they have the strategies. It's just about having the right game plan across the board, right? Making sure that everyone is clear who needs to be doing what, who has the priority, and how you're going to execute from there. But of course, their opponents are Dark Horse. We haven't really seen a lot of these names, and I think Lenfer, Small KK, A Unit, Sheep, and JY, at least none that I really recognize. I mean, Sheep, I understand Sheep is the name of Geek Fam's, one of Geek Fam's members, but I don't think it's the same guy, right?
Dude,
Sheep
that's
is like
that's like the boss,
That's like the CEO, right? For a while for Geek Fam, if I'm not wrong.
I don't know where you're going with this, but he's definitely not playing here.
I'm just trying to grasp at straws here. This Sheep in particular seems to have had a much lesser sort of track record. Any names that you're familiar with on this lineup, or are they all just kind of dark horses to you at the moment?
Your guess is as good as mine, my friend.
Yeah. In some previous qualifiers, I think the only one I recognize is Lenfer.
I mean, they're living true to their name, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for now. I mean, it all comes down to whether they can make a good run, because if they just lose here, then it's not so much of a dark horse, it may be a dead horse, which is what we saw MDR suffer the fate of on his Centaur in that previous matchup.
Only fitting if they pick Centaur and
yes.
they
pick Lash. Get Lash. Get Ench as well, why not, right? Just you got the horses, you got the sheeps, it's just the whole barn in here. Hopefully they can make a good run for it. For now, they did defeat Mag YOLO yesterday in the lower bracket, so good signs there. Mag YOLO did go pretty, I wouldn't say blow for blow, but they did put up some sort of a fight up against Kev, who are one of the favorites. So, we're trying to figure out the power scaling right now in the rest of the teams that we haven't seen so far.
Yeah, before you go anywhere, please join the slot.
Oh, yes, of course.
Everybody is waiting for
you.
You know, in Malaysia, we have the saying, the whole
world.
Not the whole world. The whole kampong is waiting for you.
Ah, okay. Sorry to all my Eagle and Dark Horse kampong fellas here, as I'm holding literally everything up. But we'll have a draw for you very shortly. Of course, just waiting to get into that. Eagle. I mean, we already talked extensively about some of the problems that they face, right? And even with this Alchemist first pick, what do you think went wrong there? Do you think he wasn't sort of active enough? Do you think he should have gone for maybe forgone the Radiance, or what do you think they could have changed there? Because this is one of their key strategies.
Probably the Queen. I felt like the Queen last week didn't really fit into this sort of draft, because Queen itself is also a very greedy mid laner. I felt like they needed some primal beasts. I mean, I don't think that was Pango, right?
Pango was banned, unfortunately.
Conquer, something like that, to run around the map and make sure that there's enough space for the other two brothers. The two older brothers. You already have two big bros on the team. You can't afford to put another queen into the team. That creates a lot of imbalance. I felt like they just needed somebody to run around to make space for the other two, the Elk and the Dusa, to farm. And I felt like maybe if they did that, they would have been able to have some kind of balance in the game because the supports had no one to play with. I mean, they wanted to play with the elk, but the elk was like, I need my radiance.
I
and
need my Blink.
dagger.
I need
I
my
need my
BKB.
BKB.
Yeah.
Okay, then before that, who are they? Playing with.
Yeah.
The corp is like Sonic Wave. I'm dying. I need to Sonic Wave the creeps. I clear the creeps.
Yeah, how many times did we see her Sonic Wave the creeps just to like hold off the pressure, right? The things that you made her do, very, very sad.
At least twice.
Yeah,
not wrong.
I counted two times, and then the third one I guess was in the middle of the fight. So the creep wave dying was just a byproduct. Who cares, right? But yeah, we'll be into the draft very shortly. Dark Horse though, we're not very clear on the strategies that they have, but what we do know is in their game against Mac YOLO, they did bring out the Phoenix quite a few times. That's a hero that they prioritize quite a bit. Maybe we'll see it addressed or looked at. In their previous matchup against Goal of All Life is Death, where they ended up losing 2-1. They still managed to get a game off of a lone druid pick. So that could be a little specialization from one of these players that we're just not very familiar with so far. But starting off the draft,
Druid.
yeah, lone druid, right? Ugh.
Huskar is like, is it equivalent to Huskar right now?
I don't know. Yeah, would you consider lone druid cheesy?
All right.
You think?
Yeah, of course.
As cheesy as
Because,
Huskar? I feel like cheesy max level 10 is like Huskar.
It's very similar because
Okay.
it changes the way you have to play the whole
10
game.
seconds left.
That's fair.
Well, 8 now.
You can't kill him. He runs around, kills all your
5
buildings.
seconds. 4.
Default level,
3,
7 minutes, 8 minutes default. Everybody runs away.
Yeah. Take out
It's just all these heroes, right? They buy diffusal blade early. They just suck out all the fun out of the game.
True.
You run into them,
Radiant's up.
You're just
you
dead.
lose all your mana, and then you're dead. Or if you're not dead, you wish you were dead because you have no mana. You have to go back to the base.
Yeah, you're like, just put me out of my misery. Like what's the point here? Like, why are you
With
dragging
10
this
seconds
out?
Plenty of time
I
to
don't
know,
begin
like, the
announcing
hero
your
is, like,
level,
just-
if that's what's in your heart.
There's always gonna be heroes like
5
this in
seconds.
the game.
True.
They're very disgusting. They're not like super OP or anything, but when they're picked in the right game, it
Radiant
just
gets
feels like they're
banned.
super OP.
Yeah.
And then it just changes everything. The whole game, just like the Brood, you remember the old Brood?
Oh,
And
don't
whenever
get me
you see the
10 seconds.
whenever you see Brood in the game, oh my god, I have to do this, I have to do that. The whole game just changes,
5 seconds.
I'm glad Techies is no longer one of those heroes though. I feel like
yeah,
that was
he used to.
now he's like kind of a lot more. I don't even know whether you
Fun.
can call him honest because he's so
Fun.
unfun.
No, he's still. What the hell?
Radiant's up.
No,
He's
unfun to play against because he just outtrades you regardless.
Yeah, but that's the
That's
case
fair.
for a lot
You
of
think it's
heroes,
fair?
right?
Okay. All right. Well,
We've come a long way. Come
true,
on, remember
true.
how?
yeah, it
how
could have
much
been
we
worse. It could have been
hated
worse, right? It
To
could have
see
been worse.
techies on your opponent's lineup.
That's fair. That's fair. Eagle, I gotta start things out with a Pango. They previously did this against Team Bright, first picking it essentially, so maybe just something comfortable.
5 seconds.
And they ended up putting MDR on it. So offlane Pango is something that they are familiar with and are willing to flex. Some key respect bands. Dark Horse. Of course, they need to pick the horse. That's like what you said as well. They gotta be thematic with it.
How can you not first pick Centaur when
That's
your
true.
team name is Dark Horse?
Yeah.
It's just like, when you're Liquid, how can you not pick Morphling,
10 seconds.
That's true. But Dark Horse, this is the first game that they're gonna be picking this Centaur, so maybe it's just been banned
5
against him
seconds.
throughout this entire time and not really having the chance to.
Are
Worth
you gonna
noting.
just leave if they pick Ange next?
I don't know if I can leave. I mean, I'm contractually obligated to sit here and watch them just trample all over their opponents with horse-themed heroes. So that will be fun. I'm
Is
not
there
sure.
actually 5 horse team heroes in
I
the
don't
in the
know.
game?
I mean, there's
Enough for
Lash.
All right. Dire
Uh,
gets the ban.
okay, we'll have to see here. Horse-themed
you.
heroes.
Ange.
Radiant's up. Banning
Ange
time.
Lash
Ange.
Centaur. If you get a Beastmaster and you dominate a Centaur, does that count?
Yeah, I guess.
All right,
Okay,
Dire's
well
turn.
then Chen and Centaur, Chen and Beastmaster can fit that bill as well. Technically, Underlord, if you just look at his physique,
What?
maybe?
Underlord?
yeah, he's got like hooves and shit, No?
Dire's turn to
Yeah,
pick.
you must be smoking something. in the
Oh,
morning,
Spirit. I
Under-
mean, Spirit Breaker they always say it's a cow,
Alright,
but
Spirit Breaker.
yeah.
A cow is not a horse, but
Okay.
sure.
Yeah. I'm trying to hit layer 2. We're out of endemic horses. We need
I mean,
to figure out.
Takis is definitely not something that fits the bill.
10
They're
seconds.
out
Just long
of
enough to
team
regret
already, so it
every
doesn't
choice
matter.
he's made if
Both
you
both
were-
heroes that can get a cart,
5 seconds.
which is the only theme that I see left. But Techies, we've talked already at length about the strengths of this hero. Eagle choose to respond with a Disruptor and a Bat Rider though, so maybe putting putting the pressure up a little bit. Disruptor has a lot of great tools against the Stampede, pulling the Centaur back in place, or honestly, whichever target. So making that ultimate a non-factor in this game so far.
A lot of catch with bad Disruptor vision
10
heroes.
seconds.
But, I mean, Disruptor is it's a meh hero right now.
5 seconds.
Yeah,
You wish you can make it work.
yeah. It kind of feels like you need to
It's-
construct your
it's
whole
fun,
draft
you know.
around him.
Radiant's up.
It's fun if you get past the lane and you have a draft around it. Like, you kind of want to have heroes that give you vision, like Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Barret Rider is kind of okay. It's okay. But not the best.
Yeah.
Like, Bounty Hunter Disruptor is like the classic.
I don't think.
No one escapes.
Yeah, true. They always have their eye
10
on you and
seconds.
pull you right back to where you don't want to be. I don't know whether
5
Pango
seconds. 4.
is sufficient as a frontliner to give Disruptor that vision that he needs. Like you mentioned,
now
maybe
your
something
turn.
like a Night Stalker down the line, or just a hero that can maintain some vision. For now, Dark Horse, they aren't too concerned though. They don't want to go anywhere. They'll
Shadow
stand their
Demon
ground with the Viper, and instantly the Naga Siren. So at least,
Okay,
at
that makes sense.
yeah,
Song into the static song.
Yeah,
And you have
classic
illusions
combo.
to give vision.
Song to potentially save anyone who's getting gone on by the Centaur as well as the techies. And this is worth mentioning. It's arguably who's the carry player for Eagle. It's arguably his best hero. He's had the most pro games on this, and this is something they've been so comfortable on. They even first pick it.
Minesweeper hero, you know.
True. And kind of hard for the Viper to deal with, right? In terms of the illusions all around the map.
What can you do? Buy Dagon?
Maybe you get like
10
boots of
seconds.
travels on the Viper and you just roam around with like a Maelstrom or something like that. Gleipnir?
5 seconds.
Not something the Viper can't get.
Just Dagon,
Dire
Dagon
gets
it.
banned.
On
Dude.
Viper? I don't know why you're smoking, Winter, but I need a little bit of you need to share a bit of that with me. We'll see. Dark Horse, like we said, all we have for reference is sure we can dig past some of the old qualifier statistics, but we're not really sure what kind of strategies
Just long enough to
this
regret
team
every
likes to
choice
bring
you
out.
made
A
if
lot
you
of
hurry.
what they did show
5
in their matchups prior to this has already been banned in the Kanka, Phoenix, DK, and whatnot. So I think Eagle, they're just kind of trying to build their own game plan. You talk about the vision, the Naga can help with that as well, with the illusions. I guess your only concern is Shadow Demon turning that against you, but you can't really just be swayed by that factor. Dark Horse, they're looking for a last pick carry, while Eagle seem to be missing either a mid or an off lane.
They need a team fight hero, like a frontline hero. Like you said, you know, the Pango alone might not be enough.
Yeah.
So they're gonna need like some beefcake, some underlord.
Primal Beast might still be a good option here if they want to go for that. Okay,
Primal
I know
Beast.
this is kind of crazy, but are we so far out of the patch that Lycan isn't good? Is Lycan still an option here?
For Eagles,
Yeah.
I mean, if you can play Beastmaster, I guess like it's not that far off.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. So far, we've seen MDR play the Centaur, Razor, and the Pango off lane. You still could try and last pick a mid to go up against the Viper. Maybe something. I mean, they immediately ban out the Lina and the Sniper, so maybe they're thinking that Eagle will just reprise the role of the Pango on the off lane.
Feels like they're putting Pango on off lane because they're banning carry heroes that can lane well against Pango.
That's fair.
Or you just pick like a flex hero, a
Yeah.
mid slash off lane, and that both your mid and off lane can play, and then you just wait for them to pick the last hero to decide.
Yeah.
Some Death Prophet, you know, for example.
True. Yeah. Death Prophet would be.
Dire
So you have Death Prophet Pango, so you can actually swap the lanes.
They decide to ban the Lash as well. Interesting. I mean, maybe they
Yeah,
have a.
Naga. It's the Naga counter, bro.
I guess. I mean,
But then you have what Naga Lash Viper Centaur Core.
that's why I was thinking. Like, what are you gonna do? Viper pause 1,
10 seconds.
Viper. I mean Lash pause 1.
No, it's time for them to pick Elk now. Elk is always
5
good
seconds.
against Naga. Oh no, Elk is banned.
Yeah.
Right,
Elk
no
got
Elk.
taken out of the
Radiant's up.
pool. So
Wind
Eagle.
Ranger at your
I'm gonna
service.
go for the Wind Ranger. Okay, so taking a page out of the.
Flex? Who's going mid? Who's going off lane, I guess?
Yeah, it's still up in the air. Could be good. I mean, Viper has a pretty tough time against Wind Ranger in the mid lane, right? It's a pretty good matchup.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left. Well,
that's
8
true.
now.
You can always win
good-
run.
good
you
one.
don't care.
5 seconds.
I mean, you care if it's on cooldown.
Yeah. But then you just need to make sure that you're not you need to make sure that it's not on cooldown. Just kind of play your timings, you know. Dark Horse, last pick here. I think their draft is a lot more straightforward unless they throw us an absolute curveball. Any carries that come to mind that would be good up against
Sven?
the Naga?
It's Sven. I guess Sven is okay. Sven's a good carry now.
That's fair. Into like Wind Ranger? No? Is that scary
You're
at all?
Superman.
I guess the dispel, right, for the Aghanim Scepter Storm
Before
Hammer.
he gets his undispellable wind run.
Yeah, that's level 25. That's got a long time coming. Yeah, it does look like maybe it's just the Sven who will be a good option. You can get the stacks up for him. Pretty good in terms of the save of the Shadow Demon as well. If he's ever in some trouble, turn around with the God Strength, pop someone's head off. Is it
I mean, the
fast?
other one is like, what, Terrorblade? Oh, yeah. I don't know if Terrorbade's
Dave
good. Yeah.
Johnson,
Yeah.
welcome to Cave.
They decide to go for the Troll Warlord instead. So a couple of inbuilt miss chances and still ability to clear the stacks, but I wonder whether... I guess it's a natural Mjolnir builder and can also go for something like the Sanjin Yasha, which we already mentioned is such a great item
Yeah.
in this patch. Probably just looking
Aggressive.
to...
Very aggressive with the Centaur. Your
Yeah.
timings kind of match up well.
Yeah.
You don't go like AFK farm mode, you know, on troll
Yeah.
as much.
You can start taking these towers bright and early, play up with the Viper. A very earlier oriented draft from the side of Dark Horse, which I think is pretty good, right? You don't want to reach a stage of the game where the Naga's taking over your map. You know that early on she's not going to really be able to contribute. And the Pango in the offlane, as much as it has a pretty decent amount of utility, you're not really... Unless you're going Diffusal Rush again, which maybe that's what MDR will go for. It's a bit of a slower timing on him, so maybe you can just get that early game and laning advantage with the Troll and, like, what, Techies?
Yeah, let me see. Troll plus SD?
Surely
not
they got to
sure.
put the SD and the Centaur together, right? That's like such a good combo.
No.
No?
I don't like SD and Centaur, even though we saw it the last game.
It was
I
good.
like
It was good. You weren't convinced.
like Techies and Centaur. It's
Okay.
just like a personal preference, you know. Everyone has their own
True,
thing.
true. We'll see what Dark Horse prefer here as we get into game number 1 very shortly. Anything in particular that sticks out to you about the drafts in terms of favor? Where's your head at in terms of which team came out on top?
My head is on lunch right now.
Understand.
Since I didn't get lunch.
Understand. Okay. Well,
So
hopefully these
I'm
players...
unbiased. I'm unbiased to any of the lineups.
Yeah, you don't
so
care. You just
fair.
want to eat. Okay. Well, hopefully we can get one of these teams can get us there. I hope they had a good lunch as well prior to this match so that they can bring their full force into this game here.
Wow.
We should.
Question mark.
Yeah. Ooh.
Early question mark.
Yeah. What's going on? Okay. I mean, you guys are missing this juiciness, but maybe our observer will show it as we get into the game very shortly here. Some all chat immediately because the troll just comes out straight out the gate, tips. Wind Ranger in the mid lane, and it's just a question mark. So not really sure what that's about. Maybe just some friends messing with each other. Maybe a bit of a brewing rivalry. We don't know.
Oh. Another tip.
Yeah,
Another
not sure.
question
Yeah,
mark.
literally not sure what's going on here. Just some voice lines maybe messing with each other. Get into the heads, you know. You gotta play that mental
Yeah,
warfare.
you know. They say Dota is such a big mental game. You know, you have to win the battle in the mental warfare.
Yeah, I don't know what this is about. You say I thank you to death is what I'm reading here. I'm not coming.
No, I shoot you to death. He said, "Come on, your Mandarin is terrible."
Yeah, my Mandarin is real bad. I can speak it, but not really read it. What is he saying here? It says wait for you
I'm
to come
going
thank
to
me. Okay.
Wait for you to come shoot me.
Oh,
and
it's
wait.
sir. As
I'm
right
gonna
now
wait
it's
for- I'm gonna wait for you to get pregnant or something. I don't know. That might mean
Jeez.
something else.
Okay, well, I mean, regardless of whatever that means, KK is the one getting shot right now. So, getting an early advantage already in the lane. In matchup that we already mentioned is a bit Wind Ranger favored up against the Viper, who's traditionally a bit more of a lane dominator. Will have to work extra hard to get that back for himself here as we get to after the races.
Yeah, this hero is not a hero that you want to play falling behind the lane. Like Viper is just not meant to function that way. So he has to work very hard. Poison attack. I mean, he's gonna get. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That's 5 stacks.
Yeah,
Dude, this
you-
guy got
you
power
have power
shot.
shot. You have power shot level 1.
Yeah, I
see,
don't.
you see what you said. You don't need to worry about it. You have wind run. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's always on cooldown if you don't level it. Jiamin, you need to figure out what's going on here. He finally gets that level, so should be fine. Just takes like a full 5 stacks, but overall, this lane should start to even out. And my eyes will actually be on the Troll Warlock in the bot side, because paired up with the techies like we mentioned, there should be a lot of pressure to be put out on both the Pango and the back.
And this is a very, very strong lane, you know, Pango back. They have a lot of slows, a lot of kill potential.
Oh my god.
There goes the Troll.
Woo!
Not running away, you know, Troll?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of expected the techies to be able to help him out a little bit there, but Sticky Bomb level 1 doesn't really peel anything. And Eagle will be able to get a nice kill.
Yeah, talking about like the Troll, they picked the Troll into a Bat Rider. That's one of his worst heroes to play against in the game.
Yeah.
Whether it's a support or whether it's a core. I mean, you just get to reposition the Troll, because Troll's weakness is mainly about getting kited in the team fights, and Bat Rider is excellent at that.
That's true. I mean, they have no shortage of kiting tools, as unfortunately one of those kiting tools goes down in the top side, outside, off screen. He did end up falling prey to the Shadow Demon Centaur combo that you hate, by the way. You think it's bad, but
I do not hate.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
It's just
Techie is
personal
a better
preference.
friend.
Okay.
Better friend to Centaur, you know.
Okay, you're just talking behind sheep's back right now. You're saying, oh, you know, Centaur doesn't want to be your friend. He prefers techies.
I mean, think about it. Centaur is a horse, right? And Shadow Demon is like a demon, right?
I guess.
So they come from different worlds, whereas the Techis is like more of like an organic.
Organic being, like understands
organic
the
being,
life and
yeah.
death of a regular animal here. MDR manages to dodge out the blast off. It seems like Crash now in some trouble with the Firefly burning them up. Hara's doing a really great job at just zoning them out here and allowing the Pango to have quite a decent amount of space. I mean, it's not the highest in terms of CS, but he's keeping up.
Oh, so Crash is actually my countryman.
Is
I was
he
like
actually?
wondering who is actually the one, because they have one Malaysian player. I was actually wondering who is the one.
Oh, okay. I mean, are you familiar with him, or do you just know that he's from Malaysia?
Now I'm gonna slowly familiarize myself with him.
Okay, yeah, let's
that
get
fair?
real nice and intimate with Crash. Let's find out exactly. It says 19-year-old. Maybe he's a up and coming new prodigy that you haven't heard about just yet.
Yeah, maybe this is the time, you know, that I have to send some recruitment forms, you know, to specific teams, you know.
Yeah. Winter, the big Malaysia's biggest agent, and I'm not talking about that type of agent. I'm talking about recruitment agent.
Damn you.
He's ready to sort of sign the young talent. So, okay, I mean, he's doing a good job in terms of bodyguarding the Troll for the most part. At least now, they did manage to get a kill on him early, but that one was just quite unfortunate at the level 1 sort of power spike there. Is there any sort of in-lane timing that you're expecting to see? Because I know we already mentioned the Shadow Demon and the Centaur potentially getting kills and whatnot, but it's not really going to be a problem for the Naga to just walk back into the jungle at any point in time. Are they still going to rotate here in 6 minutes for the runes or anything like that we're expecting?
You always have to fight for the runes. I think that it's
mandatory,
a necessity. Yeah, at this point, like
Okay.
just you give up too much control. That's why I was telling you about how teams are like planning the 3 versus 3 from the drop. You need to have like the 2 supports that work well with the mid laners, and you can see if you can't really work together and you lose all those like 4, 6, 8 minutes like fights at the rune, you lose your tower, then you just lose the game.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, it is also going to depend on how healthy and how comfortable they're feeling to make
the
this
resource
rotation.
management and a lot of stuff, you know. So you kind of have to plan things very, very carefully. Your 3-man. I think this is very recent, you know. Like I don't think before teams actually think of draft that way, you know. But in recent months and with all the players like giving interviews and they're talking about the drafts and everything, it's just shifted, you know. Like it's just the importance of trying to secure the better 3 versus 3 matchup, just trying to make sure that you win those small little skirmishes. It's just very, very important for you to play the game.
It's
And
such
bot
a...
lane, the skirmish begins.
Yeah, here we go. Nice little twin gates in from outside. They're trying to pressure down long 4, but Crash, daring them to continue to aggress, has that blast off, but might not have the HP to use it. Still manages to connect, but will go down. Now they're starting to punch out to Hara. The last little X will find him. Now MDR, he's a little bit deep. He doesn't really have a swashbuckle for another fall, but has a Lotus to help himself out. The Disruptor desperately trying to peel the troll away, but with this second set of spells, no! Slightly off the mark, the shield crash narrowly going to miss. He's fogging him, cuts down the tree, but under the tower, rooting out outside, he still is able to get the kill. Beautiful glimpse back, sends Crash back to the base, but outside, he'll suffer the same fate if Sheep is able to line up another Shadow Poison, trying with the auto attacks here. Should be able to finish the Disruptor off, especially with the help of that Stampede coming in from a distance. Dark Horse living up to their name, just trampling over their opponents here on this bot side, but Eagle, they're not going to be too sad about that, especially if MDR can just get another kill. Still a bit of cooldown left for that set of spells. As small KK TPs in, it's time to retreat. Eagle, they force a huge response from Dark Horse for really nothing other than a couple of support kills, especially if MDR is able to get out here. They'll be completely fine with this. Small KK will make his way through the tree line, find the Viper Strike, and this might be a second death on this Bat Rider. Unfortunately, Hara trying to take the tumble for his brother. But MDR walking out alive, I think this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, good rotation there by the Disruptor, just coming down to set up that kill onto the troll. And it's what you want going on for this hero. You need this hero to get some levels early, get some, key kills and help your hero snowball. It's all about like reaching your level 6, level 7 on Disruptor. If you can get it on a good time, the hero becomes very, very scary.
Yeah. And no issue at all in this top side from his rotation, because on this Naga Siren can just head into the jungle and farm safely. In the Centaur, the only thing he could really contribute was that Stampede from long range. Wisdom Runes will be traded 1 for 1 here, so no real lapse in terms of EXP. But if we take a quick look at the net worth, no surprises that it's a Centaur who is steaming ahead of everybody else, because he's just had a free time up here.
Dyer's middle tower has taken one hell of a beating.
I thought for a moment they were going to come up here and try and address him, but for now, our unit is able to just start chasing down to the outside on this top tier 1 tower. He's not even...
Yes, glimpse.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a glimpse, but he's not scared at all. He understands that no one's really in the area to be able to contest him. The only way he dies is if the Wind Ranger or the Pango come up here, but have eyes on them in these relevant lanes and he'll just be fine.
And Disruptor is, I mean, he's still kind of getting levels. He's level 5 right now, so not too bad. This Disruptor is gonna be, I mean, he's gonna die now, but he's gonna get it. Maybe not.
Yeah, Stampede up in this top side. He will go down, but puts down a nice little kinetic field right before taking a tumble.
Yep.
That's gonna result in the kill for the Centaur.
Raindrop.
Hell yeah.
Best item in the game.
Actually.
For value, is that true? Like, is there anything you can buy 200 gold better than the raindrop?
I think
Probably
33
not, right?
from Liquid might argue that 10 branches is better, but that's like a...
10 branches?
No, I can't
Dude,
do
10
math.
branches
200,
is more
200
than-
gold is
Dude,
what? 4
4
branches?
branch.
That's pretty good. Tundra were fiending on that to win TI, right? They were
Yeah,
all
sure.
branching up.
If you have the slots,
Yeah,
you should
that's
buy 4 branches.
Okay, gold for slot for like value, that's gotta be Raindrop for sure. I guess it also depends on what heroes you're against, right? If they can like burn it through really easily, then maybe not.
And depends on who you are, if you're like a freaking Medusa, then
Yeah, it's like I don't know. That's a different story altogether. But 5 for
probably
5 right now.
arguing, I want a Ring of Basilisk more.
Yeah, for sure. That's a lot more juicy and comfortable. And they, throughout this laning stage so far, they haven't really been able to slow down the Naga Siren. But I guess you could kind of say the same thing for the Troll. He does die like once, but other than that, making good progress towards the Maelstrom. I think biggest concern for me is the Viper isn't necessarily having the best time. All things considered, Wind Rangers are able to match him, and they haven't really been able to answer just yet. Getting the focus fire up, putting a stop to the Wind Run, at least buying some time with that disruption, but still can chase forward and just focus down this Viper. Yeah, he doesn't stand a chance. They'll even TP in Hara and MDR to further chase down on the Shadow Demon. Looks like he should be next. Sheep is gonna get bumped around, and yeah, no way of getting out of here. Swashbuckle up, Hara will get that kill, and it's a 2-for-0 exchange. And a unit, he can't feel too comfortable being up here alone as well.
And the Viper is not gonna have a good game already. He's definitely struggling after dying that once in the early game because now he dies again. He's going for like a Maelstrom build.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you have to just kind of farm, and it's kind of good against the illusions.
Yeah. It kind of feels like this early game is sort of forfeit, which is a bit concerning. I guess the real thing you're waiting for is a unit to get his blink right. He's kind of made a bit of an adjustment. He had that helm for a while, and I think he was thinking about completing the Veil, but he understands his team needs him to make moves, and he will have that flying out to him very shortly. But it's right in tandem with the diffusal of the Wind Ranger, so we already saw some spicy all chat. It'll be these two going head to head in most of these early skirmishes. It feels like a smoke up. Level 6 Hara has a lasso that he wants to use. I'm not sure whether a unit actually saw it on the ward that was right outside that large camp, but he will realize now. Can't get the stomp out. Here comes the focus fire. There's 4 levels in return though. And this Wind Ranger's taking a lot of damage. Trampling over him, you just need a bit more magic. It's not enough. But the axes from out of nowhere, Longfor will come through the twin gates and turn that fight around. At least for now, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Nice glimpse back, holding the troll away. The techies, he gets caught out by the static storm and will go down. MDR gets interrupted mid-roll though, but now that he's able to get it off, things have gotten a little bit tricky. As now the troll in the middle of what feels like everything. Small KK has showed up to the fight as well. It's a swashbuckle back to safety. He should just be fine here, can't get slowed down, but MDR, that last little burst of poison damage from the Shadow Demon will finish him off. So all things considered, a pretty good fight for Dark Horse.
Yeah, that was a very, very good skill build against the Wind Ranger. I didn't actually really realize he had 4 points in retarded, and Wind Ranger is probably like the best hero to do it against.
It's kind of funny as well because the literal start of game, all chat was that exact situation. The Wind Ranger's like, I'm gonna shoot you. And the sense like, yeah, I'm just waiting for you to come shoot me. That's literally what happens. I think halfway through he realizes the Wind Ranger's killing herself and just capitalizes perfectly on it. Allows for Longfall to get that kill. And
Yeah, just wait until you have Blade Mail.
yeah. It's gonna get worse, yeah. He's building, he's queuing that up right now. And it's no surprise that he's still at the top of the net worth with such a great start that he's had, but at least the Naga Siren's kind of creeping up there right beside him.
You're definitely not going to be focus firing the centaur
No,
after this.
no, don't do that again, please. Okay. Well, with the Blink Dagger, they still can try and make a move happen. Previously, it was Eagle who had the initiative, but they can just get things going here. It's in tandem with a Blink Dagger from the Bat, who's had a great game so far, though. Need to kind of clear up the vision. They will get spotted out now, and immediate blink in onto he has the song available, but the Night Chainstones are there. Do they have enough magic burst? It isn't enough. She gets popped in her own song, and outside can't make it through in time. He wants to glimpse someone back, but realistically, the Eagle heroes, they're not really in a good position to capitalize on the Disruptor's catch. They'll just have to back up after losing their carry, essentially for free there.
Yeah, here comes MDR. Catches the techies.
Okay.
He's trying to get himself point up the high ground.
Yeah, it's a good try, but there's too much burst. Throw in a power shot, then swash. It's more than enough. Now they'll run out of the small KK. It's a Blink Lasso holding the Viper in place, and there's no way for him to run. He just gets killed off. Now caught in Static Storm as well is this Centaur. But Chang Jia, he's learned his lesson. He's not going to shoot away at the Centaur, not at least until his team gets started first. Glimpse back. This is going to be a full set of 4 kills, tripled up for this Wind Ranger. Perfect capitalization of a rough situation. Even though they lose their carry, it was more than worth it.
Is he actually the carry now?
I don't
Feels
know.
like Wind Ranger is the carry.
I feel like every game we have this discussion where I'm just like, okay, you know, you die one time, I guess the Wind Ranger's the carry now, you just AFK push out waves.
Do you not know the moment you die you get demoted, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
oh,
Your
okay, you're not
power
the
ranking
carrier.
just drops, right? And then you need to fiercely. It's like that. You know, did you watch that Black Mirror
And this is
episode
the-
with the
No,
social
but
score and stuff?
This is why the carry players are so obsessed with their kill score. Because they know the moment they feed, you just demote them right away. This is not your farm anymore.
Yeah.
I'm going Midas, you can't carry me, you know.
No, MDR gets a freebie onto Crash here. I think that was in the mid lane, just an easy pickup. Probably just swashbuckled through and caught him by surprise on low HP, it seems like. And the rest of the side of Eagle, they're smoked up. I thought they were for sure going to go for that tier 1, but they want to get something
They really
juicier.
hate this Viper. They really hate this Viper.
They do. But Sheep in the line of fire, he'll be the one to go down instead. Easy pickings for MDR, who we talked about this offlane Pango having a slower timing, doesn't seem to be affected at all with the amplified damage rune. The Viper doesn't stand a chance. Too many arrows, too much damage, and just like that, Eagle, they're able to sweep through and continue cleaning up on the map. And this entire time, Troll, Longfall, he has that Battle Fury completed, but it's just gonna mean he can't contribute for another 10 minutes.
Battle Fury, BKB, SNY. I guess probably not getting Manta this game. I feel like you might need the Aghanim's too, because the dispel against the Bat Rider is actually pretty nice.
Yeah, it's
The self dispel, so you don't have to like worry about the sticky napalm and the flame break annoying you in the team fight.
yeah, could be. I mean, you already mentioned it. The bat is such a great pick into the troll.
I mean, it used to be a thing where you actually just rush Aghanims. Like just 2 months ago, it's not even that long. Like,
Yeah.
You troll, you just get Aghanims early, so you can deal with all this stuff. And whenever you're playing against Pugna, there's a lot of save. I mean, you're also playing against Windrun, right?
Oh.
So you get Aghanims, you can dispel the Windrun.
Oh, he doesn't get the roll off in time. MDR, pretty ambitious stuff because that beautiful ward place actually gives him advance notice of this smoke move coming out from Dark Horse, but he responds aggressively instead of defensively, and he ends up paying the price for it. Too quick
He
on
wants
Stomp.
to try to escape with the roll and
Yeah.
waste the enemy's time. You know, that was the plan.
Yeah. I mean, with that notice, I thought he would be able to roll immediately, but he decides to try and swashbuckle through them and try
And
for a
you
kill
know, all
instead.
these like 4 players, they don't use the information like, oh, someone's coming, I run. No, someone's coming, I bait them in to waste their time and I TP away with 1 fraction of HP left.
Yeah.
That's what they're planning.
Yeah, well, plan doesn't work out, unfortunately. MDR does go down. And you gotta be careful with a disruptor lineup because any sort of small advantage that you give allows him to even things out. And playing a disruptor on even terms, not so bad, but playing a disruptor when you're behind, ooh, that's one of the roughest feelings. Now try and get
Yeah.
fish out.
When
on-
you're getting chased down, you can't
Yeah.
use your glimpse.
You can't use your spells. It's just not what he's designed for. He's built to win, not to run away and cower in fear.
But is there a hero that's built to run?
Is there a hero
Built to
that's built to
escape.
run? There are
Puck?
heroes that are built to stand their ground, like Gyro. I think a lot of the times we think about, you know, when you have a run at you draft, the Gyro stands his ground and is just able to turn the fight around with nice call down and barrage and everything. Maybe. Viper is a hero that wasn't built to run, for sure.
Just what I need.
How can you run when you have no legs?
Yeah, dude, he's just desperately flopping away. You ever see a slightly injured bird? It's like the saddest sight ever. I want to help them, but it's like, they look so frail. That's kind of the Viper this game. Small KK. It's a tough look at his net worth right now, right? He's like less than 1k ahead of the Bat Rider, who, credit when credit is due, Hara has had a great game, but still, it's painful.
Don't look now, but Radiant's bottom tower is getting obliterated. Okay, fine, you can look. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, for Dark Horse, it's more about like playing the waiting game with the Troll's item timing right now. He has the Yasha Battle Fury,
Yeah.
and he's gonna get BKB next. I guess he needs to have that.
Yeah. BKB,
Right, but
X
even
queued
with
up.
the BKB, I feel like even with the BKB, right, you're not like, oh, I'm coming to the fight with the BKB. You know, you're dealing with less, so you're dealing with focus
Yeah.
fire.
It's tricky.
It's not like, okay, the BKB is like, I'm so strong, I just destroy everybody. You know, it's
Yeah.
more like, okay, I got BKB, but I have to still be careful in the team fight because I can still die.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you mistime your BKB and you get caught out by the fresh Orchid coming out from right? I think that's going to be such a good tool to further amplify the pressure the Naga's already putting out on the map. So far, she's done a good job in terms of sending her illusions to split push as Nagas do. Looks like there's a
Disruptor.
fight breaking out. Disruptor on the front lines eats a Shadow Demon ultimate and most likely going to go down here as the rest of the side of Eagle decide to retreat, starting the roll up now, and they are out of there. Not a fight they want to take part in anymore. A flame break just to bump them even further back. And the full response from Dark Horse, they only net themselves 1 kill.
One support kill, you know, so
Yeah.
Eagles are happy to take that trade, run away, and
Get
just
the
live
tower.
to fight another day.
Yeah. Blow up a couple of bombs, almost die on the Wind Ranger. It's just vibes. Classic stuff. A 7k gold lead though, Eagle. I think they're feeling really comfortable in this game. What is the next move, you think? What is the next timing for them? Are they waiting for anything in particular? What's stopping them from going right now?
For Eagles, you mean?
Yeah, for Eagles.
Okay, I think they have everything they need. It's all about like waiting for their cooldowns and just go again. You know, every time they have their roll, they have their focus fire, they're just gonna have to
That's right.
go again. Find the right move, use the smoke. Don't think they can really force rush until they need to like win a substantial team fight before they can just go to the rush.
Yeah, it could be pretty scary for them around the pit for sure. Especially if Dark Horse are the ones with the liberty to make an initiation. You always have the song to break things up, but as we've seen from the one death that the Naga unfortunately suffered, if you can land these chain stuns, the burst damage from the magic resist reduction is still pretty significant. Ooh,
Is
Troll.
she going to initiate with the song though? Oh, Troll is like, okay, just doing.
Yeah, I
fundamental-
thought he was dying somewhere. I was like, shit. But yeah, he just gets that shot. So Demonic Cleanse, very nice up against the Naga shenanigans, the Shackle Shot, all these icky little things that the Bat Rider can put. Actually, insane value this game on the shot.
I mean, he has to use it wisely though. You only have you have to. I think Troll is probably the only one you want to use it on. And Centaur getting pulled away. Dark Horse.
Oh no.
Oh, nice U-turn.
Oh, he's doing a little bit of juking, but he still will go down here in the bot
Oh, that
side.
was so cool. That was so cool.
He tried his best. That was his best Tokyo Drift impression. It doesn't matter in the end, unfortunately.
It's like trying really hard, you know.
As soon as he hits this first turn, you just hear from a distance, dun, 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 but car crash. Unfortunate. Yeah. Tries his best lah, you know, yeah, that's all you can really ask for, but nobody in the area for Dark Horse to really help him out. They're pretty split up on the map right now. And Eagle, they can just keep doing this, right? Every time the lasso's off cooldown, if someone's just lone defending, it should be a pretty easy kill.
I mean, they have the Naga, so they're always going to have the advantage of like the creep equilibrium to get the waves in. And I mean, Naga Disruptor, right? Naga pushes all the wave, and Disruptor has a lot of opportunity to set up for kill with Glimpse. He has a use right now.
This
So
is
one of the better items for Disruptor to set up.
Yeah.
And also to kite the troll during ulti.
right. I mean, if the Viper ever tries to get on top of you as well, you can just use yourself or the Viper and just waste that additional bit of time. Leave him just kind of looking at himself there. I think worth mentioning that the Naga has actually...
Troll's running up, my friend.
Troll. Do
Team,
they?
where team? He has BKB.
Yeah, they don't want to commit the Static Storm for easy BKB pop, so they're trying to bait out additional responses.
Get Glimpse.
Glimpse back. Oh, the lasso.
Oh,
a bit
okay,
of
that was
miscommunication there and counter synergy. They break the lasso with the glimpse, and now Hana is in some trouble. They'll try and roll through. It's a nice bit of disruption from the Pango, but he's dropping low as well. MDR, he needs to get himself out of here, but able to drop through and fish out the Shadow Demon at the very least. The Stomp, it's available, but can't come through in time. Should be able to TP back to safety. Gets himself in a position where he's sure the song catches everybody, and he's able to escape. But you gotta watch out for that, Eagle. A little bit of messing up your own little moves.
It wasn't that bad in the end of the day. They got out on all the cores. They only lost 2 supports. They killed 1 support. It could be worse.
Yeah,
I mean, Wind Ranger wasn't there, so they kind of needed her. I think if the Disruptor and Bat Rider were better with their spell usage, maybe he could even just use the Static Storm initially after the use to force the BKB. I think the Bat Rider, he was waiting until he BKB before he went into Lasso, but then he saw the Disruptor not using his spell, then letting him glimpse and everything. So it kind of got like messy, you know. Then they both used their spells at the same time.
Yeah.
So not really on the same page there for sure. So they have to try to make sure that in the next coming fight they have to be on the same page.
I gotta straighten out the details, especially when your whole game plan is about wearing through all their resources and all their little tools. The Troll, he really relies on stuff like the BKB and the ultimate to keep fighting in these engagements. So if you're able to just bait them out, you know, bide your time, you know, who knows, even like a stampede or a disruption, once it comes out, you'll know it's your time to strike. For now though, Eagle, they don't seem to be in a rush to push the issue at all. You mentioned that now's their go time, probably like, what, 5 minutes ago, but other than a few key pickoffs here and there and maybe trading some fights, it seems like Dark Horse have started to gather around each other and are responding quite significantly faster than they did in the early game.
I mean, the Troll is giving up his team's position. He showed top, he TP'd top. Now his team is going to get sandwiched.
Oh, they're getting collapsed upon, pulling in the Viper, and there isn't a disruption to save him narrowly last minute, but MDR is still going to come through with the roll. They're trying desperately to get away, but small KK will still get worked down. So much disruption from this Pango alone, and he's going to roll back in, bump out the techies, but BKB Lonfor is ready to fight. He manages to chop down the Wind Ranger, and it's actually a great engagement. All these little tools used, it opens up the fight for the Troll to come in and beat everyone up. Ends up being a 3-for-2 exchange and a huge fight for Dark Horse to win.
Yeah, they kind of overcommitted to get the kill on the Techies and the Viper. I felt like the Naga just needs to stay back a little bit, just send in the illusions, don't go in.
Yeah.
Just wait, because they still had the combo on the Song into Static Storm, so they didn't really need to rush. I think you already highlighted that the Pango did so much work in the team fights with his role. Like, that was already good enough for them, you know, and they just needed to wait. Once the BKBs get low, they run out, then you have the Song into Static Storm, and then you will clear the fight.
Yeah. The Watcher being taken by Eagle is gonna allow them the insight of the Troll. You know, he's straight into that pit, but especially with the respawns only now coming in, maybe Eagle won't feel comfortable enough to try and contest. True enough, the heroes are in no position to do so. So this is looking like a really easy Aegis pickup for Longfor, and yeah, I mean, just with that Dark Horse, they're able to just claw their way back into a decent standing in this game.
Yeah, so our friendly neighborhood Viper getting kidnapped once again.
Yeah, but he ends up just kind of dying on Hara. It's a lot of HP and the 4-staff away as well. KK, for the first time this game, it feels like he's able to survive 2, 5, and 5. He's been struggling this entire time. But with the backup of his friends, he ends up getting his way out of that attempted pick-off. Nicely done.
Yep, very, very nice. And now Tro has Aegis to play with. Time to get some towers, time to get some buildings, and Eagles doesn't want that to happen. They're trying to pick off and split them apart, slow down the game,
Yeah.
waste their time.
It's a bit of desperation here as the tide starting to shift, but outside, just easy pickings for a unit. Beautiful ward placed in their own jungle defensively allows them to get that disruptor. And now, with the Viper strike onto the Wind Ranger, she is slowed down a little bit. You're looking for your next storm. You just need the vision. Guesses wrong on the Centaur, though.
Oh, they got the scan.
Oh, they know where she is. Still gonna run away, though. The Wind Run cooldown is pretty insane, and she'll be able to get up to the high ground. Now, the question is, can she TP to safety? She's just gonna stand and farm because she realizes how safe she is in this position. They literally have no clue, and they gave up already, so... all this is just a lot of space for Longfor to just go to this mid lane and get the tower, like you said, on the back of this Aegis. And it feels like the tides of the game are starting to turn. Dark Horse, they have managed to wrestle back control from what was a pretty tough early game. And even though the Naga went for a really early Bloodthorn, I think that choice ends up biting her in the butt because she can't actually commit for long in these fights.
And she felt like they had map control, and they could have actually gone for more pick-off orientated playstyle, you know, like splitting them up, making sure you have glimpse and you pick heroes off. And after losing the last couple of fights and losing the Roche, that was definitely not the case anymore. So
Yeah. Really convenient shot to get as well. Small KK will now have that poison attack on buildings. She's gonna amplify their push even further. We saw it in the fight already. The Pango's able to do a lot, but now with the BKB on the Troll as well as the repositioning tool on the Viper, it's no longer as be-all, end-all in the engagements. Rolling forward now.
Pango.
They're trying to get something, but as long as Eagle aren't able to find anything meaningful, they try for a lasso. They get the first life of the Troll. That's something. The Yules will set up on the Bat Rider on the sidelines, allowing KK to just auto-attack him down to bits. Meanwhile, you're trying to focus fire the Troll, but he has a lot of HP to work through, and a unit on the front lines just acting like a meat shield, essentially holding the back of Eagle back. They're trying to buy back and come back into the engagement, glimpse back onto the Troll and the Static Storm. That's what they were waiting for. He's still extremely tanky, but this should be a kill. They're able to knock him down as well as the techies. So with some buybacks, they're able to hold their base for now.
Yeah, that was very nicely done. The moment they lose their BKB charges, then the fights are going to be very easy for the Disruptor. I think it was, again, you know, MDR on the Pango initiating there off of a nice shackle by Wind Ranger, starting it on the Troll, and the Pango just did a lot after that, you know. They disrupted the back lines. They kind of got a little bit unlucky with the lasso, couldn't really drag the Shadow Demon back into play, but he did enough. He made enough space, you know, in the team fight to allow the Naga Illusions to do their thing, and eventually they were able to run down the BKBs and use the song to finish everything off.
Yeah. We're starting to see the game plan come out from Eagle. They can't really win these 5-on-5 team fights, but they need to rely on each of their heroes to just be a little bit annoying here, a little bit annoying here, threaten a pick off, threaten a kill on separate angles, and just leave the Troll confused as to where to focus.
Dark Horse needed to kind of huddle together with their heroes.
Yeah.
You know, to make sure the SD can save, and Centaur once again.
Yeah, here he comes.
He should be fine.
Yeah, force the BKB. More than anything, MDR just rolling in like that, trying to find a reaction. And with the Lincolns as well, he knows he's safe up against any sort of scary counterplay all these Shadow Demon ultimates or Viper strikes or hell, anything they could throw at him, he's not too concerned. Nice little follow-up, but the Yules setting up on the Centaur, and that is a static storm. Yeah, you gotta watch yourself, Wind Ranger. You don't want to kill yourself right now, but it still is a large, meaningful amount of damage. The disruption will keep the Centaur safe for now. Troll, he just needs to find a connection, but they're already getting the Pango. The lasso back in, but the Naga, she's not confident enough to commit into Lonfer right now. He just has the axes whirling, and you can't really hit him through it. You're desperately trying to make as much space as possible, and with this song, looks like they'll just reset. Eagle, they make the call to retreat there. They know they can't fight into the Troll without their Pango.
Yeah, that was close. That was really, really close for Dark Horse to get an extra kill to make it worthwhile. But, you know, once again, song resets and everyone gets out except for the Pango. I mean, if they actually had Static Storm there, that would have maybe been able to turn around and fight off that nice song. He got all the heroes there in the clump position.
It's just kind of tough now because MDR, you know, he's making so much space in these initial engagements, but we're reaching the point where maybe this Centaur, maybe this Viper, they're getting pretty tanky, and you can't just burst them down within that duration that you're trying to, you know, distract Dark Horse. They're able to get back on track, come back together, and use their spells in tandem. We saw that disruption come through and end up saving the Centaur in the end. So, I mean, if that keeps happening, and you are not able to capitalize on your Bat Rider lassos and initial combos and stuff, the fight's actually...
Oh, Centaur? Oh my god.
As a BKB, we'll get lassoed up right now, but again, he doesn't have enough damage to cut through that thick pony right now. Even with the Flame Break, he has that BKB running, so he's just able to walk this one off.
Yeah, but they don't lose anything. They just use like a lasso cooldown, and they kind of force the Centaur to use his BKB charge. I think they're happy.
That's fair, yeah. I mean, no Stampede use, which isn't that big of a deal, but as the charges go lower and lower, maybe your avenue for control or actually wrestling some sort of advantage in the fight just widens. So
yeah, the throw is gonna be like again, you know, a very focal point in the team fights. You know, can Team Eagles kite him out, make sure that he's actually not allowed to dish out the damage in the team fights, because if he gets an opportunity to actually just fight and just go one against the Naga, Naga's gonna lose. So it's all about like trying to cut his BKB and trying to use the song to reset or set up for the Disruptor Ultimate to have a very good team fight, you know, going on for them. So it's gonna be on the troll whether he uses his BKB wisely. When you kick it too early, when you use it too early, a team fight is going to be very, very hard for the team. You know? So ideally, you have to get the Centaur in. Centaur getting lassoed again.
Yeah, here they go. That's the control onto the Viper as well, forcing him into the Static Storm and Manta. The Wind Ranger trying to focus him down, but the disruption again, it's too much control. The Wind Ranger and the Bat are already down, and you couldn't song in time. MDR, his Rolling Thunder's over, and now it's time to get the hell out of here. You've already lost your key hero. And this Wind, it just isn't connecting. It can't get the targets that it needs. The BKB from the Centaur just to try and chase down even more. The Troll's on the front lines. He wants that Naga. He knows there's no song. And with that Shiva slow, looks like MDR is going to be in some trouble as well. You managed to somehow force yourself up onto the high ground thanks to those Manta illusions. But MDR will pay the price. Ends up being a 3-for-0 exchange. Dark Horse, they are getting way too meaty for the side of Eagle to work through.
He came back to Diffuser to save his carry. That's a man who knows who's the carrier on the team.
True, MDR, he's learned his lesson, but that's not going to help him out in this situation. The Rex under attack now as the tier 3 tower is going to go down very easily. Small KK, he can even start using these poison attacks if he's so bothered. But for now, oh my god, the troll!
Butterfly plus Bloodthorn.
Oh, they didn't respect it. I mean, is going to die, but the fact that he's able to just go up in there and get your troll. Yeah, you can buy it and try and force a bit more from this game right now, but they're unclear about the current circumstance of the Eagles hero and how fast they can rejoin the fight. They will just back up. But what the heck? That was... yeah, like you said, I guess that was just the butterfly timing, huh? The Disruptor jumps forward to try and find a glimpse back, finds his own depth instead. They buy back on the Pango and they need to get a little bit more. MDR starting to slow up onto the Centaur. It's a lot of HP.
Taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta watch yourself. I mean, surely you let someone else do the damage. He dies! He dies! How many times have we seen this interaction happen again and again? The Wind Ranger just doesn't seem to learn a lesson. And the tips come through. I mean, she's gotta be laughing at herself as well, because that was supposed to be a buyback, nice defense. You end up losing more heroes than you end up killing. Which is just, you know...
to get lifesteal on your Wind Ranger.
You might have to. Is He's my understanding of what he's saying is that I already told you, right?
No.
Isn't that? 我跟你说.
Yeah, you have to be responsible. He's telling him to be a responsible player or something.
Ah, damn. That's painful.
Be
I mean-
responsible to your actions, to your own actions.
Yeah, I mean, he
Don't
definitely...
don't drag your team along.
That's exactly what's happening now. Oh, bot side, MDR. He gets found out by the troll, but makes it through the gates just to die to bombs. Oh, that's your dieback on the Pango too. This is a huge opening for Dark Horse if they can just walk into the road. Yeah, that's exactly what they'll do. LaFour, I mean, he's threatening up against small KK, but he understands that as long as the Viper just puts the Mjolnir shield or rather the electric little chain lightning zap machine on himself, should be fine.
Static charge.
Is that what it's called? Yeah, static charge, sorry.
Radiant's bottom tower
Reactive taser level up, I guess is what it looks like to me. I'm trying to clear out these illusions, but already the Aegis of the Immortal goes the way of the Troll. And it's just such a huge opening now. Eagle, they've lost grip of this game completely.
Troll's time is here right now. The Nagas, I feel like he's still strong. It's just about like finding the right initiation. How are they going to play the team fight? Which I feel like needs to be drawn out for them. They need to play a very long ass fight. Like Bat Rider goes in or Pango goes in, distracts them, forces them to use their BKB. And once their BKB is out, you kite all their ice spells, and then you song and disrupt the static storm and you turn the fight around.
Yeah.
But you need to keep everyone alive, you know. You can't just like, oh, I'm gonna go in and there's a one-way ticket, you know, I'm not coming back out, and that's not gonna work.
It feels like they need to construct something very, very meticulously planned, but you don't even have time to consider that, as on your high ground already, there's the Troll and small KK putting it to work. They don't even need to commit the Troll for it, which is like the biggest thing. They understand that Pango's not in the picture. They can just let small KK attack away. He has that cheese in the back pocket as well. So nice burst of healing and so much EHP on this hero. Should be quick work of the Rex. Question is whether they want to stick around for more or whether Eagle want to try and push forward and find a fight. In comes the roll again, there's the setup. It's a nice little location to have. They can inspect the Troll and he starts to get bumped around. He has that second life still, so it's not that bad. Lasso on the sidelines, can't really find a meaningful target. Crash trying to bait out maybe a blast off in. Forcing the BKB from the Troll now. He's starting to run forward, starting the chops up onto MDR. This Pango's going nowhere. He's dead. The Song can't stop the Troll in his own BKB. And now you're trying to turn around in Static Storm. But there isn't any follow-up at this point. He can't get in the fight. You do a decent chunk of Troll's damage, but small KK, he's still on the front line, still with the cheese, unthreatened in his entirety. And now you're coming forward, another stomp, another break of the Lincolns, and this Wind Ranger should just be dead. Small KK, able to finally get revenge for that top laning stage, and has to try and full commit in with the illusions, but he's getting controlled up. It's too much AoE damage, and small KK is the big winner of all of it. You'll buy back en masse now, bringing the two cores back in the picture, but that's because you're losing the game right now. Small KK, he's just on your tier 4s and he knows he can't be stopped. No Pango, no disruption, and what else do you have to offer in the fight?
Song.
You'll start breaking out the Lincolns. Yeah, all the ultimates out of the picture. It's just the lasso. They need to try and pull someone in, but he has that Lotus and he has all these defensive tools. Even the Lincolns, it's gonna come back off, and GG.
Yeah, GG is called, you know, Viper finally has the last laugh, you know, after the disastrous early game. Oh, I'm a laning hero, you know. Just because you ruined my lane, I can't win the game.
Yeah,
Viper definitely, you know, shuts them out, you know. Just closing out the game, and I feel like overall the Centaur and Troll kind of also work really well together. You know, they were able to stave off a lot of the aggression from Team Eagles. They were able to get some good pickoffs like together, blinking in, getting heroes with the Stampede, like chasing them around. Like I feel like they were just able to do a lot of damage instantly, you know. And for Team Eagles, if they can't play a long, drawn-out fight, it's gonna be hard for them to win those short fights, you know, short bursty fights where the Troll BKBs in and just kill somebody. Then the fights are gonna be hard for them.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it reached the point of a game where even though Dark Horse, they were susceptible to some of these pickoffs early on, they managed to get these key items, and when Eagle overextended, Dark Horse made sure to punish. They didn't care that they were bringing more members. They just knew that they needed to get even trades, and
Yeah.
it just allows them to come back into the game. I mean, more than anything, it's so easy to feel like, oh, you know, we're so far behind, it's tough, we're going to get kited, especially with the disadvantage you were at, but showing a lot of good grit here, Dark Horse bouncing back from a tough situation and taking this game number one. I mean, after all, this is tournament life on the line, so understandable that these teams are giving it their all.
Yeah, well done there, well done there. Definitely well done. Not an easy game to come back from, and just they showed a lot of like character, like coming back from that disastrous start and just
Yeah.
being able to coordinate things with the Centaur and especially the supports as well, like taking up some of the important duties, like pushing out the dead lanes. Like the techies did a lot of that, like
Yeah.
buying a lot of team items to help each other survive. I feel like just everybody played their part, and that's what ultimately allowed Dark Horse to get the V here, you know.
Yeah, correct. And I mean, we already talked about the weakness of Eagle going into that previous matchup against Zero. It felt like at times they weren't necessarily on the same page. And in this matchup, we're seeing glimpses of that as well, right? You already mentioned, you know, the team fight. It doesn't seem like it's mapped up very clearly. Hopefully, they can find their way back on course here. If not, they're going to be out of these qualifiers. Of course, we'll have game 2 for you right after a short break between Dark Horse and Eagle. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League Chinese Close Qualifiers. We're in day number 2 and we're in match number 2 of Eagle versus Dark Horse. This is of course your lower bracket match. Sneeze and Winter bring you the action here. And we already have a draft, so we'll hop into that really quickly. But Eagle, this really hasn't been their day so far. It just feels like they have a script. The game plan is pretty clear, at least to us as a third party, but when it comes to execution and being on the same page, they're not really on the same boat. Dark Horse, they were able to come back in that game number 1 after a pretty decent show of resilience, right? They had a rough early stage, but they came together, fought the way their draft intended, and really brought it back on the back of Longfall's Troll.
Well, I mean, credit is given, where it's due. They definitely, held their ground and made a couple of very, very good team fights happen overall for the Troll and the Centaur, and just gave them the advantage, and hopefully they can
10 seconds.
bring back the same kind of execution in the next game. And for Eagle's sake,
5
they also
seconds.
have to try to match that kind of execution in the team fights. That was definitely lacking in terms of how they were communicating amongst themselves and how they are layering their spells together, how they're planning the team fights. Everything needs to be much better in this game.
Sure. And I mean, I think we're both in agreement that, at least for me, I felt like the Eagle draft was actually fine, right? I think they had decent components. I felt like they had the tools they needed to win, but it's all about coming together, which is maybe
Yeah.
why they still go back for this Naga Siren first pick and the Shadow Demon as well.
I mean, sometimes the team fights, right? If you don't have like a strong voice in the team, then it's very difficult to execute things like accordingly. If everybody is like, I'm sure you've already been in kind of situations where in team fights, in your games where everyone is talking. There's not like a clear voice like telling everybody what they need to do. I mean, sure, I'm not saying the four of you shut the fuck up, and then just listen to one person, but
Yeah.
you have to have like a clear voice, one voice that's
Yeah.
like leading everybody and trying to get people in position to execute the plan that he has, and then everyone else is just like chipping in. Oh, I got this. I'm not ready. I'm ready. I have this. I can do this.
Yeah.
Just small little things. But
Yeah.
the big picture wise, you need to have one strong voice to get everyone in position to understand what is their role in the team fights.
Yeah. It felt a bit all over the place.
Which is kind of like a difficult thing to achieve in a team when you don't have like a clear leader or a strong personality or somebody that's really that has a vision of the game. Like not every team has that kind of person, and sometimes if you don't have that type of person on the team, and say it's the coach,
10 seconds.
handling
Just long
that,
enough to regret
but in the
every
game
choice
you
you've
you
made
can only
if
do
you
so
are
much
the
if you're the coach, because you're not
Starting
playing.
in 5
You can do
seconds
work
with
from
or
outside the
without.
game, and in the game you kind of need to sometimes let your players figure stuff themselves, and it's going to take time before you can develop that kind of character in one of your players, or grow some of your players into that type of person.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's all these things that you're talking about, they aren't really things that you can grind, like you play 10 pubs. That doesn't necessarily mean you're building that particular skill. It's like a team setting thing.
Maybe if you're grinding like in a way like you're trying to be vocal in the games, I know sometimes it might not end well in pubs.
Yeah. Look at
You're
Matt
thinking-
instead. They're like, shut up, man. I don't want to listen to you.
I don't, the famous quote in SEA. I don't need you to teach me.
Ah,
Like,
yes,
they-
yes. Yeah, or 0-1 in
They
lane,
will-
still
they-
teaching.
They
Oh.
will view it as teaching instead
Yes,
of
yes.
communicating.
Yeah, everyone in Dota 2 is just a master educator. It seems
I'm
like,
a
but
level 30 Grandmaster Naga Siren. Do you need me to tell you that? Can't you see? I don't
Yeah.
need you to teach.
yeah. Oh, okay, cannot see. Oh, and then the worst part is like, especially in I think immortal rank, where like let's say you're like 100 behind the other person, and then they'll just say like let's say you're at 1k and they're like 900. They're like, oh, 4-digit 4-digit immortal. Don't talk. And you're like, come on, man. We're like what 50 MMR difference. Don't play with me. Yeah, it's full of shenanigans here, but of course, Southeast Asia, we're gonna get some of that juiciness in the later days. For now, we're looking at Dark Horse, who, they're bringing out some of their typical sort of picks that they've shown us so far, right?
It's
The Mars is
Naga
something.
counter.
Is
Naga
it?
counter? The Pugna shard. Have you not seen that in action?
I have, but I don't really think about it as like, oh my god, the Naga's game is over. You know what I mean? I think it's like it's neat.
I mean, it's kind of annoying in the team fights if the partner gets to his shot and he has.
That's fair.
The thing you need on partner to deal with the Nagas, you need items that can save you and the shot. So you can't just get a shot and I'm gonna destroy the Naga. You
Yeah,
also
you just
need,
gotta die.
Yeah, you also need items that can keep you alive, like Glimmer, Falstaff, and etc. So that the Naga can't burst you, and then you can get to do your thing. You place the
All right,
annoying
Dyer gets
stick
the ban.
in the middle of the pipe, and you clear all the illusions.
Ooh, Dark Horse. Still
Oh,
it's
this
still
is
in the
great.
trend here. They're not going for the centaur, but they go for the disco pony instead.
This is great with the partner.
Yeah, yeah.
Mana battery. You know what? What Leshrac needs? He needs unlimited supply of battery.
Yes, yes, and he's gonna get that thanks to the partner. He couldn't have. I mean, really, the only thing that could be even better is maybe a Koto or something. But I think Koto's more for like Storm, right? I feel like Pugna is such a great partner for Lash.
Is Kotal even better with Lash? I feel like
I don't know. Yeah, I think Pugna's just straight up better, right? Probably the best.
Yeah, Pugna or
5 seconds.
I mean, I think Kotal's
4,
similar to Lion,
3,
but Pugna's probably the best one because it gives you HP too. And
Okay.
Leshrac needs HP and mana.
Quick question, because we did already mention that the Lash is a great answer to the Naga Siren historically. Are you worried at all about the Shadow Demon though? I can't help but feel like the Shadow Demon ultimate just kind of slows you down and forces you into a weird spot in the fight
Yeah.
where they can kite around.
Get
you.
Lincolns, get good.
Fair, fair. I mean, the ideal situation is that Dark Horse is, I mean, their offlaner is able to at least circle around and...
Yeah, I also feel like you want to get a Pipe and Mage Slayer, usually when you're playing Illusion Heroes into Lash.
Yeah,
Ideally,
that's
you
fair.
have like an offlaner that can build a pipe to protect your illusions, and then on top of that, you Mage Slayer and just right-click the Lash once. Or twice, for that matter. Just keep the buff on him.
Yeah, but it feels like, I won't lie, it kind of feels like it's such a difficult item to build now. Unless you're like a dedicated aura buyer, the pipe is such
You're
a
talking
big
about
ticket.
pipe? Oh,
Yeah, I'm talking about pipe.
I thought you were like, Mage Slayer is a difficult item.
No,
Like,
no,
oh,
no. Mage Slayer is easy. Everyone wants an excuse to build Mage Slayer, but Pipe is a lot bigger of an investment. And I mean, especially for a hero that wants to get active like Mars, sure, you can get it down the line, but I feel like more often than not, we've even seen sort of techies go for those auras instead.
Yeah, Falcons like to build their aura items on Bat Rider. Sometimes I think it can be good in some games where you have Mech and Pipe on your supports. I mean, Bat Rider has like an easy way of farming, right, with Firefly, so you tend to be able to get to those items fairly easily and in reasonable time.
Yeah, I mean, last game we saw the Bat Rider basically have a pretty decent time in terms of accumulating net worth for himself. Of course, it didn't really end up in a win, but that's not going to stop Eagle from going back to it. They grabbed the Razor as well. This is a pretty interesting one. I mean, it's been a strong hero for MDR, in the offlane, so maybe they're just going back to something that's worked for them in the past.
I mean, it's just a very good laning hero, for the team. And kind of, I don't know if it's a flex pick for them, Some teams, they like to open Razor early because Razor can be picked in their mid lane, can be picked in their off lane, so it's easy for the drafter to shuffle things around when you see, oh, he's countering here, I'm gonna just move this piece. It's like playing chess, I'm gonna move my piece here, I'm gonna move my piece there. So whenever you have like a roster of players that have a lot of overlapping heroes, you're just like Craigasm, as the drafter.
True. Yeah, I mean, when it all comes together, it feels like that's what you play Dota for, but I don't know about this. This is a last pick.
What's the carry?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Lash is the carry?
I guess, maybe. They go for a sniper in the mid lane.
Outrange them.
Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of hoping in this mid lane, it's actually going to be a Lash carry played by Longfor, so...
But the thing, everyone is farming.
Yeah, that's my
Snipers
issue.
farming, Razors farming, Nagas farming. Who's not farming? Even Bat Rider wants to farm.
Oh, look, to be fair, MDR, he seems to have a penchant for being able to make space for his team. So maybe, just maybe, that is something that he can do. But we already saw the Alchemist, he does need a little bit of time. Razor can get going earlier though, right? Maybe 1 or 2 items like the Falcon Blade or, I don't know what Razors get as a first item these days. Pipe. Maybe. I mean, it feels like you really need it against Lash. Yeah, Mage Slayer could be nice. It's not a hard item to build, but...
probably gonna build his carry items.
Yeah.
Like, who am I kidding? Like, BKB...
It'll be funny if he
Shivas.
builds Maelstrom first item. That'll be hilarious. I don't know whether it's gonna happen that way, but for now, Eagle, they end things off with a sniper. So like you said, outrange them. But I am a bit concerned. It's just a matter of basically whether the Lash can get into the mix or not, right, this game.
So he's gonna need what? Bloodstone,
Blink.
a strength blink,
Eventually.
overwhelming blink,
Yeah.
Shivas,
Yeah.
Singe and Kaya. I guess that's
Probably
pretty
like
much it, right?
Maybe if he could, it would be nice if he got a Lotus or something so he doesn't have to care about the Shadow Demon or Bat Rider.
Dude, he's going to tell someone else to buy the Lotus. You think
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
gonna
No,
buy
so I'm saying he needs a Lotus from his friends. He's not buying a Lotus. That's a loser support item. You never want to pick that up yourself. Unless you need a dispel,
you
of course.
you only buy it because sometimes you need a plate meal, and then
Yeah.
you don't really have space
Have a
to
better
get
build up, yeah.
Shivas or AC because someone else already bought it. And then like, oh fine, I'll get
Okay.
but
I guess
shittiest
it's good.
plate meal item, you know, the it's the
Yeah,
third,
it is
the
what
third
it is.
item.
Okay, so as we get into this game number 2 here, worth mentioning that I just want to point this out. No surprises at all that Shadow Demon as well as Techies are two of the most picked heroes in this entire Chinese qualifier so far. But one of them is a lot better than the other. Winter, can you guess which one?
Shadow Demon is better.
Absolutely not. That's actually incorrect. So you could take a quick look at the win rates here. Just in terms of matches played, Shadow Demon has had 9 matches and he's at a 44.4% win rate. Compared to Techies, who's had 7 matches and an 85% win rate. So
Yeah,
clearly,
what am I
you
kidding?
know, I'm
Bomberman is
not.
the king. Bomberman
Yeah,
is the king.
Bombman is king. It's kind of insane, and if we follow that trajectory, it should mean that Dark Horse are going to be able to sweep this one up pretty easily. True enough, even though their draft is a little bit unorthodox, I'm excited to see what they can do here.
Yeah, do you see the all chatting?
Again?
Already beginning.
Oh,
Yeah, it's calling him the Viper Lord. So you are the Viper Lord now, yeah?
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, as much as it is pretty cutthroat and there's only one slot available for the entirety of the Chinese region, apart from the invited teams, of course, I do hope that to a certain extent these players are enjoying their time or at least having fun, even in winning or losing. Because, you know, Dota, it's so sweaty, especially when you try to be a pro and try to make it. It's always about trying to get better, trying to sort of grind these pubs, and sometimes you can sort of lose the fun team gameplay aspect of it. I don't know. Maybe these pros don't even have
Dota's
fun anymore.
fun? Are you sure Dota's fun?
Yeah, maybe
You
I'm
sure?
just speaking. Maybe I'm just too much of a casual. I still try to enjoy my time when I play Dota, but clearly this is
Are
nothing
you
but blood,
sure
sweat,
you're
and
playing
tears.
the right game if you're trying to enjoy a game?
Oh yeah, my bad. How dare I speak this blasphemy on an official pro Dota stream? That's crazy. Okay, you know, somebody who will be having fun for the most part, at least in the early lane stage, should be this sniper, right? The outrange, it's just a very classic counter, and Small KK, I love this adaptation already. So he goes for the early level and Nether Toxin just to push out the wave.
Viper Lord
and
indeed.
Viper
He knows.
Lord, yeah. He knows the
knows.
tech.
You have to switch up tags, you know, when you're up against this.
Yeah, you can't. He's just gonna out harass you from range, and you just kind of need to close that distance by having the creeps
But
just
wouldn't you
smack him.
have a hard time last hitting then if you're like just pushing the waves in like this?
Yeah,
I
which
guess-
is why we see him only have one last hit after the first wave. The sniper, it's just such an easy thing for him to deny these creeps from the Viper. So see how this matchup plays out. For now, I think Small KK, he's not gonna have much better of a time than he did in game 1.
Just getting peeped, you know, by the sniper.
Yeah. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, like all those headshots. The sad part is that this player doesn't have the duck immortal, which would have been hilarious. I think sound effect wise, but unfortunate. It just has
So
a
you're
little
one,
bit of
you're
a-
one for the memes as well, huh?
Yeah. I love. It's so funny. It's so hard to take seriously, and then suddenly you're dead, and you just kind of are even more frustrated with the whole situation. I mean, you look
I
at
feel like
Sniper. You look how he's
the
built.
the most tilting one is the Undying Dance, and he kills you.
Oh yeah,
I
then he,
feel like-
oh dude, and then he just dances right next to his tombstone. It's like, yeah, this is where I'll put you in. Oh my god, it's so annoying.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone else that annoys me more than that.
Okay, but if you're talking about taunts though, I feel like a Tide Hunter who spams that in lane just kind of tilts me a little, because you can't really do anything to him. Speaking of doing anything, Lonfer, this little I guess Decrepify keeps him safe from the Razor for now, but still allows MDR to steal quite a bit of damage, and it should at the very least be a bit of last hitting advantage for now. 10-2 on this Razor, so doing very well for himself up against the 5 and 3 of the Lesh.
Yeah, Lesh not so good, I guess, on the side lane as well. And he's also obviously laning with the Pugna, which is not as good as a Shadow Demon Razor lane. The duo has much more kill potential. Pugna, Lesh is like, you're just trying to get your farm. You're not really... Oh, he gets a... I thought he got a surround there, but maybe he was able to tangle out one of the trees. But nice try there by Shadow Demon. Some classic Warcraft trees surround.
Yeah. Still happens. I feel like every time it happens, it catches me by surprise. But the good Shadow Demons, they know all the little areas they can trap you in.
Dude, they just send the illusions to block your path.
Yeah.
So even if they don't get the Warcraft trees around, they are still gonna be blocking you till you die.
Yeah. I think, speaking of prolific Shadow Demon players, I think the one that really just showed the world how, or at least for me, I don't know about you because you've sort of watched
I'm
way more
old.
Pro Dota than me.
I'm old.
Yeah.
Don't remind me.
You can say it, I can't. But I think recently, or at least up until recent times, it was Satsa who really showed just how strong Shadow Demon can be. I think it's always a hero that's not really favored in pubs just because it isn't the most exciting or flashy, but just the amount of potential it can do
How
with
can
seemingly.
you say Shadow Demon is not flashy? How
Is
can you
it
actually
fla-
say that? It is
Is that-
flashy. Dude,
Okay.
with the saves and then stacking, people trying to dodge your poison and get them in the last tick and you own them and you taunt them.
Okay, so you're telling me that whenever you use a Shadow Poison, you get excited. Is that what you're telling me right now? You're like, oh my god, he landed the
stacks.
Shadow Poison. That's
5
crazy.
stacks. That's a billion damage.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll be sure to hype it. Yeah, I guess I don't. I'll hype it up. I'll hype it up. The next time he lands a Shadow Poison, I'll lose my mind, okay? I'll lose my mind, just for you. Small KK, this is a bit of an interesting move here. He
Wait,
decides-
why is
Yeah.
he abandoning his home?
Yeah, he just decided, hey, you know what, I'll steal some farm, steal a stack for myself, get your, I guess, jungle here. Maybe just capitalizing off the fact that the sniper won't really be so keen on moving. But now outside, he's on the chase. Small kid,
That's
yeah,
a-
he needs to
that's-
TP out.
That's a good move by Sniper coming over to deny the rune. Just giving
Yeah.
up like 1 creep just to do that.
And just really making this
I mean,
entire area...
look at his deny, just freaking 18.
That's more than nice than the... I mean, the Viper, he farmed out a stack, sure, that's why he's at 24, but if you're talking about lane creeps, he is severely lacking. The Sniper last pick, it's doing exactly what it needs to. Now, Sheep in this bot side is burning up. One last flame break should do the job, and that will be first blood. Very nicely executed from outside and to get that done.
Yeah, on top of that, Sniper's doing a good job maintaining efficiency, just using the shrapnel. Like, I was wondering why he had 1 point in shrapnel. He's using it to stack the jungle when he's farming in the lane.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it was or at least it was a thing of the past where sometimes snipers would max shrapnel, and then you just get a lot of stacks set up for you and you power farm that way.
Max shrapnel and you call me old? You know how long ago I was
Okay,
maxing
okay.
shrapnel?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Winter. I'm just trying to be relatable, man. Midas queue up for this Viper though. He knows he's in Struggle City and he knows he's not gonna get a lot. This guy has no points in poison
Wait,
attack right
I
now.
actually think he's in a worse situation than last game. Last game, he was also in this type of scenario where he died twice in the lane and then he didn't even consider getting a Midas.
Yeah. No, but at least, you know, he knows the bad situation that he's gonna be in, right? He teched accordingly. Like he already has the.
He didn't even die in this game, but he
Yeah,
thinks that he's
right?
in a worse position than last game.
Maybe he's just trying to match the sniper's farm. But for now, just a bit of swing and miss on both the initiation from Sheep as well as the follow-up
I
from
mean, this
Eagle.
has to be one of the more interesting skill builds on Viper I've seen in for the laning phase 0-3-2.
I mean, the poison attack is that you say interesting build for the laning phase as if the Viper is laning. The Viper just comes back to defend his tower.
Alright,
That's
fine,
about it.
fine. He's jungling. He's jungling.
He's full-on
build.
jungle Viper right now.
Coming to
which-
your pups 2024.
Yeah, I hope not. It's in moments like these that I'm glad that. Okay, I'm not glad about it, but we know for a fact that. No, I'm glad. Like, hear me out. You know how like Chinese Dota games usually get the least like amount of eyes. Like people don't really watch as much or care as much because most of the viewership is in the Chinese scene. I'm glad that not a lot of people are watching this because the last thing I want is to deal with jungle Viper in my mid lane. Like I go into a queue, I see a Viper picked, I'm like, nice, he's gonna dominate the lane and take early control. This dude queues a Midas. It's curtains.
But I thought you said you're gonna give. Remember our conversation? We're gonna.
I need to give him time.
Yeah, give him time. Judge
Okay,
after.
okay. We'll give him time. How many minutes this time, Winter?
Dude, just look at whether they win or lose the game. If they lose the
Okay.
game, you can give him shit for it. You know. This
Okay.
guy,
Well,
man.
maybe he's a genius. Like this is. I mean, he is the Viper Lord, right? So he would know better than me. And honestly, all things considered, if you look at the net worth, he isn't doing too bad in comparison to last game where he was firmly at the bottom for what feels like forever. And now he's sitting at 3.2k, which sure, it's a little bit far from the sniper, but you have to consider the circumstances here. He's just full on, he's a full-time jungler and a part-time lane defender.
Pretty fast, you know, he clears the creeps with the nanotoxin. And now he's
Yeah.
gonna get a kill, hopefully.
Oh,
A
this
kill.
would be nice.
Oh no, Crash.
Oh, yo.
Oh no, why did you take our poor Viper Lord's kill? He's queuing a Midas already. Give the
Yeah.
man some money.
Yeah, he needs it. I mean, he... Wait, small KK. Dude, he ends up taking quite a bit of damage from his own Viper illusions thanks to the disruption coming out. But it seems like in this early stage of the game, Dark Horse, they have well and truly just abandoned the lanes. Look at the Lash as well. He just went back all the way to the top side of his jungle to farm. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny. It seems like they don't want to interact with Eagle at all.
What type of game is this, you know? Is this like a player versus player game or player versus PC game?
Yeah. Dark Horse, they're committed to PvE. They're like, in game 1, we tried PvP in the first 10 minutes, didn't work out. We're switching up the strategy. So this is what they're going for. For now, it seems to be fine by them that they are giving these advantages to the cause, because I think you pointed out, Winter, that it's not really... Oh my god, this is a huge... Oh my god, he's
no.
shadow poisoning, but it doesn't even
no.
matter.
Take the
You talk
last
about
hit.
being flashy. No, they're getting every single bit of the creeps. Longfall, he's gonna be fine. The Lash gets away with just the absolute biggest heist in the history of that. How many stacks was that? Like 4? You give up your Viper and you give up your Pangna, but you don't even give a shit. Like, that was so much gold.
Probably like 600-700 gold.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe more, because it's like, I think 5 stacks. 8 stacks. It's probably like 1k.
Jesus.
1000 gold at least. I mean, 2 kills is like 500, so it was definitely worth it. 500-600
Yeah.
gold.
I guess.
I
I mean, it evens out, but the fact that this Lash steals that away from the Naga and the Sniper as well, that's pretty significant. And
Wait, you
I
think
mean,
it's the Naga or Sniper stack? Come on, bro.
Oh,
It's
my
the
bad.
Shadow Demon or Bat Rider stack.
Oh yeah, you're right. They need to get those. They need to get demonic clans. Is what. It's actually gonna be pretty good this game, right? I mean, it's usually a pretty good shot overall, but especially against the shenanigans coming out from the techies as well as the Pugna, just being able to shrug off that Decrepify might help the Sniper do a bit more damage, or even the Razor in the fight.
Yeah, how can you forget the supports?
My
They did
bad.
all the hard work, you know.
Yeah, true.
Planting
He was setting
the
that up
seeds,
for himself.
nurturing the
Yes.
crops.
Yes, true.
Don't look now, but
The crops
Only-
being themselves, of
only
course,
to
they were
be-
nurturing themselves.
Only to be taken away.
Yeah, the fate of a support. 2k gold lead though still for Eagle, as they are very comfortably farming on all their cores, but same kind of can be said for this Mars in this bot side. He's been completely uncontested. The Nagas already retreated into the jungle pretty early on, and I think my eyes are going to be on him, right? He has that Blink Dagger complete at a brilliant timing, and he has to make something happen for the squad for sure, just to open up a bit more space.
Who does he want to kill? Probably Cardell Sniper.
It's gotta be the Sniper or the Razor, right? I feel like MDR's had a free time up here as well. If you don't address the Razor for any longer, I mean, he's just gonna become a major problem.
Yep, BKB. Next, Falcon Blade Yasha into BKB.
Yeah. Pretty good build up. I mean, Yasha just does the job as a little bit of damage.
It's been
move
a
speed.
while since I last seen like casual Yashas. Nowadays, I keep seeing a lot after the buffs to Yasha.
Yeah. Understandable, right? Like, it's such a great
It's
Razor
like,
item.
well, it's a small buff, right? Like 100 gold cheaper or something.
Yeah. It's not even significant. I honestly didn't think it was that... Sorry. It
50
is
gold.
50 gold cheaper. That's just good enough, I guess.
I mean, they kind of nerfed the other trendy items, you know.
True. Smoke out mid here. They want to get the Blink reveal on arguably a core, but Hara with no mana, that will suffice as well. Blast off in and way too much magic damage. He couldn't even disruption in time. Now, if he disrupted, that would have been a flashy play. Unfortunately, he's not able to get it off.
So this is the game we are playing now.
What's the game? A flashy game.
Yeah, flashy game. with
Yeah, I
a
mean,
flashy
he-
hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's a. I mean, I'm taking your word for it. You're very experienced.
Wow, what a time to take a shot at me, calling me old.
I mean, it's just at the end of the day, jokes aside here, it's not that bad, right? The fact that the Shadow Demon is the one dying, the fact that your Sniper is just farming safely in the triangle.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to kill Sniper or Razor for sure. Those are the two prime targets. I mean, Naga's fine too, you know, if they find the Naga.
Is this okay? So real talk here. Is it a concern at all? Because they haven't really been able to kill the Naga or the sniper. Like literally, none of the calls have suffered at all on the side of Eagle. They're just ramping up, getting their farm.
They're not worried. They have a Midas Viper.
Oh
in
yeah,
the
you're
jungle.
right. He has a Midas. That's crazy. He's already making it happen.
Oh no, the Naga illusion stealing his.
Wait, how did the Naga steal one creep? That's
Yeah, he
hilarious.
stole one creep.
Oh, dude, I don't know what's going on here. This game has become quite clowny. I thought that Dark Horse, as we see Sheep going down up here in the top side, just caught up by the Razor, I'm guessing. But I thought this game, especially with the unorthodox approach with the Lash carry and all that, I thought that Dark Horse would have a clear idea about what they're trying to do. But for now, it kind of seems a bit all over the place. Everyone's struggling a little bit
It
and
just seems that they want to play another game, you know? Want to go a full series?
yeah. So far,
They want
most
they
of
want
the,
to end the streak. What, we had all 2-0 so far.
Yeah. They're like, we're on stream now. We need to make them work for it, right? We need to make sure they're fully entertained. Yeah, it's still, you know, this Lesh safe lane, not quite as inspiring as the Queen of Pain safe lane that we saw earlier from Erica. As both teams seeming to smoke out, looking for an opportunity now at the 40-minute mark.
Kaya Sage done on Dash. He says it's time to go with the Sage.
Finding Hara again. Good try at the spear back, but
this,
Ayunit goes
spear.
completely wide. Now he'll be able to get the disruption if he chooses, but just standing around for now puts the Viper under, but the entire squad of Dark Horse is here. This is not an engagement that you can win, and they will lose both supports.
Yeah, I mean the Mars is also going for Blink PKB. I kind of feel like maybe the more utility build is actually more useful in this game, like the use build
Yeah. I
to
mean,
set
just
up
catching
kills.
the single.
Because he needs, if you look at the overall lineup, right, who is actually gonna set up kills? He's the only one. Like the Pugna and Takis are gonna be just holding your hand, staying behind you, and then you have a Viper and Lash. Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, they both do a good job in terms of outputting damage, but keeping them in place is a whole different story altogether.
Needs to serve the meat on the table, you know. So
True,
Mars
true,
is the
true.
one.
He's the waiter here. He needs to be the one to set things up. And,
He's the waiter. He's the chef. He's the whatever.
Yeah, then the Viper and the Lash just eat, man. Like they don't have any part in the preparation. They're just there to consume the food. Maybe down the line, it's kind of crazy now because we're looking at Small KK and what he's queued up. It looks like he wants a Lotus for himself, which is pretty deranged. But maybe down the line, the Viper gets something like a Gleipnir and some of the control concerns are alleviated.
The cause
Maybe?
only want to get Lotus when they're playing against Razor. Have you not heard of that?
That's true. That's true.
Because they click on the supports. Nobody's buying a 4-star. I'm not buying a 4-star on the call. I'm buying Lotus.
I mean, I guess it works, right? Because whatever damage he saps, you sap it back, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and that's like a bad rider in the game too. And you can remove the end snare.
And like Shadow Demon, you could reflect his disruption, which would be very pog.
And body surround him, like Warcraft 3 surround
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
That would be
You
crazy.
body surround him instead. He's like, hey shit, what the hell? You stole my move.
Ah, you wish you had face boots.
Yeah, idiot. Why didn't you buy phase boots on Shadow Demon?
Yeah, why not?
Fits the color scheme. You know, I think it
better-
would go very nicely with his
Got
outfit.
better things to do. Get my arcane boots.
Yeah. No lah, if he farmed that stack, he could have afforded it. Unfortunately, they lost it. Dark Horse, good steal. But for now, 60 minutes into the game, things are very even, and it seems like both these teams aren't too keen on interacting entirely. It's kind of a similar story to last game where they're very happy waiting for their own timings. This Razor, I think he has that BKB flying out to him in full now, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe this is the time for him to start hamming down these lanes for now. Oh, Sniper, very aggressively postured on the front, but just pops the BKB. Oh my god! Oh, okay. I mean, look, I get it, boss move, but that's like a 9-second BKB.
I will tell you, hashtag not worth.
Yeah, I would agree. I would hashtag agree with you. I don't really know what that's about. It kind of feels like his trigger finger was too itchy there. And just- Okay, well, that's your BKB reveal. Nice job, you kill a Pugna. It doesn't seem like they can convert anything from it, but ooh, if they get Small KK, turn around with the Viper Strike instead.
Oh,
Bump him
no.
back, but can't close the
Oh,
distance
no.
for Lasso. No, the arena! It's perfect! A Yumit, he was waiting at the sidelines the whole time, but MDR with his own BKB reveal will rip up the Viper. They've already gotten 2 return kills though. Nice BKB TP out. Good stuff from MDR to keep himself alive against the full response from Dark Horse, but they lose small KK again.
I mean, they're gonna need more than this, you know. They don't have an actual carry, so the longer the game goes, they're gonna have problems, you know. Unless I'm utterly wrong about this Lash carry that he's gonna just outskill everything with the Pugna giving him mana.
I mean, okay, to be fair, we did see a similar situation where the Lash, basically up against no Spirit Vessel Builder, up against no healing reduction, can just dominate the game.
Wait, was it the first series?
I think so, yeah. Wasn't it 7? No, it wasn't 7E. Who was it who was playing that? So long. Was it Kev? Was it Kev who was playing that? My.
Probably.
Oh, Butterfly Effect Slash. Yes, Butterfly Effect. They were playing the double horse again. It was Centaur, Butterfly Effect on the Lash, as well as Fly on the Lifestealer. Was that game. And for now, it doesn't seem like Eagle are too concerned about it. They have their Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, BKB sniper starting to walk down the lanes.
Yep, and they just slain a Maelstrom Midas Viper. Gotta feel good, you know.
Dude, I don't. At this point, I don't even know whether to take the Viper seriously. He's so easy to kill. He has literally 0 survivability.
Isn't corrosive skin technically his survivability?
Well, it's not looking very good. I'll tell you that much. It's not looking like it's doing a lot.
I mean, what do you want the guy to buy? A Gold Scepter to deal with the Naga and Snake?
That's true. That's true. I mean, like he's just in struggle city. Right? I guess he just he was queuing it. I guess, but he just decides to change his mind. Go for what seems to be a Hurricane Pike instead, which is a lot more of standard build up.
You know the embarrassment you have as a core when you have to kill something like that? No.
Yeah, that's why. That's why when he queued it, I was
game.
dude, I was so surprised when he queued it. But the Lash actually gets it for himself. So the pos 1 Lash build, ladies and gents, you heard it here first. It's Kaya Sanch Rush followed by a Lotus Orb second item. TP's up here to this top side. Looks like a fight is brewing. Trying to get an angle, but the immediate jump and Lasso, they pull back the Mars, but they're not able to burst him through in time. The BKB from the Mars allows him to get the arena out, and the Razor will just TP back. It seems like they've forfeited this fight. The sniper, ooh. So much damage coming through, but it's not enough to just finish him off. And again, they'll lose the Viper. I don't even know where he was in that fight, but he's dead again.
All you need to know is he's just a bait.
It feels that way, yeah.
A juicy Viper bait, you know, forcing his team, the enemy team, into a bad position.
Yeah, well, clearly not bad enough if you're trading out for like a Bat Rider and a Viper.
because he dies too quickly.
Yeah. like the bait, the whole concept of bait, like with fishing and stuff, is like, I assume that the bait has to last long enough that the fish doesn't just instantly get the bait and get away. You need to sort of get them on the hook, right? I mean, they haven't even reached the hook yet and the Viper's already dead. It's not much of a bait, more like a freebie.
Okay, shard. Who gets the shard? Oh.
Oh, Pork, this is what you're talking about. The Naga's game is so over. Right? I think the Naga is killing off the Pugna solo in the top side. The Pugna is dead.
That was your fault, by the way.
Yeah, it's okay. I cursed him. That was my bad. No, the funniest thing is I saw it happen in slow motion because I saw the Pugna and Naga on the top side. And then as soon as you say he got the shot, I'm just like, oh my god, there's no way this happens, right? It's kind of tough now. Dark Horse, I'm not really sure what the game plan is, but whatever it is, it's not working out. Eagle are continuing to just add up a surplus in terms of gold.
I mean, this
on
is why
all of
it
their
felt
calls.
strange with the Midas, because they needed to have like a very fast-paced game.
Well,
Arena.
set up now. A unit. Get the jump this time on the Bat
more than
Rider. A
one
bit of
kill.
revenge for that earlier fight. The Naga gets the song out, and that will stop most of the aggressive moves. The TP out. Straight back to safety. And again, a lot of resources used. I mean, Dark Horse, they run through here with 5 heroes, and it's just an easy song escape for the Naga. All you lose is the Bat Rider. Back to farming.
I think I take back the I think I said about the Undying Dance tilting me. I think Naga songing and tipping out and everybody, like you have 5 heroes there trying to kill her, that is actually more tilting.
Oh, I mean, if you want to sort of make a list of tilting things in Dota, I think a sniper being unanswered in team fights is one of them. But that might be something that happens later on. We haven't really seen any sort of major engagement happen yet. That's kind of what it feels like with this game. Like both teams almost...
Shadow bait sniper, by the way. Oh, he's trying to run in and trying to be sneaky.
Oh. Okay. I
Haven't seen this item in God knows how long.
Yeah, this is like classic Southeast Asian pub things when you go mid sniper and then you rush into the first item. But the other thing that...
Dude, what game are you playing? First item, Shadow Blade and Sniper.
Okay, that's a long time ago. It's back to Shrapnel Max Sniper that I'm talking about. I mean,
You run out of mana?
You run out of mana.
Yeah, Shrapnel Max and you have Shadow Blade?
75 mana for Shrapnel? Is it that bad?
Most accurate name, was it?
Dude, wait, what is he doing? He's insane! Why is he just starting the fight by himself? Shooting away at Sheep, reactive taser. He actually just pops a BKB, tries for the assassinate.
Oh.
Not sure whether it's enough damage, narrowly
He
misses
really
that
can't-
kill.
Can't stop his itching finger clicking the BKB.
Yeah, he just loves that BKB, but Aegis picked up by MDR. It does buy them enough space. On the Razor is a pretty interesting one, but I guess for how much MDR wants to go in, it makes sense.
Forget I said that. Their bottom tower is in trouble, though.
I mean, the team fights, so what do they do? Like, how are they gonna get the Lash in the middle right now? That's the question, you know. Like, if the Lash can actually get into the middle and do damage to the Sniper and Razor, I could see maybe the Lash being able to, you know, to kill at least the Sniper.
Yeah.
If the Sniper is being so liberal with his BKB usage.
Ooh, easy high ground vision sets up another kill on the Viper, who's 0 and 5.
Middle tower is hanging on by a
It is small KK. He got his revenge at the end of last game, but honestly, no flame. It really felt like the rest of the team was pulling him back into the mix. This game, they aren't really having the same type of success, right? This Lash and Mars, we understand what it's supposed to do, right? You arena, you let the Lash run in and stuff. It just hasn't really worked out that way. They haven't found any opportunities, haven't found any openings. You think about this Lash's ability to take towers or clear the Naga illusions, it just literally haven't seen it yet.
The Lash is 1-0 and 0 at 25 minutes. Go figure.
Yeah, he's just minding his own business, and it's crazy because earlier on in the game number 1, even though they were having a bit of a rough time, it was Lomfer who joined some of these early engagements and ended up contributing on the troll and helping his team out. And this game is a very different story where what engagements? It's just your Viper dying, it's just your supports dying, it's just you losing ground on the map. Right, he's just gonna start getting shot away at here. Lotus Orb and a Viper Strike to keep MDR at bay. Sheep starting to set up a bit of a minefield. There's an Arena holding the Razor in place and they get his first life. He comes straight back out with a BKB and oh no, they're ripping the Lash apart. They need to save him but they can't. The Razor's just holding the front line and they can't make it past the Lightning Revenant. He'll sentence them all to death, it seems like. Sheep in his little corner, he will blow up. And even though you pop your BKBs and basically throw out all your ultimates, you're gonna die here on the Viper again. Netted up. And the Sniper can just shoot away, just need the vision. One lasso pulling you back into the mix here. And even the Glimmer Cape to make sure he doesn't die to the Corrosive Skin. Perfectly executed and a double kill for this Sniper. As Eagle, they aren't ready to go down without a fight. As this game keeps on going, even though the gold lead isn't anything crazy, I struggle to find an avenue for Dark Horse to come back into this game.
But before all that happens, I gotta give you credit for calling him the Lightning Revenant.
Wow, why? Is that
So old school, Lightning
Oh
Revenant.
yeah. Okay. It's just say, you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. A winter compliment. I live for those. The only thing I'm casting with you for is I'm trying to milk out. You're like a grumpy old uncle who doesn't like to say nice things, you know.
Huh. That's not a way to start a relationship, you know.
Oh, okay, I guess it's okay. We already. Yesterday was a great start, you know. Okay, jokes aside here again. Dude, this sniper, this guy is just messing around. What the hell? He's playing with them. He has zero concern for his BKB charges.
Getting torn down. Probably asbestos. Things are looking dire for Dire's bottom top.
but he's not punished yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, literally, no one even is doing anything about him. This is a pretty insane game the way it's playing out right now. Dark Horse, they are smoked up and are trying to find an opening. The Naga in the mid lane could be a good start, but everyone else in the area from Eagle are just taking such defensive positions on the high ground. Oh, if they can get the sniper, that'll be huge, but it might just be Hara that they run into again. The courier will betray them, blink forward on the Mars. That's the setup, but it allows the rest of the team to just reposition and take the fight if they so choose. Doesn't seem like that's what they want. Doesn't have the song, but here comes MDR, ready with the Razor. Hold on to the Viper, and there she goes, just completely down. Outside, might be dropping in the walls of the arena, and starting to take a bit of damage as well. Where's the sniper and where's his damage? He needs to start shooting away. Reflects the assassinate back his way. The song will try and buy you some time. Yeah, they managed to get 2 kills. And it's still the supports, but now Sniper is free to take reins of the fight. Turn around, chop down the Lash, and looks like a unit will be going down as well. It's a 5-for-2 exchange. As Dark Horse, all they find is the supports again and again. And they just can't connect on these cores. Has any of the cores even... The cores have not died this entire game.
I mean, it shows you how lacking are they in terms of the catch department, you know, for the Dark Horse lineup. It's just the Mars, you know, like everyone else is just sitting around and just waiting for something to happen in the game.
What? Okay, real question here, because I think as we see...
No, ask me a fake question.
Okay, here's a fake question. What color is...
Red.
What color... Okay, yeah, that's actually correct. Okay, now time for the real question. What was the point of this Viper? I don't really understand it, because they didn't see the blind pick now. The Viper will just fall for his, like, what, 8th death this entire game? And there's nothing you can do about it. This was supposed to be a last pick. We were expecting a carry to come out. Out comes this Viper instead. And the Viper Lord is looking more like a peasant right now.
Plan didn't work, you know. They had a 1-0 advantage. They are allowed to...
Okay, allowed to do a little bit of experimentation here. I mean, he's just gonna get zapped down again. MDR is just so strong on this Razor. There just was nothing that this Lash and partner lane could do against him.
The partner shard.
Yeah, started to drain away, but literally doesn't care. Turns around, kills off the Nether Ward, herding you back into your base like a sheepdog. And they will just be able... I mean, the Sniper, he's just playing so fearless. It goes to show just how confident he's feeling. The Lash will finally blink in, but it's into the BKB that he has had no problems just pressing all willy-nilly. So what makes you think he's gonna stop now? Just backs back up, helps his team with his racks. And you have 8 seconds more until the techies. Maybe you can try and find a fight, but 23k gold lead down now. Like, what? How do you... Okay, even if you get a 5-man arena, and even if you get Lash in the middle, don't they just turn around and kill the Lash?
I think the Lash has what, partner? I mean, that's the only save, but if you have the
Yeah.
Shadow Demon first on him, then GG. No decrap save.
Yeah, you might not have a partner for long. Gets away because of the Glimmer Cape. Small KK trying to do some damage, but this only goes one way and it's not yours. The split Earth off the mark here, allowing them to do quite a bit. Stopping the song for now, but he has oodles and oodles of HP. He doesn't care. This is looking like the end of game 2 and looks like we'll be finally going to a game 3. For the first time in the close qualifier so far, another wipe. And most likely the GG is going to be dropped shortly. Maybe they'll just wait until the towers go down. Tips come
And
through.
of course the tip.
Yeah.
Don't forget the tip. Don't forget it.
I mean, he's gonna be feeling good, right? Because none show. That one I can read. It feels real bad, and it does, right? Because there's so much work that the Sniper, or at least, sorry, the Mars needed to do this game. You talked about him being the only control. Oh, buyback just kills off the Sniper. At least he gets a bit of revenge along with the voice line and the tip. That's a small consolation, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3. It's just laughs exchanged in the all chat. It's good vibes here. I mean, Dark Horse, they don't seem too bothered about losing that game, which is good, right? They already showed some resilience earlier on in the first game. And they haven't... Even though it's the first best of 3 series going the distance that we see on stream, Dark Horse, they had this similar experience already. This isn't their first rodeo. Let's see whether they can come back in the next one. But, I mean, this draft, from them, very, very weird stuff. I didn't get it.
I don't even know if the team gets it. Your own team probably also they're not very sure about what's happening with the Viper going Midas. I get it, probably because of how the lane is going to go, he feels like he's going to be jungling and whatnot. I mean, initially it looked okay, because he was kind of keeping up pace. He was behind, but he wasn't that far behind.
Yeah.
Considering that he can't go to the lane.
I think it was also a situation where we were very interested to see what he would go for, right? Because it was clear that he had an idea, okay, I'm up against a sniper, it's not going to work out for me, let me pivot a bit in my build, I'm going to go into the jungle. And then that's kind of where the plan ended. It didn't really feel like he had a second part of that plan, like what he was going to do afterwards. Was he going to start rotating? Was he going to start stacking and try to hit a key item timing? The Midas, I guess, didn't end up doing anything for him. Still delivered him 0, 9, and 8 as a final scoreline. And I feel like the Mars, he played his heart out, 7, 2, and 4. He tried his best to set up for the squad, but it just really wasn't enough.
Yeah, on top of that, the Lash kind of lost his lane too. Like Lash Pugna, not the strongest lane. They kind of got bullied by the Razor SD, and so they were not really in a good position already. Just off the laning phase, you have Lash losing his lane, you have the Viper losing his lane. You kind of only have the Mars doing good. He was actually quite farm from the start, but it was just not enough. And I felt like he just needed to forgo the BKB, go blink, go use, and go catch heroes. And get your BKB later. He has to just play, or even don't get the BKB. You just try to, go for maybe Ada Lens, maybe Octarine Core, Wind Waker. You just need to set up a lot of stuff for your team, But unfortunately, his build just didn't work out, and not just his fault. It's like everybody just didn't really know what they need to do in that particular situation, and just right now in the last game, they have to try to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, just no more surprise last pick Vipers. Maybe we'll see this mid lane player pick something else. The Viper Lord, like I mentioned, not really the most inspiring, but we'll see whether they can adapt and come back, or whether it's going to be Eagle moving on with a reverse sweep right after a short break. Game 3 after this. A very warm welcome back. The Chinese close qualifiers here for the Elite League. We're on day 2 and the first game 3 of this stream. Sneeze and Winter here bringing you the action. Of course, Dark Horse, they were able to come back with a great just kind of show of resilience in game number 1. Unfortunately, game 2 was a much more tough affair. Eagle got onto a lead and didn't really let it go. And hey, would you look at that? Shadow Demon, even though the win rate's not too good, highest contested, manages to win that game there. So, well, for game number 3, this is, of course, the lower bracket, which means both these teams are fighting for a last chance at the tournament here.
Well, the question is whether the Viper Lord will return for the last game. Is he going to keep his,
I don't know.
keep his composure?
I hope not. Honestly, at this point, it's been too... Even in the game that he won, it wasn't even really him.
Okay, fine. Fair point. Fair point.
You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe we're giving the Viper Law a bit too much credit. I was impressed with the early pivot in the skill build, but clearly, you know, it didn't end up really making a difference as we get into the third game. We have a draft, which we'll switch into very shortly. But yeah, I think Eagle, so far, it's been a situation where it felt like they weren't on the same page coming into this series. At least in game 1, but they've really straightened things out, at least internally, right? I think the game plan was a lot clearer. They played a lot better together in that game number 2, and it shows.
Can they do it for another game, Sneeze?
Yeah.
That is
Is
the
it-
question.
Is it a fluke?
possible?
Or, yeah, is it actually possible for Eagle to be on the same... Have you seen that crazy thing that eagles actually do in real life? Apparently, it's like a mating thing where they like lock claws and they swirl around in the
bomb.
air.
I only know about the dive bomb.
Like the Beastmaster Hawk dive bomb, or like the real
Yeah,
eagle?
the dive bomb, the eagle dive bomb. Yeah. Like the prey.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they dive bomb and they get something out of it and not just crash into the ground here in this game number 3 as we're into the draft. A bit of a different flavor already with the Dragon Knight and Primal Beast, 2 heroes that were either banned or looked over. And already a good start, because I think some of the problems that we had in some of these previous drafts is that we need more heroes that, to put simply, do shit, right? You can't keep picking these calls that just want to farm. You need heroes that can get active, get things done. Primal Beast can set up a lot of ganks regardless of whether he's off lane or mid. Same thing for DK, where he can pressure down the tower. So Eagle and Dark Horse, they starting off on a good foot here, in my mind at least.
Primal is probably the most satisfying hero to play when you're pulverizing the enemy.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
I think that's fair. Actually, you can say the same for DK. You know, the stun.
Yeah. The
mean,
sound
the
effect
sound.
is so nice too. It feels like it echoes a little bit after you pop it out. It's like dong, like a gong.
Yeah, ringing a gong on top of the temple.
Yeah.
The battle
great feat.
cry.
Radiant gets to ban.
They're just like what the hell? Like, and they're just like actually confused, so they're stunned there for like a good 2.5 seconds. It's honestly ridiculous how long that stun is. But that's kind of one of the key factors about Dragon Knight, of course, apart from that disgusting ultimate.
I mean, you better get used to it. You know, the hero is gonna be here for a long time.
Nah, you say that,
Wait,
but
what?
we don't know. We don't know. Crownfall patch, right? There could be any time. I mean, the previous sort of major tournament already ended, and everyone was saying, "Oh, you know, new patch gonna drop any time now. Y'all watch out." So we don't know. It could literally
Come
just happen.
on, DK has only been meta for what, 1.5 months? Not even, okay, 2 months, babe.
2 months too long, in my opinion. I feel like DK. Okay, have you ever played a game of DK and you're like, man, I'm having so much fun right now?
Yes. When I look at those fools trying to kill me, not realizing I have dragon blood.
Okay, that's fair. No, I can respect that. You're just. I mean, the actual execution of the hero is kind
10 seconds.
of
Flopping
whatever.
around
You know?
the cliffs,
Yeah.
right-clicking all the buildings
5
one
seconds.
time.
Wait, why? You sound like you actually enjoy that kind of gameplay. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know that was what I was dealing with here, but okay. Look, Bat Rider, Dragon Knight, 2 pretty solid components, but Dark Horse have grabbed themselves the techies. So once again, lane winner, strong hero. Shadow Demon taken out of the pool, Slut banned out as well. We'll see. I mean, specifically for me, I think
Rubik.
the main
Let's go
player.
Rubik. Do you
Rubik?
like Rubik? You sound like a Rubik guy.
I don't know whether I'm a Rubik guy, but I can appreciate a Rubik. I feel like Eagle Rubik would be insane against Primal, right? We've seen it come into effect. Pondo played it as well, I think.
Yeah, and you can grab the Taki's mid blast off. That's always fun.
Oh, that would be hilarious to watch. He's like halfway through the air, then you slam him back down like forcefully. Oh, dude, come on, Winter Dota, baby. This is why they pay you the big bucks. This is why they give you all the gigs, man. A mainstay, actual profit.
Everyone enjoys a good Rubik game. You know.
True. It's too hard to give up. I feel like every
We're 10
pos 4,
seconds out.
like
Plenty of
how
time
you
for
know your
someone
pos 4
announcing
hero is that
level.
you like playing
That's what's in
Rubik.
your heart.
Like
5
deep
seconds.
dark inside. Like deep inside your heart, if sometimes you see a lineup and you're like, oh man, I could really play some Rubik right now. That's how you know you're pos 4.
And you're trying to convince the captain to pick Rubik, and it's like, no, too greedy. No, say
Yeah.
something else.
Is there
And you
any? I mean, you mentioned that this is a bit of a greedier hero for sure, but paired up with the Dragon Knight should be pretty good, right? Are there any potential ways that Dark Horse could?
Are you
take
talking about the
advantage?
damage reduction? Fate, Bolt, Breathe, Fire? Is that the strat right now?
Yeah, they're not gonna. These guys are not gonna do any damage, but they picked the Lion for themselves, so a bit missed over in the past few games, specifically at least, but still a very strong hero,
All
I'd
right,
say.
Dyer's turn.
Lena.
And the Lina, whoa, fast picks coming out from Dark Horse. They seem to know exactly what they want.
Yeah, Lion's ready to drain the Dragon Knight's illusions.
Oh, true. Yeah, fair.
I mean,
So-
it's the double combo, you know. Lion, Lina. The Finger Laguna combo. Can't go
Oh,
wrong.
true,
with
true.
it.
100 to 0. I guess when you're playing up against a Rubik, you can't
5
really
seconds.
draft thinking, oh, we can't pick good spells because there's a Rubik that will steal them, right? If
Then
not,
what,
your entire
what
game
type
plan
of
just...
draft do you have? Have you ever thought about it? If you don't have good spells, what
Yeah,
type of
right.
draft?
You just have a AFK farm, all passive draft, which we already know that does not work.
I mean, the true counter to Rubik is to never skill your spells.
Yeah, just go, just
Stats.
everyone level stats,
Passive.
dude.
Passive
Just auto
stats.
attack. Yeah, you get stats, or you get heroes that have passives that boost stats. So like you get Luna, but you never level Lucid Beam. It's just Glaives and Lunar
Just to
Blessing. I guess.
grief the Rubik, but you end up griefing your own team.
True.
All right.
Yeah, but
Dyer
you
gets
need
the
to sort of
Faceless
get through the
Void.
initial phase. If you can't even grief your own team, how you gonna grief your opponents there? A quick Faceless Void pick up against
Well, I'm
Lina.
not sure that's how it works, but
Okay, Faceless Void into Lina. That's a pretty tough carry matchup for the Lina because at any point in time, you can just get that 100 to 0, right? Especially if Eagle last picks someone that can actually pump damage into that chrono. It's gonna
5
be a pretty
seconds.
tricky situation
4,
for Longfall to
3.
operate if that is the Lina mid or safe lane.
damage into the chrono.
Yeah.
Zeus.
Yeah, I can see it. It'd be pretty good as like a backline support for Faceless and
Radiant
Dragon
gets
Knight who
the
want to
ban.
sort of be all up in your face. They
No,
ban out
no,
the
the
Lash.
classic one has to be Invoker.
Yeah, that's fair. It's still in the pool, but we have not seen that hero at all throughout the entire qualifiers and I think recent games as well. Just not really one that people are prioritizing. In the mid lane, Invoker versus Primal Beast or Lina,
10
is that
seconds.
doable? Is that manageable, you think?
5 seconds. 4, 3.
Probably, I think probably against Primal is easy. I mean, your range hero against melee.
Sure.
Lina could be tricky. I mean, especially if you're Exalt Invoker, I think you tend to struggle in terms of region because I'm not sure
Banning
how the
time.
matchup works now.
Yeah.
I know before you have to try to have a couple of points in your quest early to be able to deal with the just Dragon Slave spam on you.
Yeah. And I think one thing that you keep going back to is the 3v3, right? Like, let's
10
say,
seconds.
regardless of whether it's a Lina or Primal Beast, I feel like Dark Horse have put together a pretty solid
Yes.
3-man unit.
Nice, you've learned.
Yeah, I'm
You've
learning. I'm
learned.
learning from my master. This is okay,
How
but
about Eagle 3v3? What is the 3v3? Rubik, Bat Rider,
they
and
could still put Dragon Knight in the mid, right? And last pick off lane. I'm thinking,
Yeah,
but it seems like
sure.
Dark
10
Horse.
seconds. Just long enough
It
to
seems like
regret
they're not
having
entirely
taken
sure which way this is gonna go as well. They ban out Magnus, which could be mid
5
or off lane. Empower for the Void, I guess, in the team fight. Doesn't really seem convincing, but take out the OD
Dyer's
as
turn to
well.
pick. Radiant's up.
Okay, ends up being a Pango.
what is this? Who is throwing damage into the chrono?
Look. I think it could still be flexible, which is why they picked this one up. Because so far we've seen MDR be the one to play this Pango. It's a pretty decent
10
effect.
seconds.
And maybe the Dragon Knight scales a bit. I mean, Dragon Knight in the mid versus Lina
5
isn't that
seconds.
bad, right? Because you just have so much
Yeah.
HP regen that it doesn't matter.
Yep. You can out CS the Lina because you don't care about the harass.
Yeah. Of course, Dark Horse, they've also afforded themselves quite a bit of flexibility because the Lina could be 1 or 2, the Primal Beast could be 2 or 3.
Is it time for the legend of Viper to return?
No! You're telling me they're gonna switch? No,
I
don't
mean, look
do
at
it,
their
please.
cores. They're all mid heroes.
No, oh my god. I mean, I guess you have the break, right? For the Dragon. Why am I trying to convince myself? No, there's no way they go for Viper third game. I don't know. I'll lose my mind, actually.
Yeah,
Like,
Viper against Rubik. No, thank you.
yeah, it's rough. Hey, but you said you can't not pick good spells. What is the pick here though against the Pango in the mid lane or the Dragon Knight? What would be good? The Timbersaw's taken out already. What else?
Huskar. Nobody can lane against Huskar.
Well, true. Huskar's pretty good into Void throughout the game as well. They end up going for the Troll. So it is going to be a mid Lina. And Lonfor, he's going to go back for the Troll that served him well in game number 1. So offlane Primal Beast, probably paired up with Sheep on that Lion. And Crash going to be playing that position 5 techie. So
I foresee the Eagles flying high this game, soaring high with a dive bomb, crashing on their opponent's dreams. The Dark Horse, which is no longer dark anymore, and no longer on a horse.
yeah, they just fall. They will fall off their horse and die, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
because
wait,
of the
but
dive
you
bomb.
didn't. You need to explain what exactly about the drafts is making you say that. Like, why do you favor Eagle in this game?
It's just a hunch.
Okay, that's it.
I mean,
You
it's
go ahead and
Lion.
cut.
Dude, it's Lion Lina. You can't win with Lion Lina. Just kidding. I mean, it just doesn't feel good, they're Lion Lina.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, small KK, hopefully he can show us a bit more of an inspiring performance compared to the Viper show that he's put on so far. Because I think, that really wasn't a good.
Yeah,
Bit
but at the same time, it's like nothing to throw into the bubble, yeah? They don't have much to use into the Chronosphere. I mean, DK can right-click outside the bubble, that's it.
Yeah.
If you get your ultimate up.
I mean, a
guess
lot of this.
Rubik can steal a couple of things.
Yeah, but it's also like a pos 5 Rubik, right? So it's like less incentivized to get some maybe small items to boost that up.
Small items? Acronyms, bro.
Just straight agonyms. Outside, he's gonna have to farm a lot of gold to get up to that speed, but we'll have to see how things go here.
Steal, the classic Rubik thing to do, kill steal.
Oh, true. Yeah, you can always just come through with a Fate Bolt. Oh, you don't have damage to the mind. Yoink! I'll grab that. Yoink your spells, yoink your kills all throughout. It does feel a bit concerning to me, though, because even though this Faceless Void is one of signature heroes, he loves his morphs, loves his Void, loves his Slap. Let Grandmaster at it as well on this Faceless Void. It feels like it's gonna take a lot of time that Dark Horse is not gonna give him. That's my hunch, at least, and I don't know. Even though we haven't really been impressed with small KK on the mid lane just yet, I have a feeling that on the back of this Primal Beast, they might be able to just trample over their opponents.
Let's just agree to disagree.
Sure.
Lina, Lion.
You really dislike this duo, huh? Is it okay? What's bad about it? What do you dislike?
Too
Is it
much
just
of
they do the same thing?
Too much of the same thing.
Okay,
Just irks me off,
I get. Well, he got Magic Burst, that's for sure. Is always gonna have his hands very tightly wrapped around his Q key or whatever he's bound Time Walk to make sure he slides out of trouble.
All right, gang, 30 seconds.
No spicy all chat this time, but
That's
Both
when you
these
know
teams-
things are serious.
yeah. They're locked in. They're locked in. They can't mess around anymore.
No tipping, no trash talking,
Yeah.
no
Just a couple
name
of voice
callings. Just
Yeah.
good old Dota. That's what we want. Game
And
treat.
to be fair, Viper Lord is a lot funnier sounding than Lina Lord. Like, Lina Lord just sounds like you're trying too hard to come out with an insult.
You know what to do. And if you don't, just head toward the sound of smashing towers and
And
fight a little busy.
what would you give Lina? Like if you're going to give Lina a nickname.
Well, I mean, like a bad nickname, like an insult nickname.
I mean, I wouldn't say Viper Lord's an insult.
It's kind no, it
not
sounds so shit that it feels like an insult. Viper Lord, like the word Lord is so silly. Like, what are you, British?
Oh, that may have been a mistake.
I don't get it. I find it okay to be called Bad
A
Rider
lord.
Lord, you know.
Okay, true. It's okay, you can take that title as long as you're happy with it, as we'll get off to the laning stage here. no real I guess the timings will just be these typical level 2, level 3 because Dark Horse, it feels like once they get 1 or 2 levels into the spells, they can actually threaten kills really easily on the Eagle side lanes.
Yeah, especially the primal turkeys. This lane is this is fun.
Well, it's a Primal Lion actually. They've decided to bring Crash as
Wait,
a
wait,
bodyguard
Primal
down to the
Lion?
bot side. Yeah,
Okay,
right?
Primal Lion. Okay, Primal Lion is. Yeah, I guess it's
Still
kinda good
fine.
too. Yeah, still fine.
It's alright. It's just, I feel like with lanes like this, it's always about how much trading outside can do to...
Oh, you know, the true fun is going to be enjoyed by the Lion.
You think
Mana
so?
draining the void whenever he uses jump.
Oh, true. Yeah. And
I
you
actually
can
love-
regenerate your...
I love playing Lion against void all the time.
Oh,
Like,
what? It's just he doesn't have time warp mana? Is that the plan?
The fun, you know, the fun of sapping every inch and every ounce of blood out of him.
Damn. It sounded a bit intense there. But yeah, you sure your face's void hate isn't something personal? Like, what's going on? Did he offend you?
Time dilation, you know time dilation.
Okay, yeah, time dilation is a stupid ability. Every time I get hit by it, I'm just so annoyed. And then he taunts you as well. Oh, that's a killer combo.
I mean, what can you do, you know? Dota is not about actually having fun, it's about sucking the fun out of your enemies.
True, true. And fun aside, I mean, also potentially denying them a chance at progressing in this qualifier is what's at stake here. Both these teams, they've shown their grit, they've shown their ability to sort of come back, and I think bigger story for me is that Eagle, they, at least for last game, really seemed together, right? It's just a matter of whether MDR can have a similar performance on his Pango offlane. A bit of a sort of off-the-wall selection. He's done well with it so far. Let's see whether he can repeat it. And one thing that I'm worried about as well, these heroes other than Dragon Knight aren't the tankiest. I feel like even though Lina and Lion do the same thing, they could just kind of cast their ultimates on 2 separate people and they'll just get blown up either way.
2 kills easily in the team fights.
That's what I'm thinking. Primal Beast, like easy onslaught in, do a bit of damage to trample already, and then you just zap
Yeah,
one
but
with finger.
what's the fun with that, you know? The true
No?
fun lies in double zapping the same hero and just instantly deleting them from the game.
Yeah, dude, that could happen to this Faceless Void at any point, which is what I'm a little worried about.
Oh, then you get to the point where he's level 25 and then he laughs it off because he gets a backtrack.
You just Laguna Blade for a net worth,
Dude,
total of 0
remember
damage.
Faces Void with the backtrack and he like.
I don't want to remember.
No
I feel like that was the dumbest thing ever. And I think the sort of most annoying part about that is the little animation that goes along with backtrack. Like a visage of him will just kind of like double back like Matrix dodge. And like you do like you go from like doing like 500 damage with burst spell to like absolutely nothing. It's so dumb. I'm glad they made it a level 25 talent though. I feel like that's
You're
where
glad
it
they
belongs.
made it level 25 talent.
Yeah, because it feels like it's so attainable. And like it plays into his strengths, right? Because Faceless Void is all about like, okay, if you make it into the late game, you get rewarded with like the ability to be this late game be all end all beast. Which I think is fair. You know, he struggles throughout the early stage.
And he should always struggle in the early stages to make up for it.
Yeah. I feel like time dilation gives him a
Yeah,
little bit.
but the thing is like I feel like everything now is so power creep. Like everybody is like strong early, strong mid, strong late, you know?
True.
Everybody can farm, everybody can clear waves.
That's fair. I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons why everyone's saying like this patch at least high ground is so difficult on bot side. Hara. Trying for the chase down, but gets interrupted by Techi's blast off. It looks to be chopped down. The last bit of auto attacks. They're not able to actually finish it off. Oh no, actually it's the Techies with the 700 auto attack range. Most in the game, by the way. One last shield crash. Giving him a bit of a shield, but it's not going to be enough as Long4 able to get an advantage again on his Troll Warlord.
Yeah, don't lie to the audience, Mike. Takis is not the one that has the longest attack range.
What?
It's Sniper. We take aim.
Yeah, but we're talking about base auto attack with Winter. No mess.
Hey.
Why? Come on, man. Wait, does TA get that far as well? Because Psyblade gives her additional range, right?
Even with Dragonlance, no.
No. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess that would be too OP. MDI and Hara come back to get a freebie on the troll who was very low on resources. I guess it's not too bad because it's not like he's missing a lot of CS, but still, you don't really want to be dying on the troll early on.
In 6-minute runes, let the fun or let the games begin. I always say 6 minutes is the
Yeah.
time when the games
Party
actually
time!
start.
Yeah.
Catapult wave up, power runes up, that's when we play.
Yeah. That's where the real Dota begins. The rest of the laning stage is just whatever, who cares. And for now, it's
Yeah,
only-
but we say that, but we saw so many games. Okay, decided lane.
yeah, decided within the first 6 minutes, right? It
Okay,
feels
this
like.
game is over, alright.
I mean, for now, the party is less of a party and more of a one-sided invitation. Everyone from Eagle showed up, but Dark Horse, they weren't really in position, and that's gonna allow Zhang Jiamin to be in this mid lane and start pressuring up the tower, along with this catapult wave. Beautiful flame break. Hara nets up onto all of them. They'd love to get the connection onto small KK, but now it's become a bit of an awkward situation. They're running out of creeps to tank for them, and
I was like,
it's a lot of damage, yeah. I mean, for first Dragon Form and for sort of 5-minute catapult wave, that is very, very significant. So all things considered, I think Eagle will be pretty happy with that exchange.
yeah, very, very happy. Lina is not gonna be happy for sure. Lina's like,
Yeah.
where is my tower? Please, guys.
I need your wave cleared, and for now, retreating back to get those 7-minute wisdom runes. No pesky shenanigans with steals anywhere. Surprising to me is that this Primal Beast is actually somehow pretty low up in this top side and hasn't really been able to pressure the Faceless Void out. He's still doing very well in terms of last hits.
I mean, Parma is also getting his own farm, so
True, fair.
he's doing well too. Level 6 soon.
Yeah.
He's having fun. Everybody's having fun. In
Yeah.
the last game.
They're playing Dota, crazy stuff. No one's suffering. Salve up, life is good. 16-1 charges. TP to the mid lane for what looks like a bit of an initiation there. Charging
Here comes
in
the
and
beast.
finishing the kill off. No! Interrupted. And the Dragon Knight is able to just walk it off. Very cool, calm, and collected. Nothing to be fussed about there. Just great discipline from outside, holding on to that telekinesis to break that situation up.
Power runes. Dragon Knight wants a regen.
Hope Dyer's middle tower is insured.
Gets an AD instead, and now back up to this top side. Looks like the supports have followed him all the way up here. A unit feeling a little comfortable and is going to get punished. First chrono usage of the game. Longfor, he will come through the twin gates and start to throw the axes out. But now he's in a little bit of trouble. Nice blast off from the techies to try and set up. There's a time walk available. Uh-oh, your Faceless Void's out of mana. This is a much bigger kill if you can grab it. And it goes to the troll of all heroes. That is started out good, but ends up being a bit of a toughie, especially if you lose the Rubik here. Just a free pickup for small KK, as once again Dark Horse aren't afraid to bring the numbers, and it pays off big time.
Radiant's middle tower is hanging on by
Is this a fair trade if Dragon Knight clears the stack?
Is,
like Dyer's
is
top
he clearing
tower is
stack?
in some
Is he?
trouble. Don't look now,
He's
but
kind of
Radiant's
clearing it with the
bottom
bet.
tower is getting
Okay,
obliterated.
yeah, I mean, not too bad. Oh,
You're in the vicinity of Dyer's top
sheep
tower.
doesn't actually...
One creep. Like what?
That was Spike's kind of whatever. He'll start TPing back Heroes Eagle to this top side to defend. MDR's here as well. And, I mean, already your tier 1 tower is down. So, like you mentioned, Melina, not going to be too happy about this. Zhang Jiamin, we'll see what else he does with this advantage, because I feel like that's where Dragon Knights are make or break. You get the mid tier 1, and that's the first good step, but are you able to go bot and repeat the same situation? Are you able to continue to exert your advantage? For now,
And also,
four
if you
members.
can get greedy, or do you need to buy dagger right away? Like
Yeah.
that's also the other important thing you need to ask yourself every time you're playing DK in this kind of
Radiant's
scenario.
throwing all they've got
Because this
down
hero
to
is
the bottom
very,
tower.
very snowball as well.
Yeah.
You need to pick the right items given the right situations. Sometimes if you do the
Radiant does not like
wrong
Dyer's
build
bottom
and
tower,
you
it
you
is
waste your
so.
advantage, you kind of can lose the game because of it.
Yeah. It's kind of like the Viper situation that we saw in previous times. I mean, just because you get an early laning advantage, it's always about converting it, right? Further pushing it.
Yeah, how to get the most dividends out of your early advantage, you know. That's always the thing that goes through all these players' minds, you know. Whenever they have an advantage, they want to squeeze every last bit of
Don't look now,
drop
but
out of it,
Radiant's
you know,
bottom
as much
tower
as they
is
can.
getting
And whenever they are
obliterated.
in a
Okay, fine.
bad spot and they
Kinda
need to
fun.
recover, they're going to be doing the same thing, you know, pushing themselves to the limits.
Yeah.
That's
For
why
now,
sometimes you see like very silly
It doesn't
deaths.
really seem like the Dragon Knight is too pressed, right? He's going for that Mage Slayer, which we understand to be a very standard pickup for this hero. but it's not like a blink, right, where you can get things going. So
Yeah.
maybe his thought process is just he needs to be the frontliner, going around the map, clearing these tier 1 towers, and this is what's going to help him do
I
that.
mean, it's just also really good against the Radiant line, the Dark Horse line. They have majority, almost everything except Troll is spell damage.
Don't look now,
So the
but
Mage
Radiant's
Slayer's
bottom tower is
debuff,
getting
the stats are all
obliterated.
really good against the
Look, it's
Dark
kinda
Horse
fun.
lineup.
Yeah.
And
It's,
paired up with the Dragon Blood, you're practically unkillable on DK.
Don't look
Yeah.
now, but Radiant's
But
bottom
on the
tower
flip
is
side,
getting
you take a look at the net worth right below the DK, whose top net worth right now, as I have to hold that thought actually, MDR gets interrupted by that blast off. A lot of mines surrounding him. Is it enough magic damage? No. The roll up as well as the Lotus will allow him to get himself to safety. The Pango lives here, as both supports aren't able to finish up that kill. No level 6 on the line means that there's no finger of death to solidify that attempt.
Damn, he needs his levels. He's actually so low level.
Yeah,
I thought he was actually having a good time at top. I guess he probably decided to give more of solo XP to the Primal.
Yeah. Who is sitting level 8, so it checks out, right? And yeah, back to the point I was making, looks like the Troll is going for the Battle Fury again, so prioritizing, I guess, the long game, wants to make sure he can ramp up. On the flip side, the Faceless Void did go for early Morbid Marsh just to get into the jungle more conveniently. Mask of Madness actually is the first pickup, and the Maelstrom next.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to ask yourself, how late can we go against a Faceless Void, DK, Pango?
Yeah.
I mean, it's mainly Faceless Void and DK. Those two are absolute monsters in the late game.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, Troll is nothing to be trifled with, but at the same time, how much can you take as a Troll against the
True.
Chronosphere?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's gonna reach a point where, he can just 100 to 0 any of your heroes, and at that point, the only real save on their lineup is Reactive Taser, if you want to count that.
No. Wind Waker.
Oh, true. Yeah, somewhere down the line, maybe Small KK gets it. Now, there is a bit of a interesting build here coming out from Small KK. He has that Falcon Blade complete, going for the Kaya into Aether Lens. So, oh, nice blink out. That's the reveal coming out from a unit. If they can get the kill onto this Faceless Void, they just need a finger and it gets it done. She
First
puts
stack.
that level 6 to work. Yeah, first stack. And it took a while longer than expected, but still managing to hit that milestone. And this is something the Faceless Void will have to be wary of this entire game.
Yeah, they catch the lockdown,
Don't
the
look
damage
now,
from the
but
Lion.
Radiant's
Lion's
bottom
just
tower is
a
getting
very
obliterated.
good hero to
Dyer's
hunt down
middle tower is in trouble.
Faceless Void.
It's being destroyed.
Stacks again. Dragonite is back for the
Oh,
meal
he's
he left
here.
behind.
Radiant's bottom tower
Dude, literally nothing. Comes in, breathes
He
fire.
just came in and said hi and left.
Yeah.
Literally, that was what happened.
Yeah, that looked like they were up to no good, and then they just gave you a little
Radiant's
pat on the
bottom
shoulder,
tower
like a
is
high
getting
five, and
obliterated. It's kind of funny.
it's like, you're in your office, and then your colleagues just nothing to do, just walk by, say hi a little bit, and head back to do their own work. And like, oh, you thought it was gonna ask me for something? No, it just turns out they were bored or something. And oh, if he can get the setup of the Small KK, that'll be huge, especially if the Diffuser complete manages to complete the roll-up before the LSA comes through. And this should be a very dead Lina. Can't even get any spells off before the lasso comes out. They'll full commit for it because they understand that the opportunities are few and far between. They'll be able to clean up Small KK in her own tier 2 area.
Yeah, Rubik has Light Strike Array.
Yikes, that is a scary
Amazing
spell
stuff.
to give.
It's gonna be very strong in the fights.
It's a level 3
I
LSA
mean,
too.
to be honest, there's so many things that he can steal this game, except
Yeah.
for throw spells.
Yeah. Oh, I'll rise up here. We'll see a bit of a litmus test whether the burst damage is enough, and absolutely it is. Couldn't even time walk away. Now Crash, he's in some trouble as the rest of the members of Eagle wrap around. They want to focus on the Primal Beast and they'll be successful in doing so. The lift binding the techies in the tree line, not allowing for a TP out. So Dark Horse, they get the Faceless Void again, but they pay for it. All of this, I mean, Longfort is just farming, right? The Troll's just laughing. He's like, yeah, good job guys, keep it up.
My bank is giving me high interest rates right now. That's all I care about. My bank.
Going to the
Saving
mid
up the
lane.
money.
Oh, gets stunned up. The LSA. He can't out in time. Gets caught off guard by outside. Great move to keep himself hidden in the trees during nighttime as well. And we were just talking about how happy he is about his bank account, and he just gets robbed.
Yeah, Rubik's the one stealing spells, stealing money.
Yeah, stealing lives. This Dragonite a bit too tanky for both Small KK and Sheep to deal with. Especially if that dragon, not dragon blood, but Mage Slayer completed. A lot of this spell damage is just being cut into a fraction of what it used to be. It's getting harder and harder to kill them.
Well, they have to just like try to farm and wait for the Troll's timing right now. They're just not strong enough compared to the Dire lineup at this stage. Oh,
Ah, it
finally they
happened.
get rid of the light strike already.
Yeah, it happened. They understand the situation at hand. They use both Finger and Laguna for that situation.
You feel it, you know, you feel the adrenaline pumping when you kill your enemy.
Yeah.
With the double zap.
I feel the hate, man. Like the Rubik's gotta be feeling a bit
The hate?
victimized right now.
No, it's all about the love, you know, the love you can show.
To the Rubik?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have very different definitions of love here. As okay, Rolling Thunder in this mid lane, they understand that both those key ultimates that can burst them down are not available. MDR trying for the setup, but it's a nice blast off on the back onto the Dragon Knight to stop any further pursuit. They're trying to come through and get the chase on, but they're kiting you pretty well with these bombs, all these illusions. You still will find Sheep though, and a Chrono in the bot side. Looks like the Troll was the initial target, but you don't actually have a lasso anymore to pull him back. He's looking fine for now, still has 2 Lotuses to use and a tier 2 tower to run to. It'll be a-okay, but the chase continues. Looks like Eagles, they don't want to give up on this kill and they'll find it. The Primal Beast can't TP in fast enough, and now getting controlled as well. Looks like the DK. Oh, Laguna played off cooldown just in time to snatch up the life of your counterpart. Setup continues outside now. Target of the Dragon Slave. MDR, no more roll, but trying to put the Swashbuckle to work. Beautiful Power Rise to hold the Pango in place. They're just keeping their distance very well on Dark Horse, and they're able to kite it out. Turn it around there. Even though they end up losing the Troll, they get 3 in return.
Good trade for sure. Good trade for Dark Horse. Getting those 3 kills. I mean, it sucks for the Troll, but what can you do? You know, if your enemies dive you like this, and
Yeah.
they're prepared to throw away bodies to actually trade for your life.
Yeah. Maybe not really the bodies that they were happy about giving up, but it does end up panning out that way. I do have to keep in mind that that was a Chrono used for the initial setup on the Troll to keep him in place, so that's not going to be a factor, which means Dark Horse, it might be their time to shine. Jumping forward now with Power Rise, holding the Bat Rider in place, and another easy kill. You talk about the trio happening from the runes, but right now it's the trio between the supports and the Primal Beast. They're just getting mad work done here on the map.
A lot of stun, a lot of control, a lot of damage,
Uh-oh.
a lot of spell damage among them. And
Smoke?
Lina, run Lina! Alright, death by your own spell.
I mean, that was a very aggressive position to be taking there.
Trying to get the rune?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but he walked straight up into a, like, Faceless Void who you can't kill without your Laguna up. Now, Rolling Thunder in this top side, they have their eyes on the Troll. TPing in already is Sheep with a pre-hex on top of that Rolling Thunder and just ripping him apart. So much damage, the Troll heads up play as well just to preemptively activate that ult, just to shred him. And MDR reaching a bit too far forward now. The Eagle advantage is starting to slip away from them.
I mean, late game is still very, very good for them.
Yeah.
I mean, Faces Void, Dragon Knight, I feel like it's a lot of insurance, you know, if the game goes long. Whereas for Dark Horse, at the end of the day, you're still looking at the Troll, which you're playing into a Faces Void. You don't want a game to go late. You're looking to end the game ideally 30-40 minutes, maybe second A game. If the game goes long, you are not going to have a good time, you know, against Faces Void.
Yeah. I mean, the key timing's got to be this BKB, right, that Longfall has queued up. One component in with Mithril Hammer already. Looking towards maybe grabbing the Roche, starting to barrel down the lanes. Just also need to wait out this Chrono timing, which it is available right now, but it seems like is in no hurry to get the use out of that. Smoke around, Dark Horse. Looking for a target here, but the Rubik is not really an enticing one. Sure, he has LSA, but you know, the last thing you want is to overcommit into a free Chrono for the Faceless Void.
Kind of feel Rubik is like a big target in the team fights. If you don't stop him, he's going to do so much in a team fight, you know? Anything from Lion, anything from basically Primal, Takis Lina is going to be a very huge impact in team fight.
True. Keep our eyes on outside and whether he can stay outside of the fight. Primal Beast being lassoed up, the jump It's Hara who finds it. And this offlaner is gonna go down. Quick and easy there. Free pick off, but nothing else to be found as the rest of Dark Horse understand the situation that they're in and retreat. More than anything, they're kind of split up on the map right now. And they should be aware that Eagle are starting to just invade their triangle area and just steer clear of that situation.
I mean, they are just trying to herd them into a corner right now, taking the Ancients as they go. And they're gonna kill a courier. Cases Void is mopping up the
Oh, the setup, it's perfect. Just blows up onto the Lina as well as Crash. Troll, he's joined the fight, but he's the last member of his team remaining. They can just circle around him and kite him out. He still doesn't have the BKB, and Zhang Tianmin is nowhere near a target. The Dragon Form coming through, there's a stun available, and you know the Faceless Void is hungry for a kill. They forced out that Troll ultimate, but in that same vein, he's forced to run forward and commit onto them. Do you want to keep it going? Faceless Void already used his ult to try and kill off the Lion, which he successfully did so, but now you don't really have a lot of control. The stun coming through, the last touches, Longfall will go down a unit. He's able to turn his attention towards Hara and at least punish the Bat Rider, but that's because he understands that these other two are not really key targets that he can do by himself. And they will just get back out to safety in what is essentially a full team wipe for Dark Horse, only losing the supports again.
intro once again goes down, so pretty sad. He was very close to surviving, but yeah, not to be. Dragonite, yeah, going to try to attempt to kill him and just have I mean the two supports basically just killed him, you know, with their magic damage.
Wow. I mean, yeah, you always gotta keep an eye out for the magic burst, but to be honest with you, I didn't really expect that, given that he has a Mage Slayer, but just was that the it was only level 1 finger too. So 3 stacks on that, now 4, as well as the Whisper of the Dread, so additional spell damage by 10%, and that's not mentioning all the magic resistance that comes through being shredded away by the proximity mines. Great pick as we have ourselves a bit of a pause here so we can maybe take stock of some of the items in play. Looks like the Pango's going for a very standard build-up that we saw him go for in game number 1. Just rushing that Aghanim Scepter. Of course, the Dragon Knight, he would love his BKB. Not sure what he's queuing now though. Maybe BKB or Ag somewhere down the line. Faceless Void also looking to finish his BKB. So, I guess the question now is that if the Troll gets BKB and the Void gets BKB, who wins in that? Who wins in the 5-on-5? Like, does it give any particular team an advantage? Okay, I'll give you. You know what? I'll give you some time to think about it. It's fine. Okay. But yeah, Dragon Knight down for 30 seconds is a little bit awkward as he's trying to finish up and actually does have the finish Manta style potentially flying to him. So at least being able to dispel some of the shenanigans from the Troll or the mischance from the Troll, the messiness from the techies. Could be a pretty useful tool. So, let's sheep here. But yeah, it just kind of feels like this game it's a byproduct of Eagle's lineup not really being the best at going into the Roche. And because of that, they're just in this weird deadlock situation where if they push, try and push the issue with the tier 2s or even the tier 1 at top, they could just meet their end at a good team fight from Dark Horse. But at the same time, they don't really have any...
They just need to farm their ways to get to late game, you know. Sometimes it's not just about, like, okay, we need to get late game, but we need to keep fighting. I feel like sometimes you just can't force the issue. You just have to
That's fair.
respect the fact that your enemy is still very strong at this stage of the game, and something wrong could happen, you know, if you just try to force things too much.
Yeah, I mean,
Go
that's
for
not gonna
the
stop them from
safer
going.
play. Yeah, go for the safer play, the play that has lesser chance of, you know, some
Going
disaster
bad, right?
happening. Yeah.
I mean, this, I don't know how safe this feels, but we can see everything, so we know that Dark Horse aren't even expecting this to happen. It's gonna be a free Roche pickup as the Rolling Thunder comes through already. Looks like MDR was fishing for a pick, but will find nothing but a couple of mines in his face instead and roll back to safety. Doesn't want to give away his life for free. So the rest of the Dark Horse members are around. They will defend their tier 1, which is still up at the 24-minute mark. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, very, very crazy indeed. It just shows you how well they played with the 3 versus 3 has a lot to do with that, like how early they actually took the Lina's tower in this game with the Dragon Knight. And meanwhile, Bat Rider dies to, I mean, no finger stack, just some spells, I guess.
Yeah.
Almost spells.
That one's just one of those moves, you know. You chase them away. I think the expectation from Eagle is that they've retreated. Instead, they just kind of smoke up and move a cut through way towards your jungle. And it's getting caught off guard. It's one of those support deaths that, you know, feels like it has to happen. Needs to keep your Aegis intact. But so you mentioned that for Eagle, they shouldn't be too pressed about forcing the issue. Does that mean that you think maybe this Aegis is going to be a bit more of a farming Aegis where they use it to buy time and we just deny it from Dark Horse?
I mean, if they're going to use it to play aggressively, probably just for the outer tier 1s. There's still one tier 1 top. And maybe you can wrestle control over the ancient area. I think that's about it. If you're talking about like pushing out and sieging or high ground, it's probably not going to happen with this Aegis.
Yeah. It is the first Aegis after all as smoke move comes out, Eagle. Looking for some action. There is a ward, man, a full minefield up here. MDR will run straight into it, just immediately blinks away upon hearing that sound effect. He understands that that is an area he cannot breach. Still try and set up some vision on the high ground. They see the Primal Beast, but a bit late on the blink. Or maybe rather great reactions coming out from the unit. They're running into Crash into an absolute minefield. This is terrifying. Oh, the Faceless Void! He almost just dies. He's forced to pop the BKB. They've fallen for the Techie's trap, and even if he dies here, he's forced so many resources. Ooh, that was close. He almost lost that Aegis first life there.
He has 2 more salves on the Faceless Void. Dude, this guy, why does he have so many salves? Casually has 3 salves.
Maybe support passed it to him with a trusty shovel or something like that. Like somewhere, yeah. I mean, Bat Rider had a trusty shovel, so that's probably his work. I'm still sort of seeing that. I mean, Eagle, like you mentioned, there's not really much they can do with this Aegis anyway. Don't want to force the issue too hard. Hara will blink away from hunting a unit who understands he's backed up by his team and isn't afraid of a thing with that Eternal Shroud and Aghanims completed. Try and get the touch, but it's actually the poor Sheep Lion that goes down. And starting to punch out into a unit. Uh-oh, things are getting hairy as you trade 1-for-1 support for now. You need to get Lemper into this fight before your Primal Beast goes down. That's a large part of your control. And the 2 remaining cores, they need to get the hell out of here. Crash will be able to blast off to safety for now. Oh wow, taking so much damage on the Pangolier. They're trying for the chase through onto Crash, and they should be able to finish off this Techies at the very least, but lose the Rubik. I mean, it is a pretty favorable fight for Eagle, and honestly, it starts so weirdly with the Primal Beast going way ahead of his team.
Just Primal Beast stuff, you know? You drive too fast and your team can't follow you.
True. Yeah, they can see the car crash from a mile away. That's the only thing they see. And I mean, without the Primal Beast, it seems like they're still not too comfortable pushing high ground. They'll instead settle for a troll kill up here in this top side, trying to slow him down. The Lina in the area to try and help with the LSA. And that'll be the end of that. Both cores made the conscious move up here, and Eagle try to follow them, but to no avail.
I mean, Aegis is gonna time out 40 seconds, but he's gonna find an Arcane Rune. But he has level 2 Chrono.
He's gonna be hungry.
He doesn't even have level 3 Chrono. Okay. Am I like seeing this wrong or what? He has level 2 Chrono?
Huh. Yeah, you're right. What the... Did he just not level it? Is he saving a skill point?
For what?
He doesn't know whether he wants time dilation level 4. Oh, he's actually gone so many points in the stats. Look at that. Attributes wise, he's leveled it up like 5 times, and maybe he's just sensitive about the burst. Oh, big wisdom rune bump.
Yeah,
That's
the
so
Lina
much
Lion, the fear of the Lina and Lion.
Oh, okay, I understand. So it's clear, right? He has a very clear priority. He's gone for max stats, Fear of the Lina and Lion indeed, and he's just saved his skill point for that level 20 talent. So they were gearing up for this the whole time. Keeping their wisdom runes intact, this is the timing that they're looking for, and Eagle, they should be ready to go now.
I mean, without the Aegis, it's still not going to be
If
easy
you're in the
task to siege
vicinity of
high ground.
Dyer's top
They need
tower,
to
I'd put on a hard
secure
hat.
a
That
very,
baby is coming
very
down.
convincing team fight victory. Kill 3 people, maybe 2 to 3 heroes before they get
Might
touched
not
high
even need
ground.
to be a team fight if they can get the pick off, blink away from a unit, but Hara is waiting right there with a lasso, and the Lion realizes there's nothing he can do to contribute to saving his ally there. They just have to give him up. Now a unit, he is taking quite a while to die there. That's a byproduct of the eggs, but still not going to be enough. I think he's uproaring about his own death, as right now, even without the Aegis, Eagle, they seem like they're in prime position to try and capitalize. Oh, Crash in this mid lane has a glimmer to keep himself hidden. He's under a sentry, so he knows he's fine. Just leading you into an absolute minefield of death. So Chang Tiamin has to be a bit careful. As now topside, they got the setup of the small KK all around the map. The Eagles heroes are moving and they are getting work done. Kill off the mid laner and mop the floor. Now looks like time for that tier 1 tower.
Yep, time for the tier 1 tower and time for closing out the map. I mean, it's like 30 minutes. We are slowly approaching like late game, very, very late game, and that's where Faces Void is gonna
Dyer is
be
kicking
very, very
sweet
happy.
hell
He's
out
gonna
of
have
it.
his Lincolns in a bit, so it's gonna be a lot harder to catch him with the Lion or,
Yeah.
or the Pulverize, for that matter.
Looks like
And
Radiant's
once the Faces Void is unkillable in the team fights, then you're gonna struggle to win any of them as Dark Horse.
Yeah. I mean, the troll, he's trying to ramp up in his own way, right? Has that Aghanims queued up? Is there any angle where the troll could actually take control in the fight? Like, what needs to happen for Dark Horse to come out on top?
Lion, Lina burst with
Radiant's middle tower is
Pulverize
about to be a pile
onto,
of
I
smoking
think, one of the cores. The DK, the Void. I mean, I think ideally you have to kill the Void, but DK is going to be
Radiant's middle
most likely the
tower
one
is
in
hanging
front,
on by a
hitting your
brick.
tower, so you have to deal with that first. So I think if they can burst one of the cores right away with their initial lobby of spells, then
Dyer
they
is
stand a
kicking
chance. But
sweet
if the
hell
fight
out
is
of
not
Radiant's
over when they
bottom
jump
tower.
in, then obviously you're going to get chronoed and lassoed and rolled onto by the Pango.
Yeah.
And that's all going to be all she wrote in the team fight.
That's true. I mean, and whatever spell that outside has stolen, so far it's been this LSA that feels like it's been on him for like forever. He's just probably has had it stolen a couple occasions. Smoke out for Dark Horse, like you mentioned, they need to get the burst out, which means they need the vision advantage and the jump on their targets. But in this area right now, it's Eagle who have set up their high ground vision to be falling for the trap here, swooping in, looking for Crash, jump through as well with the LSA. The Rubin will find himself in the line of fire of a unit and he's gonna go down easy. That's a huge part of your fight. The Finger of Death committed to try and finish him off as MDR holding the techies in place. They still haven't been able to finish off this kill. The Void looking for a chrono and connects on the Troll and the Lina. That is exactly what you needed. And small KK is gonna get reduced to dust as you might pop your ultimate on the Troll, but it's only going to be borrowed time. A unit
One-man
tries
army
to come
Troll.
in. It's a lot of damage coming out from the Primal Beast, and they're somehow able to turn it around. Lunfa on his signature pick that won him game number 1. He's doing the work here with the Dragon Knight starting to beat into him. No, Hextub and kill. Are you
He's not
kidding me?
dead.
The Troll does it all. On the
One-man
back of the
army.
space created by the Primal Beast. It is enough, and Dark Horse, against all odds, it looked horrendous, but they're able to turn the fight around.
That was the SMY buff in this patch. The 5% extra. I kid you not, it was just exactly what he needed to survive that.
Yeah.
Extra life steal and just killed everybody.
I mean, the status resist as well, right? He's just standing his ground and beating into them. Not to mention, he's picked up this Vindicator's axe, which, you know, when he's stunned and silenced, just gives him that additional armor that was so crucial to him surviving in that 1v1 against the Void. And now, just when we thought that Eagle, they were going to be
Hello?
swooping away with this
Faces
game.
Void. Late game Faces Void, hello? I am not afraid of you.
Yeah, just gives him a call like, hey, sorry, who you calling again, who you looking for? I'm right here, I can fight you all I want. And Lunfa, he's showing us something on this Troll Warlord here. It's not really a hero that a lot of these carry players have been favoring, but it is absolutely doing work. And special shout out as well to this Primal Beast. He made so much space in that team fight. Just able to trample through and catch the Faceless Void off guard. Now you're the one with the Aegis. Second one, perfect timing as well. That Roche banner. It's available for the Lion, so we'll have to see where he places it, but initiative definitely in the hands of Dark Horse now.
Yeah. The Void needs to farm MKB to deal with the mischance on the Whirling Axe right now. That was one of the reasons why he couldn't output enough damage to kill the Troll. I mean, once you don't have BKB, you're going to have to deal with the mischance. So he's
Yeah.
going to come up with a second solution right now with the MKB.
It's always such a difficult item to feel happy about building, right? The MKB on some of these core heroes. Sure, it makes sense in some of them, but with the Void, there are like, it always feels like there are like 2 to 3 other items that you'd love to get. Maybe some additional stats to help you survive the magic burst.
Refresher.
Yeah, additional chrono, right? It feels like Void, if he could double his inventory, he would.
That's it for
But
Radiant's middle tower.
topside, who said they found Crash again? A hideaway thanks to the Ogre Seal Totem as well as the blast off through to the tower. Will get chased down though, and the lift up. It's more than enough control, and he will unfortunately take a tumble. Trying to be as pesky as he can up here in this top side. 50 seconds without your techies now.
You can tell Dyer's middle tower is in trouble from the way it's being destroyed.
So once the troll has his satanic, they gotta make sure that the chrono and they have to kill him. I think they have to all in the guy. Yeah, this is like Laguna dodge by the
Oh,
Rider.
perfect little Yules there, but Lunfa, the big bad troll, is here to play, and that means this fight is no longer one that you want to take a part of. Chase down is there, the rock throw won't connect. As the full retreat is sounded, Eagles, they need to get out of here. This is no longer safe for them. The Dragon Knight will come in, committing the BKB, trying to finish off small KK before stuffing away. Still with the chase down, MDR with a nice swashbuckle cutting through both Sheep and the Lina. Where else do you have an advantage here? The Chrono, it's still available onto this Troll Waller. You can come forward and pop it, set up for your whole team, but they don't want to risk it. They understand just how strong this Troll can be, and for now, they're just peppering away, trying to force a response, waiting for the BKB to be over. Might just be a Chrono on top of his head. A unit is able to clean up Outsider on the back line. You still need to deal with that second life. You want to kill off the first, and Chrono on top of the second. He's back to the safety of his tier 3 now, and there is no buyback for the rest of the squad.
Rock throw.
He can turn around and just pop a chrono, but for now he understands he needs to deal with the supporting cast. A unit just a bit too big of a problem on this Primal B. He's able to pop his own BKB, slide out of trouble, and he'll be fine. But that opens the pathway for Eagle to start pushing onto this high ground.
The chrono is still intact, so Troll still has to be very, very careful. Now he doesn't have BKB and the Aegis.
Yeah.
He can no longer play aggressive.
I mean, this has to be one lane of Rax, right? You can't really afford to run up here all willy-nilly. It would be disastrous. to
Two
say the
lanes,
least.
probably. I think there's a chance. They're gonna see if the Lina buys back and decide. But you're not even gonna commit for one lane.
Yeah.
Still
Okay, well,
afraid.
yeah, playing it safe, I guess.
Sometimes I feel like there's a fine line. Playing it safe and just being
Yeah,
being too
I
scared
agree.
to
Like
to
push your
make the-
advantage, right?
to make the killing blow. Sometimes you have to take the win. You have to go take the win, you know, instead of just waiting for your opponents to hand you the win.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is consistent with the Eagle sort of line of thought this entire game. It seems like they're firmly of the opinion that their late game is just stronger by default.
Yeah.
So even if they need to wait a while longer, they're not too concerned. They're banking all their hopes on this Faceless Void landing the Chrono, and so far he's delivered a couple of nice ones. No, he's running straight into the opposing team, able to get the BKB and the Chrono off. That's huge. Narrowly dodged a certain death there, was quick with the response, and now the pull up to the high ground. MDR ready to control the Primal Beast as well. They're warding off the Troll and they can't do anything. The trample, the lift up, they just interrupt him. They need to get rid of this Primal Beast. He's been such a pain point for them in these fights, and they will successfully do so. He still has a buyback. But in that move that was supposed to be Dark Horse sweeping through and getting a huge pick off on the Void, he ends up turning it on its head instead. And Eagle, they wrestle back control.
Yeah, that was a very nice fight there by Eagles there. How did he actually see him though? Was he like kind of in vision, or there was a sentry on the ground before or something?
I think the lion just blinked in straight into vision, because the sentry only got placed mid-fight. So he blinked into vision, and the Chrono, as in the Faceless Void, must have just BKB'd instantaneously before the Hex could come out. Because I think he walked through the trees and then they lost vision of him momentarily right when the line blinked. So it's just a matter of like what? Like
Luck.
reaction speed?
Luck.
I guess, yeah, you can call it what you want. Right now, I'm going to call it Eagle beating on your tier 3s and trying to finish up this lane of Rags. There's a buyback for the Primal Beast, but the last thing you want to do is use it like this, especially when you're not sure whether you can get anything else.
Yeah, 60
Eagle.
seconds before they have the next corner.
Yeah, they're still playing conservative here, just poking and prodding. Not wanting to throw away this small leverage that they've just found for themselves here. Just make full use of the Faceless Void. Reverse time walk and poke and prod, and 10 more seconds to the Primal Beast. Don't think anything else will be found here. Let's back up. Now, they don't have Aegis or Roche for quite a long duration of time, so there isn't really that to look forward to in the immediate future. You just kind of need to maybe stay grouped up together. The last thing you can afford to do is get picked off now.
It's time to farm your... Surprised he's not trying to farm Refresher on the void. He's trying to get Orchid. Okay, never mind. He changed his mind.
Yeah, I mean, I was scratching my head a little bit here. There's no way he thinks that Orchid is the solution here in this late game. That would be very, very... I don't know whether that's going to work out, but okay. Lasso up, starting on the Lina. They aren't able to help her out, and she goes down. No buyback. The Troll controlled up as well. He pops the ultimate, so he manages to survive. But do they have the response? The Chrono on top of his head, and just like that, a Yumid, he's going to try his best, but there's nothing he can do to bail the Troll out of this situation. This is looking like a disastrous fight for Dark Horse as they fall one by one. They're forced to TP out, but they can't. They're just going to get cleaned up. All three cores, along with the support, the only person to survive is Sheep. And I think puts it best in his voice line. That was rough, to say the least. Starting the fight out like that, allowing the Bat Rider to just get a free lasso on your Lina. You're going to have to start buying back if you want to keep your racks intact.
Well, there's no buyback on Lina and Troll.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess the advantage is that Dark Horse, they are gonna have to hope and pray that Eagle don't know that. We already saw them just kind of shy away from dealing the killing blow earlier, but maybe now, maybe this time, they're gonna smell that victory, smell their lives continuing in this close qualifiers. An angle for pushing Dark Horse out of this tournament. It's been a great fight from them so far, and an excellent performance on the Troll, but when it comes to this late game, just like Eagle predicted, they just seem to have that advantage, and save for a few heroics coming out from the Primal Beast and the Void, it's panning out that way. You buy back on a unit, but what else can you really do in this 3v5 situation? Looks like it's gonna be mega creeps at the very minimum before the next fight kicks out.
He faces twice here as a Chrono. Don't think he's ready to retreat right now.
Yeah.
He wants to fight.
Chrono wants to put a stop to this. They just will play it safe. They feel so powerful right now that they're not even in a rush to end things. So continue toying around their opponents. No real risk, realistically speaking. In comes the Dragon Knight again. He's not scared of a thing. Just pops that BKB. One thing about this player is he doesn't really care to pop his BKB. He'll just pop it at the sign of trouble. It was the same thing on the Sniper, and now with this Dragon Knight as well. But that gets him out to safety with that high ground sort of flying movement as well. 23k gold lead now for Eagle. This is difficult to say the least for Dark Horse. They will get a free pick off onto outside. The Yumid does catch him out, but I don't know how much that's going to do, especially with the Rubik buyback. The real question is, at this point in the game, is there any angle here for Dark Horse, right? Because we've seen them have grit before in these situations and come back, but this is arguably the toughest. It feels like there are so many tools available to Eagle for control and just holding the Troll in place. Just
yeah,
be
they're
the
gonna
Roche
need
that
like Wind Wakers, a lot of them.
nowhere near them, any of the heroes. I mean, not even a Yule's in sight, actually, on Dark Horse. It's grouping around for this Roche now. It's coming back up in 30 seconds, but both teams know they have it on the timer. They know that it's about this minute or two. Starting to set up mines around the area. That's going to give them a lot of good vision and information. But up to this top side, the Dragon Knight actually blinks up to the high ground, tempts fate, and ends up paying the price for it. This suddenly is a bit of an opening because the Dragon Knight doesn't actually have buyback. Is this still a fight you want to take? MDR starting to roll around. There is a nice Chrono holding the control onto the line for now, but I don't think you have the damage actually to kill off this Primal Beast. Yeah, he'll start up roaring. MDR, he needs to get back to safety. Trying for the swashbuckle away, slowed down by the sticky bomb now. Still has the roll-up available, but starting to get beat up. Is there a Chrono available? Refresher available in 15 seconds. But you might not have the time. A unit starting to commit in. The trample and the power rise going to get blocked up by that Lincoln, and now he's the one lassoed away. Stolen power rise now outside, controlling out a unit, but he was holding on to this BKB the whole time. Breaks out the Aeon Disc on the Rubik. With one final rock throw, they'll retreat. Not sure whether they have the Chrono timed down to a T, but that Refresher is off cooldown. Oh, the Laguna just rips out outside. The Rubik has a buyback if they want to try and full commit for this fight. Chrono is available. The BKB back turns around, only finds the techies. Would have loved to find the troll as well, but he'll just immediately buy back. They understand, Dark Horse, that this is their opening. They've just carved a huge one, and if they can find any more kills, it'll actually be significant. No Chrono for what feels like forever. 2 minutes, in fact. And yeah, they'll just have complete freedom to head into the Roche. So, for the like this Dragon Knight, blinking willy-nilly up to the high ground, thinking he's invulnerable, thinking the game is won against Megas, that might have just cost them their lead here.
One more fight to go, I guess. I mean, late game is still, you're up against Chrono and Refresher. But now they're gonna have like some Aegis and they're gonna have buybacks for the next fight.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Trying to, yeah, I mean, Crash is dropping very low. The Dragon Knight is trying to do the work, but the Troll is a real king of the kill here. Lina finally able to machine gun down that poor Rubik, but she goes down. Still has a buyback available, might have to rejoin the fight. There are 2 lives on the Troll, and he needs all the backup he can, especially up into 4 heroes. He might be a one-man army, but this is looking a bit too overwhelming. Just in this moment where you've taken a little bit of breath, even as time to all chat, this is just sinister. As the Troll is gonna go down, no more buyback. And even though it looked a bit shifty for a moment, it isn't enough. The Lina isn't able to reconnect with the fight. And the rest of the members of Eagle will be swooping in to finish off their prey. They've played with their food long enough. 45 minutes is long enough of a time for you to try and come back, they say. But Dark Horse, on your last legs here, small KK on this Lina has yet to be impressive so far. Don't think he'll have the chance to show us his stuff. Ancient exposed, starting the beats out. In our first best of 3 that goes the distance. Unfortunately, it'll be Dark Horse who aren't able to seal the deal. The GG is called by a unit who had a brilliant game on the Primal Beast. But in the true fashion of this series, it just really wasn't enough. That offlaner played his heart out. But Eagle are able to move on here, and they knock out the Dark Horses out of this qualifier bracket.
It was a good run. I mean, it was a good series overall, you know, by
Yeah.
Dark Horse. I mean, they played well. They were kind of close, you know, into winning some of the engagements, which could have just definitely turned the tides, you know, in this game. But
Yeah.
when it goes to like 30, 40 minutes against Phases Void, you have a Dragon Knight as well to deal with. It's just gonna be hard, you know. This double line Lina just didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, it's just like what you said, Winter. It's like they kind of do the same thing, but when they both fell behind, they both didn't do anything, right? Like throughout the Dark Horse trajectory of this entire series, it feels like the first 2 games we were watching Viper Lord try and not really succeed, and even with this Lina pick that's kind of supposed to be a bit of a dominator, just gets crushed a little bit by the opposing Dragon Knight. We saw what a great move that was essentially made by the supports, right? Eagle, like you say, that 6 minutes, it's when you need to show up, and the fact that the Dark Horse supports were a little bit late means that the tower just is down to like, what, 300 HP at the 6 minute mark, making the lane essentially unplayable for the Lina.
Yeah, and Lina is not one of those heroes where you can actually play behind like without tower, because you're just too easy to kill, right? So when the tower is down, you lose a lot of confidence in how much area you can actually walk out and farm. The jungle camps are immediately removed out of the equation, then you have to huddle behind the tower, the tier 2 tower, then it's just not good, you know.
Yeah.
And the DK just proceeds to take the map and just move along to the other lane and just continuously close down the map on you. And sure, you know, you have a primer which kind of made some space, you know, out of nothing. He was kind of forced to run around and just help the troll and the Lina.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the early game snowball, that little bit of advantage that the DK got from the start, he was just able to carry it through with the 2 supports just taking control of the map and just allowing Faces Void to get to that late game where he's just uncontestable, you know, by the Dark Horse lineup.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like it's weird because we've seen this Pango offlane come out a few times from MDR at this point, and they didn't manage to punish the Pango. They didn't really manage to punish the DK, and the Void was just fine, right? Like, apart from like maybe 1 or 2 early deaths, still managed to go back into the jungle, farm out with the Mask of Madness and the Maelstrom eventually. And with that, we've moved 1 step closer to finding out who will be our 1 representative coming out from the closed qualifiers for China. Of course, there are 3 other teams already waiting there, Zero Ray Extreme Gaming, as well as PSG LGD. But now it's a fierce contest, and we're down to 4 teams. So we don't have the bracket updated just yet, but I can just manually verbally update you. For the upper bracket finals, it seems like Kev was able to easily take a 2-0 over Goal of All Life is Death. That was the other match happening concurrently with earlier on. And unfortunately, that basically puts Goal of All Life and Death up against Team Bright, who managed to 2-1 them in the match happening right with... it actually ended way earlier. So even though it was a 3-game series, Team Bright in your lower bracket basically one last life at Survival, and they'll go up against Eagle. So this was kind of the rematch that we talked about. But I think on this stream, I do need to confirm, but what my guess is we'll be covering the upper bracket finals here. It'll be Team Zero versus Team Kev. This was the matchup that we were all waiting for.
Yeah, probably the matchup which involves the two strongest team in the qualifier. So hopefully it's gonna be a great one, and both teams are gonna give it their all here.
Yeah, recognizable names on both sides to root for. But for now, we'll go for a short break. The times and the schedules will be published on the waiting screen, so be sure to refer to that. But we'll be right back with more Chinese Dota action after this. Don't go anywhere. A very warm welcome back. Elite League Chinese close qualifiers here. Now, we baited you a little bit. Look, okay. We wanted to watch the upper bracket finals too. Unfortunately, they've already started on without us. That game is underway. But we do have an equally juicy matchup for you. And there's nothing more juicy when two teams are fighting for their lives, right, Winter? It's gonna be Eagle up against Team Bright. We saw Eagle, manage to succeed and triumph over Dark Horse in that 3-game series. I'm gonna be feeling a little bit of the wear and tear after this. This is gonna be their third best of 3 of the day, and it's up against Team Bright as well. Even though Team Bright were able to, basically maintain themselves throughout this tournament, these two teams have faced off already, and it didn't really go too well.
Well, let's see what did they learn, the last time. I mean, the last time didn't go well, like you said, against Team Bright, but maybe they've already learned something about themselves, like progression throughout an event. Even if you're playing on the same day, but sometimes you learn something through a series, you carry it forward, and it's going to help you against your previous opponents.
Yeah, hopefully it's a good thing. I mean, so far, Team Bright, we didn't really get to cover a lot of their matches, but we do know all of these names, right? Ulu, TK, Irving, XYW, Red Panda. These are probably recognizable even to the more casual Chinese Dota viewer. And in comparison to Eagle, where, it's really just Victoria Outsider who's significant or experienced there, I think when we first saw the bracket in the first round, we were also quite surprised that Team Bright ended up taking a very quick 2-0 loss to their opponents. So hopefully, like you mentioned, throughout the qualifier bracket, that's where the best teams are made, because you learn, you adapt, and you figure out what your opponents want to do. Of course, they're only here because they managed to defeat Go Along pretty handily, 21 minutes and 17. Although I'm not really sure whether Go Along is a good bar for success, given that they lost most of their games in that time.
Yeah, probably not. They are not a very good example. I mean, the other teams are kind of, I think, a lot closer.
Yeah. So
Eagle, Dark Horse, Go of Life, is Death, Team Bright. I think they're all in a similar category, I would say, overall. If you look at the team as a whole, the overall skill across the board.
Yeah. Either way, we're down to 4 teams now. Team Zero, Kev, Team Bright, and Eagle, all vying for one spot. We'll see whether Team Bright are able to sort of give us a good showing. It's pretty interesting how we've come to this, because I think just off the rip, if you look at the names, you would assume that Bright have the advantage, right? These guys some of them have LAN experience and international experience, so you think, maybe it's just a bad grip of this patch. Maybe their heroes are sort of being banned out and they don't have sort of enough pocket strategies to bring to the table. We'll see exactly what the problem is, or whether Bright are able to turn it around. But Eagle, we already saw quite a bit of this lineup in the past 2 games. We've been following them most of today. And, even though it didn't really look good at the start, they've managed to come together pretty decently.
They're going to have to do better this time, I think.
Yeah.
It's a long day.
Yeah.
It's not easy. The most games I've played in one day official is, I think, around 12. I played
What the hell?
three BO3s and 1 BO5 in one day. So we started out at 10 or 11 a.m. and we played until probably around 12 midnight, something like that, more than 12 hours.
Winter, I heard in some countries that amount of Dota in a day is considered a form of torture. Did you at least win?
Let me check how many games.
Did you win in the BO5? That's the big.
No, we lost the BO5 3-2.
Oh
so we even played 5 games.
No, what the heck? Okay, that's gotta sting. I can see the pain in your eyes, Winter. I'll you know what? Let's while you look that up and relive some painful memories, hopefully Bright are able to vanquish theirs. They already, like we mentioned, prior to this, were beaten by Eagle. They were looking for a rematch a bit earlier on, but of course the brackets didn't pan out in their favor. And we have a draft ready for you in just a bit. Eagle, of course, we're well familiar with the game at this point. They have good strategies, they have good execution. They just need to make sure they're on the same page. Where on the flip side for Bright, it feels like they haven't really formed to that level of maturity yet, right? They've brought some interesting things to the table based on what I can see from the previous matches. Nothing too crazy, but maybe it's an execution thing. I mean, we wouldn't know until we get into the game because we've yet to really experience any of their gameplay so far.
I mean, Team Bryce, I feel like they're not like bad, or anything. The last time when they lost 2-0, I feel like at any given moment they can just easily beat anyone on this in this qualifier. So it's all about like figuring out how to draft, how to work together as a team. And sometimes you'll be surprised when it takes like just a small little tiny adjustment, and it feels like you're in a different team,
Yeah, we'll see whether they're able to make that adjustment because they're basically at the point where, hey, wake up, it's tournament life, and one slot, and it will be, I think, a pretty... Yeah, wake up. It's the third series, I need
Say
that
it
reminder
to
for
yourself,
myself.
bro.
I'm
wake up.
saying to myself. I'm here. I'm here this time. It's a different story. But maybe it'll be a different story for Team Bright, right? I think it'll be a huge upset in terms of maybe people won't see it that way given the names that are on this roster. But coming into this tournament and with the games that we witnessed so far, it's clear that Kev and Team Zero are pretty much a cut above the rest. And we're still waiting to see whether anyone can actually challenge that. Team Bright, they start things out with a ban on the Naga and the DK. No surprises there, given that Naga is signature hero. And of course, on the flip side, Eagle take out the Ember, the Timber, as well as the Pango. So a very heavy emphasis on what I presume are mid bans up against XYW.
So what
XWY, sorry.
What is there remaining for him? Like some Puck,
Yeah?
Storm, Void Spirit.
Yeah,
There's still a couple, He'll be fine.
Yeah. He'll survive. Won't be too bad.
Maybe you can ask him if he's willing to make the switch to the Viper Razor heroes, the Husk.
Oh my god, not the Viper Lord Part 2? Please no.
Do you understand what it means to just have to play anything to win the game?
I do. I've been there. But at the same time, I hope they don't draft themselves into that position. As Team Bright, they're going to start things out with a Hoodwink for presumably TK, who has shown pretty decent performances on his previous rosters as well. He'll get answered immediately by a Mars. So this is likely going to be MDR's hero, if I had to guess.
Just a very solid hero. I kind of think that overall, out of all the offlaners now, with Doom being nerfed, I wouldn't say even that big of a nerf. It's like a little nerf, but enough to kick him down a little bit. Like Mars is definitely the one that just feels like no matter what, he's gonna get a game. Like you pick him early, you don't see your lane matchup. You should always be able to get something out of this hero. Like if you compare him to his counterparts that are Centaur, Primal, those heroes tend to get bullied in the lane a lot more if you just pick them out without seeing your lane matchup.
Yeah.
And a lot of the emphasis has been put on that. Because you think about how you're drafting right now, you're thinking about two things right away. Like the support duo, how well they synergize well, the synergy between the two support duo, how well they can work together, and obviously the connection towards the third hero, which is the mid hero. And to actually even achieve this, you also need an offlaner that can sit in the lane without needing the support in the lane, so that you can achieve this 3-man mid, taking all the runes and pressuring the tower. So it's very important to actually put everything into perspective and try to come up with a whole plan that actually makes everything flow.
Yeah. And the Mars is a great piece to start, right? Because to add on to the point that you're making, you want to be moving around with your pos 4, which means that you're leaving your offlaner alone, but you don't want to leave him in a situation where if he's left alone, he's losing out to the carry and he's unable to pressure.
Like the ideal situation is you secured his lane for the first 3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
The wave is in front. You somehow manage to pull the wave let's say in front of the tower, and you already
Sure.
block the enemy small camp, pull camp, and there's nothing much they can do already, and you know that they can't really have any potential kill threat onto the Mars because the lane is in the tower. Then you move, and then you just keep constantly pressuring the mid lane until the enemy support has to go there, you know. But then you have already given your off laner enough resources to work with that he can actually just play 1v1 against the carry.
Yeah, not just play 1v1, but in a situation like Mars where you're able to get a level advantage, you hit that level 6, there's a whole subsection of carries that are just instantly dead to your Mars Spear Arena combo.
So everyone just did, maybe except Phases Void.
Yeah, like maybe like 3 or 4 heroes that can get out. Like if the Morphling manages to morph strength in time and waveform out of arena, kind of thing. Like, but those are few and far between, right? Which is why it's a great pick to start out the draft. We'll be probably seeing the pairings with it soon. The Bat Rider picked up. We did see some Phoenix come out from Dark Horse in particular. It's not really a very favored hero in this particular, I guess, set of qualifiers so far. Lion also available in the pool still if they want to go for it.
10 seconds.
Against Bat Rider Mars, I feel like you kind of need like some frontline, some Undying hero. I kind of like Undying. Undying against Mars.
Oh,
Because
true.
you can bully him in the lane, and you can like the Tombstone kinda you know counteracts the arena. Not in not like totally, but it's like you're trying to fight over an area in a team fight. You're forcing people to fight in a position, and Tombstone is like a great answer to the arena.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Basically, marking your territory, right? as the Undying saying, if you stay here past the 10 seconds, you'll be in big trouble. Okay, I mean, it actually is a Phoenix
It's a
that comes out.
different marker, you know. Like,
Yeah, very,
put the egg.
very different marker. It usually signifies something else. They go for the Phoenix Razor, which is a pretty interesting combination because one thing that I'm a little worried about, this team doesn't really have a lot of control. I guess if you...
they are all like of a good height, you know. Look at the height, you know, like Hoodwing, Phoenix, Razor.
10 seconds left. About 8.
What are you...
I'm just memeing.
5 seconds.
It's like a graph. It's like a graph, you know. Hoodwing's like
Yeah.
The
They got like a small, medium, large. This is actually the sizing guide for Dota heroes when they need to create them. But I'm a little bit worried because as much as the Phoenix Egg is gonna deny the area control that Eagle wants with the Mars, they don't really have a lot of disable to slow down a potentially elusive pick coming out from Eagle on the course.
Yeah, something like a Morphling could be very problematic right now if you're confident enough to just pick without. I mean, I guess you know that it might be a Razor off lane or it might be a Razor carry. Yeah, I think you can pick your carry right away. I don't know if the Lina's a carry, but Lina's gonna be a good hero to kill the egg, number 1, and he's also a good lane counter towards Razor if Razor goes mid or Razor goes off lane for that matter. And the fire and ice combo, you know, this is what we love to see, you know. And level 20 attack speed talent, time to roast the egg even further.
Ooh, yeah, you gotta just get the CM absolutely. Like, she's gonna brave the heat just to beat that one up. So, pretty noble stuff from her just to defend her sister. But a lane dominator and someone that can really put on pressure to this Razor. I think it was mentioned before that CMs who go for this max frostbite, it really messes up a Razor's game because he wants to keep moving, he wants to keep chasing.
Yeah, I mean, you want to move around and steal damage, right? So CM definitely annoys you and Nova. And Lifestealer is going to own all these heroes.
Oh, just straight into a black hole, it seems.
Enigma. Alright.
Okay.
Just more area control. But this felt like Lifestealer is going to destroy everything.
You mean on Eagle's side or?
The Team Bright, you know, if they pick Lifestealer here on 18, like Lifestealer against CM Lina, Bat Rider, Mars, it's just, it feels like a very good Lifestealer game, a free Lifestealer game. Now they're going to give the enemy team a chance to
ban it out.
Ban it, but I guess maybe the reason why they pick their offlaner is because they want to flex the Razor to mid and carry, so they're keeping the option open here.
That's fair, that's fair. But it also does give a couple of bans for Eagle to take that out of the picture if they recognize the same thing that you do. It seems like Eagle, they still have that flex potential, like you mentioned. In a way, the Razor and the Lina are in the same boat, right? They could be flexed to the carry, could be flexed to the mid lane. Still remains to be seen what matchup Eagle think is better for them, as they have the overall last pick. Take out the Slark, and on the flip side, Team Bright are taking out the Sniper. So maybe a little bit concerned about someone that can dog on their Razor in the lane? I'm not
Yeah,
really sure.
outrange the Razor.
Plenty of time to tell an announcer you love 'em if that's what's in
Okay,
your
PA as well. They
Wait,
miss
that's the
over the
Lifestealer.
Lifestealer.
I mean, that's the Lifestealer. I think Lifestealer's great.
Is it scary though? Because I mean, Black Hole solves some of your control problems, but other than that, you don't really have a lot of disable to throw out casually. Other
Yeah,
than
but
Hook Lane
he's
Bushwhack.
just really good against their heroes. Like you can walk out of the arena, you're good matchup in the against Mars in the lane. Bad Rider and CM kinda can't really threaten you. I mean the only thing
Lasso?
they have is you can lasso him like when he's rage, you know, but you don't really just think about that, you know, because you have also teammates to back you up with the Egg and the Sunray and Black Hole.
Oh,
your,
true.
Your main concern is whether you can die, you know, if they catch you. I feel like it's pretty hard for him to die in this game against those heroes. They're
Yeah,
gonna have to
that's
come
fair.
up with some very, very good last pick against Lifestealer that they're picking.
Templar Assassin.
Ends up being a TA instead. So that's
Yeah,
kind of
it's
the way
a-
they want to put it.
It's a good hero against Lina and CM, but Bad Rider is kind of good against TA, I'd say.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
People and
now
the
even with the
refractions, less
the small
over.
little change to Dragon Slave as well, right? Now Dragon Slave does a little bit of tick damage, can just work through some of those refraction charges.
Yeah, but Lina's always going to be vulnerable to TA because you don't build armor items. TA is just going to be able to bully you on that department. So Eagle, they're going to have to figure out, you know, we have a lot of squishy heroes, so we're going to need some
Yeah.
tank, some frontline carry.
Beefcake.
Yep,
What is
beefcake. Carry beefcake.
is
Terrorblade?
I guess. I mean, Terrorblade into Enigma, is that doable? It's fine, right? Because you can come out of the the Sunder, out of BKB Black Hole even.
I mean, it's good
as long
against
as you-
Razor, TA, Phoenix, and everything.
All right, it's hero choosing.
And Jero is also like a reasonable solution, but I feel like the carry to carry matchup or call to call matchup against Razor is always gonna be tricky for Gyro because of the damage steal. But he does fare well against Enigma in the lane. I think that was their primary concern, the laning part.
Yeah, I mean, if we keep saying it over and over, if you can just make a complete trounce out of your opponents in the lanes, all of this late game sort of carry to carry matchup doesn't matter because the scales are already tipped in your favor. And Gyro CM is a lane that we've seen played by quite a lot of these teams. They seem to believe that it is a great duo to get you an early advantage. Do you agree in this game?
Gyro CM against Enigma plus Hoodwing. I think it's kinda okay for them initially, but when you get levels on Enigma and Hoodwing, I think it's very easy for them to kill the CM for sure. Like CM, if you make a wrong move in the lane, you're just gonna die, you know, to the bush.
Classic CM.
Yeah, I mean, it's just CM things, you know. So
True.
you're both like trying to play at a distance, the CM and the Gyro, and I think it's gonna be up to who gets the lane equilibrium, who can control the wave better, you know, and it's gonna decide who's gonna win the lane.
Yeah, for now we do have... Look, the Lina performance from last game from Small KK kind of dampened my enthusiasm about the hero entirely, but we're looking at a level 30 Grandmaster Lina from Zhang Jiaming here, so hopefully he can show us something and redeem the hero a little bit in our eyes. We're into the game and we'll be popping in there very shortly. But okay, so you did mention that this TA last pick, even though it's pretty decent into the Lina overall, you're not very pleased with it as compared to maybe something like a Lifestealer. Does that mean that you're favoring the Eagle side in this draft, or are you still sort of thinking that Bright have the tools that they need?
Hard to say though. I feel like both teams have their own ways of winning the game. If you look at Eagles, they are going to be banking on, like, they have a very, very huge team fight with Gyro plus Mars, CM, ulti, and on top of that, they have good single target too on Bad Rider and Lina. I know they can blow like one target away.
Yeah.
So I think it'll come down to leveling execution and how well they will play the side lanes. The side lanes are going to be very, very crucial. Like, who can get some small little advantage out of the side lanes and can use it to snowball to the other lanes and try to get more kills and just, you know, steal some stacks from the Gyro, steal some stacks from the TA. Those are going to be very, very crucial things to watch out for.
Yeah, it feels like you're talking about stealing the stacks, maybe going into a triangle invasion situation. It feels like the Eagles heroes that they have are a lot more attuned to that as compared to maybe something like an Enigma who has to get in place with his Eidolons. I guess the only advantage that you have in that situation is the traps giving you vision. And let's talk about something I know you love to talk about here. The 3-on-3 situation, right? We got Lina, Bat, and CM up against the TA, Phoenix, and Hoodwink. Am I tripping? Because I don't think I respect TA enough, but it feels a little bit tough for the TA to navigate.
Yeah, TA is gonna have to rely on crushing the lane first, you know. Like that's
Yeah.
all TA does. If she can win the lane hard enough that she limits what the enemy mid can do, then the 3 versus 3 is gonna be skewed. But if the lane is gonna be like 50-50 even, then obviously like Lina having like a stun and Dragon Slave is gonna be more useful when it comes to the room fight.
Yeah.
Because TA you're practically just right clicking unless you're already level 6, you know, so you have some traps to work with. When
Yeah.
it gets to level 6, then it's different, you know. Obviously TA is gonna be more annoying.
Yeah, for now, taking advantage of the God-given gifts that Lina has in terms of the significant attack range disparity and just peppering XYW. I keep saying XYW, it's XWY. With as many auto attacks as possible. And up here on this top side, this Phoenix Razor lane, I guess it can trade pretty well thanks to the Fire Spirits, but every time that's on cooldown, I feel like Red Panda might be susceptible to just getting killed if he can't dive out in time.
I mean, the dive is going to be exclusively used to like secure kills or just run away in a bad position, you know. So he's going to be very careful with how he uses his spell in the lane. I mean, if the Bat Rider somehow forces you to use a dive early, then you have to like kind of be defensive for the next 30-40 seconds.
Yeah. And I guess we're seeing exactly why the Gyrocopter was picked in this situation. Just the early level in the Flat Cannon, able to completely clear out the entire set of Eidolons. Ooh, mid lane. XWY dropping very low refractions just in time to block that Dragon Slave. Might have been his death there. Probably just narrowly would have survived that situation. But the early bottle for Chang Tiaming already coming through, and the TA still waiting for her, so struggling just a bit for now.
Yeah, this is going to be actually crucial for Lina. Lina's going to get the 2-minute runes, refill her bottle. So she's going to have like a significant advantage for sure right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a bottle
he's
refill.
struggling a lot actually.
Yeah, right?
I guess with the new Dragon Slave, it's not an easy lane for TA.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, you're just basically blocking these huge chunks of magic nuke damage, but now with the slight tick away at the tail end of Dragon Slave, it's kind of annoying to keep that up, and maybe once he gets the bottle, it'll be a bit easier. It's all about survival. I mean, XWY even ferries a self out early just to keep himself in EXP range. If not, Alina can just easily threaten that kill. I'm a little concerned about outside as well down here in this bot side. Like you mentioned, this CM, if she steps out of line, it's a very easy bushwhack into kill. And XWY, he has to wait for that bottle to come, but he's so low on HP.
Yeah, the CM's gonna get the pull removed, unblock the camp, but unfortunately she won't be able to contest the Lotus, which is gonna be given to the Hoodwink. But I think overall, if the Gyro is okay farming in the lane, he's clearing out the Eidolons, you should be happy in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too big of a deal because we're only 3 minutes in and people are just grabbing Lotuses, so still early doors here, but the CS disparity is already concerning me just a bit. The fact that the Gyro is essentially, sure, some of them are Eidolon kills, but 22 and 6, and everybody else on the side of Team Bright are trailing in this regard. I mean, I just can only hope it gets better with some levels.
Laning is just definitely going really well for the Radiant side, you know, Team Eagles. The Eagles are soaring high right now. All 3 lanes
true.
doing well. I mean, the Lina has even opted to go for 2-0-2 just to pressure the lane. Like, generally, you don't see more than 1 point in the Fiery Soul.
Just need that auto attack speed just to really break away those refractions. I think Jiaming understands that a lot of his pressure is going to come out from trying to just keep XWY as low as possible. And you did mention that it's so important for the TA to essentially stomp the lanes and get an advantage that way. I'm a little bit worried now for the 6 minutes where the 3-on-3 happens, and the Lina very clearly is going to have a pretty significant advantage. No stun, sure, but the amount of damage she can output if she's not controlled, ooh, that's going to be scary.
Yeah, and if you look at the 2 supports, it's CM and Bat Rider. I feel like Phoenix and Hoodwink, they can't do as much as the CM and Bat Rider in terms of like setting up a kill in the rune fights, you know. And Hara
Yeah.
gonna get a flame break, knock back onto the
Oh.
Razor. Blood grenade.
Excellent stuff. Burning up both of them. Ulu had a bit of a set, but the plasma field actually gonna get the first blood onto Hara before the Phoenix goes down. And excellent discipline there from Red Panda. Saves his dive to the very last minute. And while it looked like a bit of a hairy situation for this Razor, he's able to come out on top. So punishing the Bat Rider for aggressing a bit too far forward.
Yeah, he kind of like changed his target, you know, like they were trying to go on the Razor, then decided, oh, we don't have enough, you know, tank to kill him, then they went on the Phoenix, but I mean, Phoenix has died, you know, so they kind of got baited into a very bad situation there.
Yeah, it's a bit strange as well because when you're locked into the lane like that, you've got to be keeping a keen eye out on these key spell timings, right? Like the Icarus dive, it's not an easy spell to miss. Like if Phoenix dives, you're gonna know. So they probably had it in the back of their mind that that was available as a rune refill comes through. Nice little bushwhack, but you gotta watch yourself. It's a level 6 Lina who has a Laguna Blade, but meanwhile, bot side, Irving just getting demolished here. Left alone by TK after that death. And the safe lane duo of Eagle just capitalizing right now.
Yeah, the only good lane right now for the Team Bright is like the Razor's lane after that exchange, you know, so the other two lanes are not going too hot for them. So Razor is gonna have to try to stabilize his game and try to like, I mean, Razor's not the worst hero to rotate and move around, you know, you can kind of take the gate and help, you know, help the Enigma get the gyro kill.
Set up in the mid lane now, flame break up in 1 second, gonna pull that TA back. And for
This is
last
really, really
pick,
bad.
yeah, for last pick that needs to get a lane advantage, the fact that Zhang Tianming is just kind of stepping all over you ain't a good look. Is able to secure, I don't think it was the... it was 6-minute rune grab by Hara just to deny the TA of it. But they get her life as well, which is huge.
Radiant might want to haul some ass down
I mean,
to
the
bottom
discrepancy between the mid lane is actually pretty huge right now. 3.3k net worth to 2.1k, like 1,200 net
Oh
worth
my
advantage.
god.
That
That's
is
not
so
good.
huge.
Yeah, especially
it's
this
just-
early on.
It's
Oh.
just gonna bleed into the other lanes.
Yeah, it already feels that way because, I mean, we see the top side, MDR, even though he's left up here alone, he's not exactly threatened by, you know, Red Panda and Ulu. They can't actually make any meaningful goal just because the creep equilibrium is in such a favorable position for the Mars. Red Panda, he's very low here. They'll get the setup onto Ulu, forcing the TP response out from TK. They're still going to try and make this a goal even though the flame break didn't connect. Perhaps setting up for a third member to come. Yeah, outside is here as well, but unable to do enough to this Razor, and he'll be able to walk this one off, especially with the help of the infused raindrops. He survives.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad miss there. That was like essentially a kill there, but if he lands the spear.
I mean, to be fair, the flame break was also off the mark here. He'll now have the spear just to try and preserve his life. The 3-man unit of Bright in this top side will try and muscle down MDR, dive in to secure it. And even though there were supports in the area, they just weren't in position to respond. A bit of a weird chain of events from the Eagles off-lane duo.
Some lease of life, you know, for Team Bright. They're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Considering that the other two lanes are just going so badly for them. So this Razor's lane is gonna be able to kind of salvage things up. And because of all the kills that he's been getting, the Phoenix is very high level. It's 5.5. He's gonna get a pretty early timing on that level 6, and he's gonna be able to use some egg to win some of the fights on the other side of the map.
Yeah, we'll see whether you can sort
If
of
you can
give them
kill
a
the
nice-
Lina, that would be nice with the egg.
Yeah, right? Like, just dive on top of her, force her into a tough situation. XWY needs all the help he can get in this lane for sure. There's the Lina. Oh, it's actually Red Panda who goes down in the top side. So the Mars using the arena. Excellently done by MDR. We talk about the Phoenix being high level. That's just even more EXP going his way. He'll start stepping up. There is still a spear available though. Waits for the max distance available and chains him away. So really nicely done from MDR.
Yeah, he has to be patient, wait for his next arena. I think once he has his next arena, they can plan on coming over to kill the Gyro, but meanwhile, outside, he's gonna get caught out. Gyro's here
Yeah.
to fight though. Black hole.
Yeah, Irving is actually the one in trouble. He can't even turn around because he has no HP for the black hole. They'll finish up outside, but they've already lost TK as well. We're thinking about bringing a couple more members Team Bright, but far too little damage, I guess. Irving can't really provide much if he's not black holing. And him going down basically signifies the end of that fight. You didn't even want to egg there on the Phoenix.
Yeah, that was all the Gyro winning his lane and just putting Enigma in a very, very bad spot, you know. Like,
Yeah.
For them, winning the lanes translates into a lot of like all these small little fight advantages that you're gonna get in the next couple of minutes after the laning phase. And you're gonna have
Looks
to
like
want to make the most out of it. 10-minute rune.
Some TA trap spotting it out. The Arcane will go over to Zhang Jiaming, and it's a little bit awkward now. Have full vision of each other. Just
Oh
toss a
god,
couple
404 on Lina.
That's what I was
Holy
saying.
shit.
Like this is a build and a half. He's going full auto attack, but this is a Lina Lord if I've seen it. You know what I mean? This guy, Grandmaster, he's very clearly teching for something here. Maybe just thinking the auto attacks will serve him better. I don't know if I disagree.
I mean, they kind of have like the right environment for the Lina to be played in this way. CM, Bat Rider, and Mars are kind of like the catch, the setup for your team, right? So your Lina and Gyro can kind of play like a greedy two-prong carry mode, you know? You have two heroes just waiting to clear up the team fights and just soak up as much as you can.
The courier is gonna betray Ulu. They know exactly where he is. No level 6 on the spots just yet, but they have that arena. Now you just need to chuck the spear and make sure it lands. Freezing field from outside, fully channeled up. You just get that bushwhack, but it comes a bit late. Doesn't matter though. Ulu able to survive again thanks to that infused raindrops. It saved his life twice now. That additional regen coming out from Royal Jelly, clutch as well. So it was a decent move from Eagle, but they aren't able to finish the job.
Yeah, this is like a little bit of the byproduct, you know, like you want to call it, of the initial miskill on the Razor. If they killed him there, then he would be weaker in this instance, and it probably means that you guys get a secondary kill on him.
Yeah.
All the small little things adding up. And obviously the Mars is also not getting the usual Mars items where you usually have like double braces, you know, so you do a lot more with your rebuild. And you have better lane presence. He's just opted to go for this high mobility phase boot with wind lace and rushing the dagger.
Yeah, I don't know whether I agree with this. It seems like he realizes that he's most of the early setup for his team, but I can't help but feel like I guess he's taking a bit of a back foot just because he thinks his Lina is the strongest player here. Wouldn't have minded seeing a couple of bracers or maybe one or two smaller items as well, but
yeah, normally you see like double bracer with a wand. Sometimes you see a soul ring.
I mean he does have the soul ring. That's about the only small item that he has, and we'll see what he can get done with the arena. They do need additional damage though, so he's already called out to this top side to finish off the tier 1 tower. Love this move. A very easy one for the Gyro to make, so why not just grab some free gold. They want to make use of this black hole though, Team Bright. They smoked up. Would love to catch the Gyro or the Mars. Vladimir's complete as well. Seems like retreat is sounded.
I mean, mid tower is gonna be the next thing Team Eagles are gonna look to get. With this dagger on Mars, they are definitely gonna want to immediately press forward to get an even bigger advantage. Bot lane, Gyro's being caught.
Coming to Twin Gates, a very, very untimely affair here. Irving, he finally commits the black hole, understands the situation that they're in, and gets down the Lina as well, but it's not nearly enough damage. The egg is gonna be popped, but it can't do enough. They just punch right through it. Their arena is not yours. Maybe getting a little mixed up here. A 2-for-1 exchange. I mean, it would have been great if it was any other hero than your Razor, the one being caught there. But it ends up being advantageous to Eagles just because of that fact.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice fight here by Team Eagles. So getting a good trade, the upper hand, good reactions. You know, they reacted very quickly the moment the Gyro was being jumped on by the Razor, and they just got their reward there. Now the egg's down. That's basically your majority of your team fight, the egg and the black hole. So you don't have team fight right now, so you have to dodge, and Radiant is here to take your kills, take your life, kill your heroes.
Yeah, ready to clean up onto Irving. The Malefice onto the Bat Rider means that outside can channel that freezing field with absolute impunity. Supports just get it done here. They'd love to get a kill on the Lina though. In a spot of bother, and with the TPs and the heroes at the top side, they know she's in some trouble. Last bit of damage on the Sunray, manages to burn her down. Huge pickup for Red Panda and great recognition from Bright to answer right back.
Yeah, that was like a 1,000 goal kill there. It's almost 1,000 goal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing
in
with
this-
Lina, right? You can be very, very far ahead, but it's still going to be very easy to kill you because of how your hero functions. You know, you never want to build armor items early, so you're always going to be very vulnerable to all this right click.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge boost for XWY. Even though he doesn't get the kill itself, the fact that he's able to stand there, step up the XP, maybe start working his road to recovery here. Dragon Lance and Blink Dagger up next in just about 200 gold. Can maybe start to put on the pressure and blink directly on top of Lina, at least burst her down. I mean, even if you die, at least it'll be a good trade for your squad.
Yeah, things are gonna start to heat up in a bit. I mean, this lead has not it's not really that big, you know, considering how the start, you know, of the TA, you know, getting demolished in the lane. I feel like one good fight is still possible for Team Bright to bring everything back together. They're gonna have to wait for the next black hole with the next egg. I mean, if they get a good black hole and egg, it's gonna be very, very easy for them to win the team fight. You know, it's just about how they execute it, because they don't really have anyone that has Blink Dagger, and they're playing into a Bat and Mars, which is going to have double blink soon.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the game plan is here for Irving, because he's elected to queue up a Midas, which, sure, it's going to secure his late game, but I'm wondering, if both of your calls are going for these action items like the Blink, like the BKB on the Razor, do you want to tag team up with maybe a Blink of your own so you can get the jump on them instead of hoping for clean counter initiation? Because I'm sure that Eagle will be thinking about that black hole the entire engagement.
I just
wonder
feel like
whether-
they should just play the game slow and try to go for like a more greedy play. Because if you get a blink on the Enigma now, there's just like every single hero on the Radiant side has a stun to cancel your black hole if you don't have a
That's true.
BKB.
That's fair.
So it's not very reliable if you go for blink.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, in his particular case, since he's trailing a bit behind in terms of the EXP as well, it sounds like your opinion is that it's not too bad, but I
Take
mean,
it slow.
It's kind of funny.
Oh,
Take it slow and just try to get as much items as you can before you reach a point where you have to take a critical team fight. Ideally, it's Roshan or like high ground.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I think
A
even if
BKB?
you give up the first Rosh, it might not be too bad. Because usually first Roshans, it's like the enemy team takes it and they just take the map and farm. And it's not really like they're gonna force high ground or anything with the first one.
Yeah, I kind of feel like in this intermission stage where Eagle haven't really been able to find anything in the past 1.5 2 minutes, it's beneficial for Bright, right? They're able to get their BKB on the Razor, now being delivered on the Courier, the Midas for the Enigma as well. They are all in this jungle area and they will spot out the Lina, who has a BKB, immediately pops it. We know this player loves to just use that item, doesn't really care. Blink fall from Hara as well, looking for a lasso. The flame break will be enough. They actually toss out the egg in a very, very tough situation
It's
to
a very
defend.
open area, you know, to put the egg on. Nothing to
Yeah.
defend it.
I mean, the only egg more open than that is the type that's at a hotel buffet at the breakfast, right? Like, there's all the eggs just lying around. I don't really know whether that's what you wanted.
MDR,
Able to get
Arena.
your TA out of here. Okay, Arena with the catch, but where's the follow-up? Unu's gonna turn around and start sapping the damage of the gyrocopter, holding the bat in place as well. And ooh, more than enough physical to punch through Hara. Now, is in trouble as well.
misses the
You don't
spear
actually have
again.
anything to stop Razor. Yeah, he just completely whiffs, and even though you freezing field, it does nothing. Unu, the one shining hope for this team, has been brilliant so far, and Team Bright, they're able to take advantage in that fight even when things look awful.
Yeah, this Mars has so far missed a couple of very, very important spears to get kills on the Razor. You know, this is like the second or the third one already, and it's just having a very significant impact on the game so far.
Yeah,
those
and
are those are spells that you never want to miss. You know.
you can't afford to, especially when it's so important against a Razor who... Oh, Hara and TK standing right next to each other. They have no idea. Okay, well, Atos find it with the bushwhack. Easy shot with the sharpshooter. Bat Rider is dead.
Yeah, they're
And-
losing all their momentum.
Yeah,
on
XYW.
Eagles.
I mean, this TA now is really powerful, especially with that amplified damage rune. Just pushing the issue on this tower with the bushwhack as well. Oh no, he might have a BKB, but you got nowhere to run. They need to get that last auto attack, but seems like it was a Pavis from outside that saves him. Now with the frostbite, have you gone a bit too far? Is gonna start chasing with the homing missile as well. The TA is in very big trouble, and she will get worked down. Meanwhile, on the back lines, it looks like TK tried to finish off that kill, but was unsuccessful. And MDR able to finish off Red Panda. So this time it's Bright that overextend.
Yeah, I got a little too cocky there with the TA, trying to overcommit. But like you said, the Pervis, they're surveying the Lina at the last moment, so making sure that the Lina survives. But I guess even if they killed the Lina there, they're probably gonna pay for it, you know.
Yeah.
At least they're gonna get something out of it.
To watch yourself though, I feel like now that if I'm in sort of the driver's seat for Team Bright, it's very clear that Ulu is the big bad in the fights, right? Like if he can get into a good position to deal with the gyro or stand in the front lines with his BKB, there's not much that the side of Eagle can do against him in that duration, and he wasn't part of that at all. He was up here in this top side farming away safely, so and maybe a bit of miscommunication, maybe they're just thinking or overestimating their abilities there as a 3-man unit to take that tier 1.
I mean,
Whatever
to
it
answer
is.
the Razor, they're gonna have to get like multiple force stuff to deal with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I see one on the Bat Rider. I mean, I think CM should also probably get one after the Solar. It's just a lot of
Yeah.
value here.
It's just a great 4-staff game as well. Get you out of the TA traps, for which she already has the shard complete. So the additional silence could really trip out some of these supports, especially. Have to keep an eye out for that and the impact in the fight.
Yeah, this is gonna be the very critical fight. The Roche. Dire is gonna smoke over. Bright doesn't
Ooh.
want to give it up. They have Blink, Black Hole with Egg, Double Midas.
Okay. Ready to go here, locked and loaded. They're going for the long wraparound. And Eagle, they aren't really doing this Roche the quickest. The Mars and the
Gyro's
Gyro
half
being
health.
in here.
I mean,
This is really, really dangerous. There is high ground advantage given by the Bat Rider. He's going to get that vision, but the immediate blinks away. They need to finish this off and they grab the Aegis. A bit too late on the side of Team Bright. Do they still want to stick around for this fight?
They want to run away.
Yeah, they need to get out of here on the side of Eagle. They need to try and cut their losses. They will be fine giving out outside, but if that's the only hero they lose, I don't think it's too bad. It's just a CM death. 30 seconds without her, but as soon as
Mars
she's up,
even
you can
using
imagine.
BKB to TP. Holy
Oh.
crap, yeah, he was so scared. He was so far away, but he still insisted in BKBing to TP.
Yeah, 9-second charge too. So just playing it safe. I mean, Eagle, they love using BKBs, these guys. They don't care. I feel like between the mid and MDR as well, they're always just popping that baby on. I don't know whether that's discipline or poor discipline at that point.
Just laziness, you know, sometimes you just don't want to think about the game and you just want to... I mean, sometimes it's very, very difficult.
Yeah.
You're not really sure of the situation and you just want to make sure that what do I get, you know, keeping this 1 extra second on the BKB? Is it going to be more important over ensuring that I live in this fight? And then obviously there's going to be a discussion or an opinion about how you should maximize everything you can get from the game. Even 1 second of the BKB charge. So save it until you need it.
Don't look
Yeah.
now, but Radiant's bottom tower is getting obliterated.
Min-maxing to the extreme here. As I thought we were going to see the reveal of the Enigma's Blink Dagger in that fight, which he managed to pick up, but they weren't able to connect. And now
And
he's gonna walk
he's
over
gonna
to
have
BKB.
to try to get to his BKB and kind of hope that the Bat Rider doesn't get the lasso on him.
Yeah. There is an Eye of the Vizier on that Bat Rider, so helping him out in terms of some of the cast range that could be tricky for nabbing the Enigma. Phoenix was in the area in the top side looking to defend, but understands the peril that he's in and just gets out of that. Looks to be just a forfeit of the tier 2 towers across the map. This Eagle should make quick work of this. I mean, are they trying to go high ground here? That's pretty ambitious. Okay, well, I mean, there's Gyro. Just gonna start auto-attacking this tower. Doesn't seem like the rest of Bright are really in any sort of position to defend. Still spread out across the map here. There's some pressure now being put out.
TS trying to scramble up the last piece of the BKB, the recipe.
Has that coming out now? But I think they you know, Bright understand that that's just a bit of a bluff, right? There's no way that Eagle can try and come up here, especially into the Bright lineup where you don't know where the Enigma is. You don't have any vision. There's a smoke now. They're gonna try and chase through, make use of those TA traps. Get that vision, and at the very least it'll be a CM kill again. Slowed up by the plasma field. That should allow for to make the clean escape though. He actually... Uh-oh, I don't know about that. Turns around to try and Hurricane Pike this CM back to safety.
Solar Crest, saving
Yeah,
that.
the Akon shot, they actually turn around and are able to kill Red Panda, but TK should finish that one off. Nice little 4-star, but won't stop him from being lassoed and Laguna to death. So 2 supports down for that chase, and you don't really get any meaningful pick off from Bright other than the CM.
Yeah, they kind of like overestimated how far they can chase, and on top of that, the solo quest kind of forced them to commit a little bit further, you know, to get the kill.
You can tell Dyer's middle tower is in trouble from the way
I
it's being destroyed.
honestly thought that the gyro made a bit of a mistake by turning around to try and Hurricane Pike his CM there, but that buys outside just enough time to turn around
I
and
mean,
kill
he
Red
had
Panda.
Aegis, so he was
No, that's true, that's
he was willing to risk a little bit for his support. You know, if he didn't have Aegis, I would agree with you that he might be making the wrong decision, putting himself at risk. But because he had the Aegis, so it was okay for him to try. And
I guess
do
it wasn't that bad because even if he ends up getting into any sort of trouble because of it, like they literally have a tier 1 tower there they can TP to and
Yeah,
take the fight
that's
out.
true.
I mean,
He
that's
would have
still
been
not
fine.
addressed.
He would have been fine regardless. You know, so
Yeah. Still have yet to see the egg black hole combination come into effect. As TK will get spotted out here and just instantly murdered. The squirrel is just gonna get derailed completely. That should set up for a pretty interesting wraparound. Now Ulu's in some trouble. The full focus down on the Razor. He's already popped the BKB though. All the damage in the world being healed up by the Sunray with the shard. It's a lot of percentage HP. Trying for the spear will only find Red Panda. And the call down is slightly off the mark. They will once again fish themselves 2 supports, but not an important kill on any of the bright cores.
they did, on the other hand, force the BKB on Razor, so that's gonna give them 1 minute. Basically, they can do whatever they want in the next minute.
Yeah.
Get a tower, I guess. At least they're gonna be able to get a tower.
Yeah, this Aegis has been not too bad of a period for them so far, as it does expire on the gyro now. So maybe that's gonna be Team Bright's time to take a fight with the Phoenix coming up, and maybe they wait for the BKB to be back up as well in 40
Looks like
seconds.
Radiant's top tower is getting torn down. Probably asbestos. Radiant's top tower just got stomped to pieces.
I mean, for Team Bright, they're gonna still
You can
look
tell
for the
Dyer's
same
middle
thing.
tower is in
Try to
trouble
delay the
from
game
way
till you
it's
have
destroyed. As I am not
the
a
BKB
betting
Enigma with the
unless
8
it's
combo in the team
Dyer's
fights,
middle tower
and
is
try
destroyed.
to make sure that you have to avoid the Enigma getting less. So I think as long as the Bear Rider doesn't find Enigma in the team fights, there's always going to be a chance that Team Bright land a really good black hole into. I mean, I think the egg is not even really that important to land into the black hole. As long as you get a good black hole, if he has to go into egg, say there's a split fight, or the Phoenix has to go into egg to do some distraction first, I think it's fine. You don't have to like really force that the black hole must be with the egg at the same
Yeah.
time.
I think actually more importantly than the egg, it's gonna be the Sunray that does most of the damage, right? Like, the fact that it's sharded up as well. Level 4, Red Panda, he could really put in work in these fights and contribute to killing off the gyro or maybe even
Oh,
the
you know,
Luna.
keeping the Razor alive. I think that is also going to be a very
true.
important thing to do in the team fights. If the Razor is standing in front and he's kind of like forcing the enemy to commit a lot of heroes to kill him, then that's going to be a chance for the black hole to land big.
Yeah, just use the Razor as a bait here.
Oh no,
Bit
he
off
linked
the
in.
mark. MDR, this Mars has been a bit hit and miss, and for now it's not really the connection that they wanted. Come through with the lasso, finish off Hara immediately as a trade out for the BKB onto the gyro. They black hole, but Enigma just gets blown up. Is able to stand his ground up, forced up to the high ground, but he gets burnt up to a crisp. They aren't able to address Ulu, but no, now the Lina able to create the distance and finish off that target. A very, very messy fight and initiation from the Mars. Just kind of confusing, to be honest, but Bright, I think I don't even know who gets the favor in that fight.
Feel like it's actually a little bit better for Team Bright. Like at the end of things, at the end of the day, you know, Mars used his refresher in double arena. I mean, you can see he actually ran into mana problems, you know, so he couldn't really instantly use the double arena.
Yeah. It didn't even, I mean, that fight, I'll be honest with you, it didn't even feel like it though.
This is why this build has been has fallen off, you know, because of the mana capacity problems. You know, people just prefer getting the Wind Waker, Octarine Core, or Aether Lens build first.
Yeah. Understandable. I mean, that's not going to stop him from getting a kill onto Red Panda there, who, you know, in this situation is out of the picture for 1 minute. And, that should open things up, especially if they have the outpost control for the gyro to TP in and start threatening the high ground. It's at best going to be a 4v5 situation. They start beating on the towers here. Eagle, prime position to get at least one lane of Rex. You don't have your big sort of team fight ultimates. Black hole down for another 80 seconds. And take a look at where Irving is on the map, just nowhere nearby. Put TP in now.
Players' historical
I'm not really sure what else you can do though. Yeah, I mean,
No black hole, no egg. It's tough, you know.
Dyer's bottom
yeah.
barracks just
MDR putting the shield up, just blocking quite a bit of that damage. But you really just need Jiaming to finish off this Rex. And he will gladly oblige. Just trying for the sharpshooter, just messing with him a little bit. No Aegis or anything, so half HP, probably a little concerned about their own life there. Will be delegated to finish the job instead. Yeah, they'll get themselves a lane of Rex and get out of here just in time for the Phoenix respawn. That's exactly what they came for.
Roshan's up, so it's time for them to go check the Rosh. I think
Yeah.
Team Bright kind of have to smoke out and contest the Rosh. They can't really give Team Eagles the Rosh here. It'll be too difficult to deal with, to defend the second lane of Rex if they give it away.
Yeah. You only have so limited tools on Team Bright. Like one black hole is all you really have. The refresher, it's still a far cry away as the smoke
And
move comes
I
out.
mean, you kind of also have to consider buybacks at this point. You know,
True.
if you only have one black hole, the enemy can always throw one of the bodies over. You can always black hole like the Lina ones or the Gyro ones and then buyback. And if you don't have
Oh.
enough in the tank, it's
Both
gonna be
teams
big.
smoked up here.
Gyro.
Looks like the scan managed to connect, so they know that there are bright heroes in the area. It's all about who Hara can find with the initial lasso. He's been so good with these so far. Ulu will show himself on the wave. It's bright and early in the morning, daytime, so they can see each other really well. It's about setting up this high ground vision. Red Panda managed to get a ward on that cliff. And Bright, they need to retreat and back up to the safety of their high ground. Black Hole completely whiffs! Oh, Vic, that's not what you want to TP out in shame! Oh no, Bright! That was supposed to be your opportunity. You're supposed to catch two, but you get nothing instead. And with that BKB Black Hole down, they can just walk right into the Roche pit. Can't afford to give it up. Well, how about you have it for free?
Yeah, Mina is so happy that she just Laguna at the Rosh.
Understandable. I mean, it gives you stacks now. Just get it done, right? 40
I mean,
seconds.
If you get it off, you know, you use it on the spell block, so he didn't even get it off to get the stack.
He knows what a good position he's in right now. Has the Aegis as well as the Roshan's banner that they can use to further amplify the pressure. Bright, I didn't talk about this at the start because these names are noticeable. Not noticeable, but these names are recognizable and whatnot. But Irving and Imitator on their previous teams, it's always, in some of these qualifiers, it's always felt like Irving is a very hit or miss offlaner. He loves playing his Magnus, but when the RPs connect, they're great. When the RPs don't, they just kind of look like they're all hoping for him to land something crazy that never comes. It feels like this situation where it feels like we've been waiting the whole game for a black hole, and in the one moment where it matters the most, where they needed to contest, he's just completely airballed it. And that's allowed Eagle to storm into this base and assume a very aggressive position. Straight up with the arena in, catches 4, it's huge! MDR making up for his past transgressions with the lasso while they pull in XWY, and he just goes down! The TA out of the picture for 75 seconds, and he's feeling confident just running forward, gun down the egg, and gun down the Razor while he's at it. This is GG as Ulu calls it. Bright, they had to tap out of this one, it's too rough.
It's too rough indeed, you know, just like a monumental collapse, you know, from Bright, you know, like they didn't have the best laning phase, but after that I felt like they kind of salvaged things a little bit with the TA. They killed the Lina once, and the game kind of felt like they were on the right track, you know. They needed to slowly farm their way into the late game with the Enigma, but just a couple of like fights where they were not really in tune, in sync with each other. The Black Hole especially, you know, wasn't really good enough. Like I felt like she just needed to black hole the Gyro, and like she's like overly trying to get the Lina and the Gyro. I felt like if you get too greedy with spells like this, sometimes you just end up hurting yourself, you know. I mean, if you think about like how the fight is supposed to go and who are the important heroes that you need to get in the black hole, like I feel like it's just Gyro. Lina is gonna be so easy for the TA and the Razor to kill. Like you don't really need to worry about that. The Gyro is the problem, you know, with the Aghanim's, with the side gunner, and with the tank ability that he has. He's the huge problem.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It feels like from start to finish, actually, that statement characterizes the whole matchup really well. Team Bright throughout most stages of the game, we were looking at them, we're like, okay, are they gonna move? And the sentiment was just, okay, it seems like Team Bright think that they can just take the game slow, wait for the ideal team fight, you get your BKB Black Hole. There it was, right? It was only the lasso that you needed to be concerned about, but Irving, it felt like what? We saw 2 Black Holes this game. One was okay, and then the other one just was the reason they lost the game. And I feel like this is not the first time I've seen Irving with a Black Hole into losing the game. So it's a little bit tough to swallow for sure for Team Bright, especially with, you know, Irving in the position that he is. But hopefully he can pick things up here and come back in this game too, lest they suffer the same fate that they did in the upper bracket up against Eagle and get 2-0'd quickly again. We'll find out whether they're able to come back or whether Eagle will keep themselves alive in this tournament right after this short break, so don't go anywhere. A very warm welcome back, everybody, to the Elite League Chinese Close Qualifiers. Winter and Sneeze here bring you the action. We're on our last series of the day, and while it's not the upper bracket finals, we're finding out which one of these teams will continue to truck on. Eagle against Team Bright. Now, these two teams have already faced off in the first round of the upper bracket, and during which Eagle, they were able to 2-0 their opponents pretty handily. And unfortunately, last game, there's a bit of shades of the past that all culminated in Irving on his Enigma missing one key black hole, which is really only the important black hole of the game. And just like that, they lost.
Yeah, what can you do, you know? Dota is a very unforgiving game. Like, if you're playing a very greedy hero like Enigma, like a team fight heavy hero, you just have to deal with stuff like this when you have a lot of responsibility on your shoulder, and if you make one mistake, it could mean that the game is over because of that.
Yeah, I mean, that literally was what happened in that previous matchup, unfortunately. And it does sort of, it's not just the Enigma, right? There were a couple of other factors that were a bit of head scratchers for us. We were a bit, I won't say confused, but at least for me, I didn't fully agree with this TA, especially with how rough it looked up against the Lina. It's supposed to be a winning matchup, but Winter, if there's one thing I realized about this situation, about us casting so far, every matchup that we think is gonna win just gets completely dumpstered the opposite way. So we clearly know nothing about matchups here.
I mean, sounds about right? That's why we're not playing. We're just watching the game.
So true. Bat Rider and CM being selected by the Eagle lineup. So very similar, I guess, orientation of support starting things out. Team Bright, they reprise their Hoodwink, which is likely going to be picked up by TK. But this time round, they banned out the Mars. That was a pretty significant problem for them.
Yeah, CM plus Bat Rider is something Falcons have been running a lot frequently. I mean, this duo provides you with a lot of magic damage, a lot of small little slows, lockdowns, and initiation, team fight. You know, it kind of gives you everything if you think about it.
Yeah,
Like
I guess the only
CM needs like somebody that goes in,
Plenty of
tanks for
time
you,
until announcing
kind of
the
creates
bubble.
like
That's
distraction
the
so that you
Yeah.
can get your spells off, and Bat Rider does it for CM. And Bat Rider kind of also needs follow up once you get a lasso off. You kind of want your partner to dish out the damage to finish off the target, so CM kind of provides that. So Bat Rider and CM are kind of a perfect complementation of both the other.
Yeah, you would not like it, but you're looking at a peak support duo right here. I mean, not to mention all the small little perks as well. Arcane Aura, obviously Bat Rider loves any additional mana he can
Arcane
get.
Aura, do you know Arcane Aura is like what? If you're not next to her, it's like 30 mana. per
They
minute.
changed it, right? It's like garbage
It's-
now.
Yeah, level one is like 30. It literally means 30 mana per minute. So it's not really that big of a deal unless you're always walking next to her. Because when you're near
Yeah.
her, you get more.
Side by side, hold hands, form that connection. Speaking of connection, Razor going basically being revisited by Team Bright. I think Ulu was one of the not so bad looking parts of that game. There were a couple of moments where he was able to get into great positions where he linked up the gyrocopter, dominated the fight, and out of left field, Shadow Shaman here.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman is a very interesting position for. It's very strong in the lane.
Yeah.
Because of the recent, I'm not sure how recent, but it's new. Like all the changes where the level 1 Aether Shock hits multiple heroes, you can get last hits and trade. The shackles heal you.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
You have damage M on the Hex. It gives you a lot of power in the team fights with the Serpent Wards. You get Roshan. It gives you a lot of things.
Yeah. Some objective secure that's missing from a Razor as a carry, which is one of the struggles that we saw from Team Bright earlier on. Speaking of objective secure, I think you're right in your assessment with Bat Rider and CM giving you a lot, but the one thing they don't really help with is maybe gearing up for those tower pushers or the Roshas, and they will just go back straight to the Lina. So again, flex potential is available, but they'll just instantly snap up the Beastmaster. So a bit of a... I mean, Shadow Shaman, he can do a lot for you, but the one thing he can't really deal with is summons, and that's what Beastmaster might bring to the table.
I mean, you can also kind of kill the wards with your ball, so it's definitely
Yeah.
annoying. It's definitely annoying for the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot of vision in terms of like the Beastmaster giving you some vision with the Hawk, and you can initiate with the Bat and the follow up with the Lina as well, so you instantly burst whoever you raw. So there's definitely a lot of synergy within their heroes, among their heroes, and Lina is also once again very good against Razor, like in the
Yeah.
game itself.
Yeah, I mean, also, not to mention, Beastmaster loves building up a lot of these auras that Lina just will lap right up, right? Inner Beast is already such a great boon to her, and then you add on to that maybe something like a Vlad's. I'm wondering though, do you think this is because sometimes we've seen the Beastmaster come out as a response to Illusion Heroes, and then you see the Drums of Slom, Aghadim's build being
Probably
picked up.
not so much anymore.
Yeah, Helm of the Overlord is the way to go, you reckon?
I'm not sure. I didn't play this hero so much.
Okay.
I know you kind of still want to go Vlad some games. I guess it depends on
Dyer gets the ban.
the game itself. I mean, the helm they get buff.
But I
Ooh.
feel like the idea of like Beastmaster is like to strengthen like your other cores with your aura, so you hit the very sharp timings like a Lina or a Tro, for example, with the Beastmaster aura. Those are cores that work very well with the Inner Beast.
Yeah.
And
they
Tide-
pick up a Tide.
Tide is
Ooh.
kind of like a Beastmaster counter. Because you can, if you get the helm, then the anchor smash and everything kind of slows you down, and you don't really want to raw that watermelon because you can dispel the
10
raw.
seconds.
Yeah, it's also a bit tricky because Eagle, they want to like slowly converge in with their summons, just pepper away with your spells. But if you're able to just pop a beautiful Ravage in the middle of everybody, that's going to buy time for the Razor to close the distance, the Shadow Shaman and the Hoodwink to start leashing people up. And suddenly you can just start walking the dogs, quite literally. Team
Yeah,
Right,
I mean,
they-
it feels like a good game to get Aghadims as well on tight. I mean, the
Yeah.
AoE minus armor is good with Hoodwing, Razor, and Shaman wards. So I think we could probably see that, like maybe in the future, if the tide has the option to go
10
for it.
seconds left.
It's definitely a pretty good tight game
Dyer
here.
gets the ban.
Are
He's good
we-
against all the heroes, basically.
Are we worried at all about the laning stage? Tide and the Shadow Shaman should be a pretty solid duo, right? Up against maybe Lina, CM, or an unpicked carry at the moment. They ban out the Slug and the Ursa, so two that could really eat watermelon for
There-
breakfast, lunch, and
there's
dinner.
still
And the Kanka.
Morphling. Morphling is pretty good against tight.
Oh, is
Still have-
Morphling good against Kanka Razor though? That's a question.
I mean, Morphling counters Razor because you turn into Razor.
True, true. You steal it back. That's a classic. I mean, now they have a lot of teamfight control, right? Between all their heroes on Team Bright. I'm liking this draft a lot more than game number 1.
Yeah.
It feels like it's not like all their eggs are in the Enigma basket this time. But Eagle, it feels like they need to pick a carry or mid that can do so much to survive the onslaught.
And you have to be mobile because there's a Razor to steal your damage.
Yeah. You can't really be those stand your ground man fight, which is what Beastmaster kind of incentivizes, and you've already taken out the Slug. I don't know if you want to get something like a PA. I feel like that's too risky. I mean,
Not many options. I think it's gonna be like the Sven. Sven is not that great against Razor and
Yeah.
Tide. I mean, Sven Lifesteal are the stronger ones, but Morphling is like good in the meta and just good against the Tide and Razor.
can you afford to go something like a Luna? Is that too weak in the
I mean,
lane? you
it's
think?
risky. Luna is like okay with the Beastmaster. I think it gives the whole lineup a lot more oomph, a lot more pushing
Yeah,
power.
that's what I'm thinking. Because essentially at this point, what I'm seeing is that if you wait until you go late, the teamfight control is gonna be too insane.
Yeah, so the Luna Medusa hero will eventually get countered by the Razor too, So that would be the concern. But at least you're giving yourself like a timing window to finish the game.
What
Holy
the
crap,
sh-
Viper
not a
Lord
ga-
is. They
No!
won one game and Viper Lord decides I am back,
It almost feels like it's not even the team's choice. They're just forced into this last pick Viper. But that's going to put the Lina in the mid. And
Okay, so-
again,
No,
Oh, sorry, the
I
Lina
think
and the carry.
Lina's carry. Yeah, Lina's gonna
Yeah.
be a carry against the Tide. I think so. It means that they're gonna have an advantage on the CM Lina lane. CM
Yeah.
Lina against Tide Shaman, probably gonna be good for them.
yeah.
And the other side lane will be Bat Rider Beast against Razor.
Actually, with
Razor
the
Hoodwink.
with the way that they've picked
No,
things up,
yeah. Shaman is safe lane. I think he's gonna be with the carry. So Hoodwink Tide.
Oh my god, that is a ugly Viper. Have you seen that? What is that?
I don't.
Why
pay
does he look like a
attention.
magistrate? What the
I
hell?
don't pay attention to cosmetics. I'm sorry. So I don't know.
Okay. That's fine.
He
No,
looks
neither
like
do I because I haven't seen that before.
He looks like some praying mantis. I don't know, some falcon bird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's a little bit of a crossbreed situation there, but okay. So with this Viper last pick, I know we were joking about Viper Lord and it's showing its face again, last pick, everything. But do you think it's good enough to tide them through the early game?
It seems like he's gonna get a good lane. It's Viper against Conker. Seems like
True.
a terrible lane for Conker. He just wants to pull the creep wave and get out of the lane.
Yeah.
And side lanes, Beast against Razor. I think the lane is
Yeah,
fairly
it's-
good for
it's
Beast.
okay.
He can play the lane because there's Flame Break to push the Razor away when he's trying to be aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, the Razor might opt to max Plasma Field to deal with the Beastmaster, so that's
Yeah.
that. But
I think the laning phase is looking good, you know, for you, despite how this ugly-looking Viper is appearing and disgusting everyone.
Yeah.
Right now,
Can't
it
believe
looks
we
like
have it
it
again.
looks like they're gonna get a good laning phase, and
It's so. I think it's just so
gonna-
funny because Eagle were just playing up against Dark Horse, right? And like Dark Horse literally went out on a whimper with Viper as well as Lina. And then this game, Chao Jiaming is like, you know what? Let me show you how to play this hero, okay? I'm feeling a little inspired. Eagle, they want to flex on Team Bright here a second time. They are one game away from surviving here and knocking Team Bright out of this entire qualifiers. Of course, in the upper bracket, another fierce battle is raging on between Kev and Team Zero. Fortunately, we don't really have eyes on that, so we're not sure how that one's going, but we're sure it won't be quite as exciting as this one. I mean, Bright, they are backs against the wall here. Let's see what they can do with this lineup.
well, now the first thing that has to happen is if they can actually help the Conquer get a first blood before the lane starts.
Oh, true,
He's
true.
laning against Viper. He needs all the
We-
help that he can get.
Okay, but we've seen this before, and I think XWY... Oh, flame break. Okay, back to safety. He's fine. But I dare say that this Kanka is actually quite a signature of XWY, right?
You can play 1,000 games on this hero. It doesn't matter when you're playing against Viper, I tell you.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I can respect that. But we also did sort of come to the conclusion that we're kind of in an age of Dota where some of these clear one-sided matchups might not necessarily be the case if there are some cool laning tricks or some little
I mean,
tech
not this
moves.
one. Probably not.
Not this one? No?
Not this one. No,
Okay.
no. This one is a bit more straightforward.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see whether he's able to tide through the tough times there and
I mean,
maybe
you can
get
make
some
fun
help.
of me if I'm wrong. It's okay.
I won't. I won't. That's
I'm
not my
ready.
character. Okay, I think... What are we thinking though? Because I think you mentioned that now with this Lina and the CM in the lane, Irving's going to have a bit of a tougher time. Do we think that the Tidehunter's going to suffer here, or will it just be even Stevens?
Probably suffering. I think
Okay.
It's like 6-4-7-3 lane for the Lina. Lina CM's like
You were doing very
I mean, how can
well,
you get
so
wrong, you know?
very
Two
proud.
sisters
Making
on one lane.
mistakes is the path to wisdom.
True.
Can't be wrong. I mean, it's just too much threat of dying in the lane because they just burst you with their spells. Like the Nova, the Bite sets up for the stun.
Yeah, that's
And there's a
fair.
lot of right clicks. Your Anchor Smash doesn't really help against those range heroes. So he's gonna have to have either I think you have to play for killing, get Gush early and
Oh my
try to
God.
pressure with the
Look
Acorn.
at this. It has begun. Chang Xiaming is just getting the auto attacks off. I mean, XWY, he is very, very tanky, but he is taking so much tick damage from those 5 stacks of poison attack. Kind of ballsy of him. I mean, I guess he understands that now is as good of a time as ever to try and contest. The later on in the lanes at the high levels of poison, it's not going to be really sustainable. Yeah, I mean, he's going to need to ferry himself a self. He's already dropping low in this mid lane. Struggling and desperately trying to successfully actually double wave up on this Viper. So he'll stave off the pressure for now and get himself a decent sort of aggro situation.
Yeah, I think it's kind of okay. You know, the trade that he's got himself into. 4 last hits. Viper also has 4. I think this is fine. Yeah, so more than fine actually. And Beastmaster on top kills Red
just
Panda.
gets a nice pick off with
He wants
the
to die to
axes.
the jungle.
Come on, Ulu! Last zap finds him. Manages to get a return kill. Not too bad, all things considered. The Razor, the big winner out of that situation for sure. And, I mean, you mentioned that the Beastmaster does have a decent time, but kind of feel like if you give Ulu a good start, he's going to have a very similar performance to he did at the last game.
Razor against this type of heroes. I think Lina is only his... Like, Viper can be a threat too with the Viper strike slowing him down. I feel like this game he's up against Cause as well. That's very good against the Razor.
Yeah. And in that position one slot, you don't really have a semi-carry, right? Because we've seen these Kankas sort of prioritize teamfight control. It looks like
Yep.
goes down in the bot side. Must have just been a nice bushwhack from out of fog, catching him by surprise. Very unfortunate there. So both carries are clearly not evenly matched. One is having a much better time than the other, at least for now.
Yeah, Kanka is definitely more of like a utility hero. So you often run into issues where you run out of damage when you go for the Water Park Bloodstone build.
I mean, right now he's running out of resources. That's the situation up against Zhang Jiaming. The Viper is doing quite a number on him, but it's not really stopping XWY from getting CS, which is quite impressive. 12-2 right now to the Viper's 10-2. So he's still keeping up despite his HP not really being up.
Yeah, but it's gonna get harder and harder because he's, like you said, running out of resources.
Let's spare himself some tangles as a tussle in the top side. Hara getting drained up. Ulu will stop by for the Lotus and try and take down the Hawk. That should be enough to ward MDR off. Red Panda and Ulu are doing a pretty good job at trading up here, but you gotta watch out for the X stacks. They can do quite a bit of damage when they get ramped up. MDR doesn't have enough time. The stick charges will afford him that distance. And like you mentioned earlier on, this Flame Break is so integral to their survival in the lanes.
Yeah, one of the better spells to deal with Razor in the in the first couple of minutes. And Red Panda playing very, very aggressive with the level 2 Shackle. Ulu gonna have another Plasma Field. Should mean that he goes down.
Very, very nicely done. I mean, taking advantage of that level 3 timing. And yeah, I guess now that we're looking at this on our screen, I didn't really consider that as well, but XWY, he's always going to be able to X-Marks himself back. So limited resources, no problem. Every 1 minute you can get a free TP, essentially.
Yep, and make sure you get the next set of runes, bounty as well if you need to. You're gonna TP in the support. TK is coming in, but no X-Mark, still on cooldown. Wants to get the refill.
Doesn't successfully do so, and the patience pays off. XWY with the setup. What a huge turnaround for him in this mid lane to get that advantage. And TK, the patience paid off, right? Because he didn't immediately throw out that bushwhack. You saw the Viper waste a bit of time trying to sidestep that, and that ended up being his demise. So great stuff.
Yeah, every single kill you can inflict onto a Viper, a hero like Viper, is going to pay off in dividends.
Irving. In this bot side, just too much magic damage. Jeez, I mean, the Watermelon doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, tough lane, you know. Lina is like a lane winner. Not much you can do as a tide to that.
So what is the sort of comeback mechanic here? Because we've seen some tides go for Veil in this meta. I think that's still a pretty good item.
Probably Vlad's, I guess. I don't know if you still go... I think Vlad's is great. I mean, even with the nerf, I think you should still consider it.
The Vlads, you think? Okay, for this tide
helps you
hunter?
jungle, gives you damage, gives you mana.
True. I mean, maybe we'll see some stacks come out, but seems like TK going down as well. So the offlane duo for Bright definitely suffering a little bit here. And I mean, right now the offlane duo for Eagle might just be turning around to Red Panda. You just need to turn around the shackles, get some heals up. Holding down MDR, the TP comes through from TK, but can't save Red Panda in time. Now Ulu in a bit of trouble. Both these POS 5, POS 4s have shown up to the fight, but the Plasma Field, the high levels, they're enough, and you're not able to finish off Ulu. He's able to narrowly outside. Finishes him off with the last Frostbite, but TK with one more Bushwhack with the auto attacks down and the Acorn shot. Thank you very much to that creep for allowing me to bounce it off.
CM's going to be very happy. He's level 5 now, after getting the solo experience and killing the Razor. I mean, look at the levels, man. Beast is just level 4.
Yeah, he just hit level 4 too. He was level 3 just a moment ago. Mid lane, set up, but XWY, he just takes out to the Viper Strike. Becomes an even trade because the supports make the move in. Bright, they're able to get a bit of a return kill, but the Kanka doesn't get any part of that experience.
He's, I mean, he's about to pop level 6. Should be fine once he TPs back to the lane and gets his level 6. I think the important thing is they got the rune, so Viper didn't get to pick up a power rune.
Yeah.
The Konkas are actually not doing... I mean, he's like 300 gold behind the Viper. I think this is actually... You can't hope for a better start against the Viper. I mean, 300 gold it's nothing, you know, 300 gold behind Viper.
It's kind of weird to say because, you know, clearly the Kanka is suffering. But yeah, I completely agree with you here. The fact that, you know, Chang Jiaming isn't edging out a bigger advantage by any stretch of the imagination. I feel like this Viper is very susceptible, especially if you bring the supports like we saw just now. Now with the boat online after this stack being cleared as well. It should be a very easy pick-off. We'll see where XWY wants to use his first set of spells there.
And if he wants to kill the Viper, they are going to have to bring
2 more heroes.
2 heroes. I mean, either they bring one of the both the support or 1 core and 1 support.
Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. Maybe we'll see Ulu just make a rotation from the top side as well. So far, he's just been slamming the wave over and over back into the Beastmaster's tower. And getting just about everything he wants. I mean, deny-wise, it's looking really
Oh, they
good
just
for him. as-
needed. He just needed one hero actually.
Yeah.
Just the Akon shot and bushwhack. That's it. I
Ooh,
guess with the
I mean-
sharpshooter too.
Yeah, TK is really high level because of the amount of action he's gotten himself involved in. 8 minutes and already level 6 on the Hoodwink. Now looking to contest the rune as well with the bushwhack perfectly done, but they don't want to risk it. They can't afford to come out, and as a result, outside it's actually able to get the amplified damage rune and kill off this pesky Hoodwink.
Miss.
A few last auto
Evasion.
attacks. Oh my god, not the evasion in the trees, but it doesn't matter. They're able to finish the job, and that is a killing spree. So these supports are actually becoming major players in this game from the sheer amount of EXP they've gotten from the kills.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
now they are trying to Ulu and Red Panda. They're trying to go bot to kill the Lina, which has been kind of untouched so far for the first 8 minutes of the game, and they're gonna try to look to change that.
Yeah, Ravage available as well on Irving. Straight up onto and he's just gonna go down easy. You don't even need to commit the ult, which is the most beautiful thing. Irving gets in EXP range and looks at his biggest opposition die. Now they'll be able to get this tower likely as well.
And they're gonna commit the ward, so I mean, this tower is basically done. You know, there's no saving that.
Bottom tower
Yeah.
is getting
You don't want to sort of spend too much time here in this bot side because that's going to alleviate pressure from the top. So you put the wards down and TK looks like he'll be going down again with the sharpshooter. A bit unfortunate chain of events for this Hoodwink who's done very well for himself, ending up finding himself dead twice in a row in this mid lane thanks to the rotations coming out from Eagle. And with that, they're not top of the net worth by any stretch of the imagination. That's Ulu and followed by the Tidehunter, surprisingly. But all things considered, it's not too bad.
3.8k net worth is definitely far from being poor.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he's gonna
It's,
just work onto his
congrats.
blades, get the make sure that he gets his scaling items. Once you get the blades, you're gonna jungle really quickly. You have sustain, you have the mana regen,
Yeah.
and in the team fights, it's all about like trying to get the right execution. Like he needs to position himself in a way where he can protect the Razor. I guess even the Footwing. I feel like because how good of a start the Footwing got, he's gonna be a huge threat in the team fight.
Yeah, as they find another kill on Tahara here. It's such an easy setup. Bushwhack, but is TP'd in and ready to set a Laguna, light up that Shadow Shaman, and unfortunately Red Panda won't be walking out of this one alive. Try for a Torrent just to honor his death there. It's a 1-for-1 trade on the POS 4s, or POS 5, it seems.
Oh, Beastmaster, he's in trouble.
Whoa. Well, this can't be a hero that you're losing here. Perfect setup. And great recognition from XWY. I think, you know, they immediately come up here to this top side knowing that the focus from Eagle is in that mid. They might be able to find a second one onto outside as well. Kill off the CM while you're at it. Perfect rotation. Great execution from these calls on Bright.
that baby is coming down.
Yeah, punishing the Beastmaster for just being a little bit too ambitious. They're trying to pressure the tower alone. I mean, this Beast is actually so poor. I just realized he's actually
Yeah,
way
right?
poorer than the Kanka as well.
It's kind of surprising how things have panned out because just from a third-person perspective, it seemed like the Beast was having a better time than the Tide, right? We were talking about Tide suffering to the Lina.
Initially,
Initially, yeah. I mean, now we're at the point where Irving is feeling very comfortable. And I think he has the Vlads in a couple more components to commit the snakes for the mid tower. Bit of an awkward one though, as Flame Break bumping back TK. He's dropping very low to the magic damage and the Viper Strike. But that should be enough to peel back Team Bright and at least clear up the Serpent Wards to start.
yeah, quite unexpected to see the Hoodwink not dying. I thought he was actually gonna die after getting Viper Struck, CM Nova, Flame Broke.
Yeah, right? Like
Somehow
so
he
many
just
spells thrown.
walks out with Scurry, just runs away.
It's kind of crazy. And TK, you gotta consider that he doesn't really have any stat items. He has Blightstone, Javelin, trying to build into that Maelstrom first item on the Hoodwink. That's how good of a game he's having right now.
I mean, on the other hand, Ulu is the one having the best start, the best game out
Oh,
of
for
everybody.
sure.
Around
Yeah.
for enemies. If they're
He's just
looking
chilling down here, getting the
Falcon
farmer.
Blade, Yasha, BKB next.
Perfect. Everything you want. Maybe a couple more kills. You could ask for a couple more kills, but that would be greedy at that
And
point. 2k gold lead.
3 kills at 12 minutes is a lot.
Okay lah. Quite good lah, right? We'll give it to him. Can't really ask for much more from your carry. It's going to be on Team Bright to see where they start making use of these Ravagers, because they haven't really been able to convert it into any objective other than the tier 1 in the bot side. And even then, they didn't have to use the Ravage. So Irving has been hanging on to that for a hot minute now.
He's gonna have his Vlads up soon, so I mean they're not exactly in a rush, I feel. The timings that you want to hit with this time is, I think, BKB on Razor and the dagger on the Tidehunter. I think those are going to be the key items for Team Bright to try to push their advantage. I mean, Conker, I guess you can kind of wait for the items if you want to, but I think you don't need to at this point. The both X-Mark combo is just enough for him to secure his team a team fight.
Oh, the trio is getting going. They should have an idea that this triangle is being found, but they choose to go on the Viper instead, understanding there's no backup in the area. Ulu will join the squad and kill off the mid laner. Chang Jia Ming, there's nothing he can do about that situation. Especially when you're Viper striking into the Kanka, who just has a Blade Mail and reflects all that damage back towards you. Great move for them to secure that. And once again, Ravage not even neither. Irving's just chilling up here in this top side, setting up for his team to come forward and just get another tier 1 tower going.
The 3-man gang squad is so scary. Now they're going to try to contest the 40-minute Wisdom Rune. There's Conker, Shaman, Hoodwink.
Irving.
There's nothing they can do. They just have to give it up.
You can't afford to walk up to the high ground and just get ravaged like that, and nobody from Eagle on the position in the opposite side of the map to even steal it back. So you'll lose the tower, you'll lose your Viper, and you're gonna lose a second tower in this top side along with the Wisdom Rune. Very, very nice start from Bright.
If they can actually just control the map even further and get Roche, I feel like then the game is going to be very, very difficult for Team Eagles here.
Yeah.
I mean, the 15-minute Roche is going to be on the top side. That's usually the Radiant Roshan, we call it. But at this point, because they already lost the tower here, it's not even going to be their Roche.
Or MDR, forced to commit that raw just to get away from Irving. This watermelon is laughing right now. Can you imagine? It's supposed to be the beasts that eat the fruits. It's now just kind of looking the other way around. A Tidehunter sizing him up like, oh, you know, I could do a Beastmaster. Oh, Ulu running up the wrong cliff, it seems. He doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. They'll full commit for him. The Ravage comes too late to save the carry. At least get a CMS retribution. Yeah, but they actually miss out on the combo. Not gonna matter as the bolt still connects Sharpshooter as well, breaking up the Viper, meaning there's no corrosive skin to help him out. But Hara can't get the... he just gets shackled. He can't even lasso the target out, and now XWI, he's on the chase. X-Mouse onto as well. This might just be a team wipe. They've just managed to turn things around on the back of Irving, leading the charge, and another shackle, another kill. Triple for this watermelon. As he gets things done, sure he loses his pos 1 and 2, but that is a huge trade.
Yeah, I mean the Hoodwink did 2,500 damage that fight. Imagine the Tide and the Kanka did 3k and 2.8k each, you know, and the Hoodwink did 2.5k damage. You know, that's how good of the game TK has had on the Hoodwink.
Yeah,
this game is pretty much going to be very, very difficult for them to come back from, you know, on Team Eagles. They have to try to conjure some magic at this point.
Yeah, Red Panda does get caught by a Viper Strike and should be going down, left alone here. Looking to be on a bit of a warding excursion, and the rest of the team already has backed up. It's already a 6k goal lead, and I completely agree with what you said. It feels like it's going to be a stroke of luck and magic if they are to come back. The next key timing that I'm looking at least is maybe some of the BKBs, but that is a very far ways away. The Ravage is always going to be such a huge threat. And Irving, he's already one component away from the Aghanims. Jeez, this guy's farmed.
AoE gosh with the Razor right clicking you, an Acorn shot. Feel like the Hoodwink is actually gonna just straight up kill heroes in the team fight with Acorn shot.
Yeah, especially if you can get the good bounces off. It kind of feels like Eagles, you gotta get something done on the map. You gotta try and make a move and put on some pressure. Every single tier 1 tower still standing for Bright is a really bad sign. You wanna try and open up the map with the Beastmaster, but MDR hasn't really had success so far. We'll start grouping up around him now. It's Tidehunter, assuming his position to try and defend. Should be fine here because it's such an easy TP point. The Ravage isn't available and they'll start coming through. There is a Viper Strike. Yeah, he's broken up for now and he's going to get taken down. Beautiful pullback whirlwind as well from MDR. And the support couldn't come in time. The rest of the team is smoked up, waiting around this tower. The X-Mark setup onto MDR. They don't want to let this tower go without a fight. They will deny it right in front of his face, as well as kill off the Beastmaster. So immediate response and straight into the Roche pit.
I guess they don't really care if Tide's dead. Tide has the Blades and the Gush. He's kind of like the hero that would make Roche easier.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
maybe
the
the
fact that the
Shaman
Beastmaster
was-
is dead is also
That's with
pretty
Shaman
good.
was Still fairly quick.
Do you remember that brief period of time where Shaman Wards did an insane amount of damage to Roche?
See what piercing damage or something.
Yeah, it's like every time you pop that down, Roche just dies in like 10 seconds. It's kind of crazy. I mean, with how well they're doing this right now, it's quite surprising to me how much damage they're doing, but I guess a large part of that is TK as well as the Shadow Shaman ult.
Yeah, the two supports are basically cores, you know, Shadow Shaman and Hoodwink.
Look, I don't know if you're kidding, but it honestly feels that way with the game that they've had, right? Red Panda's
Why
done
would-
really well.
Why
with
would
Shadow
you think
Shaman.
I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. You know.
I don't know. You just have such a gleeful sprint in your voice. You know what I mean? It always sounds like you're joking around.
Okay, I'm glad that you like my jokes.
I don't know what kind of situation I guess Eagle are gonna have to put together to get themselves out of this tricky one. If the Aegis now on the Razor, Ulu's just gonna get that much harder to kill. And even though this is a pretty good Viper performance so far, it's not really resulted in the early game dominance that we were hoping for from Zhang Xiaoming.
Alright, this is just good play, you know, from Team Bright. The two supports with the Konka, they were like playing around him a lot. And because the Beastmaster kind of had a hard time, so the Bat Rider couldn't really. I think the first move the CM came, but the Bat Rider was late or something, so they couldn't really fight 3-on-3. It was just the CM and the Viper, and they lost the first 3 versus 3 clash. And the whole game just like became hard, right? They lost the tower, and jungle got invaded, and it's just difficult, you know, for the Viper to recover from that.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Viper still feels like he's very much in recovery mode. Only a Hurricane Pike to his name right now. Sure, he got a Grove Bow, that's cute and all, but net worth-wise, sitting below the Hoodwink is not a nice place to be. As with this Aegis, it doesn't really seem like they need to commit Ulu in for these pushes because they have the Shadow Shaman, just able to pop the wards down, relatively low commitment. Is on the flip side, Eagle, they position themselves up here in this top lane instead. So circling around the area, establishing some vision, maybe trying to catch a stray defender, but Bright will not present any to them other than XWY, who's very, very conservative, even with the X marks just to clear the creep wave.
Yeah, I mean, he's rightfully worried, you know, there are a lot of heroes in the vicinity. If he doesn't play it safe, he might actually get caught up. I think one less, so you're just gonna die, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's almost gonna complete his Aghanim, so he doesn't want to feed right now.
Yeah.
Just making sure
All he has to
can
do is
delay
clear
the
the
push.
creep wave over and
Yeah.
over.
Waste their time. That's it. Get your Aghanims, smoke, fight. Get Roshan.
Yeah.
Actually, not Roshan. Roshan's already dead. But just get into the smoke and go kill the enemy with your Aghanims.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they actually spotted the Eagle lineup running through the lane because they have a very nice lane ward placed outside of the Roche pit. So, not too sure, but we'll sort of have more time here that feels like it's being wasted away a little bit. Eagle, they were able to dodge some of these fights, but now the TP out, yeah, trying to come through, not going to be successful. Can't find the pick off before he gets pissed, but they will at least get his creeps, I guess.
I mean, they have to try to at least get BKB on Lina. I mean, eventually they're gonna have to be able to take a fight with BKB.
Yeah.
I feel like they can't just dodge forever. They can
Forever,
maybe
right?
wait for the Aegis to expire in a minute, and they have to try to hold a stand. You defend a part of your map.
Yeah, but the 5-on-5 gets so much harder now, especially the Kunkka water part. It's open for business, and Outsider will be the first visitor. Congratulations, the first 100 get a clean escape. It seems like great force stuff to the high ground and cute plays from the CM to keep herself alive there. She will get the information that the rest of the Bright heroes are swarming over this area, and everyone else will just pull the plug and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, good play, good play. Good force stuff there.
Radiant's middle tower.
The Viper clearly didn't get the memo. He has a Hurricane Pike, but he's facing down into these two support. No, okay, sorry, calls right now. is getting the Acorn shot. Bounce, perfect stuff. And TK is dominating on this Hoodwink.
And this Hoodwink's actually insanely farmed. Like, holy shit, his net worth.
Yeah, this
It
is
kills.
every Hoodwink player's wet dream here. You're able to get such a good start that your teammates don't flame you when you go for core items.
Smoking rocks.
Great Panda.
Uh-oh.
He's found a fish or I don't know.
A beast.
A beast.
A beast master and his friends who will all die in front of them. And it's just diligence now, right? Because wherever you're pushing on the bright cores, you just have two supports scampering around the map, hunting for stragglers. They know you're gonna try and push on the sidelines. Oh, you being for real? TK as a desolator, man.
Why not? I mean, he's gonna one-shot the... I feel like he might actually just
Yeah, the CM's
one-shot
literally
the
just gonna
CM.
melt.
I think if he gets hit by the gush and Acorn shot, he's done.
Fair.
XWY?
Oh, he actually
pick off.
goes down in this top side. Very nice set play from the Bat Rider and the Lina, but the question is, can they get out of here? The vision being gathered now, and is just going
No
to go
TP.
down, unfortunately. Yeah, either way, just accepts their fate. At least allows for the Bat Rider to get out to safety with the Twin Gates. Ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange, but of course, between those two, the Kanka is by far the more important kill.
I beg to disagree. The Lina is better than the Kanka.
True, but how much does the Lina dying matter in the grand scheme of things right now?
It does, come on dude. Lina is the carry. Like the...
Okay, maybe a bit too much disrespect. Zhang Xiaomin here, getting caught high and dry. They'll just
Ravage.
easily Ravage, buy themselves some time, and the Hex as well means the Viper can't do any shred of damage. But the CM will get the job done, so Irving going down, Ulu will clean up too. But they're starting to, you know, even though these engagements aren't really going in an ideal fashion for Eagle, they're at least getting something as a response. Maybe I'm coping a bit too hard here, but I don't know, you tell me.
The game is not going well for sure. Any trade, I mean, it's a decent trade. But now your
Oh my
carry,
god.
your carry,
Oh, the carry is not gonna last for much longer. Just the full step out of the damage, pops the BKB on Ulu as well, trying for the chase through. They get a nice rod, hold him in place as well as the lasso, but they overlap their stuns a little bit, perhaps some panic. Except on the high ground, but you still have that maneuverability thanks to the Firefly. Hara is able to get himself down to the low ground and nothing to be found there. So starting to be able to dodge some of these moves, and Bright, they gotta come back together and fight together. They're starting to look a little disconnected. It's not really resulting in any major losses for them so far, but it could be presenting an opening for Eagle to capitalize on.
yeah, they were so worried about Lina dying. I think if Lina died, then the game probably will be over.
Yeah.
So they still have a
Perhaps.
chance now. Small chance. Ravage is down.
Getting the creep in to scout the fight.
Ulu
Outsider
running
has
in.
found them. Zhang Xiaomin, they've already found the Lina again. They need to get out of trouble. Force staff away, the full focus on. But it's just Red Panda on her. Eats a Laguna to the face. The rest of the cores couldn't connect in time. And Irving, key note is that he still doesn't have the Ravage, but they have more than enough to take down the Lina. Comes at the cost of a support, but they don't really care. They'll keep surging forward, looking for more. They know the rest of the Eagles heroes are around in the area, but you already see MDR. He's responding. He knows he needs to try and push out these waves to buy his team as much time as possible. He'll tuck himself back inside this corner in the triangle where he thinks he's the safest, but Irving hunting down Hara in the tree line, kills off the
Gosh.
Bat Rider as well.
The Hoodwink did like as much damage as the Razor in the fight.
Oh my god. I mean, Orb of Destruction as well as a neutral item. This guy is looking insane. It's a squirrel with a machine gun, I'll tell you that much. Mid lane, looks like there's a setup. X marks onto the Viper, pull him straight back in. He doesn't have a BKB to work with. He tried the Hurricane Pike out of this one. It's not gonna happen. Sharpshooter down, as well as Red Panda with the Hex, just gets wiped out. And all over the map, Eagles, they're getting hunted down.
That's the scariest squirrel running around killing heroes.
Yeah. It's supposed to be the other way around. I thought Eagles ate squirrels for breakfast. This is
Yeah, you're not
a
wrong.
flip of the script. And Red Panda, he's not done just yet. Might be a vegetarian, but he is hungry for some Beastmasters. Just shackling you up. Some Granite Golems beating into you, but realistically speaking, it's just more gold in the pockets of Bright, as they are just so firmly ahead, 14k. And it feels like everywhere you show your face, even when you don't show your face on Eagle, you're just getting caught out and your wings are getting clipped.
I'm probably already thinking about the next game at this point.
You think so? Is there a chance here if the Lina
And there's
manages
probably
to sort
like
of-
one more fight like that in the
This'll
high
come in
ground
handy.
if you can get a good lasso off. But then
I
it's
mean,
hard, right? You think about who you have to lasso. Okay, you're gonna what? Drag the Razor. You have to drag one of the pods in. You're not dragging
Dire is
the
taking
type.
sweet hell
Yeah,
out of
that's
Radiant's
suicide.
Yeah.
tower.
So
You tell you what, you drag the Kunkka in before you can cast any spells.
I am
You
not
raw
a
the
man
Razor,
unless it's basketball.
um,
Football,
and then
rugby,
and
But
then the
who's dying?
Lina auto attacks.
yeah, he has to kill the Kanka. If the Kanka doesn't die, then that's it. You know, the fight's over.
True.
things are looking
And a
dire
Lotus
for
Orb being picked
Dire's
up by
bottom
Irving
tower.
means that these Raws, these Viper Strikes, these Frostbites and Lassos, they're just gonna do that much less. If you're a bit off the timing with them and the Lotus Orb comes out, none of that even matters. Uh-oh. It's an easy bushwhack and TK.
Called the police.
Did he even need?
I think the
tide?
Acorn shot did more damage than the sharpshooter, and I don't even know whether the sharpshooter landed. This whole thing is a goddamn atrocity. Hide your supports, hide your cores, man. Tiki's on the prowl. And I mean, with that amount of space being created, Bright can essentially take everything they want on the map. For now, it'll be the Aegis in their sights, along with the cheese from the second Roche. That'll be a very handy tool for them to move up to the high ground.
Dire has killed Roshan the Immortal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, give the Aegis to the Hoodwing. She deserves it.
Right, with the play that she's been putting out so far, TK. Very good stuff. Give the sharpshooter away from the Viper, who's able to get that kill. It's a wicked kill streak, and now the Shadow Shaman in trouble as well. They thought it was going to be a
big pickoffs.
freebie onto the CM. Yeah, these are huge pickoffs, but that's only if you can get away on your Viper. He's looking very tanky right now, using the illusion to his advantage, but it's a huge Ravage, finding the real one. Now Hara tries to come in for the lasso, but can't get the connection in time. You're into a water park. Fire has no effect here, as they'll pick up the Beastmaster and the CM while they're at it. They can thank their lucky stars that the Viper was able to TP out to safety. But it ends up being two support... No, sorry, not even support kills. Two pretty decent core kills, all things considered, on the Shaman as well as the Hoodwink. But you still get wiped off the map.
Maybe the Shaman is still a support, based on
Yeah.
net worth. I mean,
Here's a
the
Midas
Hoodwink-
though.
I mean, the Hoodwing is the actual core. Yes, she's like so rich.
Yeah.
She's the value kill.
It's okay, you just need to give him 10 minutes of an assessment period, right? Once he gets his hand of Midas going, it's gonna be over for them for sure. That's how far ahead
double
they feel.
wards, double serpent wards late game.
Yeah, yeah,
Agonyms.
yeah.
When was the last
Could
time
be
I
lit.
seen that?
Radiant's middle tower is
Agonyms,
surrounded by a blade.
Refresher, Shadow Shaman.
Some late games will have that, but I don't know if we're going to get that far.
Radiant's middle
18k
tower is
gold
now
lead,
smashed all to hell.
tier 2 towers being taken up. Basically all wiped off of the map now. Oh, the Viper Strike goes out onto Irving. It's a lot of damage onto this Tide, and he just gets caught high and dry. Staying for a bit too long and not respecting Eagle. I mean, even though the win probability according to Mr. Gaben is 100%, I can't help but feel like if you play so casually on Bright, Eagle are still going to be able to take advantage.
Define casually.
I mean, Irving, realistically speaking, what business did he have being there?
I just felt like he couldn't die, I guess.
Yeah, well, surprise, newsflash, they have breaks and stuns, and I think, you know, I think I saw somebody queuing a Lotus, but I guess he's switched up his plans, going for the Wind Waker instead. So for that save from the lasso or whatever shenanigans that Eagle want to put out, I don't think it's a bad option. But it is bloody expensive, huh?
If you can dodge the Viper Strike, I think he probably wouldn't die to the other spells.
That's true.
It's the break that's killing him. You can't dispel
really
the...
is, yeah.
Yeah, you can't dispel the raw or the lasso.
That's fair. We're just getting
Imagine a
400 to
Tide
0.
walking around with Wind Waker and maybe Lincoln's.
Yeah, you're not touching him. Only unless he puts himself in the line of fire, I guess. I don't mind this too much from the CM. The fact that, you know, Outsider is able to set up some nice advanced vision could catch them off guard, or at least give them information about a potential fight that I'm sure Bright aren't really expecting. Eagle to have. But oh no, as soon as I compliment him, just gets shot down. So much damage from the Acorn shot bounces. TK gets another charge to his Deso. Says thank you very much. Up to 10 now with a crit stick and a Boots of Travels. Jeez. This is ridiculous.
Just give that man a rapier, man.
Yeah, just give him the rapier, seriously. I mean, who cares that he dies to like 3 spells from the enemy team? Just give him the stuff. It'll make for a more entertaining
We just
game,
want to
that's for
see
sure.
like the CM just dying
Yeah.
in one
I mean, at that
Acorn
point,
shot.
maybe your Bat Rider or your Beastmaster will just instantly melt as well. You talk about the Lina not buying armor, she still doesn't really have anything that contributes to that department.
There's not going to be a tower left.
So she has what? -4 armor from
Man,
talent,
Radiant does not like Dyer's bottom
-6 on
tower,
that, so
and
that's
it shows.
10. And the tide.
How about Destruction?
Oh, destruction, what? Another -2.
Do we
Minus
count
3,
Gush?
13, and you count Gush. Yeah, I mean, there's 19 minus armor. Let's wait for the AC.
Ulu is dropping
Oh, they have
pretty low,
AC.
all things considered.
AC's
And
another
they still are able to kill off Hara. No, actually can't finish the job. TK will come through with a sharpshooter. And the Razor just gets barraged down. A little bit awkward as he gets LSA now. That's the first life of the Razor. They don't actually have creeps to help here. And this is where the Eagle drop is the strongest. But Red Panda makes the full commit in. Irving looking for a Ravage. Don't even need it to kill off the Lina. Instantly has the buyback in the fight. The full commit. Water Park BKBs. Right, they might just have to get out of here. It's a huge Gleipnir holding them in place. But can't follow up with the LSA in time. Starting to do damage. At least able to take down Red Panda. But you gotta watch yourself. TK is a stone cold killer. And the second Ravage coming through. Zaps down the Viper, and he has the buyback as well. Both supports are out of the picture, and that's a large part of your control. And maybe this is why they're feeling comfortable enough to try and encroach onto Ulu. The poison damage, it's doing a number onto the Razor, and they finally get themselves an advantageous situation. It does cost them 2 buybacks on their most important calls, but if they're able to get Irving as well, that's going to be huge. Already started chasing him down with the advanced move speed. Wind Waker away back to the high ground. Can he make it past the cliff? Trying to TP away. LSA, no off the mark, but Gleipnir will still find him. Narrowly,
Holy shit,
narrowly.
He had a dagger. He actually could have just daggered and TP.
Yeah, maybe a bit too fast on the fingers. You could tell he was trying to play with them a bit there, like, oh, am I on the high ground, am I not? And maybe a bit of panic causes him to lose his life, but Bright go a bit earlier than they maybe were prepared for, not respecting the buybacks that could come out, and Eagle punished them big time.
Yeah, that was a pretty big deal there. Getting all the kills, all the experience. Now there is still hope.
Yeah.
If you're in the vicinity of
Suddenly,
Dyer's
I
tower,
think
I'd
this,
put on
even though it still is 0% win probability, there is a chance here for Eagle.
Nah, there's
If
no
that
way
eight-
this is 0%. Come on.
I don't know. I opened up the graph. That's what it says. Don't blame me.
There's always a chance of losing
That's true.
in this type of like Beastmaster Aura lineup. I feel like
belly up.
it's slim, but if you mess up hard enough, you lose like a core hero. The Aura with Lina, just right clicking your Brax, you're gonna lose your whole base just in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, before they get to that part of the game, they need to at least first take down the tier 2s, which has been elusive for them so far. They'll get their first one. The setup straight onto the Viper in this bot side. This will be a dieback if there's no help in the area, and there absolutely is none. No spot to TP, but
help.
he'll come in with Boots of Travels too. Holy! He's doing a number, but there's a Blade Mail on the Kunkka. You can't do that work with the Torrent and the Gleipnir holding him in place. TK with the Acorn shot will just melt down the Lina. Who is the carry now? The Squirrel's coming for your head. Who's the master of the beast? I got your number. Holding you in place, the Torrent slightly off the mark, and they aren't able to find him with the Bushwhack Acorn shot, but without your Lina, without your Viper, it's a 3v5 situation. Eagle, we might be going to game number 3. You try for the lasso, but 2 shot by the Hoodwink. TK stands for the goddamn killer here, and GG is called. What a performance from this Hoodwink.
Yeah, this Hoodwink is definitely the MVP of the game, you know. Just playing a good lane, running around, making kills, setting up for his team, and just making sure that his team just had a secondary or tertiary call coming up, you know, to back up the Razor. He knows the Razor is not going to be able to do everything on his own, and excellent itemization as well on the tide with the Aghanim's helping both of his supports, you know, with the minus armor AoE Gush, with the Shaman Wards and the Hoodwink Acorn shot. Just overall, like, pretty good planning in terms of how they want to play as a team with all the minus armor, the AC on the Razor. Whereas on Team Eagles, it's
I mean, the lane kind of felt like it was like a major issue for Beast, because Beastmaster is not a hero that can play from behind. So you felt like the Beastmaster was like literally not present in the whole game after the disastrous laning phase that he actually had, and he was just like always constantly trying to play catch up, trying to farm jungle, trying to just avoid the enemy, and he got picked off by the Hoodwink and the Shaman like a couple of times, and I just felt like he didn't have a game at all. It was all on this Lina to carry all the weight that the team has on her shoulder, and in the end she just couldn't.
Yeah, Lina not known for her broad shoulders, unfortunately, as Beastmaster and Viper. It's the third game that we're seeing. Okay, not even third. I feel like so many games that we've seen the Viper now, and it just hasn't really resulted in the end stage that these teams are predicting. Like these lanes, like you mentioned, these are not heroes, the Viper and the Beastmaster, that can afford to play from behind. But that's a very position that they put them in. I personally thought that the Beastmaster Bat Rider lane would put up a bit more of a fight. What do you think went wrong there? Was it just the rotations from the Hoodwink? How did we end up like this?
Well, it's the rotations from Hu and also Conquer. Conquer actually went top once to kill them. I think the two supports kind of like helped the Conquer get past like the tough stages of laning against the Viper. They killed the Viper. I think it was TK that TP'd over.
Oh yeah, that was
Conquer
beautiful.
was level 5. They killed the Viper one time, and he helped the Conquer get to the level 6 mark. He came back. He went back to the jungle, clear some camps, went back to base, made a rotation to the Beastmaster lane to kill the Beastmaster, and he at the same time he gave the support lane to get XP, in the middle. So a lot of all these small little things are just an effect of one small little good play from a support rotating to set up a kill, and then it results in everybody reaping the benefits from it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it as just like it was yesterday, or just like it was maybe like, 36 minutes ago. TK with that TP, just baiting out the Viper, forcing him to just kind of doubt himself, wondering where the Bushwhack is going to be. Ended up getting XWY that advantage in a lane where we thought, it was going to be very straightforward. There's no wiggle room for this Kanka at all. I don't know how he managed to get out of that tough situation, and maybe more than anything, it kind of felt like the Viper didn't fully push his advantage. But that's for Game 3 to decide whether Eagle, this is going to come back and bite them, that they weren't able to finish the deal here, whether Team Bright can get some revenge. They're already looking a lot better than the previous matchup and clearly learning some lessons with a much more robust draft. We'll see what they bring to the table right after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We're getting our second game 3 of the day here, Sneeze and Winter, bringing you the action for the Elite League Chinese Close qualifiers between Eagle and Team Bright. It's going the distance and maybe not really what everyone expected given their previous result, right? It was Eagle being able to sweep them off their feet with a 2-0, but as you say, Winter, it's a pretty long sort of tournament so far and they've definitely learned some new things.
Yeah, gonna be very interesting, you know, the last game. I think both teams have improved quite a bit, you know, compared to the first time we saw them yesterday. So
Yeah.
it'll be very, very interesting to see what do they feel can work much better against their opponents since they already played the same opponent once already.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
judging by how the draft is happening, we might see some, I mean, maybe some adjustments here and there, you know.
yeah, I mean, I know what adjustment I'd like to see, right? Just stop with the Viper. Please stop with the Viper. It's just not looked good. And if you want to pick the Viper, it's gotta be last pick at this point. I feel like blind picking Viper into a matchup you're unfamiliar, or at least you don't know yet, it's just going to lead to disaster. Even in the lanes that Viper's supposed to do well in, it's looked kind of bad. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. One thing I do know is that these mid laners definitely look a lot more comfortable than some other heroes. And speaking of comfort, TK gotta snatch up that Hoodwink. And honestly, how could you not after such a crazy Game 2 performance?
Just to boost your ego here. Let's go. Carry us
Yeah.
again.
Yeah,
Captain
if you... I don't
I
know,
just
if you will
need
go out,
you-
you gotta go out in style, right?
I just need you to do it one more time, TK. Just one more time.
Just one more
Everyone
time,
gets
please.
to go home tonight. Just
Yes. Happy.
rest, happy, you know, and come again to fight
Yeah.
another day.
We have a... Like, if you do it one more time, we have a tomorrow, right? If not, it ends here, which is the sad part for both these teams. Of course, this is the lower bracket, where they are fighting for their tournament lives here. Of course, Kev and Team Zero are facing off in the upper bracket, so they'll have that advantage of you know, being able to stay up there. Whoever wins that, of course, directly into the grand finals. There's only one slot for China,
Zero
which is
has
YBC.
won that series too.
Oh, already?
Yeah.
God damn, Zero on a streak. So, I mean, whoever wins this has the tall task of trying to take down Team Kev, but I think the fact that Team Bright was able to take one game off of Eagle already shows that they've grown quite a bit. So let's see whether they can take it all the way here. Starting things out with a Bat Rider, Rubik. Already some switches.
It was the CM Bat Rider last time.
Yeah. It's not even banned or anything, so it's an interesting switch out. Maybe it's because the Lina gets taken out, so they're not too keen on that hero
It's
anymore.
also probably because of the CM against Hoodwink matchup, you know, because CM just gets bullied by Hoodwink. They probably feel like we want something that can go toe to toe with Hoodwink much better with in terms of trading in the lane and in the game. I mean, in the game it's always nice to steal the Hoodwink spells, you know, anything you get.
Yep.
I mean, you kind of want Bushwhack the most,
10 seconds.
but even if you get Acorn Shot, everything else is nice to have on Rubik.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Bushwhack gets a little awkward to use on the Rubik because you don't have that way of setting up your own tree like the Hoodwink can. So even though it can be a pretty great disable if you land it, maybe something like the Torrent
You
or
have
the Ghost
you have
Ship.
extra cast range, right? I mean,
True,
who,
true.
who can cast it further? You know, I guess
That's true,
Still,
that's
still
true.
Hoodwink, right, with the Scurry.
Yeah, and maybe like a Psychic Headband or something like that. We'll see. But Kanka and Phoenix being picked up. Of course, this Phoenix is not really a tournament favorite so far, but it is a Red Panda special. So no surprise that he goes back for this one. Essentially, just a really good area denial hero, right? Basically putting the egg down and saying, like, you can't fight here anymore, Eagle. Oh, they just go back for the lifestealer. So a classic 8 counter, and good against the tanky heroes. And wow, they are moving fast. Eagle just straight into this OD pick.
Yeah, they want to enforce the OD against Conquer matchup. And I feel like if you see this right now, you're probably thinking, do we have options to switch? But then again, because they pick lifesteal as well, if you put your Conquer off lane, you're also going to be on a losing matchup on the off lane. So you have to kind of pick your poison here if you're the Conquer.
Yeah.
What do I want with the draft and what do we do? You know, so probably you pick like a carry that can go toe to toe against the lifesteal first, and then you decide in your last pick what to do with this Conquer here. So they go with the Razor, which is great counter to lifestealer, and kind of decent against the OD too. Gives
Yeah.
you everything you need, and it's something Ulu loves to play. His best hero probably right now.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way with how unabashed they're picking it. Team Bright, it still remains to be seen. Irving could bring this Kanka to the off lane up against the Lifestealer, which would be a very difficult matchup.
10 seconds.
But they did pick this Kanka very early on just for that flex potential. There's also the option that they're throwing you a little bit of a curveball there, and it's actually going to be XWY playing that Razor mid. Although it kind of does whatever against the OD, right? You just plasma field, trade out CS, not really ever able to kill him as long as he has Astro Imprisonment.
Yeah, it's not exactly like a matchup where you would destroy the OD. I feel like it's whatever, you know.
Do you need to destroy the OD in lane, you think? Is that important, or can you just address him later on in the game?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't pressure him in the lane, I think the OD is gonna be a huge problem. It's very similar to a hero like TA. Like they don't really do a lot in the early game, but if you give them like a good start to the first couple, like, especially the first two items, you know, if he gets a little bit of a better timing to his Witchblade, his Force Staff, Dragonlance, all these small little things, then the hero all of a sudden just turns into a different beast, you know. So the laning phase is very, very crucial for heroes like this.
Yeah, we'll see whether, you know, Eagle end up being able to reinforce their OD in this lane. As you mentioned, regardless of the lane winning matchups and whatnot, if TK does the same type of move, it's going to be very hard for whoever's standing there to really tight past that tough time.
I mean, it's not so easy because OD can always save against the X mark, so it's
True.
going to be different compared to a Viper.
A lot of mind games though, right? Because if you sort of bait out the self imprisonment, you can just time your torrent accordingly, and the bushwhack just comes straight back out into a disable. So maybe a bit of 4D chess gonna be played here between these lineups. What components do you think are missing from this draft right now for Eagle and Team Bright? What is the last pick looking like?
Team Bright kind of needs more. I feel like more of a greedy offlane. Like Sada would have been nice for them.
10 seconds.
Right now with that being taken out, you kind of only left with like some Centaur. They ban out Brewmaster. I guess it's just Centaur. It's pretty much the only hero. I mean, Doom and Centaur.
Doom?
I think Doom can be Doom can be decent because it's against Lifestealer. But your lane, I feel like the lane's gonna be hard against Lifestealer, but you'll be useful against Lifestealer later.
Yeah, it's you're just kind of hoping that maybe the Hoodwink can do enough work in that early lane to get past that tough
TK,
time.
please do it again.
TK, por favor, please get me out of here. Team Bright still having a big think about what they want to ban out. It seems like Eagle are also missing an offlaner, so the pool is being thinned out right now. Primal Beast gets taken out of the picture. A good hero that we already saw the strengths of in an earlier series that Eagle definitely felt. It's could have been pretty decent into the lineup, right? Because doesn't really care about all these shenanigans. I guess there's a break coming out from the Hoodwing, but apart from that, you can just run in and set up the fight for your Rubik and OD.
5 seconds. Radiant's turn to pick. Faceless Void.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so Razor offlane to deal with Lifestealer.
Yeah, that, and also a great carry-to-carry matchup, and excellent against the OD as well if you catch him.
Astral, and sure you have to catch him.
10 seconds.
Yeah. But it makes the Void's job a lot easier, right? Because if you know that the Lifestealer will be addressed by the Razor already,
Yeah,
then
and they kind of
suddenly
have good spells to throw into the chrono with the boat,
Sunray,
Water Park, Sunray, Egg, Hoodwing.
everything Hoodwing has, Acon shot, TK with another Deso maybe. Last pick is going to be that Doom. So it's kind of what we expected the other way. They switch things up. It still could be a Kanka offlane, but no, it's going to be XWY picking that up for himself again, and Irving piloting the Razor this time around.
Doom is like a lane counter to Faceless Void because he does a lot of damage over time, so you can't really time walk any big damage off, you know. So
Yeah.
Doom is gonna have a good time in the lane. Doom
Yeah,
plus Bat.
especially- I might be Doom plus Rubik actually. We might have to see.
Oh yeah,
because-
Doom plus Rubik. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Hara is Hara.
Oh, that's gonna be difficult for sure. You just have to save your time out for the Fate Bolt, but if it never comes, you're just gonna get Inferno Bladed, Scorched Earth down. Red Panda feels like there's a lot of work to do. And Team Bright, going into this game, it feels to me like they have a lot of answers for what Eagle want to do. It really does come down to how well this OD can maneuver the mid lane.
I mean, the OD is gonna, if he can actually kind of force the supports to help the conquer early, then it's definitely gonna be good, you know. But if the lane stays like static and both heroes are getting their farm, then when it comes to the 3 against 3, OD, Rubik, and Bat Rider against the Conquer, Wing, and Phoenix, I feel the initial feeling I get is like it's easier for the Conquer, Phoenix, and Wing to set up a kill, push back into Torrent or X Mark,
Yeah.
you know, and then into the Phoenix spells. Just feels
easier to execute for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether that is the case or not. Of course, the 3v3 is a topic of big contention throughout, not just the drafting, but I think in our discussions about the game, and they've really rung true to signify which direction the early game at least is going. We've seen some games just get completely blown out of the water as early as the 6, 8, 10-minute rune fights. And, I mean, maybe a bit of a different story for this game, because both teams have the potential to contest each other when it gets later into the game. Maybe that's something that these lineups are looking at. I feel like Void is always heralded as this be-all, end-all, but when you're dealing up against a Doom, Rubik, Bat Rider, Lasso down the line, and we've seen Lifestealer Aghanims come into play. If you're able to get that out before the chrono comes out, oh, that's got to be troublesome.
Lifestealer Aghanims. Huh.
Yeah?
I guess against the chrono it'll be harder. I mean,
Yeah,
sure,
right.
maybe if maybe it works out, it works out. You know, it can be good this game. I guess when he X marks you, it can also be another way of running away.
Yeah.
Infest the enemy.
Lifestealer
It's
becoming
actually
less
so
and less of a manly hero.
So clowny, man. The agony.
Yeah. Yeah, right. There's also the side possibility, which is what we've seen in previous games. I think up against the Enigma, you come out into a black hole, but by then you've already done so much damage to these heroes that, you know, the fight is easily won. Both these teams, one leg away from staying in this tournament, one leg away from stepping out. It's down to the wire here, Team Bright. They've done a good job in terms of keeping themselves in this, especially up against an opponent they struggled with previously. We'll see whether with this Doom last pick they're able to pressure the Void out in lane and get an early advantage. For now, so seeming to be a 2-for-2 rune trade as...
Razor, he's gonna take a lot of damage here.
Oh, what is going on? It just gets chased down. Flame break back. Might not just be a lot of damage, might just be dead. At least dropping
if he
very, very low.
dies-
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you might just wish you were dead. You have 100 HP going into the lane. Your opponents are just going to be tossing these spells at you and running at you. I don't know how you try and contest. This is borderline disastrous for Irving's lane here.
Yeah, that was a very, very good play there by outside and
It's so annoying to say his name, to be honest. But yeah, great plays from them to get that recognition that the Razor will be walking through those parts and put on so much damage that he essentially burns through his entire set of tangles just to stand up at above half HP.
right, he has to ferry more regen. He has a south incoming. This is gonna be a lifesaver right here for Irving.
Yeah. Some technical difficulties, folks, as it seems our game is lagging a little bit, so we'll just radio cast it as usual. Of course, early stage, nothing too crazy happening in these lanes, just apart from the usual trading back and forth. If there's anything of significance, we'll be sure to let you know. But I think mid lane
We'll just
goes
let
as
you
per...
know our dinner plans, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
dinner
what are your
plans.
dinner plans, actually?
I mean, obviously chicken and rice again.
Is that because it's convenient? Are you a steamed chicken or a roast chicken type man, Winter?
It depends. If it's a free range chicken, then roast. If it's the good chicken, the kampong chicken, then steam.
Oh no, I know that's classic. That's classic. Sometimes because roast, I feel like the variance is a lot less. So regardless of the quality of chicken, at least there's some standard expectation there, right? It's I don't know. Now you're inspiring me. Maybe I get steamed chicken rice for dinner as well. There's a place really good nearby from my spot.
I'm a big fan of Chuando. I like his diet.
You like what?
Chuando's diet, if you know who he is.
I have no idea. What is that?
The timeless model. He has aged like a bottle of fine wine.
What is his diet? If you care to share.
Just chicken rice with no sauce, nothing. Just chicken and rice.
Oh,
And
Jeez.
steamed chicken breast every day.
damn. I mean, that guy's packing the protein. Don't worry, guys. We're not just waffling on about useless things. There isn't really much action happening in the lanes, and we don't want you guys to feel like you're missing out. So at least we can talk to you about something here that you will be
You're
able to
missing out on
visualize.
this OD Conquer lane, you know, this OD.
Wow, so exciting. I mean, XWY is doing pretty well for himself. The first blood, okay, that's what we missed. TK goes down, gets burned down by the Bat Rider, just chased down out of position. More than anything, just a nice flame break. So Eagle, they're able to get themselves on the board here with a first kill, going the Lifestealer's way, so furthering that already decent early game advantage they got from pressuring the Razor.
I mean, at least the Razor didn't die, so it's okay, you know. I mean, the Razor needs all the help that he can get to kind of get his CS back in order. I mean, right now,
Yep.
because of the early pressure, the Lifesteal is ahead of the Razor by quite a big margin. So this is not normal for this matchup.
Yeah. So many early game shenanigans can just tip the scales of these lane matchups. Small things like equilibrium, skill build, and in this particular case, it's just Irving taking a butt ton of damage early on. And nice lane break, but doesn't seem like there's anything that can... Okay, I just got word from our production team that this is gonna take a little bit of a while for us to get back in the game. So I just need to be extra descriptive about everything going on here. But nothing to worry about as we're reaching the 4-minute mark. The time is currently 3:50, and it doesn't seem like any of the supports have the space to actually rotate over. So XWY, he still has a pretty good advantage in terms of resources to Zhang Jiaming on this OD, who is kind of running out of mana a little bit here.
Running out of HP as well.
Yeah. And interesting
What on
stuff.
earth? Every matchup that we talk about the OD. Oh, the OD is
Yeah.
gonna win this matchup, and clearly not mid players. Let's
Okay,
just sit
to be-
and watch and learn.
Look, to be fair, the reason why we're seeing this OD maybe not do so well, as we miss out the kill, Red Panda does go down in the top side. MDR and Hara are able to work him down. But okay, we're back into the game. Nice. So we can take a look at this OD and see that the skill build is actually 3 points in the Astro Imprisonment. So a bit of an unorthodox one. I'm not really sure whether Arcane Orb would have been better. But for now, it's a 2-0 on the board. Ulu suffering a bit of harass as well from MDR from that damage over time like we mentioned. You have to watch yourself as Scorched Earth will be back up in 6 seconds. And he even gets the Envenomed weapon. So there's some regen reduction and this additional juice for him to use up against the Faceless Void. Set up in the mid lane again. This is the TP rotation that works so well, and it catches the OD again. TK,
Same rotation.
it's literally the playbook at this point. I mean, you've got to expect this one coming. Great execution from the Hoodwink, and now Hara in some trouble burning down to the Fire Spirits. Red Panda, he's out of them for now. Will get lifted back into the hands of the Doom. Scorched Earth not available, but can connect with the Infernal Blade, and Red Panda looks to be run down slowly but surely. Meanwhile, it's actually Irving in the bot side who gets chased outside with another great setup. Thanks to that Flame Break, probably bounced him straight back into the hands of the Lifestealer.
And his Lifesteal is just looking like he's having a free farm lane, even though he's laning against the Razor. And this is not looking good for for the Razor. He's kind of dirt poor right now, so he has to wait for XWY on the Conquer, which kind of stole his lane support to get a better game. So
Yeah.
he has to repay the favor later.
I don't buy it. They'd have
Yeah,
to be
Ulu
some
going
guy
down
who
top side again. Very, very tough stuff. As Hara, he was venturing into the mid lane, ends up giving a freebie over to the Kanka. So trades back and forth all across the map here, but can't help but feel like Eagle are very, very satisfied with this current state of affairs.
Yeah, Doom is just super uber fat right now.
Yeah.
He's rushing on Midas with no braces, that's how confident he's like,
Dude.
this lane is over, man. I'm just gonna get my Midas right away.
I mean, I can't blame him. If you look at the net worth of this Doom at this current point in time, he is 1.6k above the Razor at 6 minutes in the game. That is disgusting.
And he's gonna
Ah.
get Doom soon.
Yeah. He's gonna be able to run through, and Void is not a hero that can jungle very well. We talked about the weakness of this very strong late game hero. He needs to get there. And right now he's being
Dire is
derailed and
scanning
slowed
for
down
enemies.
big time.
Probably hoping to catch a glimpse of him nude.
He might actually be in a very dangerous spot once Doom gets his level 6. I mean, Hara has to be in the lane to actually help secure the kill. He's coming back right now. Doom's available.
Yeah.
They're gonna try.
And it's gonna be less of a try and more of an easy picking if Ulu decides to stick around much longer. Might just be Red Panda the brunt of the aggression instead. They need to get the lane equilibrium back to a comfortable spot where they can make the move and maybe not have to risk diving the tower too long. One TP in from XWY and it could spell disaster for this move. And they're being very conservative and careful about it. I'm sure Ulu has it in the back of his mind as well that this Doom might be a big move.
I mean, he definitely already knows it's level 6. He's gonna Doom and take the
Oh.
easy kill here.
Yeah, I mean, they get the easy kill, but meanwhile, bot side, Irving actually linking up on the Lifestealer. He doesn't pop the Rage ahead of time and instead waits for the very last moment to bait in the TPs. A bit of an awkward one from Zhang Jiaming as he TPs behind the trees and kind of blocks himself off. He still will be able to walk forward, look for the Hoodwink, and with the Sanity's Eclipse, this will be an easy pickup. TK takes a tumble, but the Razor manages to walk out alive, so not too bad, all things considered. It's topside, No Doom doesn't seem to be a problem for them to just push Ulu back still, as he's gonna feel mad uncomfortable up here on this top side.
I mean, there's no Doom, so I mean, the Void should be able to just get to his level 6 very easily. You know, he's gonna be looking to jungle as soon as possible. I mean, this is not a lane that he wants to stay for a long time.
Yeah. He's, I mean, he's basically forced out of it for now. It looks like top side.
The Dire figured out
Some
where
beating
Radiant's
back and
top
forth.
tower
Without any mana on the Doom left, though, I don't think there's as much pressure that can
He
be
has
put out.
Lotus.
Oh, look at this huge wraparound. They want to get the touch on Tahara. It might just have to be him that they settle for. Lift back, just buying some time. He understands that he's dead here, but he helps the Doom avoid a lethal gank. It's Rip Panda who picks up that kill, so not ideal as well. And a lot of presence in this triangle area, and not so much stopping the Lifestealer from just farming away. I don't think is too sad about this.
Yeah, 9 minutes Midas with face splits and one upgraded one.
Oh, the Torrent will catch him, allows for a bushwhack, huge latch. Where's the rest of the squad? He has that Astral, but he finally puts himself under. Irving has stolen a lot of HP. It's gonna set up perfectly for the boat, even with the one, he can't survive. And on this Lifestealer, you just don't have the damage to match up into these heroes for now. Bright, they're able to make a clean-cut escape. TK will manage to scurry back to safety as they lose their OD with no real response other than a couple of TPs.
Yeah, good retreat, good disengage there by Team Bright, not losing a single hero.
Bounty.
And just the boat buff giving them the extra little bit of move speed to get out on time.
Yeah. I mean, the OD is the big sufferer in this game for the side of Eagle, but I mean, with the net worth that Doom and Lifestealer are getting, I don't think they're concerned at all, right? Double, basically one Midas on the Doom, and the Lifestealer ramping up in his own way, still 4.5k net worth now. Really, really comfortable.
He's like demoted to the utility core at this rate.
Yeah. He was already building skill-wise for it, right? Max out the Astral, knows that his only job is to buy time, it seems.
Yeah, Doom wants to even get further ahead after
Radiant
getting the
scanning
Midas.
for enemies. Or maybe for
Wants to
friends.
get another kill here. If he can kill the Void, actually would be great for them.
Yeah.
I mean, if somehow they can actually bait the Void in, and I mean, Void has Chrono. He also wants to kill the Doom.
Yeah. Both teams playing around with each other. There is an egg available for Red Panda, but not a lot of meaningful levels into the
Irving
Sunray, which is
In
your
trouble.
big...
Lasso.
Oh, bot side. Making use of that Bat Riders level 6. They just are enough damage between the both of them to kill off Irving. It was close though, but still getting the kill on the Razor, huge.
Yeah, the final infest damage actually just did enough for them to burst him before he get out with the TP.
Yeah.
Well played, well played.
A lot of stats on this Razor between the two Wraith Bands and the Strength Shreds that he switched to, but didn't hang on to any neutral item that might have made the difference actually. But that's a story for another time, as Irving still does end up going down, and this Faceless Void hasn't really been able to use his Chrono just yet, but I think more than anything, he's happy not to die and keep hitting creeps for a little bit. Working his way towards the Midas now.
Wow, okay. Midas.
Midas, yeah.
He thinks the game is gonna go really, really long, and I guess he... it's a little bit of like a gamble, because Midas is like the greediest way of like playing. Like if you get the Muscle Madness, it means that you're still interested in coming to join some of the fights, you know. But with
Yeah.
Midas, it means that you're like, okay, bye guys, you're on your own.
Yeah, it does kind of feel that way. I mean, in terms of contribution to the fight, even if he shows up, I guess his only job is to Chrono, and I don't even know whether you want him to be auto-attacking, because that might put him in the line of fire. You just control the heroes for maybe the Razor or the Hoodwing to do
Phoenix
the
egg.
damage. Yeah.
Protect the egg.
Order in place, big team fight win. Still a 2k lead for Eagle, as they are feeling pretty comfortable with things, all things considered. Even though it was a max imprison build in the lane, it still is going to be a Witchblade as a first item for this OD, which really feels like the only OD build you can go for right now.
Yeah, there used to be like so many other builds for this hero back in the day, but now everyone just does the same thing, the same old thing. It was
Yeah.
like this is like 4-star rush build back in the day, or
Yeah.
the Midas Hex build.
I mean, I
Like-
like the Meteor Hammer before they completely
Oh yeah,
killed that item.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer as well. Because
Felt
this
like
hero
you could.
cannot take towers. With Meteor Hammer, you can.
Yeah. Speaking of taking towers, not really a lot of capabilities in that regard. Lifting up the Void, just trying to buy some time. But all the ultimates expended just to kill off MDR. They get that killing spree.
Just another case.
And now Infestor on the Bat Rider, they're looking for an angle. Hara in some trouble, but here comes the OD. Maybe not really where you want to show your face. Turn around with a 4-man Sanity, and that's a lot of damage. Here comes the Lifestealer as well. They've killed off Ulu. It's Egg in the middle, but it's Egg that's dead. TK can't defend it. You're still desperately trying to kill off Zhang Jiaming, but he's able to stand his ground. Wave away, bye-bye. Right, just get...
He's not even right-clicking. It's like
Yeah,
we
he's
got
just
this.
chilling. He knows that there might be a blade mail that ends up screwing him, so he just stands his ground and flexes on them a little bit. It looked a
What
bit
a
dicey, but
memer.
what a play! Yeah, I mean Zhang Jiaming is really showing his character and personality in these games, and it's working out for them big time.
And you have
Dyer's
to
middle tower has taken one
you
hell
have
of
to
a
win the
beating.
mental warfare, like I said. It's
Yeah.
half of the battle. You mess with
Yeah.
him in the head.
It's also doubly damaging, right? The fact that in your first meeting of these two rosters, you were able to crush them so easily, and now when they're putting up some resistance, you're still basically exerting your dominance, showing them that, yeah, you know, we're just playing around with you. You're really nothing to us. So letting that feeling of inferiority creep in here, Zhang Jiaming. Just playing with his food, really, and even though he's the lowest net worth core on his team in comparison to his counterparts, I don't think he's too sad, right? He's still on track to make good headway towards his items. TK walks up to the cliff. That is the wrong cliff, unfortunately, and you will be punished by a Doom.
His Doom is just out of control. BKB is gonna be done in like 2 minutes, I guess. 2 minutes.
Oh,
you get it.
jeez. Yeah. It's gone straight for that as well, and I don't really know how you deal with him. You barely have the damage to cut through him already, Irving. Working towards the casual Yasha, so even more move speed and some edgy and armor as well will serve him well, but I don't know whether that's enough, right? You don't really have a big turning point. It's gonna be the next one to look at is gonna be this Kanka's Agonyms, which feels like it's so far away.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try to take a team fight with the next Chrono. I don't think they can just wait for the next Agonyms before they make a move. You just have to try to use your Chrono in tandem with the egg, try to get like a key hero. Doom would be great, you know, if you can catch him and kill him in the combo.
Well, the one thing that we can say, and is to Team Bright's benefit, is there aren't really any objective-taking options on the side of Eagle, right? You don't have any Serpent Wards, you don't have really a hero that's comfortable hitting towers. With the setup of the Torrent now, they'll find the mark, get the Chrono and the full bolt
Wait,
commitment.
what?
He still is able to slide out of there. What the hell was that? Invest into the catapult,
bushwhack?
that's the safest place he can be, yeah. The bushwhack from TK actually griefs that entire situation. They use what is essentially 3 ults for it, only to let the Lifestealer walk free, and he's gonna be laughing all the way home.
It kind of pulled him out of the Chrono, or was I crazy?
Yeah, that's what it looked like. I mean, the Chrono wasn't
Or
even
did
over
he
yet. He
miss
just
the Chrono? He didn't miss the Chrono, right?
he did not miss the Chrono. That was on the money. I mean, he was on the tail end. He was on the edge of it. That's for sure. But still, I mean, we're gonna have to go back and watch that replay. I'm not really sure what happened there, but either way, the result is dusted. The fact that survives, he's comfortable enough to start pushing this tower because he knows they have nothing else to throw at him.
That's such a big disaster and unlucky in some ways, but
Yeah.
sometimes life hits you hard and you have to suck it up and come back and stand up again.
Yeah,
Just wait for your
sometimes
next move.
Yeah, sometimes you need to play 12 Dota games a day just to reach a best of 5 that you can't win in. You just need to continue your pro career. It's tough. I'm sure you know what that's all about, but I mean, at this point, Eagle, we do have to remind everyone that they are on essentially their 8th game of the day, right? They've been pushed the distance by some of these other opponents, and Bright, they're putting up a pretty good fight, all things considered, despite being down 6k. It's just that connection really wasn't it. And right now, they might be able to find someone with that blink reveal from outside, gets the free lasso and gets the free razor as well. Just gonna let him tick out to the remaining duration of the Doom. MDR is the king of this game.
10k net worth, 17 minutes. Can't ask for anything more.
Yeah.
And he's gonna have his dagger next. It's just so freaking bad, man.
Yeah, and the fact that the
BKB.
Lifestealer is keeping up with him as well, with the Radiance and the Armlet completed, is equally as fat, even though it visually doesn't look like it.
And this is the type of situation where you're the only guys they were focusing me. I need you guys to carry me.
Yeah, he's like,
And,
yeah, I
and
did
both
my
of the
job.
both of the silence say, no problem, I'm so fat. See?
Yeah, all good. Relax, bro. You know, you died 2 times, 3 times. It's fine. We got this. That's kind of what's going on right
bot
now.
lane.
TPs into bot side. Seem to be in response to trying to get another kill onto Irving. The setup is there. Insanity's onto his head. No hope for this Razor to survive. He'll do a bit of damage as he departs, but the tips come through. Ooh, that's got a sting. I mean, 2 times in a row already in the past 1 minute. 1, 4, and 0. You gotta keep in mind that this Razor was basically left alone for so long, but he hasn't been able to do anything.
And he actually needed the counter to come and help him. Because
Yeah.
the support went to mid to help him out. And because he was left alone, he kind of suffered. It's all give and take, you know. If you help one of the other cores needs to help the other ones that's struggling, you know. And that didn't happen for Team Pride here.
Did you see how far that Life Stealer reached over the cliff to kill off TK? My god, I didn't know those arms were so long. A lanky little boy there gets the job done. Just unfortunate positioning from TK, right? He was trying to shoot out a couple of acorns, runs into a Life Stealer instead. And the gold lead continues to ramp up, and yeah, I think that's kind of the fundamental issue with Bright. They make some excellent rotations with TK helping out XWY, but the Kunkka hasn't really given back yet. He's still, I mean, maybe he'll give back once he gets the eggs, but it feels like it's a bit too late almost if you wait for that.
If you wait for that, and the moment you take your first fight with that, and you lose, I think you just lose the game at this point.
I mean, they're trying to tie everything up, right? Irving looking towards his Sanjay Yasha alongside the water park, and I mean, the Faceless Void also has his Maelstrom, so this could be a mini timing. Spirit Vessel available. Oh, another pullback, another kill. They just have their eyes on this Hoodwing this game. They aren't gonna let TK get off to a similar successful start.
And what a contrast between the second. Oh, OD.
Oh, OD. He doesn't stop the Amplified Damage rune from being taken up, and the dive forward, Red Panda will try and trace him. But this is troublesome now. Red Panda has an egg, but knows better than to use it in this situation that is his certain death. We'll just go down. As Bright continue to bleed kills over and over.
It's looking really, really bleak right now for Bright. They have to try to land like a chrono soon, like a big chrono.
Oh, I mean, that's a chrono, alright. It holds in the Batrider, gets that kill, and kills off the Doom as well. Ulu, that's about as good as you can get, especially with the fact that he's able to slide his way out of trouble. Not too bad. A bit of an overextension there from Eagle. Not really respecting the turnaround potential from Bright. Now, Bushwhack will go wide, and without that available, Hara will just heads up TP out. He even comes back for the bounty. He knows that he's untouchable at this stage. Just walks out back to safety. But that is a very, very big kill. Irving being the one to claim it as well really boosts the Razor up.
But at the same time, the OD kind of got the mid tower, so he kind of got some farm and some much needed gold into his coffers.
Sure.
He has his 4 stuff done. Gonna be very useful in the next fight.
Yeah, if you're able to get the 4 stuff out in time, you might just even be able to dodge a full sort of Torrent Go Ship combo if he doesn't time it perfectly. And immediately, they just go straight forward. They know that there's no chrono available, which means that Ulu does not want to fight. He might be forced into it as they're starting to encroach upon the jungle here. Eagle, it kind of feels like they're right a moment away just from sealing the deal, and Ulu just evaporates in an instant. Just gets vaporized quite literally, and they're looking for more Red Panda, trying for the dive away, and without the blink and lasso available, outside can't keep the chase going. They'll just settle for this tier 1 offlane tower.
If they can steal the Tormentor, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's already available, but you don't necessarily have the most damage outside of the OD, who is currently busy sitting mid farming a creep wave, so maybe they won't bother for that. Growth bow for TK, pretty nice pickup there. Additional range and just the magic amp from the Acorn shot as well.
If you're a fan of Radiant's top tower, I'd shut my eyes scanning all over for enemies.
I mean, Roshan is definitely gonna be next on the menu right now for Team Eagle.
And chain smoking for now though, Team Eagle. Just want to continue wiping the map of any Team Bright presence. Start clearing out the vision as well, and establishing themselves. I guess at the very least, you want to strike fear in the hearts of Bright. Guessing a bit wrong though, both teams completely pass each other on opposing sides of the map. Where Bright, they're smoking towards this
they
bot
can
side.
use the gate to go back bot. I think that would be an interesting play.
Yeah. But it could be scary because Bright, they are set up around this area and Chrono is available. Mjolnir complete as well for Ulu means that he's going to do a significant more amount of damage.
You can look, it's kind of funny.
True, that's a good point, my friend. You don't want to be running into the gate.
We've
you
seen
see-
that happen already,
You
man.
don't see the
Okay.
faces. Oh my god, they're running in.
They're TPing, they're coming in with outside being infested.
They got the Doom on the void.
Yeah, they get the Doom on the Void, and that means there's no Chrono in the picture. This is already disastrous. Bright, they need to evacuate, but this feels like a hopeless situation that they just have to commit to. XWY, he water pass up and at least gets both supports, but the OD has finally joined the fight. Sanity's Eclipse, and oh no, XWY, he just gets killed off. I mean, the only two to survive are the Bright supports. They will get the Doom, which is pretty significant. And honestly, all things considered, a pretty good return given that your Void starts that fight out Doom.
Radiant's courier just took a
Alright, that was very, very good for actually still for Team Bright. Getting a 3 for 3 trade. No
mean,
chrono use, but still, you know, still good trade, but Roche is gonna die.
Yeah.
That's the price they have to pay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the fact that Irving was able to stand in the middle of it all and do so much damage, even in spite of that beautiful Doom found by MDR. So, you gotta show that respect there. A lot of magic coming out from Bright, but especially this second life, they're gonna feel a lot more comfortable mopping up these tier 2 outer towers.
Yeah, that was the best possible target for MDR to get on the Doom. Like
Yeah.
the best, you know, you can't ask for a better hero to Doom here. He's gonna have his Octarine call up.
Sheesh, he's so farmed. He needs to watch himself though, because when he's dying in these fights, he's giving up a ton of EXP and gold over to his opponents. Last thing you want is to give them any sort of leverage back into the game.
.30 seconds before he
Uh-oh.
has next Doom.
Oh my gosh, Hara, so ballsy, knows that MDR is in the area. Red Panda doesn't have an egg available, will buy himself some time with the Yules. MDR pops his own BKB just to finish off Red Panda, and they're looking for more Infest, and the lasso straight onto Ulu. He doesn't even have the chance to use the Chrono. You gotta chase forward for more. Hara with this stolen time while the cooldown so short and the range is so long. XWY, he's gonna be in trouble. A lift back into the claws of MMM. And they will lick their lips for a free Kanka. Look for more, set up with the Yules. This Rubik is just non-stopping. You might have a Gleipnir, but the full squad of Eagle just swarm all over you. Take you apart, Irving. This Razor, the only remaining member of Bright, is just busy down here hitting a tower. I don't understand this.
And there's no way he could have gotten to the fight anyway. Like they were like fighting outside on the map in the jungle. No place
Yeah, I
for
guess.
Razor to TP. And with the Void down, I felt like there was no way the Razor would have wanted to TP there.
That's fair, but I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, this entire game, it feels like a bit of a disconnected sentiment, this Razor's presence. Like, they haven't really been able to play through him, get any advantage with Irving. Left him on his own little island, and he was drowning on his island without any help, and he's not looking in any better shape right now. He needs to contribute to the fight in some way, but hasn't really found an opening. Another lift up, set up onto the foot wing. It's a nice two-man glide there. They're starting to chain up, but the Doom onto this poor XWY. Oh no, Razor. He's starting to latch away at the damage, but the lasso away. Just so many chains, and they're able to kill off TK to start. In comes the Lifestealer, and no chance for Irving to survive. He just goes down here as XWY wasn't able to contribute to the fight, but they take down the OD on the backside. Red Panda was able to burn him up. Ulu still has that Chrono available, pops it open, but does he have the damage to kill up the Lifestealer? The stolen Chrono, I'm not sure whether they can put it to work because the Void can still operate in the stolen Chrono, but Ulu, he needs to time walk out of trouble. Will get pulled back by the X-Marks. Hold the Phoenix in place, but no one can really contribute. The Aeon Disc is gonna I didn't even know Red Panda had that, but that's gonna save his life for now. And Bright, all things considered, they're able to walk away from that engagement again and keep most of the important heroes intact. It does cost you a Chrono, but you're able to kill off the OD. That's pretty huge.
You live to fight another day. Right, there's a sentry blocking the ancients. Holy what? They can't even hit the ancients. Like boy, it's like okay, team fight over, time to hit ancients. So wait.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but I mean, still, Eagle definitely in the
Dire's top
advantage
tower
here.
is really taking a beating.
You gotta keep in mind that without their ults, they are pretty weak. So if Bright are able to find an opportunity and set up some vision, it could be a pretty good move for them. And they're down here on the spot side. Looks like they were trying to make a go onto TK, but the Gleipnir will hold you back outside, trying to grab the lasso.
If
TK
you're
a
in the
bit too
vicinity of
speedy
Dire's
with
top
that
tower,
scurry.
I'd put on a hard hat. That baby is coming down.
Always watch me.
Yeah, he's gonna set up a very, very good high ground ward here for the next push. They have to be
Dire's top
careful, you know.
tower
Aegis is
really
running
taking
out.
a beating.
1 minute. There's still a way to
If
throw
you're in
this
the
game
vicinity
away.
of Dire's top tower,
Yeah,
I'd
for
put on a
sure.
hard hat.
I
That
feel like
baby's
especially
coming down.
against the Void, the late game is never secure. You gotta really watch yourself. You can't afford to feel too comfortable. Eagle,
Radiant's middle
they're already
tower
sort
is
of
about to be a
tipping and
pile of
feeling
floating
themselves
rocks.
quite a bit with
If
this
you're in the
early game
vicinity of
advantage they've
Dire's top
gotten.
tower,
And
I'd
sure,
put
it's
on a hard
13k
hat.
right now.
That baby is coming
They still
down.
are largely taking vision control
Don't
of
look now,
every
but
possible
Radiant's
angle of the
bottom
map.
tower is getting
You can
obliterated.
lasso them out, you can Astro Imprison, you can
Dire's
Doom.
top tower
These
is
pickoffs, it
really
feels like they
taking
come so easy, but you can't afford to. I mean, Bright, you know they're going to be waiting for that killer team fight with the
Don't look
Chrono
now,
and the
but
Water Park.
Radiant's bottom
That might
tower
be
is
their
getting
opportunity to turn things
obliterated.
around.
You can look, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, they need the pick off into the high ground. Right now it's all about like flushing them out and trying to get the pick off. They gotta use Irving. It's gonna be the victim.
Yeah.
Somebody's gotta die.
That's an easy Doom, meaning that the BKB would have been redundant even if he popped it. Freebie, basically. It's gonna open up at least this section of the map for Bright to feel a bit more comfortable stepping out on, because they see basically 3-4 heroes from the Eagle on that bot side. Mid lane, Zhang Xiaoming finds a free Phoenix, but he doesn't really have any disable to help. Just gonna pop that Aeon Disc and running in with the bat, infested by the Lifestealer. Starting punches out onto TK. Looks like that Hoodwink is gonna be forfeit. You might lose your bat as a trade though, Ulu. He still doesn't want to commit into the fight, but he has that Chrono available if need be. Looks like they popped the Sanity Eclipse just to finish off the Hoodwink. That is some hate right there. Yes, they found the Kanka as well. Do you choose to try and come in and join this fight? XWY in big trouble. And even the Ogre Seal Totem can't save him now. He will go down to the damage between the OD and the Lifestealer.
Yeah, there's still gonna be another lasso up soon. I mean, if they can actually get a pick here,
Dire's
they
middle
can
tower is
maybe
insured. That thing is standing on its
try to
left.
force them to buy back some of the heroes.
I mean, that's if they had it. I mean, the Kanka is still going to be out on the sidelines for 30 seconds. And kind of feels like Eagle, they are in no real rush to try and put an end to this game. They've been taking it leisurely so far. Now we'll walk onto the high ground to the top side where they've already done some damage. Finish that off with ease.
I mean, Ulu, he's being hunted. Bear Riders here. They do.
Okay. Finding Ulu, he needs to get out of here. He has a Chronosphere available, but no BKB. And he has to turn around and use it, but try to TP out. Stop by the Infernal Blade. Where you going, Faceless Void? That is, I mean, surprise. Yep. That's a very heads-up play from outside to sniff out the opposing carry. And now the opening. The fact that you use the Chrono in that situation, you're losing like 1 or 2 lanes of Rags.
And they still have lasso. Somebody's
Yikes.
gonna die.
Outside, looking for the vision. Tried to scout someone out with a sticky napalm, but couldn't really connect on the Phoenix. Aeon is still on cooldown for 15 seconds here, which means that he would have just been very easy pickings. But the lane positioning doesn't seem good enough for Eagles to push the issue here. The fact that their top and mid have been pushed out, and they need to address the waves. It's a little bit awkward. So, I mean, I guess the Faceless Void, sure, you use the Chrono, but it's more of a resource expended for another subsequent fight, not really any immediate outcome.
And Bear Riders still trying to fish for a kill. There's a ward here. Staring at the enemy.
Just waiting for someone. It's like a little crocodile, right? As soon as somebody, or maybe a frog. As soon as someone passes your, some little insect passes you, bam! Out comes the tongue, grab you straight.
They're looking dire for Dire's bottom tower. Wow, that was
The Void's still
Forget I said
desperately
that.
trying
Their
to work
bottom
towards
tower
his
is in trouble,
BKB.
though.
He's like, what, 150 gold off. He just needs the Midas to creep, but the entire jungle is just cleared out. Very sad.
Dyer's historical bottom
We'll be able to get it done here, though, before the next fight at the very least.
I am not a betting man, unless it's basketball.
I mean, they're gonna have to fight at the next Roshan. I don't think they can dodge any longer.
Yeah, well, it is a 2-minute spawn, so it's a bit of a longer one, which feels like it would favor Team Bright, giving them a bit more time to operate and get to those next items. TK, even though he's not having that great of a game, 2-9 and 8 this time round, still going for a pure damage build. So, I mean, no utility there, just trying to kill them as fast as possible, which I can understand. You know, Bright, they are suffering from some damage issues for sure. Razor isn't quite cutting it in these engagements.
It's gonna be all on the chrono right now. The chrono and the egg.
Yeah.
I feel like if that fails, then you're not winning the team fight. This is the last stand.
Yeah,
This
is the last
fight.
fight. Even though it is a longer roach spawn, of course, Bright have no way of actually confirming that information. You don't have anything that gives them vision, so they just need to brace themselves and prep for a fight in this area. They have set up a nice cliff wall near the jungle area and the hard camp, right outside where the tier 1 used to be. But how many times have we seen this exact engagement? How many times have we seen this team just hold the high ground? Might go for a big wraparound play, but the Maelstrom procs might reveal them. Yeah, the Hoodwink finds herself exposed just a little bit. Red Panda will break the smoke with the Aeon Disc. He knows they can pop the egg and you need to focus it down, but they've got the Doom out onto Irving. Again, Ulu gets the Chrono onto the OD, but is it gonna be enough? He can just buy back and rejoin the fight if he so needs to, and immediately pulls the trigger. You've already finished off the Hoodwink on the backside, and it's just disastrous now. Ulu, he needs to try and slide out of the fight, but XWY, he's left all alone up here. Irving's already dead, and the Kanka has to be BKB TP out. Lift up onto Red Panda, no more Aeon Disc means it's a death. And Bright, despite their best efforts there, couldn't really find the connection. That's the advantage that you get when you're in the driver's seat on the Radiant like that. You can just buy back and rejoin the fight. They use everything on the OD and it amounts to nothing.
They're gonna have to try to... I don't know, the rush is still not up, so maybe they're still trying to figure out, can they still contest this with buybacks? I mean, if they actually find the void here, that would be, I mean, the end of the game.
Yeah.
How did they actually see him? They kind of know he's here.
Yeah, I mean, they had that vision up placed on the cliff. Perhaps that's how they saw him earlier, but Ulu needs to just time walk out of there. Will get himself to safety, but you can't really stop him from just punching away at your towers. Quick on the rage now. Just creeping into these buildings. Bright, sensing that their opportunity to stay in this qualifier might be slipping away from them at every second passing. But Eagle, they'll show some restraint. They'll just back up. The Roche is up and it's a nighttime Roche. It's just moved up there. Brand new neighborhood, you know. So, a bit unfamiliar. Need some new friends to show him around and maybe teach him the ropes. And yeah, the Radiant will be happy to oblige him with a death.
Is that what you do when you move to a new place? I'm like, I'm just gonna stay at home, you know. I'm not even gonna explore. I go to a new place.
Look, I moved to a new place, and I think my exploration process was a little bit slow, because I'm the type of person who has very set like routines when it comes to my life. So it's like, unless there's a special occasion, I'm not really like venturing out and looking around the area. Like, I know what I like to eat, I know where I like to go. You know what I mean? No? You're explorer, Winter, you think?
No, I'm a Dota player.
Ah, same. Yeah, we're all the same. We just like to do the same things every single day, play the same game 10 years in a row, and right now, Bright, they might be staring down the same fate up against Eagle. It was a good game 2 sort of counter, I guess, strat, but up against the Viper, they're still going in, getting the team fight started, pulling in the Kanka. XWY in some trouble, he's doomed up, but you got a pretty huge Sunray going your way, and now you have the Lifestealer locked up as well, but that's what the Astro Imprisonment is for. Zhang Jiaming able to help his carry out, and is the Lifesteal enough? The Sanity's Eclipse will buy him the time up against the Faceless Void, but he will go down. First life taken out from the OD, and the Lifestealer, he's dead in the fight. You need to escape now, you've gone a bit too deep on Eagle. Getting slowed down by Irving, they want to try and find a bit more, but the reinitiation, MDR was ready, and huge Infernal Blade cuts down the Razor, and Red Panda nothing else to offer XWY. He's more of a utility Kanka this time round, and he doesn't have damage to kill these heroes off, especially not with a cheese on the Doom. They'll buy back onto Ulu, and that means that Eagle are more than happy with this situation. They'll back up.
Yep, they've already gotten what they needed to get, enough damage done. You force the carry to buy back and just have to wait for your cooldowns and rinse, repeat, do it again.
I mean, the Razor's starting to become a little bit of a factor in these fights, but if they aren't able to keep him alive, that's a different story. Oh, XWY just gets lassoed up. Unfortunate Torrent tags up outside, but they don't really care. They still finish the job, and with 4 members remaining, maybe baiting in Bright to a false sense of security, they'll get one lane of Rags and look towards the next. 35 seconds without the carry, no problem. Odie is the real boss this time.
He just got promoted or what?
Yeah, he just got promoted. He's now an elite employee.
Standing on his last brick.
Best employee of the month.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking like it. Some of the style plays coming out, he's feeling very confident on this pick for sure. There's some hits or misses, but overall scoreline really tells a good story. 11, 4, and 7. He's been dominant in this mid lane, save for a nice rotation from TK early on. He's still going
no,
in
the
here.
Phoenix just got his refresher.
Yeah, the only thing that's gonna be renewed is your lease on life here. It's 80 seconds without you. You're gonna sit this one out. Yeah, it honestly feels like it's over. TK will get wiped out as well. And Ulu, you don't even have a chrono to contribute to this situation. You'll get turned into a little pig. And Irving can do nothing but watch. They call GG. Some of the big names in the Chinese Dota scene just get slapped back down by a very strong looking Eagle. And the fate remains the same. They aren't able to change it. They aren't able to do a thing, as Eagle, despite being beaten down in one of the games in this series, will eventually emerge victorious.
I mean, the Eagle just soars high right now in the last game.
True.
Making sure that there is no repeat. There is no repeat in the previous game. They
Yeah.
make sure that they close the game. It was a pretty clean last game. I felt like there was some minor mistakes, but overall they amassed like a pretty substantial lead from the early game. The Doom was so freaking flipping fat, whatever you want to call it, and the Lifestealer was also pretty fat. I mean, the OD was the only one suffering, but both of the other fat cores just made sure they massaged and they comforted the OD. Don't you worry.
It's
friend.
okay, bro. Don't
We
worry.
got you, you know, we
I
got
got you. We're gonna go on and move on in this qualifier. We're gonna play tomorrow. It's gonna be great. You get a full day of rest. You come back. You'll be the carry when tomorrow comes. Okay, I promise. You'll get all the gold. We'll TP in our pos 4 to help you pull off a stylish play as well. You'll get all the glory. Okay, that's the trade offer. And it's a pretty good one, as it means that Eagle is going to advance to the lower bracket finals up against Team Kev, which is, in case you're just joining us for the first time, is the old 11 Butterfly Effect and Fly stack, which has shown quite a bit of promise. And yeah, I mean, pretty exciting stuff, as Team Zero still seem to be the undisputed best team. We'll see whether anyone can contest them going into tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, hopefully we're gonna get some more exciting games tomorrow, and more Hoodwink being promoted to a carry games and just solo carrying the game on the support position.
Yeah, but it seems like we're just about done here. Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you right back here on this channel. It'll be a bit later tomorrow. We'll start at 3 p.m. SG time. If you have that on your watch, that's GMT +8. But yeah, that's kind of our schedule for tomorrow, as we'll just move on straight into the lower bracket finals between Kev and Eagle. That'll be a best of 3, and I believe it's actually going to be a best of 5 in the final. So we didn't get to watch any Team Zero action today, apart from the first series, of course. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna get a full load of that tomorrow. Winter, any closing thoughts at the end of today or going into tomorrow before we say goodnight?
Anyone can be a core, any support can be a core if you dream hard enough.
True. You too can soar high like an eagle, which is what we've learned today. TK, unfortunately, goes out in a blaze of glory off of that pretty decent Game 2 Hoodwink performance. And hopefully we'll have more of that spicy good stuff going into the Chinese qualifiers. Close things out, of course. A big shout out to the rest of our streams going on here. It's worth noting that while we're just yapping away on this stream and closing things out, I believe the Western Europe and Eastern Europe streams are happening as well. That's on the main channel, ESB Dota EN, and I believe EN2 is happening as well. Let me just make sure I double check and get that correct. Let's see. It's not listed here. I'm sure I can find it if I just navigate to the schedule. There we go. Yeah, okay, so Western Europe is happening. That's on ESB_Dota2_EN and ESB_Dota2_EN_B. So a lot to work through, but you know, as long as you type in ESB_Dota2, you'll find the streams. But for Winter and I, that's gonna be it for today for China. We'll come back tomorrow for two series. It's gonna be an exciting one, so be sure to join us back here at 3 p.m. SGT. Ta-ta!